NAWCQ World Qualifying Points Playoff at the North American World Championship Qualifier begins today. We are coming to you live from the Minneapolis Convention Center in Minnesota. Thousands of duelists coming here from far and wide, determined to get to the World Championship in Tokyo. But only 6 duelists will make it there after this weekend's events. Hello, everybody. I am Jackie Jing. Super excited to be here. I can see tons of people trickling in and many incredible duels ahead. But really quickly, I want to check in with Kangas for our pre-show.
Thanks, Jackie. We're here to kick off NAWCQ weekend with the points playoffs right around the corner. So to start off the day, we're going to have a little discussion with some of the competitors this weekend. We have Jesse Cotton joining us. How's it going, Jesse?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Most guests don't ask me that. That was great. Also, we have reigning world champion Julian. How's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, I'm also doing well. Thank you.
The trend
Thank you.
continues.
The answer
I
has not
copied
changed.
you.
Better now, though. Better now that I'm in the presence of greatness here. We also, of course, have, speaking of greatness, Billy Brake.
Yeah, happy to be here, Kangas. How are you doing today?
You know what? I feel very welcome so far. Let's put it that way. We got the points playoffs right around the corner. It's a really fun time of the year to see who's going to be representing the region going into Worlds. And Julian, I got to start off with you because you were actually playing in this just last year, and you actually qualified through the points playoffs to make it to Worlds. So what was your journey like last year, and how are you feeling this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think I put in a lot of time for this one just because it's the same format as the main event, obviously just a little narrower because there's less people. I would say that I definitely put in a lot more time last year just because last year it meant qualifying for Worlds, where at this time I'm already qualified. Doesn't mean that I'm trying any less hard or anything, but yeah, just for last year it was just a grind. I also really enjoyed the format last year with Malice, and just that was.
Oh, I hear Malice is a fan favorite deck.
Oh yeah, people love
Great
that.
memories.
Look,
That's gonna be the format people go back to and play
nowadays,
years to come,
Hey,
right?
I didn't play Shifter. I didn't play Di-Fi. I wasn't one of those guys. You know what I mean?
But did you play Dormouse?
I think that was
I did
the
play
bigger one,
Dormouse.
yeah.
I did play Dormouse. But yeah, no, last year it was a lot of fun. The whole Friday the playoffs, definitely stressful for sure. A lot more stressful than like a regular tournament, just because first of all, there's no room for error. Like, it's not Swiss. It's straight top. It's pretty much top cut straight up. And then yeah, if you mess up, you're done. But I will say at least the relief that came from qualifying, I think usually. I don't sleep very well before a tournament. Like, I just wake up early, like excitement, being anxious, etc., etc. That Friday night, I slept like a baby.
The pressure was
Saturday
off.
morning, I just came to the tournament. I was just vibing, and I was like, oh yeah, we're playing UGA today. That's cool. And then even like when we were in Top Cut on Sunday, I remember I can never eat like the day of the tournament. Just my stomach is like, no, not today. Not
Nerves,
today.
pressure,
Yeah.
yeah.
I had Chipotle in Top Cut, and I remember Chris being like, yo, I'm sick. This guy's eating that fresh guac while we're in Top Cut. Like, what is this?
Just, do you feel like you relate to that at all? Like, sleep or food before an event?
When I was younger,
Yeah. Oh, now you're
It's
unwise.
like old
Jesse.
man time, but I've said it many times, but I've been playing for 21 years at this point, so this is just another Saturday for me.
It's Friday.
I'm used to it.
For Julian, it was his first time getting to Worlds.
Oh, yeah,
For Jesse,
it
was
is very
another-
stressful, and if there's any tournament you're stressed over, this is one of the most stressful in the
Yeah.
year, and it's very fun to watch as a viewer, and I've had that experience the last few years, and if you guys will have it, it is really cool. It's like watching any sports competition with all stakes in the line, you got people to root for. It's awesome. When you're there playing with so much on the line, it's the kind of pinnacle of any Yu-Gi-Oh player's careers, qualifying for World Championship and trying to win that. It's a lot of work to qualify for the playoff, to practice for it, the time that goes in, and then all culminates in a few hours today. So
Yeah.
it's
I'll tell you,
a
the
lot.
World's Qualifying Point Playoff is the tournament that I look forward to the most every year because, yeah, the best duelists show up here to try and qualify Worlds. And not only that, the past 3 points playoffs has produced our world champions.
Yeah.
We had Paulie, Ruben, Julian. So this could be like the determination of who's going to win the World Championship this year.
So I have to win the playoffs then.
Yeah. If you're going to go back to back.
There
Yeah,
you
I got to go back to back.
There you go.
Well, I like what you said, Jesse. It's so difficult because of how tough the competition is, right? These are all the top point earners throughout the season. So I want to talk now about today's World NAWCQ because the points playoffs is going to be tough. There's a lot of good duelists out there. I want to get both your thoughts on who in the field you're going to keep your eye on because you're both going to be competing in it. Jesse, let's start with you. Who are some other duelists out there that you want to give some nods to as like you're going to keep your eye on them during this tournament?
I mean, yes, they're all going to be good duelists, right? No one gets here by like skating along and just doing nothing. So, well, okay, we got some strong opinions here.
Just kidding.
All right, Billy. Well, I'm curious to hear your thoughts in a bit. But
Continue.
if I had to name just a few, so obviously notable mention is Kamal Crook, somebody who's
Yeah.
Good pick.
very notorious player, has a lot of accomplishments, but is not yet qualified for the World Championship. So
He came really
he's
close.
come close before, yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see him get that spot. Absolutely, I feel like he's earned it through all his past victories. Then I'll go with one more underdog pick, who is really not an underdog, and that is fellow Canadian Matthew McRae.
Oh, okay.
He's been dueling for a long time, and what I like about him is he doesn't just stick with meta. He often forges his own path, play what he thinks is good, what he thinks is cool, and will often do very well with it. So
Good
see how he
picks.
does.
I like those answers. All right, what about you, Julian? Who you got your eyes on?
So obviously Kamal is a great player. So I wouldn't be surprised of anything he does. But also I think Haisam Joari, he's been putting in a lot of work, and I've seen it pay off. Like he's playing really well, especially like this whole year he's been playing very well. I even think like this format specifically has been really good for him. Like even though you can learn a format like front and back, there are definitely certain type of players that are better in certain formats.
Oh,
I think
100%.
I think this format is really like his time to shine. And then my my honorable mention, shout out to Jabiru, Jibril. I hope he locks in today. 'cause,
Jabiru is crazy.
That's a good nickname, yeah.
yeah, I hope he locks in today because I want to see him go to Worlds.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's go
all
on.
excellent duelists. Yeah.
Yeah, anyone to add, Billy? Maybe
I'm looking
Julian,
like
maybe
Jesse Cotton,
Yeah.
Julian. You know, maybe the two players sitting here definitely have a good. They were both already going to Worlds, so kind of cheating a little bit there.
And so what I was told is if either or both of us win, like if both of us win, no one from the playoff goes to Worlds, and it all goes to the main event.
I don't think that's how it goes, actually.
And in the previous years, at least, because I don't know if it's changed, but in previous years, what I've been told was if spots need to get passed down, it gets passed down to the main event, not through the playoffs. So if one of us qualify today, and we get passed down, obviously, then it's top 5 in the main event of the WCQ, not passed down in playoff.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know how that works out, but we'll
Yeah.
definitely want to check on that and see
Yeah,
how
we'll have
those
casters
results out.
confirm that when we throw it back over to them after this. But
I'm an
yeah,
agent
it's
of
interesting.
chaos, and last year I
You
created
worked.
I had them have a little playoffs in top 8, so I'm hoping to do the same thing again.
You did. Hey, Charlie, right?
That was
Charlie
very
came through.
crazy, yeah.
The problem with that, ironically, was it detracted from excitement for how the main event ended. So, like,
Yeah.
I didn't care if you were going to win the event. I was seeing who would win their top 8 matches to qualify to Worlds.
But the mini tournament was pretty sick to
It
find
was
out.
cool. Yeah, it was fun.
That was pretty fun. Yeah, I forgot how crazy last year was because you qualified and then still making top cut.
It always is. Those last few hours on Sunday are
That top cut
hectic.
was legendary also.
Yeah.
I
I'm
remember,
excited to
yeah.
see who's going to be in the top cut this year. It's going to be just as
Exactly.
epic and awesome as the WCQ was last year. Every year it gets better and better, it feels
Hopefully
like.
some duelists who know how to read too.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
speaking
important.
of reading,
Yikes.
Reading's
Shots fired.
good. Reading's good.
reading is good, but speaking of that, there's a lot of new cards. Every time a new set comes out, there's a lot of reading ahead of every duelist. So with Chaos Origins and just all the new sets that have come out, I want to get everyone's thoughts on kind of where the format is and maybe some of the cool cards that we can expect to see. So Jesse, what new cards from any of the past sets are you excited to see or expecting to see a lot of in population this weekend?
For any of the past sets?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
Okay. I mean, obviously there are so many good cards released in the last few months. Otherwise, we'd be stuck in the same old. But we are not. I think if there's one card that I think will be very popular, it's Phydrala's Harmonia. And this is not a hot take, but it's obvious we'll see it in Cool Tune Strategies, Elf Note probably. But we're seeing it in other decks too, like the Yugi deck, the Line Darkness deck, and
Yeah.
in branded decks even.
Oh,
Oh,
So-
I haven't seen that.
yeah, I haven't seen that either.
So it's that card has been popping up a lot.
Okay.
And wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of it in
It's such a
tournament.
versatile card. I mean,
Very
whether
good.
you're going second or first, like you can use it to great effect.
It's just so high value. You're trading with destroying a card, sending a guy from to grave, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Summoning itself as a body is also pretty useful, and that's like, when all said and done, not like you lost anything, the Hydraulis is still in play.
Yeah.
Yep.
So very good card.
And we talk about like cool tune. It's a tuner in hand. Like the whole deck
Yeah.
loves tuners, right?
Yeah.
Whole deck loves it. What about you, Julian? Any new cards on your radar?
Yeah, like pretty much the cards from the Yugi deck, Light and Darkness, like Jesse was saying, like some of them are so broken. Like the fact that
Like Griffo.
Griffo is a quick effect. Let me just like set up real quick on your turn. You
Yep.
know, like some light, put the ritual engrave, and then summon the guy unaffected, banish 2 cards. You know, and like Black Chaos being unaffected when there's a ritual engrave, and then the fact that engine is playable with it's playable with Mitsurugi. It's playable with Azamina / Diabel Star. It's playable with even branded cards, like because you can use Synchro 8s to bridge, right? And yeah, the fact that it's playable in all these engines and they each have like their strengths and weaknesses for playing with each engine. But for example, if you play with Mitsurugi, Black Chaos just needs any ritual spell in the grave. It doesn't say Light and Darkness
I
ritual
get
spell
it,
to be in
yeah.
the grave. It just, that guy's unaffected. And you're looking at that, you're like, like I had my opponents pick it up.
I didn't know it had that effect.
Don't
This
you
card is
play
unaffected.
Mitsurugi
Oh.
Yugi deck?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just pretending to be his opponent.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know it had that
He's
effect.
got Sandy
No, it's
right
like-
now. It's
it's like-
improv.
They're like,
I
they read the card, they're like, this card's unaffected, well, you have a ritual engrave. They pick up your graveyard.
Yep.
You have a ritual engrave. Banish 2 cards, non-targeting. Banish 2 cards.
The more you read it, the better it gets.
It's crazy.
There's a
Every
lot of
card
those cards
knows.
are like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, something I'm looking forward to seeing. But the one card I want to see activated is Pot of Sloth. I want to see how many cards someone can draw from a Pot of Sloth and just on stream and just see how fantastic that card absolutely is in a side deck.
I think
And
that's one of the most
something-
hyped ones that I've seen
Yeah.
people talking about over the
It's
weekend.
also
for sure.
super strong in a deck with a lot of engine requirements. Or like, obviously, it's strong in any deck, but it like makes it really fixes a deck that has a lot of engine requirements because you're like, oh, I have 3 bricks in my hand. A Pot of Sloth.
Yep.
All right, this brick goes back.
I'll search for that later. Yeah, that'll come up in a future
it's
event.
what if Magical Mallet was good?
Yeah,
That is-
True.
So, yeah, we have had similar effects in the past, but this one
Yeah.
definitely takes it to that next level. You had mentioned something, Elf Note, earlier. That's another deck that I think has been on some radars. Obviously, the new ritual support. What do we feel like the format's going to look like in terms of like top popular decks that have been kind of reintroduced to the format, or maybe introduced from Chaos Origins? Let's start with Jesse.
So it's going to be a wide variety, obviously. We saw even the last few months how, while Cool Tune, to me, feels like the top deck, the one everyone's expecting.
It still feels
There's
like
still
it, yeah.
everything else that's there. Like, Weiss's Columbus had 6 different decks at its top 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
So for this event, I expect Branded, Power Patron, Elf Notes. What else? There's so much more. Sky Striker's possible.
Sky Strikers,
Dooms.
yeah.
I'm sure I'm missing.
No,
Yeah,
but
like
that's
the
a
line-
lot. You already
yeah.
named like 6 decks. Like
But
that's a pretty good top.
I love how many there are because it makes it so exciting, especially for events like this, because it's like you don't know exactly which one's going to be able to do it. I know Power Patron, that surprised me how well it did back in Columbus as well.
Same.
Yeah. I think was it Jeff Jones that was able to make the top run with that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was very impressive. Julian, though, what about you? Do you agree same decks, or are there any that have been
I want to
left out?
see the stats later, how correct I am. So
Okay,
28%
this is a
Cool
prediction.
Tune.
Oh, he's locking in.
28% Cool Tune. 19% Yugi deck, Light and Darkness.
Really that much, huh?
Ooh.
Like any variation, though.
Okay.
There's so many.
Sure. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
could play 60 cards, Azamina.
I've seen some of those.
Just
yeah.
throw it all together.
Yeah, throw it all. It's really good, but you don't draw Griffo as often, so.
Oh, yeah.
You need the Griffo.
You need the Griffo. You don't draw Fua as often. Sad.
So 28%,
Alright, so now
19,
we're
yeah?
at 47, right? Now we're at 47.
47%.
Yep.
I was really hoping he wasn't going to keep track of the
I
percent.
know, right?
He would exceed 100.
Like 128.
That's what I was counting.
Then we
so I
have. Then we have, what's the next best deck? Branded, we're going to have 12%. That puts us at 59.
Okay.
Doomsy, like 7%. Yeah, I still have 40% to fill.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Other.
Other is going to come soon. Then Doomsy, like 7%. Fairy Tale, 5%. And then other, the rest.
Other the rest.
That's my prediction.
Other. As a full 40%.
We're going to quote you on it. We're going to hold you to it, and at the end of the tournament. We'll
make your graphic of your prediction, and then we'll compare it to what actually happened. So is this just overall like a representation
yeah, I think
of the
that the
tournament,
representation it should be like the rest. Obviously, is just a guess. I think roughly it'll be 1/3 Cool Tune, and then a fairly large chaos deck. Like at least from my testing, playing like against random people, I've seen a lot of people are liking this deck, and it's hard to tell if it's like shiny new toy versus like actually really good. It is strong. It has its flaws, but it also has some strengths, right? Like no deck is perfect. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Except Malice, apparently.
Yeah, except that Malice. Jesse, what do you think of the percentage breakdown, though? I want to get your thoughts on it real quick before we close out here.
Trying to predict the tournament is so hard. So I can't really refute too much. I'm surprised about the Fairy Tale number because that's a deck I do like quite a bit. I think it has a lot of good things going for it, but it feels like in general people just aren't hyping it up and to kind of like letting it slide under the radar. And it has a lot of strong qualities. It can make really strong going first field. It can play through.
No bias.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure there's no bias.
It's not a Fairy Tale card, right?
No, yeah. I don't like the Fairy Tale cards very much.
Yeah. Not really known for them.
I think they have potential, though. And
oh, definitely.
But I also don't think many people are on it. So I'd be I think it can do well, and I see the number of representation will increase as the tournament progresses. I don't know if 5% will.
So maybe it'll have like a high conversion rate for like low representation, but a high conversion rate into day 2.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I can see that.
Well, that's pretty much the time that we have. So I want to get final closing thoughts from both of our competitors that will be going into the points playoffs right around the corner. So Julian, let's go with you. You were able to qualify last year. You're a reigning world champion. Is it going to happen again? Are you going to deny a spot today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to qualify through this. I'm going to, like last year I qualified twice.
You need to get 3 this year.
I'm getting 3, so I already have one.
Okay.
I already have one. We got playoffs and then we got main event.
Okay.
So you know, that's the goal.
I like it. Jesse, any chance you can deny this? Are you on the same side of the bracket? Actually, I don't know.
We don't know brackets.
Oh, okay.
So
We'll
we have
find
no
out soon.
idea. Yeah.
Well, we'll find out soon.
It would be a funny match, me versus Jesse, and we're both like, well.
Yeah, I'm just vibing. If I win, great. If not, I'm chilling. So yeah, I'm not like the other competitors today.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you both have fun still. Best of luck in both of your matches throughout the day. And also don't forget that after the points playoffs, we will have the Genesys main event on stream. So make sure to stick around. We got Yu-Gi-Oh! All day. A lot of stuff to root for and to watch. But with that being said, time to start the show. Casters, take it away.
Long ago, the world was ruled by spells and monsters.
Your move!
Thousands of years have passed, and the world needs a new champion. Who will be crowned champion? We will know your name.
Hello and welcome to the North American World Championship qualifier. Day 1, day 0. It's Friday, but we're about to have the world's qualifying point playoff. I'm so excited to be here. I'm Billy Brake. This is officialyugiohtcg, and we are ready to find out who is going to the World Championship this year in Japan this weekend.
Absolutely. This is always so exciting to see. This is the lead up of all the tournaments that have come to this point, and we finally are at the playoffs here. 16 duelists have played throughout the entire season and now get a chance to already take a slot in that World Championship.
This tournament has produced our last 3 world champions, Paulie, Ruben, and Julian. Julian is actually going to be playing in this points playoff, even though he won the last world championship. He's trying to get more invites, as you saw on that pre-show. So some of the best duelists ever trying to punch their ticket to Japan. Now, this weekend's also extra special because not only are we just streaming here talking about the main event, we have Genesys going on a little bit later. So we have 3 streams. We're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, but 3 separate streams where you can enjoy all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Action this weekend so you don't miss a second of what's going to happen in this historic tournament where we're going to find out who will be representing North America.
Absolutely. It's very exciting that we have all these multiple tournaments available, and we get to watch every single one at the same time here. You get to pick and choose.
No, Time Wizard. We'll save him later.
We get to watch the matches on the mainstream, which will feature both Genesys and the advanced format, but you can have your dedicated Genesys format as well as your dedicated advanced as well.
Yep, and All right, so we're talking about the different tournaments. Let's talk about the format that's going to play out here for the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. 3 rounds total, single elimination. This is not Swiss, win or go home. And it's going to be best 2 out of 3. And since this is basically kind of like a top cut, sort of, even though it's from the start, it's going to be untimed. Now, tell me about these prizes, Asala.
Well, all the participants already receive a super rare copy of the prize card Another Verse Stratios, which you might remember from the YCSs, but this is a WQP version and a VIP status at the NAWCQ this weekend. And, of course, the top 2, the winners of the event, will get the invite to the World Championship 2026, as well as travel and accommodations to that World Championship, as well as an ultra-rare copy of the prize card Another Verse Stratios. Also, again, still VIP status for the NAWCQ.
Yeah, why not? You got to make sure you're in the nice area. You already got your invite to Worlds. We're going to treat you well at the NAWCQ because, you know, you could be like Julian where you got the top 2 spot last year and then still made the top cut of the main event.
I think he's trying to break his own record from last year, qualified 3 times this year.
Absolutely incredible. He had a phenomenal year. Not only did he win the World Championship, he won a YCS in the year. Other players that are going to be in the points playoff, people like Jesse Cotton, who won 2 YCSs this year, got second 2 times, and probably had many more accolades just in this past year. One of the best duelists out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of duelists that are just absolute powerhouses in the format, in several formats all throughout the years in this playoffs, and we have to just wait and see who is going to come out on top here.
Now, the cool thing, so obviously this is exciting. These are the players who've been working all year long to get to the World Championship, but we just had a brand new set come out just not too long ago, Chaos Origins, and it really turned the format on its head. So many new powerful cards. We also got extended art cards, so the cool cards also look awesome. Talk to me about Chaos Origins. Do you think it's going to have a big impact here this weekend?
I know it will. There's so many new impactful cards that were in this set, and even just the Light and Darkness Ritual strategy featuring all those favorite Yugi cards are really strong, and I know a lot of competitors are actually choosing to use that strategy this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see who's going to bring the Light and Darkness Ritual cards. Like, anytime like one of the, like Yugi or Kaiba, if Blue Eyes is really good, like, it's hard not to want to play that deck, right? Because these are like the cards we grew up with, watching on the anime, reading in the manga, and now they have like these powerful like modern day effects. It's so fascinating, and they're extended arts. They just look absolutely phenomenal. The Starlight Rare extended art, Magician, I just want to say it right, Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos, got to get it all in there together. But the Extended Art Starlight Rare, one of the most beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh cards I've ever laid eyes on.
Yeah, if you're trying to play a max rarity deck, that's like one of the decks to do it, right? You just get to play all the prettiest cards you can. So that's like another reason to play the deck.
Yeah, it's definitely really awesome. I mean, you know, feel better, play better, look better, it all works. But without, you know, stalling too much more, we have our first matchup for this World's Qualifying Point Playoff. All these players are really amazing. They've worked so hard this year, but only 2 of them will make it to the World Championship. So let's go ahead and meet our first duelist that we're going to be watching here in this first round of the World's Qualifying Point Playoff.
Thank you so much, casters. That is right. We are beginning with our first duel, and our duelists are in place. So let's begin with the blue chair. Hailing all the way from Miami, Florida, we got Ruben Penaranda. His team got top 48 at the Team YCS in Vegas, and he won Worlds as well. Now to the red chair, hailing from Tulsa, Oklahoma, we got Lucas Sacco. He got second at the last YCS. He told me he wants to do better. But can he? This is a rematch of the 2024 World's Point Playoff. Who will win this duel? Let's send it over to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. And as you brought up, these 2 have played in the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. When Ruben qualified to go to the World Championship, I guess they were one of the last matches. So Ruben has stopped Lucas from going to Worlds before. Will he do it again?
I believe they were actually also, again, the top 16 match. Like
really?
that was their first matchup.
That's awesome, and now they're back at it again. Ruben is going to be on that popular Cool Tune strategy, taking on Lucas, who is playing the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. And if there's anyone like decorated duelist like Lucas playing a deck like this, you know that it has to be good.
Absolutely. You know, both these players have put in the time, and they have a lot of insight into what the best strategy for this tournament would be. They are very confident in their choices. Ruben, we mentioned, in 2024, he did go through the playoffs into the World Championship and then won that World Championship, beating Lucas Sacco apparently in that playoff as well. He's trying to get his revenge now, coming off second place at the most recent YCS as well.
Yeah, Lucas Sacco has been one of those guys that's just so close to getting the win. kept trying over and over again, close, but not quite making it. But it hasn't deterred him from trying. You saw how he kind of like embracing, he was holding up the 2, like, I got second, I want to do better. Like, even though a lot of people would be satisfied with that second place, he's still hungry and wants more, but he's going to have to go through a former world champion. It's not about me, Bell, it's about you, Bell, or we, Bell. I don't remember what he said, but it's all about the tournament here today.
I think Lucas, at this point, has so much that he feels he needs to prove, and he is chasing that victory and going through whatever means he needs to get there, whether it be through the playoff. I think even if he did qualify through to the World Championship through the playoffs, he's still going to try to win the WCQ as well, because he's looking for that championship. Yeah,
he wants the titles. You want the respect. You want the notoriety, and he's hungry for the win, and he might be able to get it here. And it's also the people you beat along the way. That's part of your story, too. So even though he is facing a former world champion, I bet he's kind of excited about that, right? He's going to rise to that occasion. Like, you want to beat the best when you become the best.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that your trip there is one that you can't ever, like,
no one can take no one can take anything away from you.
You want to prove yourself all the way through.
For sure. But this is an electric match that we get to start off with. I mean, anytime we go to the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, you could pretty much close your eyes, pick any one of the tables, and the feature match is going to be good.
Yeah.
Because all the players are just some of the best duelists in North America. And that's because they've been playing all year long. They've been going to regional after regional, YCS after YCS, and accumulating those points just to make it to this 3-round tournament. I mean, if you could tell me I could get into a tournament and I have to win 3 rounds and go to the World Championship, I'll do whatever I can to get there.
I mean, we did, except we just had to.
Ours was, we didn't have a tournament. We just came out 1 and 2. Yeah. Me and Asala were actually the first people to go to the World Championship once they instituted like the point system from going to regionals. But for that first year, it was just the top 2, which was Asala's number 1 and myself, and then the one from Canada, Jesse Cotton, before he ever won a YCS, which is crazy to think about, because now he's won so many.
Well, I mean, any player that does the playoff, they have to play so much, they improve as a player dramatically from just playing that much Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I mean, practice makes perfect. You can theory a lot, and theory helps, and it's good to like think about what you want to play and like, oh, maybe this card's not good against this matchup, but you have to actually sit down and play the games, because the games aren't always going to play out. Like, you're not always going to have that starter card that's going to get your engine going. You're not always going to have what you need to like stop your opponent, and you need to navigate those scenarios, and the only way you can find out what you need to do is by actually playing and going through them multiple times.
Now, we have so much to talk about between these two players, but just considering their decks here, you know the Light and Darkness strategy is brand new, has a lot to prove, but the Cool Tune strategy was the deck to beat going into this, and I think is the most popular deck for this format. But we'll have to find out which one comes out on top here in game number 1.
It's time to duel. We're about to start our first match of the NAWCQ World's Qualifying Point Playoff. Here comes the die roll. 9.
Do 9s lose, Billy?
Not today. 7 from Sako.
Good luck.
And Ruben will be starting things off, which is exactly where you want to be with Cool Tune.
Cool Tune being able to take advantage of the effect of Rotary to look at Lucas's hand here, but with the deck as powerful as the Light and Darkness strategy, is able to have a lot of pushes going second, a lot of hard to interact effects like the effect of Black Chaos.
All right, leading off with a Pot of Desires.
Might mean that Ruben doesn't have the ideal start, just going to lead with the Pot of Desires here.
So do you think that, so since you start with the Pot of Desires, you would normally hold it if you had a different starter and then try and use it after you thin your deck out?
Yeah, because you could just get all the cards that you're going to get out, and then just try to draw more of that non-engine that we like to call, like those things that are just retaining in the deck to help bolster your end field against Lucas' strategy.
Yeah, defensive options, interactions from the hand, those kind of cards. Yeah. But Ruben taking a minute to see what he banished. Sometimes Desires can turn on you, but most of the time you're going to be okay. And we're going to start off with Cool Tune Rico.
Not a bad start here.
Nope, going to be able to add a Cool Tune that's not a level 3.
Almost certainly going to grab a Rotary here if you don't already have one. And there it is.
Cool Tune Rotary. All right, let's see if he's going to use that normal summon or just synchro into a Track Maker. He's got some options.
Rotary.
Looks like Rotary is going to be revealed alongside Q.
We're going to use the extra normal summon for the Q here. No response from Lucas so far. There were multiple Charmies in Lucas Sako's strategy here. Doesn't seem to have found either of them.
Cool Tune from the Underworld. Just kidding. It's Q, but very similar to Tour Guide. I like to joke around about
Back to
how it
Mix.
works, but it's going to special summon Cool Tune Mix from the deck, and now Mix will be able to add a non-level 2 Cool Tune.
And it'll be another copy of Rico here.
So we're jamming, we're making music, we're going to synchro with Q and Rotary. That's the Wombo combo.
And there's Trackmaker.
I will go.
Let's see how he's going to do his chain links. Does he protect his searches by
Maker
putting
one,
Rotary,
Q2
by
Rotary.
putting Q last, or does he do the Q where you'll be able to see the hand and then decide with Q?
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
So it looks like he's going to do chain link 3 Rotary. So he does want to see the hand before he looks at the top of the deck. So
Double
now
Witch,
we
this
know
needs to
what
shuffle back
Sako
the
is
ritual
playing.
monster, correct? Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
a
ready to
great hand here from Lucas Sako.
Opening with the
Once or
Hollow
twice,
Mina as
yeah.
well as Mind Shuffle here, as well as 2 copies of Day of Buster. Not how you want to start this off. And it looks like Ruben is going after the Black Chaos here, potentially.
thinking.
Or
No, he's just looking. Yeah, he's just looking. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
we get the information
We'll
here. He
resolve the
knows
Rotary.
about all the cards in Lucas's hand. Limited interaction here. You can always assume that there's multiple
And then
copies
Q.
of Mind Shuffle for the Black Chaos here. Oh, there's the 1 copy usually of...
Oh.
Oh, well, both of those are usually single copies.
Sure.
This is a choice, yeah. So the Magician's Souls, we saw the Black Witch, which means there's probably a Dark Magician of Destruction, and this would be the card that you're going to add off of that. And also seeing like Sako's hand, I would think Souls like would be a way for him to fix like kind of the positions he's in. So maybe you just go after that card and put the Skull Arching Chaos to the bottom, maybe. Because you don't want to give it, you definitely don't want him to draw either one of these cards,
I'll go ahead.
right?
and
Because
get
like
this
if he
stuff
draws
and
the
put
Skull
souls to
Arching
top.
Chaos, he just sends it with the Black Witch and he's off to the races.
Resolving Trackmaker.
Did he
Yeah.
put the Souls back on top? Oh, maybe he did.
I mean, opting to remove the Skull Archfiend for the remainder of the game.
All right. And now he's going to add with Trackmaker.
Q, another copy of Q added to hand, so now we still know 2 copies of, well, not 2 copies, but individually Q and Rico in hand for follow-up here.
Now that Rico is going to the graveyard to Synchro Summon, probably for Cool Tune Remix. Maybe not.
Summon out.
Almost certainly, right? There's the remix.
Remix, I always struggle if I want to put in attack mode or defense mode. It seems like every time I put in defense mode, my opponent immediately gets a tuner in their graveyard. I'm like, oh no, because it gets attack boosted if there is a tuner over there. But it doesn't stay on the field for too often. You'll be able to tribute off the field to summon back 2 monsters during the opponent's turn. Well, summon back 1 monster, 1 to hand, and then you can synchro summon. But
Kultun usually doesn't have a problem finding damage.
Zaylin, the Shackled Dragon, is coming
my
down after the synchro summon with Q and Trackmaker.
And let's see, we have 2 cards set to the Spell and Trap Zone here.
Let's leave the main phase. Sure.
So he leaves the Rico on the field so he'll be able to synchro with it. Because a lot of your Cool Tune cards at the end of the resolution, like Cool Tune Synchro, Cool Tune Back-to-Back, you get to use their effect and then at the resolution synchro summon, but you need to have like those monsters on the field that can also use cards in your hand. Like let's say you just had a Zaylin, but no tuners on your field, there's nothing to synchro for because these natural synchro monsters don't have that bonus effect, besides Trackmaker, to use a monster from hand. So leaving that Rico on the field is actually really smart. And then obviously the Zaylin and Remix combo works really well because anytime your opponent activates a card, you can chain the Remix, chain Zaylin, negate the second effect.
And we know that he had Cool Tune Synchro added as well.
Another avenue to do that. So Black Witch is summoned. I'm assuming he activated the effect, correct? You'd imagine so?
You'd only assume. We'll see if that merits a response. Ruben knows that he already has a copy of Hollow Mina in hand. It's going to get Infinite Impermanence here.
That's fine.
So Lucas knows that the other set is almost certainly going to be that Cool Tune Synchro. He has a lot of knowledge of Ruben's hand at the moment.
That was in the zone. Correct.
But what can he do with the knowledge?
Looks like he might be starting off with that Souls that was left on the top of the deck here.
I was surprised by that. But Ruben probably has an answer ready to go for it already.
Like, I mean, he could opt to be just removing it immediately
yeah, it's like,
as it's the field.
Yeah, it's the lesser of two evils, too. Like, maybe he can handle the Souls, so rather not give you a random card on top.
Yeah, we'll see if he opts to conduct a summon here to go ahead and destroy the Souls.
Yeah, he could just remix, summon back Mix.
You're good.
Or you could remix, summon back.
It's into the effect of
Yeah,
souls.
add Q, summon back
Summon
mix. There's so many different avenues you can do. Oh, he's going to let him use Soul's Effect to discard.
Yeah, I thought this might be a consideration here, because just as he wants to Hallows Amina in the graveyard, he's opting to use Effect Veiler here on it.
All
You think it's simple?
Yeah, all the interactions, all the disruptions.
Not a single Cool Tune effect actually used yet. It looks like we're going to be linking off both those monsters into the Dark Charmer Gloomy.
I guess you do play this card in Light and Darkness Ritual. We were having a discussion about this yesterday, and I was like, I don't think anyone uses Dark in this deck. Well, round 1, game 1, I have been proven wrong.
Yeah.
It's a cool card. I loved when Dark makes it into the format.
It's just a very flexible card in situations that are like where you're not doing everything the way you want to. It's something that'll always come up.
Definitely. And it's a great card, yeah.
One of the best utility link monsters available.
So gloomy.
Yeah,
so
I think I'm
gloomy.
going to start a battle phase. Sure.
But yeah, Ruben still has Cool Tune Synchro set. He has the remix effect. He has the Zaylin effect.
I'll go effect
This
remix.
is going to be tough. So he looks like he's going to use the remix here. Tributes off the field. He gets to add a tuner to his hand and summon one to the field, and then he can synchro summon.
I'm going to put Rotary on the field here and add Q to hand and synchro with the Rotary.
For Trackmaker.
Another copy of Trackmaker here.
I'll go Rotary, Graveyard Effect, Chain Link 1.
Trackmaker's just
and then I'll
busting
go
out those
make a Chain Link
beats
2.
left and right.
Sure, that's fine.
Are you opting to use the other effect of Rotary here?
To put something back in the graveyard? He might be to take out.
And then I'll shuffle back.
Might just put the Hollow Asmina back? Or no?
Well, maybe that's that is the case.
If he did find a way to
bottom
put
deck,
a
I'm
Sinful
not sure.
Swells in the graveyard.
And then I'm going to activate KTS.
And now we're going to use
fine.
the effect of Cool Tune Synchro here.
So he's get to add a Cool Tune monster, and then he can synchro summon at resolution. Trackmaker is the one Cool Tune synchro monster that does let you use monsters from your hand.
Going to
We'll
Loudness
go
War,
effect
and now
Trackmaker.
Trackmaker in the graveyard can use its effect when
Constant
synchroed
effect.
to put the Gloomy back in the extra deck here,
Back to
completely
the
dodging its effect.
And Loudness War is really strong. Now he's going to use Black Chaos.
Now we'll see if he has anything to...
I mean, he can Loudness War or Chain Zaylin.
Yeah, that seems like the easiest solution here.
I'll go Loudness, Chain Link
We're going to use Loudness War to copy the effect of Rotary.
Effect.
To peek
Oh,
and
I'd
search.
surrender.
And then he's going to Chain Zaylin. Lucas Sacco is out of steam. And after a dominating performance here, Ruben takes game 1. I mean, really the die roll, like when Cool Tune gets to go first, it is a hard deck to stop, especially when they have Pot of Desires. I mean, we talked about holding it because to get to those interactive cards, right? But he already had them. He had the Imperm, the Veiler, and anytime like Cool Tune has those additional disruptions on top of like the field that they establish, it's really hard to push through. And when they know all your cards too, and they know exactly when to use their interactions.
I mean, that was just Cool Tune doing what Cool Tune does best, right?
Making music, making dreams come true.
Oh, crushing them, really.
Well, it looks like it might be crushing Lucas Sacco's dream, but it's only game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot more that can happen here. It was not really an optimal hand, and Cool Tune was able to take advantage of having the perfect information there. Nothing that could really refill or restart his hand.
I mean, yeah, and his hand was not good. Like,
Yeah.
So that's even worse feeling when they know all your stuff and like you just don't have. He did have a few different amount of starters, but just not enough to keep on going, especially through that Imperm and Effect Veiler.
Yeah,
But
being able to know exactly what you need to stop, you know all the lines that they have available left. You can pretty much do checkmate instantly once you have all that information. But now the Light and Darkness Ritual deck gets to go first here.
Yeah, and this is what I'm excited. I want to see what it can do going first. And there's a lot of different variations of Light and Darkness Ritual, and this is the one I feel like is more under the radar. I mean, there's been murmurs about this kind of version, the Black Witch and the Holodos Amina, but it's not one of the forefront ones that you see, like people posting lists online a lot, or the ones that have done well in Japan and the OCG. So it's kind of new. So I'm excited to see what this deck can do when it goes first.
Absolutely, the least amount of data available is this version here, but I think it has a lot of really potent abilities, especially through the side deck here. We see that Lucas is actually using some of those, being the Pharaonic Advent here, which will absolutely come up in this matchup if he's allowed to get that far.
Spoilers! No, I'm just kidding. It's exciting. It's a good card to talk about. It's a really thing to note because we saw the Magician Souls. We were trying to like figure out how is he getting this Pharaonic Advent before him, but Souls. It's really good. Yeah, tell me about Pharaonic Advent. What does it do that's so special when you go first?
Oh, you get to put a continuous trap from your deck on the field.
Oh, there's some good ones.
I've heard that's usually not fair.
So you think Lucas is going to try to Discord Ruben? Maybe
I don't think he's going to anti-spell him.
Yeah, so that is a really good way to play into the Cooltoon deck, because when you're going second or going first into game 2 with Cooltoon, not only do they already have plenty of those hand interactions in their main deck, you can imagine they have so many more going into game number 2. I want to see if Hydraulis Harmonia be summoned. I haven't got to see one on live stream yet, even though it's such a powerful card and highly impactful. But I know it's going to be checked off my bingo sheet at some point this weekend.
Almost for sure. But looks like the players are ready.
They've side decked. They shuffled up. They were prepared. They knew what they were going to side in this matchup. You know, I really like the Cooltoon deck. It's game 2. Lucas will get to go first. But going into this weekend, the NAWCQ, it's a big tournament, really important. And when a format's wide open, sometimes it's good to not focus on the strongest deck or the highest ceiling deck, as a lot of players like to say. You want to take what's consistently strong and will not let you down, which is why I think a lot of players have gravitated towards the Cooltoon deck, even if it isn't talked about the most. But what is talked about a lot right now is Chaos Origins and Black Chaos being discarded from the hand to place Mind Shuffle on the field.
All right, Mind Shuffle now able to use its effect, add any Light and Darkness Ritual card, and then discard a card. But we're going to be activating Dominus Purge.
That's fine.
Dominus Purge and Cooltoon. This is interesting. The first time I saw this was Pax Master Duel. He posted all his deck lists. He qualified with the World Championship with Master Duel, and I saw Purge, and it ended the turn. It ended the turn, but now he doesn't have fire effects, so Cooltoon Rico is offline. So you got to keep that in mind.
Mind Shuffle.
Luxako had a copy of Called by the Grave, not useful against the Dominus Purge here. This is not how he wants to go out.
It's tough. Mind Shuffle he can use on his opponent's turn, so at worst maybe he can get a Griffo and survive.
I mean, that's
you got to look for what you can do.
But we're going to be activating.
Oh, no, he can't even do that. I'm assuming he tried to use Mind Shuffle, Chain Fall on the Virtuous.
No, some effect.
Albion in the graveyard, not going to be useful, but now we're going to be normal summoning Mix here. Mix gets to use its effect. No responses.
I would say Mix is probably the weakest normal summon of the 3, just because you can grab Rotary, but you can't go into Track Maker, but the other 2 are level 3s. But if you have Rotary Art in your hand, you can get Q or something and find a way. But he doesn't necessarily need to know information. He might need to find a way to get the Cooltoon back-to-back. Do you play safe here through the 2 face downs, or do you try and finish the game right now?
I think Ruben sees weakness, and he knows that he is locked out from his engine, so he should just, well, because he's missing some effects, right, because of the Purge. So I think he wants to close out the game as soon as he can.
Effective Q.
Okay, well, there's a remix.
Sure. I mean, also the abilities of Mix just going second here. There's a Griffo and a Dominus Spark on the top of the deck here. The Spark is going to remain on the top.
Okay.
Yeah. I like how Taco's about to do. He's like, wait, I should let you tell me if I should go on top. But he knows where it's going. It's going back to the top. So he's not going to be able to have enough to finish things off, so he's going to try and control the game here with Cooltoon. Just attacks for 1,500, I believe. No tuners on the opponent's side. All right, we're thinking in the end phase. Oh, he has another Spark. Oh, that's why he really doesn't want to see that Spark on top. But this Spark is very good because, yeah, Remix being gone, you can only use the effect attribute on your opponent's turn.
His main phase. Yep. I'll set one.
If he comes back from this game, that would be incredible. But he's not giving up. He's a
I wonder what he drew. Yeah.
Stand by main phase.
Oh, that was a bad draw for Ruben as well.
Attempt to leave the main.
Sure.
There's potential. Yeah, he's going to have to pass back.
This is a chance.
Oh, was that another Mind Shuffle?
I thought it was a Light and Darkness Ritual, maybe? No.
Oh, the Dominus Impulse.
Dominus cards for days. Where are the Light and Darkness cards? Another pass back. We're passing. Who said it was going to be 1 or 2 turns? We're like on turn 6.
It's just going to be another pass.
You hear the crowd enjoying this game, too. They love the high intensity.
All it takes is 1 card for either of these players to break through right now. Ruben has a loaded hand, but still no plays.
Another pass. The Mind Games.
And it was a Mind Shuffle. But there's another copy of Purge with a trap in the graveyard now.
So it destroys the second copy of Mind Shuffle. He needs to get a Skull Archfiend of Chaos in that graveyard quickly.
Looks like we're just going to be setting another Dominus card here. It looks like we drew
an Ash Blossom. So I know he has Rotary in his hand. So at worst, he could summon Rotary and try and start doing something.
There's been a lot of trap cards activated.
But does he want to do that?
I mean, Ruben's waiting.
I mean,
looking for an opportunity here.
This is exactly how, I mean, Lucas wanted to probably do better going first, but after that turn 1 didn't go well. This is exactly how he wanted the game to play out. The more times, the more chances he has to get to find those cards. No, another pass. We're going to set a record for most amount of passes. Is Mystic Mine on the field or something? I think that was the last time I saw these many passes back and forth.
Normal summon.
The summon is fine. Are you activating any triggers?
Attempting to use its effect.
I'll purge.
All right, and Impulse on cue, trying to special summon from the deck or graveyard. Or hand, maybe? I know it's deck or graveyard.
I think it's special summon.
I mean, the fact that you can summon any tuner from your graveyard and the effect's not negated is absolutely crazy. But Impulse will take down Cool Tune Q. And a pass. Let's go. All right. Let's go, Sako. We need you to make a move.
It looks like that is the Advent in his hand, just stuck there, as well as the Blackluster Soldier. A lot of one-ups that you don't typically want to have in your hand here.
One of the cards in hand looks like the left leg of the Forbidden One, but I'm not certain what it is.
I'm pretty sure it's the Pharaonic Advent.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Another paddle. He drew driver. He drew driver. That can't be good. That can't be good.
He might have discard for hand limit here.
Normal summon?
Okay,
all right, we're going to normal summon Rotary.
He's decided to try and push now. He's always had the Rotary Ash, but it's been holding back. And
there's another Dominant Spark that he knew was there.
I'll pass.
Go.
All right, we have a Chaos Magical Hats in hand now.
There's just not a lot with the 2 Mind Shuffles in the graveyard. There's a lot of cards that are just. There's not a lot of ways to get to it because your big access is to get to Mind Shuffle, and that's why you really only need one, but you play the second one in case you lose the first one. Oh, but he drew the Skull Archfiend of Chaos finally.
All right, this gets him back in the game here. You can put the Mind Shuffles back in the deck. Considering if he wants to use anything from Ruben's graveyard as well, because for some reason Skull Archfiend does work with both graveyards.
Chaos. You have to cause chaos. So
They
puts back Griffo, Rotary, and Trackmaker.
Okay.
Summons the Skull Archfiend of Chaos in attack position.
That's so scary, but my guy's so strong.
But at least we have a monster on the field. Game is moving forward after 5 or 6 passes, maybe more. It's funny because like these 2 decks are considered the more consistent ones of the format, and to have that like interaction between the 2. Obviously, when you side deck, things can go haywire. Oh, Pharaonic Advent is going to be summoned now.
That's just a special summon itself.
Just all it said, it does let you access a continuous trap from your deck, so not a card you see a lot of, but very strong, especially when you know you're going first.
Coming out of the side deck here, going to be able to tribute the Skull Archfiend. Skull Archfiend's going to use its effect now to put the Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard.
I'll attempt to Ash.
And then going to be met with Ash Blossom there.
But Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard is the gift that keeps on giving. It can add itself back along with any card that mentions that Light and Darkness Ritual.
I'm just going to
unfortunately not able to commit to add, but that is going to be enough for Ruben. He knows that Lucas is able to keep playing.
And that's absolutely incredible. But I wonder, did he have Rico? Do you think the Purge kind of added to, like,
I mean, it had to. Like, he had plays, but like he couldn't actually do anything optimal because he was locked out of those attributes. He was really trying to restrict Lucas's plays here, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it ended his turn, but then he just only had that one push. You'd think you'd maybe eventually get more cool tunes, but like I said, Mix is the weakest normal summon. He kept that Spark on top because it wasn't like a starter card, right? But it ended up giving him he just needed to trade 1-for-1 for a few turns until he could get where he needs to go. So maybe a little bit of a backfire on putting a card you thought would not be good on top of the deck. So sometimes Q can not be as it's tough. It's tough to make the right call, really.
I know Lucas must be so thrilled that this game ended the way that it did, considering how it started for him, having to pass, going first, already down a game, but now he has to go second game 3 against Cool Tune.
No, when you lose game 1 and then you have a game 2 that starts like that, but you win it, that's a rush. Like, that's like you're going to be feeling yourself. Like, he is in the zone right now. I guarantee it. Because you almost have to, like, think, oh, well, I guess my tournament's over. I drew bad. Happens. I'll try again tomorrow. But the fact that he got back into that game, didn't have any mind shuffles, just stayed with it, used the traps to keep the Cool Tune monsters off the field, and was able to push things to a game 3 is absolutely phenomenal.
Now, how does Ruben feel? He was already up a game. He was one second away from just being able to close this out and move on to the top 8 of this playoff, but now has to win another game. You think he's locked in still?
Oh, yeah. I think if anyone can bounce back after a bad beat, it's Ruben. I think he can shake things off really well. I mean, he is a world champion for a reason. He has performed on the biggest stage possible in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. He's a YCS champion. He knows what it's like to have a bad beat. If you play Yu-Gi-Oh!, there will be games you feel like you cannot lose, and you will lose them. And that's just how it goes. And that's the beauty of the Heart of the Cards.
I mean, he definitely saw the writing on the wall in that game. Remember, this match is untimed. He did not have to concede when he did, but he just wanted to move to the next game because he knew that he was not coming back from that position.
It is tough, but both players are going to know that this is a fresh start. Game 3, win or go home. This is single elimination. This isn't the main event. This is only a 3-round tournament. If you win 3 rounds, you're going to Worlds. If you lose one, you're out.
Looks like the players are almost ready here, just giving it one last good shuffle.
Look at both locked in. Stoic, focused.
Everything's on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, the World Championship's on the line. And, you know, Ruben winning one, since he won, he's not wanted to do anything but go back. He went last year.
He's starving for it.
He was hungry. Even as soon as, like, he didn't make the top cut in the last year's one, he was already talking about qualifying for the next one. He's like, I'm going to go right back in it. I'm going for the points. I'm going to go to tournaments. And look at him now. He made it back. But these probably are 2 of the best duelists in the top 16 having to face off in the first round. Brutal matchup.
I mean, that's the thing about the top 16, right? Every single duelist is the best duelist in the top 16. They're all so good.
So good, yeah. But we get to reap the rewards. We get to watch 2 of the best go at it. And then that's why you get to see really cool games like what we saw there. Pass, go, 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 go.
Oh, I did miss this as well. There probably was a bit of a penalty there for Ruben for using Ash Blossom after resolving Purge from turn 1 as well.
Oh, he did end up using it. He tried to use it on the search, yep.
That might have actually been the reason why he conceded in that position. Given it was likely going to work in Lucas's favor there, the game was going to end, especially with everything resolving.
Yeah, I have used Purge in Cool Tune, and it is very tricky. Like, Purge is a great card to stop a lot of the decks, but there are plenty of attributes in the Cool Tune deck that you have to be cautious of. Rico's a big one.
Yeah, being able to cut off your engine. Sometimes you forget, like, you try to remember what engine you can't use, but you forget about the non-engine, like things like Ash Blossom that, you know, typically paired with Ash, you know you can't, but in a deck like this, sometimes you forget.
Yep, and this is it. This is game 3 of our first round of the World's Qualifying Point Playoff here at the NAWCQ in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Beautiful city. If you've never visited Minneapolis, you definitely should. And he's starting off with a Perulia. That's really good against Cool Tune.
Yep, getting one off there, but we have the Synchro Take, and there's the Fuwalos as well. Both.
Ruben with a quick head shake, not happy. It doesn't matter if he's going to add it to the hand or special in the field. Lucas Sacco will be drawing cards.
Now Cool Tune can know a majority of Lucas's hand here, but how much is he willing to give?
Like, I guess you have to give him 2 draws, I think. It's worth it to get 2 draws. Like, you just go Rico.
Oh, you play Rico. That's crazy. I didn't think
was
you
that
played
remix?
Me neither.
To go ahead and put Mix on the field?
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, it wasn't. I think he's getting Rico. Now he's trying to decide if he wants to special summon it or add it to his hand.
Yep, there's Rico.
Yeah, there's no way you don't synchro overtake for Rico or Q, yeah. He's going to special summon. So 1 draw. Since, like, Lucas Sacco used 2 Charmies, I feel like 2 draws isn't, like, that bad because we're kind of, like, back to, like, the break-even point.
Rico's using its effect here.
Thinking.
Okay.
No other interactions from Lucas so far. You're just going to wait and see. I feel like he drew Mind Shuffle again.
Got to play 1. You'll never draw it. Unless you're playing Master Duel, of course, where you draw all the 1-ofs. All right, this is a tough turn. It's the last game for one of these duelists until tomorrow. And this is not going to be easy. I see the duelist Genesys and Ruben's hand, so he has a lot of ways to start. So he's going to grab Clip. So he can be able to play on Lucas Sacco's turn. But yeah, you definitely means he has Rotary already. You're going to give him that, giving him another draw, but you get 2 searches and all the information. Totally worth.
Yep, there is the track maker there, getting at least your engine running. Oh, I didn't see it.
He drew Super Poly. I only saw it because of an extended art.
Yeah. It really reached out to you.
It did. But once Ruben sees that, it'll be a card he can kind of play around to a degree.
All right, looks like Trackmaker's going to get the copy of Cool Tune Synchro here, and then
man.
that is wow.
Lots of defense with a starter. We got Mind Shuffle, Dominus Impulse, Dominus Spark, Super Polymerization, and Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
The Diabell Star is enough to get going here, but realistically, that is all you have to actually be able to solve while still playing around the Super Polymerization. But that's not incredibly difficult for the Cool Tunes deck.
I mean, yeah, right. He already has, like, if he has 2 Cool Tune Synchros, he can say your turn, Cool Tune Synchro, make a Zaylin, and have the other one to negate the Black Witch and destroy it.
Yeah, I mean, he does have 2 Cool Tune Synchros.
But he has Spark and Impulse, so that might be kind of hard to actually achieve with those 2 traps that you can use from the hand. This is good. This is a good game.
He has Duel's Genesys as well if he really wanted a 3rd Cool Tune Synchro, but like
I mean, you can only activate 2 per turn.
Yeah.
Up to twice per turn, not thrice.
Also
At least it's not once.
But now we're just going to go ahead and set 3 here. And we'll see if he's able to navigate the dual puzzle that is Lucas's hand.
He knows if he can spark this track maker, he won't have a monster on the field to synchro with, but he has the clip in hand that will be able to help Ruben.
Correct. 5 and 9.
What did we draw for turn? I
Standby.
can't quite tell.
Main. Yep.
All right, here's the Diabell Star. Going to get rid of the Mind Shuffle here. That's going to be my Solemn Warning.
That's a good one. Now it's going to be if Sako happened to draw another card that can get things started like Black Chaos, but
it's another Mind Shuffle.
There's no way.
It's another Mind Shuffle.
He's drawn more Mind Shuffles than we've had games in this duel. That just doesn't make sense. To be fair, I was playing with Phantom Knights yesterday, and I played 2 Ancient Cloak, knowing I should only play 1, and I opened up with both of them every game. So maybe it's something in the air in Minneapolis. Maybe it's in the water.
The 2 of you are going to find them.
Unfortunate.
Now Lucas again has to play completely defensively. No way to use his own engine here. Ruben's only unaware of 1 card here.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, do you set Mind Shuffle, set Super Poly, and just hold the
impulse?
No.
Like, I mean, yeah, you have. This is what you just have to do. We're going to pass back to Ruben here. We'll see if he opts to activate any.
You for sure clip. You go clip and then Cool Tune Synchro. Yep.
Clip activated here. He's looking at his set cards.
Yep, that's why he kept the Impulse, but now his Super Poly's not online anymore. Or the Mind Shuffle. Both the cards he has face down require a discard.
In the end phase.
Well, I guess the Mind Shuffle still kind of works.
Sure.
Yep, now we can activate one of the Cool Tune Synchros here, knowing that there cannot be any response. There's still 1 unknown, but he knows that it is set into the Spell and Trap zone here. I mean, honestly, knowing that he opted to set the card and not keep it in hand for Super Polymerization, that's a pretty big tell, right?
That it's something useful?
Well, it's something useful, or it's just something that allows him to play. Like, Ruben has a pretty good idea of what the Light and Darkness deck looks like. Yeah. So he can I feel like he can guess that it is Mind Shuffle set.
I mean, he's drawn 2 every other game. Why not this one too? But
we're going to start with the mix here.
Summon resolves.
Lucas looks at both the cards he can activate.
Effect is fine.
Mix is able to resolve.
Well, actually, he can't activate Mind Shuffle.
Thanks, Billy.
As I push up my glasses.
You're good.
But he's going to add Cool Tune Rotary with Mix. You want to start a well actually counter?
No.
No? 1. We can do it together.
Can we?
Cool Tune. Well, actually, 2. All right, Cool Tune Synchro is going to add Rico, and he's going to immediately Synchro summon afterwards, probably for Remix. Remix! Nope, RS.
That makes sense here.
The Rico is going to take out a Speller Trap. He's going to go
and he hits the Mind Shuffle.
Add.
It's going to just be met with Ash Blossom. That doesn't even let him put a card in the graveyard here.
Why not?
Just no variables. You can activate Duelist Genesys. He knows it's just a Super Polymerization set. He is off to the races here. Another copy of Cool Toon Synchro, the third copy here.
And every tuner that goes to the graveyard, this FS gets a little bit stronger. Lucas Sacco knows the writing is on the walls. Ruben will be taking this game and moving on, and Sacco will have to try again in the main event. A tough loss here for Lucas Sacco. I think there's so many duelists out there who have been watching him all year try and never give up and keep that can-do mentality. Not even just this past year, the past few years, right? This isn't his first point playoff. Like, this is a rematch, as we said before, and he just has to stay mentally strong, stick with it. He's a solid player, and just keep going.
Yeah, Ruben just going through the motions here. There's nothing that Lucas can do. Ruben knows that. The Super Polymerization is known to both of them. And just finding the damage.
Clip effect, randomly hit an extra card.
Yep, that's fine.
Is that a Crackle? Is it Cool Toon Crackle?
Making its way back in the extra deck here.
That one.
Yep. We're going to be able to take a random card here. Going to be the Protect Code Talker.
Not an impactful hit, probably. Yeah. One you could live without.
Effective Crackle.
And there's the Cool Toon back-to-back. All the tuners can attack twice. Attack. Crackle summons itself back by its own effect. Attack. And the handshake. And Ruben Peñaranda, former world champion, is going to move on. And Lucas Sacco, unfortunately, I mean, I know I want him to win. I know a lot of people out there want him to do well, but there can only be one winner in a match. And Ruben got it here today with arguably the best deck.
Yeah. The deck that everyone has been trying to beat, the deck that everyone's building their deck around. The Light and Darkness strategy only had a few pushes in all of Lucas's hands here, and they were immediately met with an answer from Ruben. Not able to capitalize here, and unfortunately for Lucas, Ruben will be able to move on.
Yep, I mean, certainly it was tough. 3 bad hands for Sacco. None of them were good. They all had one starter. They had a lot of defense, but like nothing else to keep going. We didn't see a Griffo effect activated, right? We weren't ever able to see like a Diabell Star stay on the field, actually, to see where you can go with the cards. It's just every time he had one push, Ruben had the answer immediately, except for game 2 where there was just a lot of passing back and forth. But that's like the game 2, that's the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! I like. I like when things go off script, not according to plan, not when you're just going through the motions, because that's when you see like a true duelist spirit. Like, what are you going to do when you've never been in this situation before?
And I think that's what Cool Toon really capitalized on. Is one of the few decks that are trying to take advantage of playing all those interactions from the hand. A lot of those Ash Blossoms effect failures, not something you typically see in a lot of these other strategies, because they're forcing, or they are taking more advantage of the board breaker strategy, taking advantage of cards like Super Polymerization that Cool Toon can use, but opts not to because the tuners are just more valuable in the deck.
Yeah, being able to synchro with your hand, as you said, and then like the other decks. Why are they using those field breaker cards and stuff? Because the interactions don't play into Cool Toon very well, right? Like normal summon Cool Toon Rico, okay, infinite impermanence. Yeah. Synchro with Rotary, search twice, look at your hand, you're down a card, right? That's why you need like those high impact cards like that. But speaking about high impact, we're going to talk to our former world champion, winner of this round, Ruben Peñaranda. Take it away.
Thanks so much, casters. That's right. I am with Ruben, starting off really strong. I can see the smile on your face. How do you feel about that win?
Pretty good. I think I could have played slightly better, but that's okay. We pulled it through in the end. Definitely a strong match versus Sacco. He's been playing really well the last, I think, almost 3 years, qualifying for the points playoffs every year. Definitely was a tough match. Lucky I won the die roll. I'm lucky he drew Mind Shuffle multiple times.
Yeah, so you lost game 2. How did you reset for game 3 and just switch up your mindset?
So there wasn't really a mindset switch. Game 2 is something that I was familiar could happen. Playing the Dominus cards in my deck makes it so sometimes you're locked out of certain attributes in your deck. For example, like my play ending on just Remix, so I couldn't go for a value line and go for out of Reco, make an RS, and try and play a slower game that way. It just makes it a little interesting. It's something I knew coming into the tournament, just needed to make sure I forgot really that I lost and just went in clean for game 3 because, you know, game 3 is all that matters at the end of the day.
So you never lost faith. You were feeling confident the entire time.
Yeah, if I lose faith in myself, that's the first step in losing. So I got to stay confident in myself if I want to win.
Okay, awesome. I wanted to ask, what is your mindset going forward? It seems like you're in a really good place right now, so.
I'm just happy to be here. I love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So any chance I get to do it and hang out with friends is a blessing. I just really want to do well, take it one game at a time. As long as I play well, I think I'll do well, and just let the chips fall where they may.
And why the Cool Toon deck specifically?
My friend Dom said if I don't play this deck, I'm crazy.
Okay, Dom, there you go. And is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Yeah, just play really hard, enjoy the game, hang out with your friends, and you two could be up here like I am.
Okay, so we're seeing all these people trickling in here, and you were talking about your love for Yu-Gi-Oh! How does it feel to see the community coming together like this?
It's really awesome, honestly, seeing Yu-Gi-Oh! Turn into not from like a 2-day event to a 3-day event, now almost a 4-day event with the venue opening for a little bit on Thursdays, having people come in and register for the Genesys event. I think it's really exciting. It's pushing Yu-Gi-Oh! In a great direction forward, and I'm super excited for everything that's been done in the past 2 years, whether it be prize support, whether it be tournament structure, whether it be the live stream, and really excited to see what's to come. I just really love this game.
And we talked about this earlier, but the World Champion from 2024, what are your goals? Oh yeah, that thing. What are your goals?
Personally, I just want to go back to the World Championship. It's the most entertainment, the most fun, and it is the most rewarding tournament to play. And I did really poorly last year. I got actually last place. So it's funny to go from 2024 getting first, 2025 getting last. Want to go back and kind of give it one more run at least.
Okay, well, we'll see what the future holds. Ruben, thank you so much. Gonna send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. Awesome to hear from our former world champion. It's been an exciting points playoff, and we have more to come. The NAWCQ is coming this weekend. We've been looking at some of the submitted deck lists in the NAWCQ, and, you know, I saw some K9 decks out there, which is pretty interesting. But speaking of K9, Asala, I'm going to need you to... let's talk about, speaking of K9, we have a special guest we want you guys to meet, and it is none other than Mr. K9 himself.
Get this mic right.
Yeah, get on in here. Get comfortable. We got Ken Walker. How's it doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So we got some K9 decks out there. Have you been walking around checking out the WCQ?
Yeah, definitely.
How is it? Is it cool out there?
Yeah, it's been cool. I've been going over there by all the different stations they got out there. I've been talking to everybody, trying to get an understanding on how stuff work around here.
Yeah. There's a lot of competition. This is like one of our biggest tournaments of the year to go to the World Championship. So like the best players are playing on. This is the point playoff we have going on. So these are like the 16 best players in North America. You like that? You like a high level competition,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, especially what I do. You know, it's very high level. So I feel like it's similar here. You know, like the guys out here trying to play and compete.
Compete, collecting cards, collecting yards.
Yeah, definitely, brother.
But so you're K9, kind of your nickname, right? So we have something special that you want to follow on our socials coming up. Stay tuned. We will have a giveaway. I don't know if you want to hold this up
hold
there.
It up. Yeah.
We have a signed K9 Azuna here, signed by Ken Walker himself. Stay tuned to our socials. We'll find out how you can win that. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all the socials, and you'll be able to enter a contest to win your very own signed K9 card here by Ken Walker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so good time, Yu-Gi-Oh! What has been your biggest takeaway? What is your favorite thing you've seen like since you've been here?
Honestly, you know, they had the books of the cards in it, right? So I remember it took me back as a kid. I used to have a book like that with cards in it, but I didn't know, like, obviously I didn't know much about it.
It's about you put your favorite cards in there, the ones you like the most.
Exactly. So I still wish I had it, but like it's cool to see that and everybody just here and, you know, they're about to compete. So it's just cool to walk around and, you know, get the understanding and everything.
Hey, we're happy to have you. We're glad you got to stop by and check out what's going on with Yu-Gi-Oh! And how awesome it is.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate y'all for having me.
Dude, yeah, it's awesome to talk to you. We'll see you later. I'll be walking out there. We're going to be right back for our next round, but first we're going to have a quick commercial break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. It's time to duel.
Nani? トラバルのデータちゃんはこのビルの中ね。オッケー。よし。闇データの運び屋。
アラートレベル3の執行案件が発生した。通称 IP マスカレード。運び屋として数々の犯罪に関与し、このままではさらなる災いのトリガーとなるだろう。ラッパの死者千代丸よ、命約に基づきこの者の執行を命する。
よし、終わり。お名はごめん。はあ。あれ逃してしまいました。敵ながらあっぱれです。 楽勝。
We're gonna let production know that you guys are ready, and I'll give you the go-ahead when we're good.
Should we roll the dice in the meantime, or?
No. Okay, now you may begin.
Okay. You want to roll the dice first?
Yeah.
I roll.
Yep.
11. Ready to roll.
Snake eyes.
Right.
I'll take first.
You're good to go? Yep.
Yes.
Good luck.
Good luck.
David did.
Good luck. Draw face. Breakaway. Place a trap.
Yep.
Still in draw phase. Alternator. Shuffle for cost.
I'm thinking. Cards in hand.
Should be good.
Ring. Lots of dash.
Good. Try to get a main.
Yep.
Normal easy effect.
Yeah.
FNV. I will activate because target alternator.
No response.
So this, I will attempt alternator effect. Is this your side deck?
Yeah.
You can even just move it off, I guess. This is a banish right here, right? Yeah. Effect to add.
Thinking. I'll take the purge.
That's good. I'll attempt to end main.
Could you move your side deck off a little bit off the mat? Thank you.
End phase, I'll be on.
Yep.
I set F and B.
Yep. Draw for turn?
Yep.
Stand by.
Mm-hmm.
Main phase. Dual Genesys.
Yep.
Anything on resolution?
Nah, you're good.
KTS effect?
Yep.
I'll add Q. Normal summon Q effects.
Yes.
Mix effect?
Yes.
I'll add Cool Tune Rotary. Anything on resolution?
Thinking. Do you have how many in there? 4.
You know Rotary.
Attempt FNV. Targeting Q, Sun Elbow.
Chain KTS.
Yep.
add Rico. And then I will synchro with the Q in the rotary. For Trackmaker. And then I will go Chainlink 1, Trackmaker, Chainlink 2, Rotary, Chainlink 3, Q to look at your top 2. And then Rotary's going to look at your hand and add a spell.
Okay.
Good.
Q
Top
first.
2, yep. Give you the field spell. So top. Banish Breakaway.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Field spell at the top, you said?
Yep. And then Banish Breakaway. And then I look at your hand. Alright.
Good?
Yep, very good.
That's off the Trackmaker?
Yes.
And this was off the Rotary?
Yep.
Rotary.
Can you straighten up your graveyard for me?
Yep.
Thank you.
JJ Triple Mix.
Yeah.
Just on. Maker to bound.
Yep.
Extra normal summon off the field spell.
Mm-hmm.
Battle phase. Attack for 15.
Yep.
Attack for 15.
Yep.
Attack for 32. Attack for 32 per game.
Yep.
You may begin.
Good luck.
Still my man.
Yep.
Good.
Draw for turn. Stand by. Sure. And we're summon mix effect.
FNV target mix.
Is that send Albion?
No response.
Send Albion, yeah.
No response. Oh, there we go. Anything on resolution? Nope. Already reveal Riku?
Yeah.
I'm thinking I want to summon. Effect. Effect to Riku.
That's fine.
Anything on resolution?
No.
Nothing on resolution?
No.
Anything on the summon and track maker?
You're not using the effect?
No.
Oh,
is the
sorry.
summon okay?
The sun resolves. Sorry.
Summon resolves?
Yeah.
Cards in hand?
2.
All right. Track maker 1, rotary 2, Rico 3, target.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. Good.
Yep. Ashton Alex. Okay. KTS off a rotary, and I will add JJ off a maker.
Carry JJ real quick.
Yep.
Thank you.
Make your effect a bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Activate KTS.
Yes.
Activate JJ.
Yep.
Extra normal summon Q effect.
Bash.
Attempt to Alien Negate.
Yep.
No clip effect. Activate Genesys. Battle phase.
Mm-hmm. You've used 2 Genesys or sorry, KTS?
Yep, just one.
Just one? Okay.
Battle phase. Yep. Swing for 900.
Yep.
Swing for 28.
Mm-hmm.
And then swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, 8 swing for 43. Like swing for 43.
Yeah.
And then KTS.
You got it.
Okay, man.
Alright, thank you guys. Can I get a
Yeah.
slip there?
This pen is terrible.
It's not rating.
Konami has asked me to reveal and explain the upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set Magnificent Monsters, releasing on September 4th. There is a lot to cover in today's video, but I wanted to open it up by saying that yes, this pack does include the highly anticipated serialized Grandmaster Rares. Let's talk about what's in this pack. This set includes 18 brand new reimagined versions of famous anime cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Pick up cards like Dark Magician, the Pharaoh's Servant, Favorite Hero Shining Flare Wingman, Starjunk Synchron, Gagaga Girl Cell Phone Subtraction, and more. If you follow the OCG, these are the cards from Limit Overcollection Heroes. All 18 cards are available as Standard Art Ultra Rare, Extended Art Ultra or Starlight Rare, and Grandmaster Rare. There are also 2 more Extended Art cards, but they're keeping those under wraps for now. Don't forget that this pack releases after Chaos Origins, so the Starlights will be upgraded to the new Starlight Rare 2.0. Still the same rarity, but closer to how it looks in Japan, with brighter colors and a rainbow border. Let's talk about how Grandmaster Rares work in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Grandmaster Rares have serial numbers from 1 to 100. Each of the 18 extended art cards have the possibility of being a Grandmaster Rare. There will be 100 Grandmaster Rares per card for the Americas and another 100 per card distributed from Europe. The ones from Europe will have an E in their serial number to differentiate them from the Americas. All Grandmaster Rares will be in English, but they can be found in packs of any language. These cards are extremely rare, so be careful when opening your packs. Those 18 cards are not the only new ones in Magnificent Monsters though. It also includes variant arts for SP Little Knight and IP Masquerena, as well as the new WP Fancy Ball, which you might have seen in Master Duel. This is also your chance to pick up chibi versions of popular cards like Sky Striker Mobilize Engage and Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. Each summoning type gets a new boss monster too, such as Nightmare Eyes Restrict, Galaxy Eyes Antimatter Dragon, and Crystron Helki Fibrax Prism. You might be familiar with these cards if you've seen the OCG's Prismatic Summon Box. Additionally, Magnificent Monsters includes foil upgrades for cards previously only available as commons like 6 Sense and finally Waboku. There's also reprints for sought-after competitive cards such as Media Sapure and Alzet Azamina of the White Forest. Now that we know all of the types of cards that will be in this set, let's talk about the packs. Each box includes 3 regular booster packs as well as 1 upgrade pack, similar to the bonus pack in the Legendary Modern Decks 2026. The booster packs have 5 distinct pools of cards, and you'll pull 1 card from each pool in every single pack. It's like the card slot system from Magnificent Mavens back in 2022. Pool A includes the 18 anime-inspired cards that we talked about earlier. Like I mentioned, these cards are available as Ultra Rare, Extended Art Ultra Rare, Extended Art Starlight Rare, and Grandmaster Rare. Pool B includes 20 cards. This is where you'll find new cards that weren't in Pool A and variant art cards like SP Little Knight and the Chibis. Pool C has those foil upgrades of cards that were previously only available as commons. Finally, Pool D and E are both made up of the rest of the reprints in the set. The reprints are divided into 2 halves, and you'll pull 1 card from each. That brings us to the 3-card upgrade pack. All of the cards in here are secret rare with a chance to upgrade to Starlight Rare. Once again, there are 3 card slots with different pools. Pool 1 has the 6 boss monsters for the different summoning types. Pool 2 and 3 are made up with the 2 halves of Pool B from earlier, but of course they'll have a chance of upgrading to a Starlight Rare. One thing I'll note here at the end is that Magnificent Monsters is replacing the Megatons this year. Don't forget though, like I said earlier, this set does have competitive reprints, so you won't be missing out. Thank you, Konami, for allowing me to reveal Magnificent Monsters. Magnificent Monsters is a huge set for Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG players and collectors, so make sure to mark your calendars for September 4th. This set is incredible, and I can't wait to try and pick up a Grandmaster Rare, if I'm lucky. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys later.
and welcome back to basically day one of the World Championship Qualifier weekend, but we are actually here at the World Qualifying Point Playoff. And man, it's been pretty good so far, right, Joe?
Yeah, we got to see Blitzclick in that previous round. Unfortunately for our Blitzclick player, they weren't really able to establish some of the cool interactions within that deck. We saw certainly Cool Tune perform relatively well. So it'll be interesting to see now heading into our top 8 of the bracket to see what decks really rise to the top and what these players specifically elected to bring to this tournament, because this tournament is a little bit different than what we'll be looking at Saturday and Sunday. The condensed total of players, knowledge about the actual players themselves. I think the deck that you elect to take to this specific 16-person tournament probably going to look a little bit different than the one you intend to play Saturday and Sunday.
It's true that when you're going through the World Championship qualifiers, you have so many rounds of Swiss, so you have to have a deck that can get through all of that and still perform in the top cut. But here you have the best of the best of the best duelists, people who have gotten more points from the World Qualifying Points at all these different events, from YCSs to regionals, etc. So you kind of have to know that like game respects game, and I think we've definitely seen that from like the spread of deck lists we've seen so far.
I think one of the factors heading into an event with only 16 players is you don't necessarily want to take a big risk, because in such a one-off, one loss, you're eliminated from the tournament. You really want to stick to decks, maybe more mid-range strategies that you think are going to have those high levels of consistency and maybe sacrifice a little bit of the power level. There's a lot of really powerful things you could be doing this weekend, whether that's the new Teller Knight combos, whether that's some of the new Elf Note combos.
Oh, yeah.
I think, we're going to see a lot of, let's say, Cool Tune, for instance, in the point playoff, just specifically because of the nature of how mid-range strategies work in 16-person tournaments.
And I think you're right that what happens today, while it is going to be very high-level Yu-Gi-Oh! Played by some of the best in this game, it isn't going to be reflective of what happens tomorrow, right? And we've seen some surprises, of course, from our friends across the pond at the NAWCQ, and I'm really excited to see what we have here. But again, this is a very different thing. But thinking about this particular event, you want to talk about what they're playing for?
Yeah, let's take a look at the World Qualifying Point Playoff prize pool. So, of course, we are in the midst of 3 rounds of total just single elimination. It is untimed, best 2 out of 3. And in terms of the prize pool, all of the 16 participants will receive a super rare copy of the WQP, actually labeled WQP prize card, Another Verse Stratios. Then, of course, VIP status for the North American World Championship qualifier, which will be beginning on Saturday and extending into Sunday. The top 2, though, which is really the prize that these players this weekend here on Friday are playing for, is an invite to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026. Travel and accommodations to that World Championship, an ultra rare copy of that WQP prize card, Another Verse Stratios, and then, of course, VIP status for the NAWCQ.
And it's funny because, sometimes when a player is eliminated from contention here, we say they have to take the long road to Worlds, in the sense they have to go through all those Swiss rounds of the NAWCQ. But technically, this is an even longer road to Worlds, even though it's just this one tournament, single elimination, 16 players. These are the duelists who went to almost every regional or did exceptional at multiple YCSs. So it's kind of a long road to Worlds in and of itself.
I know, and it all gets consolidated down to just ultimately 3 rounds, right? 3 victories will secure your spot in essentially that top 2. We don't have to play out what would be classified typically as the finals of a 16-person bracket. So it is amazing. I mean, we're talking about literally hundreds of duels all throughout, not even just the United States. We're talking about the North American. So some of these players traveling to Canada, across borders, playing the remote events, of course, the YCSs. So these are players that have literally put in thousands of miles of travel, hundreds of duels.
Oh, my goodness.
All consolidated down to just 3 victories necessary to represent North America at the World Championship.
And they really are good representatives of North America, because if you've been to any of these regional events, you may look to your left or right and see some of these top 16 duelists. I had the privilege of just sitting right next to Ruben Penaranda, who had just got off his flight, showed up at the Fort Worth Regional Championship for Blazing Dominion, and there he is, earning the points for him to be here. Obviously, we just saw him in his last match. So, I mean, this is the people who just grind out this game like none other, but that means the gameplay is going to be really good once we get to dueling.
And that's also reflective. The last 3 world champions have come from this exact tournament, right? Ruben, Julian, and then Pauly all represented North America after winning, or at least earning a top 2 slot in this point playoff.
Well, when you think about it from like the anime sense, I mean, the reason why it's like the Battle City top 8 is those are the duelists who just went all around town collecting all those locator cards. Same concept. you are one of the best duelists in the room because you've got so much experience. And while granted, what the format looks like today isn't what it looked like a year ago, the fundamentals are still there. You still know what to do when your opponent is playing on tilt, when you need to kind of calm down. So again, this is just going to be some good gameplay. Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah, practice makes perfect, and certainly practicing individual decks and preparing for individual formats, that matters, but just that inherent duelist intuition that's built up through reps across many years of experience can make it so that the learning curve of a new format and a new set release is much easier to navigate because of all of those reps. So we are essentially playing a format that's only existed for a small period of time. Chaos Origins has just been released, but these duelists incorporating some of those cards, maybe modifying their previous strategies, because they have the experience being successful over the course of a long period of time, that barrier to entry getting into a new format is much easier for duelists that have that experience.
Yeah, and you don't get any more experience than that. Is there any particular duelists that you think are going to put on a particularly good show today? Somebody we haven't seen on stream yet, maybe?
So I'm always partial to duelists from my area
of
Massachusetts.
That's fair.
I'll point out that a few years ago, not to say that I had a rooting interest, but Jose Santiago is a player that's from my general area in New England, and he ended up performing really well, not only, of course, earning his spot at Worlds from this tournament, but then getting top 4 at Worlds. It looks like in this particular tournament, we still have Logan Shepard, who's also another duelist from my general area. So as I imagine, you will typically maybe potentially root for some duelist of Texan descent. I will always be at least partial to the duelists from the New England area.
So I do love Texas. I've been there for a long time at this point. The New York accent's kind of faded away. But for me, actually, my eyes are always on the repeat duelists, right? The people who they've been a world champion or they've been to the World Championship and they don't have that automatic invite and they are trying to claw their way back up to the top. So Charlie Ray Futch is a great example. Ruben Penaranda as well. Julian Cajon. It's earning, this wasn't a fluke, basically, is the story they're trying to tell. I really am World Championship material, and I'm going to go all the way from 0 without that invite because obviously the World Champion gets to come back, not for free, but basically they did earn the invite because they won the World Championship. But it is so cool to just watch them just grind it out all the way to the top. So those people who have been there and are trying to fight their way back, those are the people I'm looking forward to seeing.
I think Ruben's a great illustration of that, right? Ruben doesn't have an invite to the World Championship. His World Championship victory came 2 years ago, so it's Julian that's in that position now. But we did see in that previous feature match, Ruben is here this weekend. He was able to earn enough points to make into this 16-person tournament. Now he's into the top 8. He knows how it feels. He knows what the pressure means. He's already been a world champion, but you're right. He is trying to basically start back at ground 0 in a new season, 0 points just like everybody else, and earn his way back, which he already did into this tournament, and now he's into the top 8.
Historically, I think there's only been 1 2-time world champion. It was back-to-back, but we haven't had somebody who won, took a break, and then won again. That would be historic.
Yeah, I can't think of any examples, so yeah, that would be something. Ruben's going to try to do it 2 out of 3.
It'd be cool to see it. There's also a lot else going on here. The Genesys Championship just began out there in the field, and it'll also be really cool because those duelists are competing for some prizes as well, including a trip to Japan, but a very different feel there because they're going to Jump Festa. So they're not going to some great Genesys Championship in Japan, but they will get to enjoy the same sort of privilege that our World Championship competitors are going to get to.
And don't tune off once we're done here with our point playoff. We'll be jumping right into some of those Swiss rounds of Genesys. You can actually see some of that on our Genesys stream, but we'll be commentating over some Genesys matches once we know the top 2 duelists in the point playoff, and so we'll be able to take a look at and actually commentate over Genesys a little bit later.
I love the new Friday format where you can play the Genesys Championship or just the Genesys YCS when we get to that later in the year, and then if you didn't make the top cut, you can go ahead and enter into your normal advanced format main event. But I can't wait for somebody who gets both spots, right? The person who's the genius that gets their Genesys invite and gets their top cut on the advanced format and has to choose which trophy am I going to win today?
I think it really matters how well your decks performed in that tournament. I know there have been some events where I may have qualified for Sunday. Deep down, I know it's been a slog and maybe my deck hasn't performed. The format was a little bit different than I anticipated. But if you go into the Sunday going, no, everything's really played out the way I anticipated. Other duelists have approached the format the way I thought that they would. My deck lines up well. I'm really confident I can make that as a determining factor. There's also, what's your exact record? Also the fact that the players this particular weekend are actually playing to go to the World Championship. I think that would be a deciding factor. Maybe later events down the line that could be a little bit different. But at least this specific weekend, I think if you are still positioned in the advanced constructed format after a solid Saturday, I think that's probably what most players would elect to do on Sunday, but it's something that we'll have to see play out.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because you are seeing some former YCS champions, or not former YCS champions, still YCS champions, right, in the field. I know Kamal Crooks Valdez, I believe, is in the Genesys Championship, but forget about that for now. When we head onto the stage, it's time to duel.
The points playoffs underway, and we are on to our next duel, and our duelists are in place. So we begin with the blue chair, and hailing all the way from Sterling, Massachusetts, we have Logan Shepard with 6 YCS tops. This is his second time in the points playoffs and his second stage match ever. Now to the red chair from Indianapolis, Indiana, we have Charlie Futch. He won the Dragon Duel World Championship in 2018 and has represented the United States at Worlds 4 times. He told me it'll be 5 times soon. Let's let this cool tune mirror match begin. Let's go. Sending it to you, casters.
So I actually mentioned Logan, a player that I have that rooting interest of just because I've seen him in the local area. But, Charlie is nothing to discredit as well.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has raised this duelist. I was a judge many years ago, and I remember, telling his parents, yes, you're going to have to get the passport. He is going off to the big one, and I believe he was second place in the 2017 World Championship for Dragon Duels and first place in 2018. So he's tasted that glory. He's collected those trophies, and as you just heard, he thinks he's going to get another one pretty soon.
I think if it was actually last year where Charlie came close in the point playoff, got eliminated pretty late into the actual NAWCQ. I believe it was in top 8, but because Julian was still in contention, his invitation from winning the point playoff was still at large. Charlie then ended up winning basically 2 matches back-to-back to earn what I believe would be the 5th place slot. But because Julian's invite to the World Championship passed down, Charlie ended up being able to represent North America at the actual World Championship last year. So talk about taking the long
Oh, yeah. Having to play it off. We don't usually have to do that. Sometimes we'll play it out to figure out who the alternate may be and in what priority order. But I can't remember another duelist who got, quote-unquote, as lucky as Charlie did, getting 5th place and still managing to represent the world on the world stage. And you saw he's up there in his 2025 World Championship jersey up there. So, I mean, he's ready to come back.
Yeah, he's collecting the jerseys at this point.
My goodness. Now, that said, Logan, obviously, many notable tops under his belt. Only been up on the stage twice, but he still has, a lot of experience there. You don't get those tops just for being a slouch. And this is going to be interesting because, it is kind of a battle of the bands. It's Cool Tune versus Cool Tune, but taking a look at the deck list, not going to spoil the surprises for viewers at home, there's a little bit different here, so I'm very curious to see who made deck choices that will serve them better in this duel.
Yeah, they are definitely electing to play a slightly different collection of hand interactions. The rest of the deck, what I would consider really kind of the stock cards in the deck are relatively similar. There are a few different ratios. We'll see if that actually ends up playing out and mattering ultimately. But these decks have very similar game plans, obviously, in terms of ultimately what they're trying to accomplish. We'll see if some of those hand interactions actually play out. We'll point out some of those differences as they come along. But this is really what we do anticipate. And this is really a strategy that I think a lot of duelists would elect to take into a 16-person tournament. Cool Tune, I think, is universally considered probably the most consistent mid-range strategy. A deck that obviously, by virtue of just the use of tuners, can use the value of the tuner hand interactions as what they're often intended for, those interactions, but then obviously as part of your engine. So I think in a 16-person tournament, a lot of duels ultimately would elect to play Cool Tune. I'm not sure if we'll see that level of popularity in Cool Tune when we actually get to the NAWCQ starting tomorrow, but it's not a surprise to see 2 Cool Tune players here in the top 8.
Well, it's going to be a really interesting mirror match. Some people have different perspectives on that, but it is such a great expression of skill. It's not just, you happen to draw the good cards of our shared deck first. It's how do you react to the situation that I drew these cards first? You don't have them. You know the deck's weaknesses, but how are you going to play into that? It's very layer on layer on layer, not just because of the card effects, but also the sort of mental head state of just playing against your own favorite strategy.
Both of these duelists, very similar to Ruben in the top 16 feature match, are electing to play Pot of Desires. I think that's a great piece of technology here in these Cool Tune strategies. I love any of the cards that allow you to draw unknown cards, right? As we are well aware of, one of the benefits of Cool Tune is the ability to have hand knowledge. If you have cards like Pot of Desires, though, it adds an element of the unknown.
Let's see if that comes off into play here. Looks like we've got, oh wow, the whole family of GOAT tokens there. Just showing that just to the crowd. Cool stuff.
I think they're just probably verifying exactly, is that just your extra deck, your side deck, what exactly is in that pile, and just revealing they are your traditional game tokens. I'm not sure Scapegoat is likely to be played in this match, but
yeah,
you never know.
Maybe there's something we don't know, but looks time for the dice roll of destiny. 11? Oh, big numbers. Wow, it's an 11. Charlie's chance. Not quite enough. Looks like Logan is going to choose to go first.
7 and 11.
All right, friendly handshake. We're in the top 8, though. 2 more matches, 2 more victories for either of these duelists to represent North America in the World Championship. Story begins now. Let's see what Logan starts his turn off with.
So it looks like a normal summon of Q. We'll see if that prompts a response from Charlie.
Sometimes stopping the Q is enough, right? Because it did burn up your normal summon, and unless there's a rotary in Logan's hand, that may be all she wrote.
Yet the levels of Q can be a little awkward if this gets stopped. I do see an infinite impermanence in Charlie's hand. One thing also in Charlie's hand is you see a copy of, I believe, Delta. That is one of the unique differences between these decks. Charlie has elected to play the Psy-frames, which actually puts him in a better position going second.
Oh, wow, though. Look at this. Chaining the infinite impermanence to the Fedralis Harmonia. So not only does Fedralis Harmonia give you the potential to destroy that card on the field, so you don't get the follow-up synchro, but the effect is negated. So, man, just good work to start things off.
Yeah, this is a really ideal 1-2 combo. Now he'll also be able to put the Pegasus for future value, and now essentially put Logan on needing another starter after already having used his normal summon. Now, he has them in his deck, but it does put Logan into the position. Do you have it?
So maybe you're at home and you're not a Cool Toon aficionado. You just heard, oh man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go ahead and turn on the stream. And you're like, wait, what? The Cool Toon deck is so interestingly consistent because it's synchroing using materials from your hand. So if you see some interesting movements, don't worry, we'll keep you informed.
Yep. So one of the things in the Cool Toon strategy that's worth pointing out is the Psy-frames give at least a little bit more value than they would typically. The level 2 tuners do line up well, right? So here we have a copy, looks like, of Mix hitting the field. Mix being a level 2 sometimes doesn't combo as well with the level 3s, which are more predominantly, right? We're talking about cards like Ash Blossom, but he can actually use the level 2 Mix with the Psy-frame in his hand to combine into a level 4 to go into Trackmaker, which is one of the more desirable plays that you could make, right? So this is exactly what we see here.
It's a big conversation, though, among duelists. Is that synergy between the 2 twos worth running the 1 Psy-frame driver in your deck?
I think it might be because not only do you get to play Gamma, you can play Delta, which it looks like he has in his graveyard, so you don't just have the 1-in-1. You can actually expand the Psy-frame package, and Delta's a pretty reasonable card.
Oh, yeah, considering all the power spells in case you run into Branded or a rival Cool Toon deck, or even some of the stuff that you've seen in the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. There's a lot you can stop. But right now, looks like the same has happened to the Cool Toon Trackmaker. It is not going to be mixing anything. So Infinite Permanence, keeping Charlie at bay. Still plenty of cards in hand. We'll see if he synchros off again.
Battlefield.
25. Looks like he's just going to go into the battle phase. I think Charlie might have one of the new art copies of Ghost Bell in his hand. I'm trying to make out the cards in his hand, but it looks like one of them I think is a Ghost Bell. I'm having a difficult time determining the other one though.
Let's see if we take a look. Sometimes when you're a pro player, you know that there are eyes in the sky watching you, so you keep your hand kind of close to the chest. It looks like we're drawing for turn on Logan's side.
Stand by, man.
Yeah.
So let's see if he has another starter. It does look like he has a copy of Mix himself.
Just 2 from the hand. We're just going to discard the Ghost Spell. Yeah, it was from Rarity Collection 5, so it does look a little different. But that's going to stop Cool Toon Mix because it does actually grab out Cool Toon monsters from the graveyard too. Works under Joel and Lockbird, but also makes it a Bell target.
So Logan has 2 cards in his hand. On the previous turn, Charlie wasn't able to really get any meaningful information because he used Harmonia and Imperm. There is the possibility here that Logan has a second tuner in his hand. Yeah, that he was unable to combine with the Q on the previous turn.
But this is where the quote-unquote weirdness or awkwardness comes up. You know, it looks like Logan is eyeballing Cool Tune Remix to Synchro Summon, and while it is powerful, obviously, because you've got the tuner in your opponent's field or graveyard, it's not as explosive during your own turn. Obviously, you can use its quick effect to perform a Synchro Summon after grabbing out 2 tuner monsters, one to the hand, one to the field, but we're just kind of slowly but surely doing this, and he doesn't even attack, just leaving that monster on the field.
Yeah, there's Pegasus in Charlie's graveyard that he sent off the Harmonia, so it's not as valuable of an attack.
Yeah, the Wind adding Mr. Pegasus wasn't in a lot of the original list, but it's definitely something you got to watch out for now, and it looks like we're going to activate the Duelist Genesys now.
So he'll be able to search out a copy of Cool Tune Synchro or Synchro Overtake. Yep, he certainly is in a position here, I think, to take advantage of just the nature of how this game has played out so far. You know, I think the interactions on Logan's side, you know, there's clear there that there's the remix, but I think this Duelist Genesys might be enough to develop enough advantage to establish a board or outright win on this particular turn.
Certainly a nice supplement now that we are only down to 1 Synchro Overtake. And it's interesting, you know, the Cool Tune Mirror Match can be explosive, but this has been so, you know, bit by bit by bit. We haven't seen a Zalen, we haven't seen an RS, haven't even seen a Rico on the field.
I think just the nature of both players having such a high density of non-engine hand interactions, just by kind of virtue of the way they line up in this particular strategy, you do see a lot of this where, you know, that opening turn can be one where you have 1 or 2 pushes, but they're counteracted by 2 or 3 hand interactions. And then the game kind of devolves into this, a really small resource, mid-range game. But we'll see here an activation of that Cool Tune Synchro.
Pressure's on, but looks like we're going to chain the Cool Tune Remix to do what we talked about earlier. Special summon a tuner from the graveyard, add a tuner to your hand, then you can Synchro Summon. Let's see what Logan decides to do.
Looks like he has a copy of Ghost Ogre in his graveyard. You see a lot of players elect to have that single copy of Ghost Ogre so that you can special summon it from the deck. And then obviously its effect can be activated on field. Makes it quite a bit different than some of the other traditional level 3 tuners that are popular, like Ash Blossom.
Well, I think that Ghost Ogre has a very special place this weekend because obviously not only is it really good, special summon to the field, you can go ahead and send it from the field to the graveyard, but more importantly, it is a good way to counteract Mind Shuffle.
Yep, there are tons of cards, and we kind of see the ebb and flow. Field spells, obviously Mind Shuffle, like you mentioned.
Oh yeah, JJ Cool Tune is another great example of this match. It'll be very important. But we ended up grabbing the Q to the hand.
And the mix to the field.
And I don't think we Synchro summoned.
No, he's instead going to use the mix, and this will allow him to search out a way of Synchro summoning past this point of the Cool Tune Synchro being activated.
It's true, you could just grab Clip and basically get even more advantage from there, and I think that's what we're going for now. As Logan reaches into the deck, let's see what we end up. Take a quick look at the hands. Oh, actually the Rotary, maybe just to like survive this turn and push harder next.
Their hands Clip, not Clip, Rotary Q, right? I want to know. Yeah.
The Clip lines up as a level 2, so from the mix you wouldn't be able to search that.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
1, 2.
Which one's chaining 2?
2, Q.
Well, it looks like we are thinking about activating...
Okay.
Oh, yep, just going to let that go. Okay. Let's reveal the 2. Ash Blossom of Joy Spring, Cool Tune Synchro.
On top. Bounce. Out of it.
All right, banish the Cool Tune Synchro, actually, and Ash is going to go right back on top.
Out of it. Game. I already attacked you for 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the damage. Harmonia attacked directly the previous 55. Turn, so this would be enough between the 2.
This is 53.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Just a little shy. Zalen is 2800 attack. Zalen's such an interesting card. Just.
So that puts him, what, 200?
Yeah, it would put him at 200 life points. Unless he could do 200 more. Sparks feel real good right now.
Luckily for Charlie, Zalen is interaction. Sometimes you assume it's game with the math and you don't actually do the math, and then you realize you didn't actually establish anything to counteract. So this might be interesting here, you know. This might be a turn that Charlie did not fully planned for, thinking that there was enough damage.
But technically, the Zaylin almost pushes back on the level of interactions that Logan can do, because if you're an Enneacraft player, which I accidentally happen to be, if you flip up the Enneacraft Attilspia, the spider, it prevents your opponent from activating cards in Chain Link to themselves. You kind of have a similar impression with Zaylin, because if you make a Chain Link too, well, you can kind of jump in there.
You often can navigate around because you have Cool Tune Synchros potentially. Obviously, one just got banished off the top. All right, so we have a copy of Effect Veiler and now the Zalon.
I don't think you would use it here, but Charlie's got empty hands, so maybe you almost negate and destroy the monster, like just to clear the field.
You do want to get it off the board. You know, we've seen how the last couple of turns have played out. Obviously, you knew that Logan just drew an Ash Blossom, so it might seem like a waste to basically double negate for all intents and purposes, but this is a way of navigating through and getting that tuner off the field, because as you probably well know, I guess it's worth pointing out if you're unfamiliar, even if you negate the Cool Tune monster's effects, the search, the summon from summon from deck, etc., you do still have the ability to conduct a synchro summon using your hand. It's a condition that's not negated by a card like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler, so the Zalon is really here just being used for the destruction.
Smart to get rid of the Fedralis Harmonia. Obviously, it's a tuner, so if a JJ Cool Tune showed up, you could do some good work with it. But now the field basically has swapped. Logan now having his own Fedralis Harmonia in attack mode, starting to mount the attack back. I mean, leaving your opponent low life points usually means they could make a comeback, but...
So we knew he had the Rotary from the previous turn. That's why Charlie, was especially concerned, because Q plus Rotary is a level 4. Now Logan's probably feeling pretty good here. I feel like in many ways this is a turn that Charlie did not anticipate happening based on the miscalculation of life in the previous turn.
Want to search Chinning to put back the Wind Pegasus?
Well, I mean, I don't think he had any further to go. It's not like he could have put another monster up, but you're right that maybe he didn't need to climb into Zalen, but he decided to. But it looks like the shoe is on the other foot now, as Logan uses Trackmaker to add the field spell JJ Cool Tune and slaps it down the field.
I'd have to go back to see the beginning of Charlie's turn, but it might be one of those Yu-Gi-Oh puzzles, so to say, and see if there was a way of actually dealing enough damage.
Hindsight is 20/20, but you can only work with the information you have. Even with Cool Tune 2, where you can see your opponent's cards, we haven't seen a lot of Rotary plays so far, so it's not like, both of them have a Millennium Eye or anything. They're really just playing it straight.
Sure.
Right, looks like we're going straight into the queue here. And, well, we've already used the additional normal summon from the Rotary, I think. So now we're going to go in Tribute, okay.
Yep. This is going to put Rico on the field, and Rico's going to let him search his deck or graveyard for level 2. If he wants, this is the way that he could access Clip, so that he has a point of interaction on Charlie's turn.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first Rico we have seen resolve all tournament because Ruben had locked himself out with the Dominus Purchase?
I don't want to guarantee that because I feel like it's such a common card that
I'll go check the VOD.
By, but it is possible. All right, looks like he's actually going to search out another copy of Mix.
And now it's time for another Synchro Summon here. The materials are Trackmaker, and looks like the Q there.
Okay. And that's enough for Charlie.
Okay, he's seen it.
Yeah, it's at the point, honestly, where you don't even need to go for follow-up. There's definitely going to be a B2B line.
I was at a normal
on this turn.
No.
That's what happens. I know 200 life points seems low. The holy anime number always being 100 life points, but Logan now the winner of Game 1 of his top 8 match. Just 2 matches away from qualifying for the World Championship.
It's really important. It applies here for Charlie, but to all duelists. I don't actually know if there was a path to deal the 5,500 as opposed to the 53. I'd have to go back and kind of actually look at the game itself a little bit differently. But you do not want to go on tilt if you feel as though you did make a mistake in a game that you likely could have or should have won, because there's still 2 games here upcoming for Charlie, at least potentially 2 games. His tournament is not over yet, so it's really important, this is for all duelists, that if you make a mistake in Game 1, or at least what you perceive to be a mistake in Game 1, especially if it's a miscalculation of life points, it's really important just to lock down, because we are far from having a winner in this match.
Well, This will be a reach into the deep and distant history of Yu-Gi-Oh! But one of my favorite duelists who ever qualified for the World Championship, Jarrell, Pro Winston as he was known, and he always used to say, just take it one duel at a time. You would ask him, what are you going to do next match? What are you going to do next match? He'd be like, one duel at a time, man. One duel at a time.
Yeah. I think Jarrell had 2 world
he
qualifications.
did.
Yeah.
Once with the, I think he played the Exodia Hope for Escape. I don't remember what his other deck was on the other one.
I know he qualified with Ritual Beasts.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the deck that he brought, but I don't remember exactly. I think he got 8th place with that Exodia, essentially, I would say chain burn deck, but basically the cards that you would see in a traditional old school chain burn deck, like Accumulated Fortune, Reckless Greed, Jar of Greed, Hope for Escape, and of course the Exodia cards. That was the World Championship that I believe was won by Insectors.
2015, yeah, that checks out.
No, it would have been earlier than that. That was the one with Ritual Beasts. The one, it would actually 2014, I believe, was the one.
Okay, gotcha,
We're talking like 2012, I think, would be the one. But nevertheless, one duel at a time.
One duel at a time. That's all you got in front of you. Just the cards you have, the gameplay you practiced, and a little faith in yourself. I love how Logan was already ready to just give the respect knuckles and still waiting to cut the deck there. But
yeah, Charlie is ready to draw those 5.
Well, this could be the last 5 cards of his life in this tournament. Maybe he's got to take the even longer road to World, to the NAWCQ. But let's hold that for now as we go into Game 2 of the WQP.
So it looks like I see a little bit of non-engine there.
Phase,
I didn't get a full view, but it looks like he's got Ash Blossom, I believe a copy of Ghost Spell, I believe a copy of Solemn Judgment and Solemn Warning.
Oh, that's nice.
That is the case, though. I mean, he does want a starter in there, though. Okay, looks like Solemn, Solemn, Solemn. Well, one of the benefits of the Solemns is that they do destroy. One of the concerns of having non-engine against Cool Tune is that if you're only just trading Imperms and Veilers, they do obviously still have the ability to synchro. If you draw the Solemn cards, though, they get them off the field entirely. So this is almost assuredly going to be hit with a copy of Solemn Warning.
Really? You gotta save it. Maybe save it for the synchro, but that also feels a little weird.
Then you get the spell on Trap Destruction, though, off the Rico.
What are you planning, Charlie? So Logan adding a card from the deck to the hand there.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my assessment of Charlie's hand was a little bit off.
Well, he didn't even use Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, but taking a look at the face downs, still nothing. Logan just locked in. Hasn't even looked up for a good long while, but looks like he is poised to play his next card.
One of the things that has always impressed me about Logan, and I speak from playing him at locals, we played at a couple of regionals before, and then just watching him in the feature match area, always very stoic, which is a huge advantage, right? Table presence really matters. You don't want to give your opponent any reads based on body language in terms of weakness or strength. So it's always going to be hard to tell what Logan has going on.
Oh, and he did save the Solemn Warning for the Synchro Summon. How interesting.
Okay.
So a Synchro Summon wasn't performed successfully, so you didn't Synchro, so it eats up the Reco effect. Makes sense.
Okay.
And now he's holding in there. I mean, we've seen these. This is such an interesting opening to what is predicted to be a very explosive tournament, and has been. But it's so, like, meticulous with this Cool Tune Mirror match. I'm just going to normal summon my Cool Tune Rotary. I'm just going to slowly crawl in. And as you notice, by the way, all of a sudden we're seeing Psyframes on Logan's side.
I do see that, yeah. So those came in from his side deck. And now we have a copy of Fallen and the Virtuous to destroy the Rotary before he has the ability to conduct a Synchro Summon. So that makes a lot of sense, obviously, why the Solemn cards line up so well. It does navigate through the effects because the Synchro Summon was not properly conducted.
I always love when the sort of theme of the card economy changes from either set to set or format to format. You know, sometimes it's all about the negation. Sometimes it's all about the destruction. And, you know, you do have to ride that over the course of an entire year of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Charlie's doing a great job. Still the Effect Veiler, still the Ash Blossom, but now that's going to be joined. I think he just hard drew Cool Tune Rotary.
Yeah, which lines up. He has level 3 tuners in his hand.
Okay.
Showing off the Rarity Collection Ash Blossom, and then drop in gorgeous copy of Rotary there. I think we're going to go right in the Track Maker here, combining that and the Ash Blossom.
Which effective rotary?
To look at hand.
I gotta still communicate. I know you guys are locked in, but
yeah, rotary has more than one effect. We're going to see a copy of Effect Veiler on the Track Maker, and then a hand looking of Driver, Veiler, and Ghost Bell.
That's that question. Is it worth putting the Psyframe Driver in the main deck?
Well, it came out of the side deck here. Obviously, Charlie had the different. Yeah, Charlie is the one that's main decking the Psyframes. Logan is not. He's elected to side deck them.
As we saw both of them scrolling through their deck, a few interesting surprises jumping out from the side deck, but let's see what Charlie searches out. Checks his hand once more, and it looks like it's just going to be the Cool Tune Synchro. Maybe not? Okay, it is going to be the Cool Tune Synchro. We'll activate it immediately.
Charlie's probably feeling pretty good now. He knows, obviously, there's interaction in Logan's hand, but as we commented on earlier, there's a huge difference between interaction that destroys and interaction that negates. And Logan is sitting, obviously, with Driver, which is a blank right now, but then 2 cards that are only going to negate.
Charlie thinking about that next move. I mean, this is the pressure of the World Championship on your shoulders. This is not an ordinary YCS. You're like, nah, you know, I didn't top this time. Maybe I'll go to the next event. A whole year's worth of work right here.
So now we see Q. Logan's taking a look. What Logan's really doing now, you might question, why is he looking at his graveyard? He's really thinking, what can I draw? What gets me out of this? What do I need to potentially stop Charlie from establishing? And he's elected to activate that copy of Effect Veiler, leave the Ghost Bell in his hand.
Interesting, the Ghost Bell also will keep you safe from a full blowout if you run into maybe Cool Tune B2B on the next turn, but interesting. So that would leave Logan down to just Psyframe Driver and the Ghost Bell, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, Logan needs to try to navigate what can I possibly draw and what do I need to keep Charlie from establishing to make it so that that is a live draw.
The math is definitely right because the Effect Veiler, there's not really going to be a lot of synchros you can make out of that, whereas if you keep the Ghost Bell, any Cool Tune you draw is going to make something.
Yeah.
Speaking of making something, see some math here. Materials are Cool Tune Q and Cool Tune Trackmaker for Zalen. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's going to make Charlie feel pretty good, though, because that Harmonia is easy to play around.
28.
And you know the card in hand is just Driver with Ghost Bell, so...
Life points are still high, but there's a version of this where if you don't activate a monster effect on the field, you might just be able to summon, attack.
Stand by main. And main.
That's it, passing it back. Charlie draws.
Yeah.
We know Logan has nothing he can do other than wait for something to involve the graveyard.
Okay.
So JJ Cool Tune Field Spell activated.
Yeah, it looks like he has a... We've always known, I think he has an Ash Blossom in hand. So he is able to essentially trade... I think it actually might be Effect Veiler, yeah. Some of these arts can be difficult to differentiate when they're actually in hand, but he's going to be able to basically swap out the Effect Veiler.
The Zalen makes everything so safe here because if you chain the Harmonia, then you just chain the Zalen. So we may see the end of this duel right here. Because here comes the Remix. You could Ghost Bell right now if you were Logan, and then if Zalen responded, then maybe drop the Harmonia, but that's your last resource left.
And that's also all face up.
How many KTS in
Charlie's not going to put himself into a position where he gets, you know, counteracted. So I think he's in really good shape here.
I think Logan is about to do what I sort of predicted as we do discard Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. Let's negate those graveyard-involved effects. Let's see what Charlie does. Do we want to maybe let that go? If you let it go, that's actually not the worst. Because then you're just going 28, and the next turn, if he doesn't draw a single card or you're able to stop that, on Charlie's side, Charlie can just attack for 2,800 again.
And we know he has a Fallen in the Virtuous too, so he can construct a chain link that is conducive to a Zalon negation.
But not. Looks like we're going to go for the Vidralis Harmonia here. There's our 5 reveals, including Malong and Wind-Added Mr. Pegasus. And we're going for it.
So he's destroying the mix. The Zala negates the Ghost Bell.
I think that actually makes sense to not waste the Zalen there because, you know, you still have the ability to push a little bit further. Maybe this gets the job done after all. You still have the additional normal summon from the field spell that hasn't been used up yet. So interesting to see how this is going to play out. Charlie picking up the deck, looking at the graveyard. Not sure what he wants to pick out. It's an untimed duel, but you can't just sit here forever.
Malong.
Okay, so Malong is going to return the Zalen. We will additional normal summon the Q.
So it looks like he ultimately elected to get the Q from the graveyard as opposed to his deck. Now he is special summoning out Trackmaker.
Actually, yeah.
Going into a copy.
I just got the Zalen back. And then this looks like back-to-back. Yep. E2B.
And now he's resolving the Q.
And that was enough for the concession from Logan. Yeah, putting the Effect Veiler back on top of the deck and banishing the only starter you've seen for quite some time. That's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, one of the things when you really see both players' resources get whittled down is once you start to resolve some of the cool tune effects and you're able to take a look at the top of the opponent's deck. It doesn't only matter on the opening turn, obviously. Obviously, when you can do Rotary plus look at the top of the opponent's deck, it can feel quite backbreaking, but when these resources get whittled down like that and you're really hoping to draw a starter and your opponent resolves that ability, it can be rough when they queue in the middle of the game like that.
Oh, we talked about it one duel at a time. Charlie is climbing his way back. We got ourselves a real match going into Game 3, and Game 3 is always the best, but this is interesting because I feel like with Cool Tune, it's almost always Game 3, right? Once you see that they're on Cool Tune, everybody knows what's up.
Yeah, so we'll see Logan here being able to go first like he did in the first duel. But now obviously we have side decks incorporated, so Logan will be able to access some of those powerful cards like we saw Solemn Warning, obviously being able to shut down not only the special summon of a Synchro, but any of the effects that need a Synchro summon to be properly and successfully conducted in order to activate. So we'll see potentially cards like Solemn Warning go into Logan's deck. Obviously, we know Charlie will be going second. High likelihood that he's going to put in some of the Molcharmies that we haven't actually yet seen in this particular match. So a lot of kind of standard expectations in terms of side decking you'll see as we go into this third and deciding game.
Charlie just locked in. Only Yu-Gi-Oh thoughts. Whatever inner Yugi voice he has inside of his Millennium Puzzle is just do it. Just do it. Meanwhile, Logan, same steely self. I know he's not on camera, but he's there he is, just chilling. Getting one last shuffle in before we begin this, but you may be looking at your next World Championship representative. You might be seeing your next World Champion here.
I was about to say, as we have already spoken about, if this tournament is any testament to that, we very well may be.
Just incredible. I do remember a historic day and age where North America never claimed the World Championship for just years and years and years.
Would it be Sahabi from Canada that would be considered the first?
Yes, yes.
I can't think of another Canadian champion.
And then the United States, also part of North America famously, just didn't have anybody until I think Pauly, right, was our first. Yeah, wow. Not to say we're bad here in the United States, just there are some great duelists out there and some great challenges to come, but it's true that the WQP produces, it's just a great program in and of itself, right? Hey, are you certifiably one of the top 16 best duelists in the room? Yeah, we can go ahead and just, cut the line a little shorter for you. You put your time in.
Yeah, I mean, I know South America had world champions all throughout, I think Europe certainly. So yeah, absolutely.
Wild weekend too. We have 3 WCQs going on. Europe, Oceania, and here in North America. So all Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time. And speaking of which, it is time for Game 3 of this top 8 match. Winner advances. The other duelist has to go back to the WCQs. With VIP status though.
So our third and deciding game here. Logan obviously elected to go first. So the first question is obviously, do we have a starter? And it looks like we have a Perulia.
That changes stuff up. Now I know behind the scenes you and I were talking about, what do you do with Perulia? Do you give him draws or hold out? Got to find out.
Everything's different. But we have here a copy of Synchro Overtake.
So do you add it to hand, or do you special summon to the field?
That's a good question.
I guess you specials them into the field unless there's a Fualos, and there's no Fualos here, so a little different than last time.
What was different in the previous Future match is we also saw the activation of Fualos, as you just mentioned. And then the question was, do you give your opponent 0 draws? In this case, assuming, obviously, there was no chain Fualos to that, so this is assuredly going to go to the field. You're not going to go to hand, then to go to the field just to give the extra draw. This is potentially pretty reasonable. You could actually get 0 draws out of this because of Overtake.
Overtake is a great card. That's why we don't have as many of them running around anymore. But I see that Effect Veiler bouncing around, variant art in Charlie's hand. He's considering it, but we're actually going for the Fedralis Harmonia.
We might see the 1-2 combo here, though. Yeah, we're going to.
And there's the Veiler, you're right.
So we've seen this now multiple times. And again, this might seem, if you're not fully well-versed in the Cool Tune matchup, a little bit unorthodox just in the sense of, you're negating and using the card that destroys. But this is just a way of circumventing the possibility of combining with cards in hand. Unfortunately for Charlie, we see here a copy of Fallen and the Virtuous, which is actually going to destroy his own Rico.
I mean, it's smart to do so. Get it off the field, then it's no longer negated by the Effect Veiler, so at least you got something going on.
Yeah, we also still need to properly resolve Harmonia. I understand these duelists probably know each other really well. Maybe they even tested each other. You do want to actually properly resolve cards like Harmonia, which involve the send and the revealing. We are playing again, of course, in the WQP.
I think it is a really important point that these duelists, as serious as they look here, when they're out in the hallways in between the event or after the event, they're all chill. Everybody knows everybody. You know, we're all friends here because you're going to see this duelist across the table at some point in your career. You don't want to make any enemies. So as steely as they look, no, there's a lot of smiles once the pressure's off.
So now we are going to obviously resolve the chain. We are now at the point of resolving the Rico, which is now going to add the level 2 mix. And again, that Fallen and the Virtuous is a great way of navigating around cards like Imminent Impermanence and Effect Veiler, which have to target and then negate. And then that Harmonia comes down, and obviously you put the Wind Pegasus in the graveyard, so there is some degree of value, but Charlie's now down to 3 cards in hand. That was a 1-2 combo that was counteracted pretty well by Fallen and the Virtuous, especially now because Virtuous is going to allow Logan to get an additional piece of interaction on Charlie's turn. So it'll be curious to see, though, if there is a way for Logan to combine that mix with a more desirable level. As we have spoken about, the level 2 mix cannot search out another level 2. This is where those Psy-Frame level 2s start to come in. I think I saw a copy of Effect Veiler, which isn't the greatest either. So I'm curious to see what happens here.
Well, if you're a fan of Logan, it's a little concerning to me that he just set a card. We haven't seen plays like that since Malice, so I don't feel like that indicates more stuff is going to happen here.
I think actually I made a mistake. Charlie's down to 2 cards because of the Mulcharmy as well. I think what Logan right now is deciding is a conversation that we actually had off camera when watching one of those previous feature matches, which is, do you just give your opponent 0 draws? Because right now it looks like Logan is resolving the Fallen of the Virtuous. He's going to keep the mix in hand for the following turn, and I think he thinks the combination of the Effect Veiler in his hand and the Fallen of Virtuous that's set is going to be able to check the 2 cards in Charlie's hand plus the card off the top, and make it such that he can basically pass without going further onto the field, save his plays for the turn that follows, and essentially just make it such that that Mulcharmy only mitigated but did not replace itself.
Seen a lot of duels say it online. Fallen the Virtuous is such a powerful, well-designed card that gets so much done, and it's a great out to leaving any of those tuners on the field. You can also use it to get rid of JJ Cool Tune.
Wow.
Dominus Purge. Wow.
So this is going to be rough. Charlie's down to a Mulcharmy in hand, and it looks like a Cool Tune Synchro. So obviously that Cool Tune Synchro can do something, but we're at the point now where Charlie only has 1 push left, and he's probably concerned, looking at the fact that there is follow-up with Mix already in Logan's hand. If there's one more piece of interaction here that can shut down Cool Tune Synchro, obviously the Mulcharmy in Charlie's hand isn't going to do anything. This really could be the pivotal play. Does this Cool Tune Synchro go uninterrupted? We obviously know it's going to resolve. That part's not in question, but is the Q that he's going to be able to get off of it, is that going to go uninterrupted? And unfortunately for Charlie fans out there, I think we know that Logan has something that he can do.
Well, let's see what happens next as we activate the effective Cool Tune Q. Any response from Logan, picks up his hand, and it is...
We know he has Effect Veiler.
It is Effect Veiler, yep. negates.
So now he's down to just a Molcharmi.
Thinking res.
Harmonia and Q on the field. This is rough for Charlie because he knows that Logan has the mix.
Just tough. Charlie just twiddling that face down Molcharmi in his hand.
And now the Fallen and the Virtuous can check the Q as we spoke about, cutting off that second tuner on the field, putting Ecclesia in the graveyard.
Oh, wow, that too. But remember, there is technically still a tuner on the field in Vitralis Harmonia, so there's other weird things you could do, right? Use Q, if its effect is still going to resolve, special summon a level 3 tuner, maybe just make a weird B2B?
No, he used Effect Bailer on the Q, and then in open game state, he used the
Oh,
Fallen
I
and the Virtuous.
see, I see. My bad, my bad.
So now it's Harmonia and Molcharmi. Of course, there's Pegasus in the graveyard, but now we're looking at Charlie. You know,
That's
Charlie,
rough,
unfortunately
yeah.
for Charlie,
there's nothing.
There's just nothing.
Well, this may be the end of this road to Worlds, but Charlie has found his way up on the stage before, including through the NAWCQ. So Logan may not be able to establish much thereafter, but considering he's got the Ecclesia down, you know, this could be pretty rough. So we're going to draw.
It's like a spell. Spells in his deck are really powerful.
Almost all of them are.
Yeah, it's either a Pot of Desires, Cool Tune Synchro, JJ
man.
Cool Tune, Duelist Genesys. Those are all very powerful draws.
It's funny you mentioned the Pot of Desires. We still haven't seen it from either of these duelists.
So here we have the mix that we already knew. It's always useful to start with what is known, right? If you had maybe normal summon a different Cool Tune, that just gives Charlie information. We know at home that Charlie's just holding a Molcharmi. That's not something that Logan has access to. Logan needs to play like that is a really great hand interaction.
Or else why would his opponent still be holding out in the duel, right?
But he searches out a copy of Q.
Open game state.
And it does look like he drew a copy of Cool Tune Synchro. This is huge. This is now going to allow Logan to get into more desirable levels as opposed to having to go 2+3 into a 5. He'll now be able to go into the Rotary. Now the Rotary will combine really well with the Rico that he's just searched, or the Q rather that he just searched.
So it looks like we're going to wave the Synchro Summon effect, activate Rotary, show Q.
Yep, now he'll be able to normal summon the Q. Now Logan has all of the levels, all of the modifications that he needs. It's all at his disposal. It's just now a matter of navigating and ultimately not forgetting about the Pegasus in the graveyard.
Right, so there's the Rico dropping
Rico
down.
effect? Yeah, Rico.
The gang's almost all here. We've seen pretty much everybody except Clip.
We know he still has Rotary in hand, like we saw, activated to put that Q on the field, so he has the level 1 tuner.
Freeze play, Genesys Duelists. Freeze play, Genesys Duelists. That is tying around. If you have not completed your match,
So Logan trying to decide what he's going to grab from the deck here. And it looks like finally the whole crew.
So now we have a little potential follow-up on the following turn if he's unable to navigate 8,000 damage. So now we have Trackmaker.
Chainlink 1,
Trackmaker
Chainlink 2,
is
Rotary
really
to look at the
important because
hand.
it's going to be able to bounce the Harmonia to hand, potentially. It's important to not then activate another monster effect. But
That's it.
Yeah. That reveals the card in hand as just a Molcharmi. So now what Logan knows here is he needs to potentially navigate around to Pegasus. If he puts Harmonia back in hand, what that would ultimately mean, and then not wanting to create a scenario where the Molcharmi suddenly is live, right? There's a couple lose conditions where the Harmonia gets bounced to hand, and then he has all of a sudden a Charmy that somehow might be able to get draws. But I think Logan knows enough. He just searched Cool Tune Synchro. He just searched JJ Cool Tune. I think he's going to be able to navigate basically around the 3 variables that we have right now.
Shuffle this back.
So we're going to go ahead and use the effect of Ecclesia there, bouncing away, which is such a smart idea. You don't want to put that one back in the hand so it drops down the field later. So now it's just the Wind Adding Mr. Pegasus and the Molcharmi in hand. Certainly the Molcharmi could help.
Yeah, this isn't it. You know, now the Molcharmi obviously is live. The thing is, though, it may not require a lot more for Logan to establish some type of B2B line.
Interesting that we did not attempt to even discard the Molcharmi in the open game state. So
Crack
going
off
right
it.
the Synchro Summon here. And we're just going to take a look at extra deck here. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of the B2B.
Yeah, there's that.
The wall's closing in for Charlie. Not completely down and out, but Logan could very easily just take this game. I don't think there's going to be too many missteps for players of this caliber.
Tech.
Oh, going into the battle phase. Okay. So
he is cool to in synchro, so in battle phase.
That's it. Change the Charmy. And big math here. 5 + 4 + 1. The answer is 10 for
yep.
2B2B, and there's the handshake. Logan takes it closer and closer to what I believe would be his first World Championship appearance.
It would indeed be his first World Championship appearance, but that was a very close turn there.
Well, you know, it's wow, and look at the relief. Just, okay, I made it. Think about the great practice that was for Logan. He just beat somebody who's a world champion and somebody who just got back from 2025's World Championship, so he's on his way up.
And again, just like last year, that's not the end of the road for Charlie. He's going to have to take the long road, but he's done it before.
Very familiar with it, that's for sure.
But just look how stoic Logan knows. Again, his tournament's not over yet. He hasn't secured his spot yet. He still needs to win one more match in order to find himself slotted into the World Championship.
Charlie just not up in his head, not in that way. He did admirably. Sometimes the cards are what the cards are. But Logan is going to make it, so great job for him.
Yeah, and he navigated, like I mentioned, there's kind of some interesting variables with the Pegasus. If you put Harmonia back in hand, what does that mean? Putting it back into the deck makes it such that the Mulcharmy suddenly becomes live. So there were some interesting variables there in that final turn from Logan's side of the field, but he was able to navigate it effectively, go into B2B in the battle phase, and then ultimately deal enough damage to secure himself a spot in our top 4.
Just wild to see because he is now only one match away. Logan is just so close to grabbing that brass ring, just being able to get that road to Worlds all the way to Tokyo, Japan. But still have other competitors still left in contention here. So it's just so wild to see who is going to make it. Because then, if you're out in the NAWCQ only, that means those sharks sort of swim back into the waters. Right now, Charlie is coming right back in there. So if you find yourself against him, that's literally Logan's fault, if you want to call it that, you know, for setting him to the WCQs.
That's not necessarily I mean, think about Julian last year. Julian won this tournament, or at least won his slot. He took the actual NAWCQ just as seriously, made it all the way into, obviously, the top cut to push an invite down to Charlie himself.
That's true, that's true. Well, speaking of our stage, why don't we head on down there and hear from the Duelists themselves who just won?
Logan, one more win and you're going to Worlds. How did this victory feel?
It felt great. I was a little nervous, but I'm happy it worked out in the end.
Okay, I feel like you're still feeling nerves, not quite relieved yet, or what's going through your head?
Yeah, one more match, then I'll be relieved.
Okay, I get that. And then talk to me about this mirror match. What was it like playing another cool tune with a cool tune?
The mirror match is pretty tricky. I think the player who goes first is favored a lot. There's like some small places, but overall it's you're just trading hand traps back and forth, and it can be tricky at times.
How were you feeling in Game 3? Were you feeling confident, or were those nerves getting to you?
I was feeling pretty confident after the purge resolved on the KTS. The only issue was when I was deciding what to Virtuous pop. If he had JJK last card, I probably lost. But that was just a risk I had to take.
Okay, and then Cool Tune, obviously a very popular deck this weekend. Why did you decide to use it?
I think it's one of the only decks that gives you a solid chance to win going second in a lot of matchups just because of the sheer amount of hand traps you can play. And going fast, the deck is really versatile, really strong, plays through chummies well, so I liked it as a pick.
Okay, so one more. What are you telling yourself? How are you getting into the mindset now?
Just one more. One more, that's all it takes.
Okay, great. Is there anything you want to say to the fans? You got some claps when you came up on screen.
Wish me luck. Shout out Tristan, Logan, and Azano watching in the front row.
Anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
I couldn't have done it without a lot of people, so I'm thankful to everybody, and hopefully this last match works out.
All right, Logan, thank you so much. Going to send it back to our casters. They're going crazy over here.
Stoic still. We'll see if he can win one more match, if he'll show a little bit more exuberance, but I think it's really important to stay even keel. His tournament this weekend, certainly his qualification, it's not secure yet. not secure it. I think some players get a little bit ahead of themselves.
True, true. I think he's got a good temperament, right? He hasn't been to Worlds. You know, that was his second or third, I think, time actually on the featured match stage. My favorite thing, though, is when you see the relief on the Duelists, right? They're so serious. You're like, okay, I made it. Okay, just one more match, one more match. Speaking of matches, we've been doing this a long time, haven't we?
Oh, tell me about it. I mean, we've been playing this game in different incarnations for literally decades at this point.
Do you remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh?
I absolutely do remember some of those early days. Long car rides. I remember always visiting my great-grandparents and playing some iteration of the earliest games on the Game Boy. But you can jump into the Yu-Gi Early Days collection. It's available now, and it also comes with either an alternate art or the original art of the Harpy's Feather Duster, another iconic card from the game's early past. But of course, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection is going to allow you to jump back into a collection of old video games from the very early days of dueling. It has 14 nostalgic titles. I personally remember playing Dark Duel Stories for hours on road trips, but you'll be able to play Dark Duel Stories, Dungeon Dice Monsters, the Sacred Card, that's another one I remember playing a lot, the World Championship Tournament 2004, Destiny Board Traveler, and there's tons of additional features. You'll be able to play online with friends and other players. There's hidden characters and cards in-game. You can rewind and fast-forward gameplay, quick reset duels. You could check out these original box art and manuals from the original versions, right? Actually getting hard copies of some of these original boxes can be very challenging because you'll be able to see on the game the original box art and manuals. You'll have the option to remove deck capacity, change duelist levels. Cards on the Forbidden Limited list are available, along with plenty of new features. Also available both on the Nintendo Switch and the PC Steam.
It's some incredible stuff. There's some great games in there, including games we never got in the West. So our childhood was devoid of some of the titles in there, and now they're fully available, translated into your language. And again, available on Switch and Steam. I still need to finish Capsule Monsters GP.
That's not one that I am familiar with. What is the
we didn't have
general
it.
time period? Yeah, I'm familiar with that part of it, but what time period would that...
Like when it released in Japan,
yeah.
I want to say it was still on Game Boy Color. So we're talking about like the Dark Duel Stories era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't want to spoil too much, but I will give away the general premise. What if Seto Kaiba had the Millennium Ring?
Oh, wow.
And it's very like the characters of the show like set up these sort of like storied campaigns, and they tell you it. So just some crazy, crazy stuff. But forget the early days. That was then. This is now. So why don't we check out a bonus featured match from our coveted top 8 here at the WQP.
Look. Draw face. Stand by.
I'll activate Mulcharmy Perulia.
Sure. Main phase 1.
That's fine.
Normal summon mix.
Draw card.
Mix effects.
Yes.
Resolution.
Nothing.
Okay. Anything here?
No, nothing here.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Chainlink 3, Ash Blossom, 2 negate the pieces of Amatara.
No response.
Yep, so you look at my hand now, right?
Yep.
Here it is.
Right. Thinking. Sorry, just thinking.
Not a problem.
Double Sloth.
Welcome
Welcome.
home.
Yep.
Power Patron Regina.
Yeah. Double Sloth, welcome, Power Patron Regina, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Activate.
It's fine.
Effect, tribute.
It's fine.
Reco effect.
It's fine.
That's my hint.
Do I know anything else in your hand?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
Set one. Attempt to leave the main. I'm going to present my deck.
Small thing.
Sure.
Leave main is good.
End phase?
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Drop turn?
Yeah.
Anything during draw phase?
No.
Standby phase?
Yeah.
Main phase?
Mm-hmm.
Auto slow?
Thinking. So specifically resolve, right?
Yeah, that has to resolve.
Thinking. That's good.
So I draw 4?
Mm-hmm. Draw 4, put back 4.
Put it 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put back 3, but I have something on resolution with priority.
Sure.
I'll put back these 3. Is this the bottom of my deck, or do I shuffle bottom of your deck? Okay. And then with turn player priority, I'll declare Super Poly, discarding Flawless on these 2.
Sure.
I'll make a sea monster of
Sure.
TCS. Anything on resolution?
Nope.
I'll activate Welcome Home.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Welcome Home effect. Pitching the DCS.
That's good.
I'll summon out a Lucina.
Okay.
I'll go Lucina effect to add.
Thinking.
Yeah, that's fine.
This protects the center column, correct?
Yeah, from card effect destruction.
Activate Purge.
Do you have Trap Engrave? That's fine. Normal summon?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a Strelitzia,
Sure.
declare effect to add.
Sure.
I'll add a Lucina.
Okay.
I'll say Clear Star.
Sure.
So what elements are you locked out of?
None.
Oh, because
it was set, correct?
Yeah. I'll go anything here?
No.
I'll go into a Crystal Wing.
Sure.
I'll go Regina, cost, welcome home.
Sure.
I'll go Regina, effect on field.
Thinking.
I'll attempt to indicate.
No response. Sure.
On resolution, I'll go Regina effect, add back.
Sure.
I'll go June Pride effect.
Yep.
Launch a battle.
Yep, you got it.
So, confirming I understand correctly, Anthony won, correct? Okay, so Anthony won. Yep.
So she got into it during COVID lockdown. I had just the old Yu-Gi-Oh anime on as background noise. She saw Dark Magician Girl for the first time and said, "This is the coolest thing I've ever seen." And the next day we went to our local card shop, bought a bunch of cards because she was so interested in it.
He got into Yu-Gi-Oh actually at camp. He had a counselor that was playing Yu-Gi-Oh and got him into it.
My oldest, the one that's been in it the longest, has been playing since he was 5. He actually couldn't read cards, and we had to teach him based on pictures what the cards did to figure out what to play.
She was always a smart and capable kid, but seeing her go from, I'm pretty smart in my school, I'm a pretty good reader, to just being able to understand English and math and everything at such a strong degree at school. She's a straight A student with amazing test scores.
And he just so much more outgoing, and it's just a community that he relates to.
I've seen my kids make the honor roll, I've seen my kids excel in extracurriculars, and I attribute a lot of it to Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been awesome in our life.
There's kids that he plays with, but at the same time, even all of the adults that he plays against have really kind of welcomed him in and are very supportive.
They've made a lot of friends. I think that we go to a regional event, everybody knows who they are, everybody's nice to them. We come to YCSs, they see people they know. So just the friends that they've made has been a huge part and a huge benefit that we didn't know would happen when we got them into it.
And just seeing her go from this kid that didn't adjust well with making friends to being this social butterfly, having this confidence in herself, is the greatest gift this game's ever given us.
There's a lot of good local game stores you can go into and say, my kids are interested, is there anybody that can show them?
Through schools and stuff like that that have clubs.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the North America World Championship qualifier here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are at the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. We have seen the first couple of rounds, and now we're down to the final 4. These next 2 matches that we watch will determine who is going to the World Championship in Japan this year.
Very exciting. I'm honestly watching for the matches from top 16 up until this point. We saw a lot of upsets, a lot of really big shock victories there. I mean, even going from 16 into the top 8, we saw that 7 Cool Tunes moved on there. So only 1 non-Cool Tune, and let it be known, there's still that 1 non-Cool Tune in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, we just saw him on the stream, Anthony, with his Elf Note deck. And Elf Note is one of those decks that's surged in popularity since the release of Blazing Dominion, Chaos Origins. It was kind of always under the radar, but it's one of those decks you hear talked about a lot. I thought it was going to be one of the more represented decks this weekend, but of course, we don't know yet for the NAWCQ. But the points playoff, this one's a little bit different. You're going to see a lot of the same decks because you only have to win 3 rounds, right? So when the players are trying to decide what deck they want to use, they're going to look for something consistent, something strong. They don't need to win a long tournament. They don't need to do anything flashy. They just need 3 wins. So that's why you're going to see a lot more of those Cool Tune cards, a lot more safe decks, I would say. Like, while Cool Tune is the best deck, it's kind of the best deck because it's the safest and can play around the most amount of interactions that your opponent might throw at you.
Yeah, I think that safety there is like a key factor going into those 3 rounds, mainly because it's not like you need to be the most consistent and like you can take a couple losses. You can't take any losses. You have to do the thing that gets there the most amount of times, and you can't afford to like be unlucky even once. So you're going to pick the deck that has the safest routes there. That is Cool Tune. But Elf Note, that is one of those decks that we kind of count as a more of a combo deck, at least compared to something like Cool Tune, and really favors going first. So not necessarily something that a lot of people would want to play, but it's working out really well for Anthony so far.
Yeah, and Anthony's a player we've seen on the feature match stage time and time again. I mean, he's at the points playoff, so he clearly plays a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! But every time we get him up there, it's because he's playing something a little different. He has like his own take on like a proven strategy, right? And I think that's going to be the case here. He definitely has some surprises in his deck that I hope we get to see come out in our matchup. But yeah, it's really cool that he made it here with Elf Note. And you know, hats off to him for deciding to play like a deck like this when everyone else was trying to like default to Cool Tune.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like, I mean, you mentioned how the deck has been rising in popularity throughout multiple set releases, but it was this set, Chaos Origins, that really put it all together with the release of Elf Note June Pride.
Yep, June Pride, an excellent synchro monster. It is a Starlight Rare, but we will see if that Starlight Rare will be summoned to the field. This is going to be the match that determines our first person who will stamp their ticket to Japan and represent North America at the World Championship. Without any further ado, go ahead and take it away, and let's meet our players.
Thank you very much for our next round feature match. The winner will represent North America at the World Championship stage. Let's meet the competitors in the blue chair from Queens, New York. Shout out to the boys who traveled with him here. It's Anthony Shu! And his opponent today in the red chair from Montreal, Quebec. Thank you to everyone who helped him prep and dedicating this match to them. It's Mario D'Amico! Give it up one more time for your competitors. And back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we are here with Anthony taking on Mario. Now, Solid, correct me if I'm wrong, Mario was in this same position last year.
Oh, not only was he in the same position last year, he was in that same position 2 more times last year. He missed Worlds by 1 game 3 times in the same play, like in the same tournament.
Yeah, so last year he was so close, as close as you could possibly get without making it. So this match probably means everything to him.
Yeah, we mentioned how Anthony is playing his Elf Note strategy. Mario on the more tried and true Cool Tune, the deck to beat this tournament, and especially in this playoff here, the majority of players did opt to play this strategy, and Mario has made it this far. He only needs to win 1 more match to finally go to the World Championship. Now, mentioning what happened in the last WCQ here, Mario was in the playoffs. He made it all the way to this exact position, lost. He then went on into the top 8 of the WCQ, lost, but was in contention to still go because Julian qualified twice.
And they had an invite that would pass down, yeah.
Yeah, so he had to play for 5th place, and then he made it all the way to the 5th, 6th playoff, and unfortunately lost there as well, so he got 6th. But now he has that opportunity once more.
We
just got to keep going.
Yep, never give up. Got to keep doing the best you can, and that's all it takes. and Mario is here. You know, we saw their favorite cards. We didn't talk about them, but we were talking about them behind the stage. Those are some interesting favorite cards from these players. Gimmick Puppet Nightmare and Tenpai Dragon Chandra. I don't know how many people those are their favorite cards.
I will at least give it to Mario. He did win a YCS with Chandra. So you can have that as your favorite card. There's no reason for Gimmick Puppet Nightmare to be your favorite card.
What if he likes Gimmick Puppets?
What if you're just asking for trouble?
Yeah, it's a nightmare. But yeah, it's awesome that everyone has their own unique cards. And you did touch on, maybe he did the best, Anthony, with Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Same for Mario, Tenpai Dragon Chandra. So it makes sense that they would be their favorite cards. What's your favorite card, Asala?
Enemy Controller.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I have too many to name. Well, I have one favorite. X-Ray Rarabellum's the top one, no matter what. But they're all my favorites.
Every single card?
Except Rescue Rabbit. Someone else can enjoy Rescue Rabbit. My brother loves Rescue Rabbit. That's his favorite card. But that's neither here nor there. We are in the points playoff semifinal one. It says semifinal, but it's technically kind of like a final. There is no match for these players after this. They will be done, and the winner will be going to Japan to represent North America. Who do you think has the edge? I mean, does Cool Toon have the edge? It just really depend on the die roll. Do you think Anthony might have a chance to surprise him with the Elf Note card?
I mean, if anything has a chance to surprise anything, is going to be the Elf Note cards, right? I don't know how prepared Mario is for that strategy, but again, it is not necessarily under the radar at this point. It has been, gaining popularity, as you mentioned, and I think people are very aware of the strategy. The only thing is that there's not really consensus on what to do with the extract. You have a lot of different combo lines available. You could definitely go for a much heavier synchro line, maybe focus on something like Hyper Librarian, get a maximum value, or you can stay a little bit more low to the ground, just end on a Dragster and a Crystal Wing, and then just have those other interactions to go along with your engine to just really close it out. I feel like that might be what Anthony's on, but there's no way for Mario to know yet.
Yeah, it certainly might be the case, so we're going to have to see who is going to win this all-important die roll. Both these decks can go second, and Elf Note has tools like Elf Note Regina, but like if you know what they're trying to do with Regina, it's kind of an easier one to stop. I mean, you can Ash Blossom and steal something from the deck.
Especially with Cool Toon, when they do attempt to go for the Regina there, if you have any means to just stop it or at least get rid of the Regina on the board, it is just 2 cards lost for Anthony.
Yep.
So it's something you might even want to just consider holding for your own turn.
Could be.
Depends on what you had to pair with it.
Yeah, because a lot more can go wrong, yeah. That's true. Looks like we're just waiting momentarily before we get this die roll. I'm filled with anticipation. This is always so exciting. Like I said, the past 3 World's Qualifying Point playoffs, the World Champion has been from that tournament. We saw Paulie. We saw Ruben, who, unfortunately, Ruben lost last round, so he's going to have to try his luck at the main event. And then last year, Julian.
If Anthony was able to defeat Ruben here, so if he can take one more match, he can prove himself at the World Championship and get maybe a new favorite card, whatever card gets him to the World Championship. Looks like the players are just waiting for a go-ahead here.
Oh, looks like they're talking about ready to go. Okay, getting started. Making sure everyone can hear the judges. Yeah, they all have communication with each other, so if the judges have to say anything to the players, they'll be able to hear them. They can also hear what the players are saying.
Just make sure not to hear anything else.
I love that new backdrop. I mean, it's like a blown-up version of what we used to have, but having just seeing that Black Rose and Stardust, Leviathan Dragon, and there's a plane down there too, but just such epic monsters.
I'm saying 3 of them are a lot better than 1. You talked about Leviathan, one of your favorite cards.
Leviathan Dragon is one of my favorite cards, but
I think Dracosack deserves to be there.
No, it does. But Dracosack is an iconic card for sure. But this is game number 1. Here comes the die roll.
That's an 8.
It's an 8. Above average on the skew.
All right, Anthony needs to beat an 8, and it's another 8.
Tied.
Right, we try once more.
Is it going to stay around the middle? 8.
It's 8. All 8s.
Can we go again? 8, 8, 8.
Oh, we have no idea. 6. Are we here?
That's fine.
All right, Mario's going to start things off. Fist bump, good luck. It's time to duel. Game 1, World's Qualifying Point Playoff, Semifinal 1.
We'll see if Anthony has the tools to destroy the Cool Toon field.
Yep.
We're going to start with a Q. Are we going to start with a Rico? Is it going to be a rotary reveal?
Are we going to miss? Or we just have mix?
All right, normal summon Cool Toon Rico. It's going to try and add a Cool Toon monster from the deck to the hand that's not level 3.
All right, we have a Fuwalos immediately.
Oh, see, this is so he changed here. So if he has Cool Tune Synchro, he would have one less monster to be able to synchro with. Maybe he's trying to get Rotary and force out the Cool Tune Synchro.
And then concedes. He concedes.
What? What?
It was met with Ash Blossom.
Oh, Anthony conceded.
Yeah,
Oh,
Anthony.
okay. I looked down for a sec, and that was just over.
Yeah. Anthony, no. He just cannot actually handle the Cool Tune board by itself. The Fuwalis was met with an Ash Blossom. He knows what the board looks like. He knows he's going to be able to look at the hand. Not going to take any gambles on that. We're just going to move forward. Knows that he's going to be able to go first post side.
Might have been one of the fastest concessions I've ever seen. But understood. But
I wonder how Mario feels right now.
I mean, I know how I would feel if I was Mario. Like, I'd be like, all right, all right. Like,
he's been here before. No, because I think back to that very last match at the WCQ last year. Game number 1, he opened Holisu with the appropriate attributes and immediately ended the game. And the other 2 games did not go that well.
Oh, that is how it played out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Now you've done the commentator's curse. If he loses, it's on you now, Asala. I'll tell him you said it happened. You jinxed him.
He won't believe you.
Nah, no, as he shouldn't. But yeah, you see Anthony, quick concession, diving right into that side deck, trying to figure out what he can do differently. I guess Cool Tune Rico plus Ash Blossom is just strongest combination of cards.
I don't think his hand was particularly strong enough, and
he probably had no plays because Fua doesn't even like impact Cool Tune that much, right? Like
you try to limit what they're gonna do, but
you get 2 draws at most.
Yeah,
maybe one with normal summon Rico, it's 1 draw. Even
yeah, it should only have been 1 draw to get like ample amount of interruption.
Yeah, double search, peek everywhere. Yep.
But once like you know that you're not gonna get any additional draws, and they get to look at your hand, you know that it's not gonna be difficult for Mario to at least figure out how he's going to stop your strategy. So he's not going to skip, no point wasting that time.
I wonder, so he does play some interesting cards here that you wouldn't expect in the deck. There's a chance like he had one of those cards in his hand too. And before, he knew that eventually Rotary was going to happen. So he might as well concede to conceal that information of the specific card that might have been in his hand as well. Along with his hand probably not being strong. So many factors go into it.
There's always a reason to conserve information. Time is not a factor here, so definitely one of those situations here.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. If you know you've lost, let's go to the next game.
That could always be a factor. You just want to go first this time. Try your luck with another. Yeah. Mario just taking his time to shuffle here. All right, hands have been drawn. Looks like players are just about ready to start game number 2 here.
Anthony needs to bounce back. As long as he doesn't just straight up pass, this game will be better for him than that first one.
All right, here's game number 2. Anthony is able to start. That is where Elf Note really takes its shine here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do with this deck.
Stand by for his main piece.
All right, I do see some Elf Note monsters, I think.
And there is a Mulcharmy of Mario's own. It's going to be a Perulia here.
I see a Call by the Grave, I think. Maybe not. Looks like Call by.
There are some hands in Elf Note that will give 0 draws to a Perulia.
Oh, Ash.
But it looks like we are going to use an Ash Blossom on it. But there's going to be a second Perulia.
I'll chain Regina. Boss.
All right, we're going to chain the...
Elf Note Regina discards...
The Ginaldo?
Yep, Ginaldo, and summons Regina.
I mean, that is the best response here. You can at least deny the Perulia draw. And with this, there's an Ash Blossom on the Regina as well. Okay,
interaction. Mario has it all.
If the Regina was able to resolve, there was plenty that Anthony could do to put up a reasonable end board without giving any more draws here. But now we have to give a draw for the Effect Veiler.
That's fine.
Wow, this is looking good for Mario.
And now we're going to be able to Synchro 7 here. Likely into the themed Synchro 7.
Yep, Elf Note Seraphim. Seraphim can summon a monster from the graveyard.
Yeah, usually climbing your way into a Crystal Wing here. So let's see, it hits the field.
Hang on, some.
I have no triggers.
Unfortunately, no Power Patron involved in this, so you're not getting that additional search. Only one card in Anthony's hand right now. He had to commit so much to this. Had to normal summon the effect failure, had to use the Ash.
We did talk about this when we were talking about Elf Note, that Regina is really strong, but if you get an Ash Blossom on it, since you have to do that card investment, it can hurt quite a lot.
Not quite as good as Holly Sue here.
Not quite. It's quite an interesting game, though.
Is that?
Yes, quite. All right, we're just checking up Regina with everyone here.
Well, I'll go and pull up the card text to see what they might be looking at for the text. Was he trying to add it to his hand?
Yeah,
I assume so.
Did it miss the timing to activate?
Oh, like he just missed the timing because he.
So on the.
Because he asked for a response. Is that why we're asking right now? Because he didn't immediately trigger the
just because he
effect.
asked me if I had anything, I said I didn't trigger.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one of those, huh? Well, yeah, this is why, clear and effective communication is really important. You just want to make sure you do everything properly by the book, so both players are on the same page for sure.
I mean, it's a high pressure scenario.
I don't know if the Regina going back to the hand is important because you can summon it on to your field during your opponent's turn.
I get to attempt the effect again. At least gives one full interruption that would be known.
It is optional. You can add this card to your hand too, unfortunately. But we'll see how our excellent judge team will handle this situation.
This is a strange situation because obviously there was nothing in between. But Anthony did ask Mario if he had a response there in case he wanted to use a copy of Fuwalos or something.
Oh, we assume that's what happened. We can't hear what the players are saying. So, did he? Unless you saw him do a physical thing. Oh, he did ask for the response. I'm holding out hope for hope. I'm trying to, It's tough. It's tough out there. But let's look at Mario's situation. So 2 Perilias down, Ash Blossom, right? He drew 1 from Perilia, so he has 4 cards in hand, drawing to 5, right? So he'll be starting with less cards than you normally do going second. But it is Cool Tune, so very consistent. A lot of different cards you can have, even if you're starting down a card.
Yeah, you only need 1 card to really start playing, but there are multiple 2-card combinations as well. We do see that he is taking advantage of the field spell JJ Cool Tune. He's playing multiple copies in his deck just to try to get even more ways to play.
Oh, oh wow, yeah, 2 copies is actually something I've wondered before. Obviously it doesn't do anything on its own, but it turns all your other monsters that are not Cool Tunes into Cool Tunes, and it gives you that additional push to summon a monster. So having a second copy, not that bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible to draw.
Or if you're in a mirror match and they use Cool Tune Q and then banish your JJ Cool Tune, something there. And it also, with Loudness War, you need it on the field to get Loudness War to be really strong. It's the 3,000 attack.
Sure.
We're going to put music in the jukebox all day long, Asala. We're playing...
There's a couple interesting cards I see in his deck list here. I won't tell you too much about things that we haven't seen yet. But
I like how both of these are music. Elf Notes, Cool Tune, we're jamming.
These players are singing right now.
We're singing. We're watching these guys play, and yeah, we're doing a quick judge call. If you just jumped in, we're going to figure it out shortly. But this match will determine the first person we are going to send to Japan from North America here at the NAWCQ. And there's so much going on this weekend. Obviously, the big thing is who's going to Worlds, but we have public events going on. The Genesys Championship is taking place right now. We're going to have more matches of that to come. And it just started this year for the first time on a Friday. So this has been a dream of mine to show up on a Friday and be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a competitive tournament. It used to happen Gen Con many years ago when we had Shonen Jump Indianapolis. The Thursday and Friday were just full-on regionals, and they were mini YCSs essentially with so many good players. And being able to do that again, all of a sudden I'm getting player audio, but I lost my thought from the player audio.
But just all the players playing on Friday.
Oh, yeah, being able to play on Friday is just absolutely incredible and a dream for any duelist. And then especially be able to experience Genesys as well. And if you do well in that tournament, you also have an opportunity to go to Japan.
Yeah.
The top 2 players from the Genesys Championship get a trip to Jump Festa.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of players, or a couple players in this playoffs, they already had their invite to the World Championship, right? 2 namely, we saw Julian and Jesse. But they were choosing between playing Genesys and the playoffs, even though they could get the guarantee super or play for the Ultra as well for the prize cards in the playoff. But they already have that trip to Japan, so they were considering playing Genesys to get a second trip to Japan.
It's at different times.
Yeah. So, and there are many players, many mainstays in advanced tournament play that are playing in the Friday Genesis event, and I'm really looking forward to see how they do.
I know Ryan Yu's out there.
Yeah, Ryan Yu, Pat, Kamal, like it's a lot of great duelists in this, and I can't wait to see them
Cam Neal?
Yeah, like Shu as well.
Okay, no, I think Xu Ping, Xu Ping is an excellent duelist. Yeah, I can't wait to see how he does. In Genesis especially.
I feel like he could do a lot in Genesis.
He loves, his favorite part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is deck building, so being able to use the points to build your deck. I guess if you're not familiar with Genesis, I could kind of break it down for you real quick. The difference between Genesis and Advanced, there's no extra monster zones, so no link monsters, no pendulum zones, no pendulum monsters. And instead of a forbidden limited list, it uses a point system where you have 100 points to build your deck. Certain cards have points, the stronger ones. Most cards have 0 points. So you just have to find the cards you want to put together to make that 100-point threshold. You don't have to play 100. You can play 0 points if you want. But it's pretty dynamic and different. It gives you some interesting stuff. So we get to see some other decks like do well in a separate format but you can still win the same kind of prizes you'd win from Advanced. So it just gives you more opportunities to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's absolutely been phenomenal. It's been a really good year for Genesis, and it keeps on growing and keeps bringing more people back into the game, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I do like that it gives a lot more opportunity for decks that are just slightly weaker than the decks that are in the advanced format, giving them the time to shine. I really like the Sacred Beast strategy, and I know it's one of the better ones for Genesis, so I'm really looking forward to see how that does in this tournament.
Yeah, same thing was Red Dragon Archfiend for me, but it looks like we are ready to get back into the game, and it sounds like Anthony is going to be allowed to activate the effect. Just a little bit of miscommunication between the players. He thought maybe he said, when I did get the player audio for a second, I thought he said, I don't remember what he said, but it was definitely worded in a way where he wasn't passing the priority to Mario to activate a card effect, and that's the ruling our judges came with. So Regina back into the hand.
And now the Strezia is going to be able to resolve its effect, summon back a monster from the graveyard here. But we're going to actually be chaining that Hydralis Harmonia to go ahead and try to remove the Seraphim.
My first Hydralis Harmonia to commentate on stream. I've been waiting for this. Let me mark off my bingo card. Hydralis Harmonia is going to reveal 6 cards, itself plus 5 synchros, send the Wind Pegasus Attic Nisser to the graveyard, special summon Harmonia, destroy the synchro monster. Absolutely incredible.
Looks like not able to summon. Regina's going to be able to summon.
I'll activate.
And then Talents will now be activated to draw 2 cards. Ash Blossom already used from Mario here, so there will not be a response.
Did you go in deck? I don't think you went in deck, no.
Yeah. It almost looks like it's a Pharaoh rare talent, too. It is Pharaoh's rare, right? Or is it Starlight?
It might be QCR.
It might be Quarter Century Secret Rare, you're right. All right, just sets one face down. Has the Regina on the field.
And now we're passing 2 completely unknown cards drawn off the Talents here. But we have a pretty fresh hand, and that is a strong summon. Kultun Rico hits the board.
That's fine.
And it's able to resolve.
I think Mario's story is going to end up being different this year. He just has to stay calm, stay focused.
All right.
Activate Sangan Summoning.
If you are Anthony right now, what is that one last card that you have? What do you need it to be?
Solemn Judgment? I don't think that's enough.
Maybe Super Polymerization?
I mean, the Rico's going to take care of it, whatever it is. The best part about the Cool Tune cards is not only do they access each other from the deck, when you synchro with them, they all have those bonus effects like Shadal's. Oh, it's Crossout Designator. Okay.
No.
No. Love that from the Rarity Collection 5.
What are we calling with Crossout Designator here?
Called by the Grave.
He said Called by the Grave?
I have no response.
I mean...
That is an interesting one. That means we're going to be using a very interesting effect now.
Oh, I like that he's using all of them from Rarity Collection 5. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of those arts. All right.
Yeah, what could that mean? Why are you calling cross out, or why are you calling call by with cross out? What is the card in your hand that you're trying to protect?
Or just try and make Mario think that he's trying to protect.
Synchro.
All right, we are going to be using the Rico as well as Rotary in hand.
For Trackmaker, this is the bread and butter.
One Trackmaker to search, chaining to Rotary for your hand.
So if he can get this card out of his hand, at least he won't get to search for Rotary. He has to look at the hand in order to search for the spell and trap. I'm trying to find something. He's thinking.
Is he? Oh, he's just going to concede. Yeah.
He was just kind of taking in the moment.
And it's another Harmonia.
Just taking in the moment, knowing that he's going to have to try again at the NAWCQ main tournament tomorrow. But Mario's story has now been changed. He is now going to the World Championship after getting so close 3 times last year, like you said, Asala. He has punched his ticket, the first player in the room of this weekend to get the invite to the World Championship in Japan. Absolutely incredible, phenomenal.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes this is where the tenacity of players really shines, right? 3 times in the last year, and we just pushed through, and we finally did it this year.
Yeah, and on top of that, not only you got so close, like anyone could give up after getting so close 3 times and being like, man, I'm just not going to do it. Why would I try again? But he didn't. He got to the World's Qualifying Point Playoff again. He kept going to regionals. He kept going to YCSs. He kept traveling. He never gave up. And here he is with the payoff. Finally, look, you see that sigh of relief. I know that feeling where you just finally get that pressure. It feels like 1,000,000 pounds lifted off you because you're so locked in, and he gets to relax. And like Julian said, after he qualified on Friday, he slept so well on Friday night. Mario's going to be able to sleep easy tonight knowing he doesn't have to win 18 rounds to get to the Japan.
Unfortunately, he will not be able to play the Genesys event anymore because, you know, he had to play in this. So he might as well play the WCQ now.
Yeah, you might as well. Maybe you can pull a Julian and also qualify again. Maybe this time he gets the invite 3 times as opposed to losing it all 3 times. No, he only has 2 chances at that, but we will be seeing him in Japan. And, you know, I'm proud to have him as a representative. This is a good player. YCS champion, consistent topping, been playing really well. Canada has amazing duelists. There's so many. You wouldn't know it really, but now you do. I mean, you got Jesse, Ryan Yu, Mario. I mean, Omar Beldon's one of my favorites back in the day. The Bolito brothers, Matt Peddle. Like, we can go all the way back.
Every generation has always had someone from Canada, like, dominating. And, you know, just one more player here. There's many players dominating from Canada right now. Mario is just among other greats. And now will be not only the first Canadian that's locked themselves into the World Championship, at least for TCG, but now we'll be waiting for the next match. But if it's both Cool Tunes now, right? It's only Cool Tune.
Yep, Cool Tune will be the 2 decks that win the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. Not that big of a surprise. I do think Cool Tune will be the most popular deck by far in the main event, but there will be a lot more variety. For this, we're a 16-person tournament. You really want to be consistent and strong. You don't want your deck to beat you. We saw that round 1 with Lucas Sacco. His deck, I mean, it was built well. He just happened to draw double Mind Shuffle. Like, it just wasn't as consistent as the Cool Tune deck. And if something can go wrong, it will happen.
Yeah, sometimes you do draw the wrong half of your deck. These combo decks, they have that issue. You have a lot of starters, but there's also a lot of cards that you just want to get to within your own strategy. You want to see the starter of half of your engine. With Cool Tune, you just have significantly more starters, and sometimes you don't even need like the specific starters to work. You just need to be able to get to a level 4 synchro.
Exactly. I mean, even if you draw like Rotary plus Ash Blossom, like normal, it's not a great start, but it will get you where you need to go.
If it works, it works.
Exactly. All right, well, we are excited to talk to our first player who's going to Japan. Go ahead and take it away, Kangas, so we can hear from Mario.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mario D'Amico, the first representative of North America attending the World Championships. A round of applause from the audience as well. Representing Quebec as well as all of North America as a region. How are you feeling in your win moment?
Still in a little bit of shock, to be honest. Yeah, so, you know, gonna go have some fun tonight.
Talking about the match, or before the match, we were talking briefly, and you mentioned, you know, a little nervous coming into it. So talk to me about how you handle the nerves under pressure.
I mean, you're always nervous, but I've had past feature matches, so it's always like got me used to it. But like when it's time to lock in, you just have to remove the emotions and play the game as best as possible.
How did you do it, though? How'd you tackle that? Because saying you just got to get over it's one thing, but actually going through the process is another.
You gotta, like, I would say, like, you just breathe, take your time, like, not too much time, but, like, take your time before each action. Don't just, like, shotgun anything. That's pretty much it.
Well, it's a big moment for you here, being able to represent North America on the world stage. I know you've been chasing this for a little bit now, so you had a lot of shout-outs that you wanted to give in terms of people that had helped you out. Now's your moment. You said it was a long list, right?
Okay, so to my European GOATs, we got Rico, Philip, Nico, and Tom, all my testing partners, amazing. To my American GOATs, Joey Chow, Pac, Jib, Logan, they all helped me whenever I needed information. And to my Canadian GOATs, first of all, my Montreal friends. And then second of all, Santoli, Rahan, and Jesse and Ryan Yu. Like whenever I had questions or I had to send them replays of me just playing, they were there. It was like a whole group like guiding me. It wasn't just, this is not just me, it's all of them that helped me come here. So I'm very fortunate for them to have them in my life.
One thing that I've heard from everybody who's qualified is always it's a group effort. It's never just one person's effort to make the run. It's the testing group, it's the friend group, it's the community that comes together to make it happen. So once again, congratulations, Mario. Give it up, everybody, for our first representative for North America at Worlds, Mario D'Amico. That's it from us. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Kangas. Great words of advice, but also pretty good testing group.
Yeah.
Like that's some upper elite duelist out there. But it is, you want to work with your friends, because while you can come up with all your ideas on your own, it's better to work, maybe someone played a game, they saw a scenario you never did, and then if you communicate, talk together, you can come to like joint conclusions. Even though it is a solo game, we can all work together.
It takes a village, Billy.
It does take a village, a secret village. But yeah, fantastic. Congratulations to Mario. You will be going to Japan. Can't wait to see you there and how you're going to represent North America. But before we go away, we're going to talk about something really cool that's coming up pretty soon here, and that is going to be Master Duel, a new selection pack. This actually just came out like yesterday, I think. I was opening packs like we were hanging out talking about how the tournament was going to play out. I was trying to pull that Phydralis Harmonia. Haven't got it yet, but I'm going to go back and get some more gems and get that Phydralis Harmonia. It's starved for destruction. Crack a pack, summon destructive monsters. So make sure you jump into Master Duel. If you just saw Phydralis Harmonia and how good it is in Cool Tune, try it out in Master Duel. But yeah, so Master Duel's awesome. Sorry, oh yeah, we're just gonna keep talking about how awesome this tournament is and how many ways, that's another World Championship that's happening. We've talked about Jesse Cotton. He is here playing this weekend, but he is going to the World Championship for Master Duel yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been in Master Duel Worlds now, I think, 3 years in a row? Is it 3 or 4?
Feels like 9.
Well, it's 9 years total.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but for Master Duel, I think 3. This will be the 4th, I think, right?
Okay. Yeah, he defended his title last year. Unfortunately, didn't come out on top that time, but he's back again to try to take the title with a new team. But all of his old teammates are still there at the World Championship. He's going to have to play against Ryan Yu now. So it's going to be really interesting. There's a lot of Canadians in the World Championship, just not on the Master Duel side. But now Mario joins them for the advanced format here.
And it's going to be awesome to see all of them at the World Championship. I mean, even though they're playing in different tournaments, everyone kind of like hangs out together and has like a great time. And they also just end up playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Together, too. It's really, really cool to see.
More from Mario's testing partners there. We even heard about Logan. Logan is on the other side of the bracket waiting to find out if he is going to the World Championship as well. So the players that play together, you know, they put in the time. It clearly works.
Yeah, I mean, that's what matters, yeah. The testing partners, always listening to other people's advice. Like, I had to learn that the hard way before. I remember way back in the day when Gladiator Beast came out. It was before we had Elemental Prisma, right? So Gladiator Beast was not a great deck. Like, it was just kind of the deck that's maybe you played at your local or something, like an official tournament store, round 1. So I kind of blew it off. But there was a couple of people at my tournament that were like, oh no, this Prisma card's coming out with Test Tiger. It's really good. You need to try it out. And I was like, yeah, it's Gladiator Beast. Little did I know it was going to be the best deck of that format. I went to a Shonen Jump. I was playing Dark Arm Dragon, right? So I was like, there's no way Geyseris is as cool as Dark Arm. But that was the Cold Wave, Prisma, Tiger, Geyseris. That deck was absolutely incredible. But I learned to always listen to the advice of others. You may not agree with it or not, but you should at least take in a note of it. And maybe do your own investigations and learn from it. But communication and listening to others and working together is the best way to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a solo game. You are playing for yourself, but it's not something you can actually do alone. You need to get your information from everywhere. You need to understand that maybe your perspective isn't the only one, and there is a lot to take in from everyone. There's no bad information. You just have to be able to sift out what is actually useful to you.
Yeah, and I think there's play styles are like a real thing. So I think some things work for other players that don't work as well for this. You got to be comfortable. You want to know what you want to do and achieve, and aim for that goal. In terms of deck building and what you're trying to do with your strategy.
You also just can't be afraid to make mistakes.
That's the biggest thing. Everyone makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. And yeah, you can't make the mistakes. You have to be able to look back and be able to assess what you happened. Obviously, there could be external factors that play into every game, and you can blame them, but that won't help you at all. If you can't control outside forces, then why are you complaining about it? You have to focus on yourself and say, what could I have done differently? Could I have played a different card in this slot? Could I have made a different play? That's the best way to improve as a duelist. You have to have that self-reflection.
Yeah, if you can identify what it is that you could do differently, you can make those decisions for the next event. You can capitalize where you can. And as you keep mentioning, you just have to put yourself in the position to win, to position to get lucky. You know what your outs are, and that's how you eventually will win an event. You just have to keep putting yourself in that position.
Yeah, and honest self-reflection. I'm just going. You have to be honest. Like, you can't make excuses for yourself. It does you no benefit. It may make you feel a little bit better about the loss. Like, well, this I feel a bit better, but no, you need to be honest with yourself. And otherwise, you'll never grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to blame your opponent is the easy way out, but honestly, there's always something you can do. Maybe sometimes there's like nothing you can do, and those games do exist, but for the most part, there is always something you can learn. And maybe it's a deck building choice. Maybe it's just a small mistake that you made like 8 turns before. But there's always something.
Yeah. Always analyze everything. We are almost ready for our second semifinal match. We're going to find out the second person who's going to Japan. So stay tuned. We'll be right back shortly.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
And welcome back to the NAWCQ Points Playoffs, where one more representative needs to be determined for North America at the world's stage. Please join me in welcoming first up in the blue chair from Sterling, Massachusetts. Shout out to the Gauntlet and his friends and family back home, Logan Shepard. And his opponent today in the red chair from Toronto, Ontario. Shout out the workshop and dedicating this match to his parents. It's Luka Kovac. USA versus Canada to determine the next representative for NA at Worlds. Casters, take it away.
And we got ourselves a good one here. We've got one representative down and one to go. Will it be a split differential between the United States and Canada? Or will this be an all-Canada WQP?
I know, we already have Mario who has secured his spot. He came so close to securing it last year, so it's a bit of a redemption story for him so far this weekend. His spot is secure, going to represent Canada. Luka here trying to have a second representative from Canada. Logan, though, as we already saw in the feature match area in the previous round, trying to secure his position, representing the United States.
I gotta say, look at how happy Luka is. You know, Logan locked in. Luka, all smiles, you know. It's not like he's already got his ticket to Worlds, but maybe he's feeling confident. Maybe he's just happy to get this close. But just getting ready here. Gonna be an exciting match. I know that the last match we had with Logan was a little bit of a grind right between two Cool Toon decks, and as we know, I think that is what is on the menu here too, but could be a little bit more explosive than before. Maybe the deck lists will be different enough that this will be different than the same mirror match. Because again, when you say the strat, oh, it's Cool Toon mirror match, it doesn't mean that everybody plays the same way or they include exactly the same ratios of cards. So it's going to be a good one. And this is determinative of who is going to be the second out of 6 representatives we're choosing this weekend.
Well, many of the sort of core in-engine Cool Toon sequences would be similar. The differences would be the side frames are very common. You know, are you going to include those or not? Are they going to be in the side deck? the quantity of Ghost Ogres. That varies deck to deck. Are you main decking Dominus Purge? So the actual Cool Tune interactions in and of themselves within the archetype, right? We're going to see similar sequences. The question is, what resistance will you face? The resistance that you face one player to the other, that's what's really going to vary when we're looking at each of these Cool Tune mirror matches this weekend.
Well, Duelists are getting ready here. It's so wild, you know, just to... Every Duelist dream, of course, is to be the world champion, but the road to Worlds is paved with match after match after match after match, and this is the closest that Logan's gotten. I don't know if this is the closest that Luca has gotten, but to be just so close, you can almost feel it. But at the same time, any miscalculation, any mistake, it'll take you a whole nother year to get back here, or a miracle run at the WCQ.
Which we, of course, have seen before. So obviously both of these duelists would much rather secure their position today. It takes quite a load off in terms of just the nerves heading into the remaining couple days of the weekend. But it isn't over, certainly.
And it's good practice, too. I always tell duelists, you know, maybe you don't have a record that keeps you in contention for the top cut, but it's so important to just keep playing in those rounds of Swiss. Obviously, that's not the story here since this is single elimination. But if you want to play against the best in the world in Tokyo, Japan, playing somebody who is going to go to Tokyo, Japan is a great way to start off your WCQ as they enter back into the event with VIP status. Because it's important to note, everybody who doesn't make it today will have VIP status, meaning they will have 2-round buys in tomorrow's main event for Advanced. I love the smiles.
So we're moments away from the die roll to decide which of these two players will go first. Logan has already commented on that he feels in the Cool Tune mirror match going first is quite an advantage. So, you know, both of these duelists certainly would hope to have that opportunity.
Great deck going first. Decent deck going second. We'll see what happens in the mirror match as our World Championship qualifier weekend continues at the WQP. Here's game 1 of the second and last semifinal.
And don't forget, although this is our final match of the WQP for the weekend, securing the second spot in the World Championship, don't go anywhere. We'll be jumping right into the Genesys Championship soon thereafter.
Still have more trips to Japan to give away, if you didn't know. Some fabulous prizes in the Genesys Championship, including 2 players who are going to go to Jump Festa, where they announce all the cool new anime, sometimes cool new cards.
I'm not due. I'll try to go first.
Good luck, Duelists.
So it looks like Logan has won the role and is elected to go first. Looking over these deck lists, there are some really unique decisions in Luca's deck list.
Oh, wow. Yeah, these are 2 very different Cool Tune decks.
Yeah, I mean, the core Cool Tune cards are the same, but Luca's elected to main deck Manadium Reframing. It's really fascinating to see that, certainly in the main deck. It creates huge opportunity when you go first, obviously. Those type of counter traps, though, you do not often see when we're looking at game 1. Just because over the course of a long tournament, you're naturally going to lose die rolls over the course of the weekend. Maybe Luca's looking at it, you know, this is 4 rounds. I only need to win 3, actually, to think about it in terms of qualifying.
One of my favorite community jokes is when we have these high-profile tournaments where the best people in the world go against each other is just the coolest locals they've ever seen. Because it's about the size of one, but there's a lot on the line.
But yeah, maybe Luca made the calculus that reframing increases his ceiling going first, which is a value that he thinks is important. But we have here a very classic opening from Logan. We have Q Rotary into Trackmaker. So now he's going to be able to search his deck through Trackmaker, take a peek with Rotary, search the Rotary.
Just organizing the chain links right now. See if Luca responds in any way.
No response.
No response. Wow, such a strong start for Logan. Totally different than his last featured match. Seeing the cards in hand, perfect information. The Ghost Ogre is certainly important, though.
And this is a hand that doesn't reveal some of the decisions that Luca made heading into this tournament. He's also main decking 3 copies of Super Polymerization, which is not something that we've typically seen, at least to expect in the main deck of Cool Tune. So these are important things that not only is Luca bringing these cards into the weekend, he's electing to main deck them. The reframing in the main deck and the Super Polymerization, which is interesting. A little bit of a hedge, depending if you lose or win the die roll. But none of that was in his hand right now, so Logan is really going to be navigating against a pretty traditional Cool Tune hand.
And we do have the unique privilege. This is the last duel of this tournament. Remember, don't go away. We do have some Genesys matches coming up, but we can't talk fully about the deck list because there's nothing at secret after this.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit more forthcoming pertaining to these two. And I think it adds important knowledge to the viewers at home. And if we can, provide that for you, I think it's important to do so. But Luka doesn't have an opponent next round who will learn that he's main decking reframing. It is really all down to this. But we saw there the Q can take a peek at the top 2 cards, leaving the Effect Veiler on top and getting rid of the starter in Cool Toon Synchro.
We got the JJ Cool Toon so far. Eyeballing another Rekko. And it is going to be the Rekko there. Pronunciations are always regional on that name, but I always just call it Rekko because that beautiful phonograph hairstyle.
Yep.
If we see Cool Toon Rekko hit the field, you can see it's very nice. Same thing with the JJ Cool Toon with that cool like jukebox door entry. The art on these cards is so cool. Card effects are even cooler.
And we will see that Rico hit the field.
It's regional.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, with that Ghost Ogre, you have one solid play this turn. So we'll see if Luka decides to dive in there. But speaking of diving in, Logan going to grab the Cool Toon mix out of the deck. Just steady as she goes. Nothing too much to worry about. No Mulcharmies, no Fedralis Harmonia.
And he's playing with full information. Looks like he has an Ash Blossom in his hand, which is good. He's got some hand interactions himself. And he's going to combine his Track Maker, presumably with a level 3. So he's electing to go with the Ghost Bell. And this is how he can establish Zalon on the field. And now he'll use JJ Cool Toon. No response here. Makes a lot of sense.
All the while still not knowing about super polymerization unless somebody he talked with earlier spoiled the surprise, but he's put 2 tuners on the field. Yep. We may see 2017's best monster slap on down.
Well, he knows he has Effect Veiler on top of his deck, so he's pretty safe from having to worry about that, at least right now.
All right, so the Synchro Summon here.
Rico, correct? Yep. Okay.
And now we'll see him go here into Remix.
4 in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I know.
One of the great, just kind of innate, natural interactions with this deck is the ability to use a hand interaction like Ghost Bell as part of your natural kind of need to use tuners in order to synchro summon, but then being able to return it back to the hand with Remix if that's a play that you find necessary on your opponent's turn.
It is the flexible nature of utility which makes this deck so interesting, because when you actually look at, some of the attack stats, they're not that high. Obviously, they can go up like an RS or maybe B2B allowing for 2 attacks, but it's just how it just almost reminds me of like some of these other technical decks, Hero Beat, Gadget, etc., where you're just making these really small micro decisions that just keep your opponent off of establishing a field.
But we now know here that Luka has drawn Effect Veiler for turn. So he's got the Duelist Genesys, Synchro Overtake. Obviously, he held the Ogre the entirety of his turn, the Effect Veiler.
Having the tuner was really important. He didn't have a lot of bodies, materials for his synchro summons available.
So he's going to start here with a copy of Synchro Overtake.
I think we might just use the Ash Blossom. Yeah, it's an easy way to stop so much card advantage being generated out of that one card.
Chain resolves?
Chain resolves.
Anything on resolution?
Thinking.
So they're checking here, is there any on resolution? Now they're in an open game state. The question here is, do we use the effect of Remix?
Such a solid card. Just being able to put tuner back in your hand, maybe you want to reuse something later.
It does give you, though, by keeping it on the field, the ability to form chain links around Zalon. But here, Logan is electing to use the effect. He's probably going to put that Ghost Bell back to hand, as we commented on.
It definitely establishes pressure too. When you're just showing the Ghost Spell in your hand, you know, you're really saying, hey, Duelist, I've got exactly what I need to stop your next play, so proceed carefully.
And now he's going to get the Rico back on the field. The Rico is going to allow him to potentially conduct, well, through the effective remix, the synchro if he wants. I'm trying to kind of determine exactly what Logan is considering here. So it looks like he's electing to use the effect and get back from the graveyard a copy of Mix.
Anything else?
You're good here.
Looks like a synchro.
Potentially mean that he has Clip in his hand already, right? Often you'd want to be able to search out a copy of Clip to synchro summon on the opponent's turn. He might just already have Clip in his hand. That's why he's electing to put Mix from his graveyard back to his hand, which would combine pretty well with a copy of Clip already.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah.
Clip would definitely add another effect to the chain, and Zalen loves him some chain links.
So now we see Rico hit the field. Now this might be the Clip.
It definitely is a Clip.
Or it could be the Ghost Spell, actually, as well.
Oh, okay. Well, he looks like he was thinking about a Clip for a second, if I saw his hand correctly.
On res.
All right, so now we hear, now he's going to do Clip.
Classic order of operations.
So this is presumably going to combine, I have to imagine, with the Mix in his hand as a way of destroying the Rico. Yeah, right. He's going to leave the Clip on field, and he's going to synchro with the Rico and the Mix.
I think RS is the likely suspect. Makes a lot of sense. Powerful monster. Get to keep that on-field negation ability of RS.
Active Genesys.
So now we knew about this Duelist Genesys as well.
Almost feels like a duel puzzle, right? You know that your opponent has a substantial amount of cards, and you're just trying to lay everything out one at a time to break through. It looks like the Duelist Genesys is going to resolve.
That's going to get him really another copy of the Synchro, other Cool Tune Synchro. He has one that's banished.
Tune hand?
Yeah. I believe he has one in hand also, so he has really all three copies revealed.
So using the RS, certainly smart there. Doesn't look like there's going to be much Synchro math left available to Luca. We're going to game 2 soon, but we'll just try that Cool Tune RS again.
This is the last copy of Cool Tune Synchro.
Yep, we got one on the field, graveyard, and banishment.
And I will say, just for the sake of Luca, for those of you rooting for Luca at home, getting through all three copies is really unfortunate for him because that's one of the most important pieces of establishing a field to then play on Logan's turn.
Yeah.
So now we're down to just Veiler and Ogre in hand. He's going to combine the Rotary, obviously not with the Effect Veiler, but presumably with the Ogre in hand.
Definitely a lot of international sports energy going around lately. Hopefully you're cheering at home, because one country might have 2 representatives or it might get split down the middle. Remember, we still got 4 more for the NAWCQ, so don't feel too bad if you're on one side or the other. Speaking of sides, though, looks like Luca going to go ahead and synchro off on his side using the Ghost Ogre.
So now he'll be able to go into Trackmaker. Oh, no, he's going to go into the... Oh, yes, the levels. My apologies.
Oh, yeah. Because he's increasing the level of every monster 1,700 lower by 2.
Yeah. But I don't think he's able to do anything past that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that's it. That's all she wrote.
Yep, can't forget about the level modulation.
Brain fart like on stream.
It's okay.
Yeah, Luca's upset. I think he realized some of the level modulations impacted him.
That's always the difference between playing on Master Duel and the TCG. You got to keep all of that in your own in-head computer. But Logan, 1 game up. Like you said, just has to win a couple more matches. Now he just has to win 1 more duel. Luca fighting for his life and his trip to Japan.
Yeah, he had the Rotary and then the Effect Veiler. So the Rotary's a level 2, the Effect Veiler, level 3 is not good.
Yeah.
Obviously, then Rotary plus the in-hand Ghost Ogre's 5. Yeah, neither of which is really terribly impactful there for him. So
it is what it is.
Yeah, the loudest war is level 6. So we saw the level modification really impact Luca there. So Logan had, I think, in his eyes, an extra check on the field. Essentially an extra interaction just through the RS, essentially the static effect, the continuous effect. So we saw there Logan navigate, again going first. What he said was a pretty good advantage, so he's probably glad he won the die roll. Now he is going to have to navigate, though, going second. Luke is going to have the opportunity now. He already has the reframing in his deck. He already has that concession in his main deck. I'm curious what now he's able to do with his side deck. His side deck is another one that's a little bit interesting. It's incorporating, instead of the Solemns that we've seen this weekend, he's incorporating Prohibition. Prohibition's a card that we've seen in some cool tune strategies. It allows you to call a card, and that card cannot be used in any way, shape, or form. And obviously, when you know your opponent's whole hand and the top of their deck, you can essentially use that to stop whatever the problem is. I especially like that against branded strategies, because obviously you can call Fallen of Albaz, and then that has even additional value because you're dealing with the white. Yeah, of course.
And Prohibition, you're right about Prohibition seeing a lot of good use cases over the course of this year. I think it was YCS Columbus that Dominic Couch against Ryan Yu. He had the double Prohibition, though, so there is a little bit of a luck element there. If you slide all three in, do you end up drawing multiples, and all you could do is tell your opponent no. Speaking of no, unfortunately, Luca is receiving a procedural error minor. It's just going to be a warning for the incorrect levels of the Synchro Summon of Loudness War because of the continuous effect of RS. He has not received that penalty before, so it's not going to get upgraded, so you don't have to worry about it. Just a nice little warning there. It's also an untimed match, so no time extensions. Just don't worry, their judges are still on it.
Yeah. It's interesting. Luca knew the level modulation, so he wasn't going into 4, right? He acknowledged that himself, but then ended up ultimately putting Loudness War on the field. That, of course, is a level 6. And 2 plus 3 does not equal 6. But Luca will be able to go first here.
Now, you played against Logan before at Locals, you mentioned, right, coming from Massachusetts?
We've played at 2 regionals and quite a few locals. Yeah, we went to the same local tournament for a while. The store's closed, but for a period of time, yeah, he was at the local that I attended, and we've played each other at 2 regionals.
Well, I saw a smile on Luca's face. You'll have to tell me if Logan is just locked in or if this is just his everyday game face, because we're going in. He is 1 game away from claiming a spot in Worlds.
You can never read Logan.
Oh, okay.
I played against Logan, and he complete full combo super heavy samurai'd me back when that was a deck. And I've also played him in a very grindy Pearly mirror match, so 2 total ends of the spectrum.
Oh, wow.
And he has the same body language in both situations. So
big combo, slow grind, just the same steely face. Well, it is getting him closer and closer, but it's Luca's time to shine as he goes first.
So I see starters in Luca's hand, which is great. It looks like he's got the Duelist Genesys. Looks like he's got Q. I think I saw Cool Tune Synchro. So he's got all the tools I think he's going to need. I don't see any of the kind of more back-breaking cards like Prohibition, but
talk about breaking backs.
Yeah, this is one of the advantages of playing Psyframe Gear Gamma. You don't necessarily just use it for the fact that it is a level 2 tuner. Psyframe Gear Gamma actually has a quite relevant effect here because not only is it going to stop Q from being able to special summon, it almost more importantly destroys. We saw in a previous feature match Charlie really go out of his way to negate and destroy, combining Harmonia and cards like Imperm or Effect Veiler. So we see here Gamma just swiftly do both.
It's funny that a lot of the tricks that Duelists learn to stop things like Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, I feel like we're seeing a lot of that here, these 2-for-1 to try to really push away your opponent's resources.
So now we see here Rotary combined with the only hand interaction that he at least has currently, that Ghost Spell. As you well know, though, Remix could potentially put that Ghost Spell back in hand. So even though that Ghost Spell has now been used as a tuner in the context of the Cool Tune strategy and their ability to use tuners from their hand, could very easily be put back into the hand. The question here, though, is does Logan have another piece of interaction in response to now what we have in this chain, which is a Trackmaker plus that Rotary, and he does in fact have a copy of Dominus Purge. So that's going to stop the ability of Rotary from looking at the hand and then subsequent to that searching out a Cool Tune spell. But he is going to be able to resolve the Trackmaker.
Still not bad, getting at least 1 new card. We know what Cool Tune could do with just 1 card. Couple of choices, checks the hand, checks the deck, checks the hand again. It's important, Luca's on his back foot. It shows you that it's a little different than the pace. He was all smiles at the beginning, now he's working his way back up, but we got the JJ Cool Tune.
And he already has a copy of Cool Tune Synchro in his hand, and then he essentially has another copy of it if he wants with this Duelist Genesys.
Yeah. A lot of engine.
A lot of engine, they comment. It is just push, push, push. And this deck can draw a hand of just all gas, which, funny enough, is sometimes all breaks, right, depending on what those tuners are. But we get the Synchro Overtake.
Yeah, Logan commented on that's a lot of engine, and it is. It's really entirely engine at this point.
Yeah. Pretty revealing.
So let's go ahead and reveal. Almost took a little shortcut there. We know you're all on Cool Tune. You still got to showcase what you're grabbing. I hope he's thinking for a second here. Is it Mix? Is it Recco?
Reveal RS.
Okay. So it is going to be Recco.
So we can either add to hand or, of course, here, likely make the decision to special summon. Now going to allow him to search out a level 2.
You're right.
Just a non-level 3. I mean, we already know that Rotary's been in circulation, so making the assumption it's going to be Mix or Clip, but could be something different, of course. But now we have Mix in hand, so he's got JJ Cool Tune, Mix, and Cool Tune Synchro. So again, just all engine at this point.
Normal summon with the effect.
Yep.
Well, let's go ahead and keep pushing here. Next Synchro is a 7.
If he used Mix to add back from his graveyard to his hand.
Any triggers?
No.
A little exchange there. Maybe you got something special for us, but no Naturia monsters this time. We will go and see another Synchro summon here. Probably going to be a remix based on the materials, and it is.
Yep.
Let's see what we do with Q.
Yep, and now Q is going to be able to resolve. It looks like we have a Mix on top and then a Harmonia. So do you give him the
Mix to top.
outright engine, or do you give him the Harmonia? So it looks like he's afraid of the Harmonia, and he's willing to put the Mix.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he almost added to hand. I mean, it will be added to hand soon. Not yet. But, you know, the Harmonia, it just does so much. It is scary enough. I don't know if I would have banished and put it on the bottom of the deck, but then you don't know what you're running into. So to preserve that perfect information, putting the Mix on top, at least you're just going to interact with it and deal with it.
But this is the classic remix plus Zalon field with Cool Tune Synchro set. So Luke is in a pretty good position here. We know he has the Ghost Spell in the graveyard, so although his hand is currently empty, he does have at least the threat of a hand interaction. So it'll be curious to see how does Logan navigate this. He'll start with what is already known, which is the Mix, which, assuming you have multiple pushes, is always good sequencing. Start with what is known. Luke has already accounted for Mix. Had he started with a different starter, that might modify Luca's sequencing because it would reveal additional starters in his hand. So Logan is starting with what is the known information, which is to start with Mix.
So it looks like we're actually going to tribute here. We're going to go right into the Zalon. Let's find out.
Attempt Zalon to negate the Mix.
Oh, we're doing it, yeah. Negating the second effect, technically.
So now this will add to hand. We'll see the Ghost Spell that was there before. And we'll be able to summon a copy of Rico.
I mean, Logan said it. The player who goes first with Cool Tune is heavily favored to win the match in his opinion, and maybe he's right, because Logan is staring down a pretty fearsome field here.
Clip.
Okay. And now we're searching out that single copy of Clip.
Thinking.
You have even more power here when you think about it. You could make an RS just to have it and still have the Cool Tune Synchro to interact with the Zalon, or use the RS to do the same. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Very intricate play with just a few different card effects.
You're good to proceed.
So priority passed back over to Logan. Is the main phase. See what he does next.
So he's already used his normal summon, so he's going to need to find his own copy of JJ Cool Tune or Rotary in order to continue to summon. So it looks like he does in fact have the Rotary, and Q is a pretty good one to combine with that.
It's a lot of push, but I didn't see any spell cards in Logan's hand, so there's no JJ Cool Tune following this up.
Of course, we know the Ghost Spell was added, so Luca does have a counter to this Q.
Clip.
Now he's going to use the Clip and then chain Cool Tune Synchro.
Right, let's go through the numbers here.
Resolve the Synchro.
Adding the Recco, and okay, we're going right into famous level 10.
B2B.
Resolve Clip.
Clip hits the field.
And another Synchro here, I believe, for RS. So one last negation ability, but obviously B2B certainly brings that Synchros back to back, or tuners. So we'll see if that's too much pressure for Logan.
Thinking here. You're good.
Didn't want to clip me.
Logan says you didn't want to clip me, and now he's pondering what that might mean. Let's see if Logan can navigate through the level modulation as well.
Oh, it's quite a bit of level modulation, isn't it? So here we go for the synchro.
Level mod.
Yeah. Just a 2 because of RS? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, an additional.
Remember
It's
the
really
RS?
big, yeah.
That's cute.
So immediate concession
yeah.
there, almost the
Yeah.
exact same thing that happened in the last game. Both players having a little bit of a laugh. It's like, oh yeah, we do play Cool Tune.
Yeah, I think Logan just realized. It's actually hilarious that both of these games basically ended with the same. Okay, I'm accounting for the level modulation, but the math is still off.
Yeah, because that was a level 5. So you would have needed, and even if you just have like an effect fill in your hand, what are you doing, loudness war? That's not going to quite cut it, but
nope.
Luca has evened this up. If you're cheering for Canada, you might get your second representative out of this, and cheering for the United States, you better cheer loud. Oh, the slander. Be kind to yourself, Jules. It's hard being on this stage, you know, traveling, getting ready, playtesting till the middle of the night, the wee hours.
I think Luca, I mean, B2B on your opponent's turn. Often when B2B hits the field, you're just attacking for game, but it does have that continuous effect, very similar to RS and the combination of both. Now you're looking at 3 levels off from what would typically be the case, and as you might anticipate, Logan is receiving the exact same infraction that Luca received, a PE minor, for the incorrect leveling with the intent to special summon their Trackmaker, believing that he would be able to go 2+2, when in fact he was actually looking at a scenario of 4+2.
Well, you know, they say us duelists can't read. Now they're going to tell us we can't do math. Oof. It happens. Don't worry, duelists. I'm not blaming the entire chat, although I bet the entire chat's blaming me. But jokes aside, as we continue here, both duelists are locked in, ready to go. Logan is going to get a chance to go first, and he said it himself, that's the winning position.
Yeah.
So maybe he can just close it out.
And he has a pretty strong side deck here for going first. He's got a copy of Crossout Designator. He's got the Fallen and the Virtuous, which you might consider putting in your deck. He has the Vanadium Reframing that Luke is electing to main deck. He's got Solemn Judgment. He's got Solemn Warnings. We've seen the power of the Solemn cards against the attempt to try and conduct a Synchro Summon, and how that not only shuts down the Synchro Summon, but also all those additional effects. So, you know, Logan's looking at that and saying, this is really what I was hoping this weekend, which is to have the opportunity here in this critical deciding game 3 to have the opportunity to go first. Does look like, though, you might have the Reframing in his side deck, so potentially that Reframing is a card that he intends to put against other strategies, and maybe he thinks the Solemns are sufficient enough, but they'll be taking out the Psi Frames, I have to imagine. It looks like he's taking out Infinite Impermanence, which makes a lot of sense, right? You want to maximize the likelihood of having tuners. The worst feeling is when you have one starter, it gets stopped, and then you have to set, let's say, double Imperm. Not something you want here. You'd much rather set a card like Solemn Warning, much higher impact now that you know you're playing in a mirror match. So, you know, Logan has a game plan for going first this weekend. I have to imagine Luca has the same for going second. This is really it. The deciding game here in our final WCP game of the weekend.
And what a story about 2 different duelists. You know, the entire time as they were getting ready, Logan peering deep into his deck, sometimes out to the crowd, but just trying not to lock eyes with anything in particular. Luca, friendly face, smiling, looking out to somebody in the crowd, drawing strength from his friends. These are our duelists. Either one of these, historically, could be the world champion, as you know.
I mean, if history has been any indication that we are potentially looking at, between these 2 and Mario, the next world champion. Now, I have to imagine duelists from around the globe might not think so. Duelists that will be playing tomorrow and on Sunday might not necessarily think so, but a historical trend, at least over the last 3 years, is that the world champion has come from the NAWCQ World Championship, or World Qualifier Point Tournament.
Just good duelists doing good Yu-Gi-Oh! All year round. And as we get ready here to go into this final game, remember, don't go away after this. We will be doing Genesys matches, but we are still trying to figure out who our second of 6 representatives that we're sending to Tokyo, Japan is. It's game 3, time to find out.
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
So I see a Mulcharmy in Luca's hand. I also see a Super Polymerization. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If you crafted a hand, it would probably have those 2 cards in it going second. I mean, he does have double Super Poly, though, which does lower the likelihood of having starters. So it is in, and it looks like a Bell. That's not a starter. Okay, so let's see what Logan decides to do. Can he minimize the number of draws?
Yeah.
So he starts with Mix. Mix is going to allow him now to search his deck. Looks like he's going to add a copy. I have to imagine a Rotary. Okay, he's going to like to go to Rotary. Thought he had a copy in his hand already. Must have been mistaken.
Now it looks like we're going to use that Rotary to reveal it and Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion.
Ghost Bell in his hand, okay. Looked like a rotary from
aren't we?
with the shading, but makes sense.
Hey, we're all tuners here. But speaking of tuners, materials are 2 tuners. So going into the Trackmaker, very hesitant to get rid of it. And it makes sense. I mean, these may be the last plays you make for the weekend.
So this will be interesting, right? This will reveal now to Logan.
Chinning 2. Chinning 1 to look at your hand.
Exactly what we'll be dealing with in the hand.
And that is going to change things when you see that your opponent has super polymerization.
And he is protecting the rotary in terms of his chain link, so it'll be Trackmaker that resolves first.
I think he learned his lesson after the rotary was negated in the previous duel.
Sometimes you like to see the hand before determining what you want to search with Trackmaker, just because it gives you the information, and presumably maybe Ash would have been used on one of the starters, like Ash on Mix, for example. So there is some logic behind sequencing it such that you actually resolve it in a way where the rotary is exposed, but let's take a look at what we got here. All right, looks like you drew the Duelist Genesys, so that's a really powerful card there. So we got 2 copies of Super Poly, his own rotary, Bell, and Duelist Genesys. So we've got 2 pieces of engine, and then obviously the double Super Poly.
And I mean, he could definitely play through a lot with 2 super polymerizations, although I don't think anybody is running 2 Theseus. But just the ability to just clear things out is so strong. So it's kind of hard from Logan's perspective. Do you think you reserve some of your plays so that you can use them later, or are you so worried that you're going to lose immediately that it's not worth it?
Well, theoretically, if he has 2 hard counters for the Duelist Genesys and the rotary plus Ghost Bell, and I believe it was Ghost Bell, then you don't have to keep playing. Right? You can just stop there. But it does look like Logan wants to continue. The thing is, you really value seeing the opponent's hand and knowing full information. This, unfortunately, is going to allow him to get some more Fualo straws, which ultimately makes it such that there's more and more of an unknown.
Definitely obscuring that perfect information, giving your opponent to draw a starter, etc. I don't think that starving it out was the play here, considering that everything is there, right? The 2 super polymerizations, the Duelist Genesys. Luca is off to the races once it's his turn. It's kind of a tricky situation to be in.
That's a hand.
So adding to hand the Cool Toon Recco.
Extra normal effect.
So I thought there was a possibility where he would just pass without a second tuner on field and without conducting another synchro summon. Right, he's able to use the JJ Cool Toon to add to hand as opposed to special summon. Really important to know that interaction. He's instead, what he's going to do is allow Luca to get an additional draw, get the search off Rika, which can actually be interaction. Right, he can search Clip, and then he's probably going to go into Remix. And then what he's going to do is just threaten the single Remix. That way he does not have a second tuner on the field.
2 unknowns.
Probably the best way to do it. Remix so powerful. I was even playing it in like Red Dragon Archfiend decks with Synchro Overtake back when it was at 3, because that's just such a powerful board by itself. 1 Remix.
So he was able to get the Bell out of the hand. That's pretty impactful. Now, ultimately, that's done because he's afraid that Clip or that there could be some combination on the following turn. He thinks that this is going to lower the ceiling of Logan's turn. I think Logan's potentially here going to go into copy of Remix. Set his Cool Toon Synchro.
Pushing the envelope here, getting closer, but Logan about to drop a few cards, setting him face down. Wow, just doesn't want to give him any more power there.
All right, that works too. So this is, I want to eat through the Super Poly. I can't just let you keep Super Poly. So that might just be, hey, Super Poly these 2. I don't think it's that impactful. Now that I know you don't have Bell in hand, it does lower the number of potential pushes. Because if he hard counters the Duelist Genesys, then the rotary doesn't have a tuner in hand to combine for a synchro summon. So maybe he has a hard counter to the Duelist Genesys, hopes that he doesn't draw a tuner off the top, and then this way the super polymerization is kind of a low impact super poly.
He did not draw a tuner off the top. KTS. But it looks like we're going KTS right off the bat. We're going to start off with the super polymerization. Discarding super poly, just going to narrow it down, so probably not 2 Theseus.
Okay, yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. I think potentially one of the thoughts there is at least why Logan would do that would be that he could just use his 2 guys on field in order to conduct a synchro and then limit down to 1 tuner. Add to hand but use the 2 on field as materials. I honestly think this is pretty fine for Logan too, though, because now he's gonna be able to add clip to his hand because he was cut off from that on the previous turn by the Ghost Spell. Now he's threatening, though, having clip in hand. The super polymerization is gone. He knows about the Duelist Genesys, and he knows about the Rotary. From his perspective, if he hard counters the Duelist Genesys, Rotary doesn't have a tuner in an advantageous way to combine with. Obviously, he has the Theseus on the field, but could be worse. So I'm curious how Logan navigates this.
It's tricky, but you're right. It's not as bad as it was just a minute ago.
And then again, important to note that Logan did not resolve Q on that previous turn, so it's not like he was playing with the additional knowledge of the top. And I do think Luca drew a Cool Tune Synchro, which if you were to rank the cards to draw off the top, that would be pretty high towards the top. So it's going to be one of those things that I think Logan's going to start with the Duelist Genesys. Logan might have that counter that he anticipated using, but the Cool Tune Synchro might really break the door open for Luca here.
I think you're absolutely right. I feel like the Duelist Genesys is definitely the play to sort of push the envelope, fish out for any points of interaction from Logan. But he hasn't committed to it yet. I wonder if he's thinking about, I mean, it's just the 1 Rotary. You could technically summon it, do something, but nah, it's Duelist Genesys time.
Yeah, I think he might have something probably like Purge set. No, maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to let that resolve.
So grab another Cool Tune Synchro. This is going to be interesting because if he thinks that's the only Cool Tune Synchro.
Functionally, most of the things that stop Duelist Genesys stop Cool Tune Synchro, so you could just wait for Cool Tune Synchro.
And here we go.
And this will probably be the Purge. Yeah, that makes sense. Functionally speaking, this lowers the number of Cool Tune Synchros, which is a card that, once your opponent's gone through all 3, is actually pretty big for you because it's one of their main points of interaction on your turn. And Logan's definitely planning not just to survive this turn, but obviously to navigate the turn that follows. Now the question here is, this is the next play that Logan knew about, the normal summon Rotary. Now he has Rotary and Thesis on the field. What is Logan going to do? Is this going to prompt him to activate the clip in his hand?
Thinking about it.
Maybe he has clip plus...
Oh, the face down maybe it.
Okay, so he's going Cool Tune Synchro. All right, so he had an additional copy of Cool Tune Synchro.
I see where we're going. So now you can kind of load things up so your clip is even more effective.
So this, from Logan's perspective now, is going to deal with this push. The question now is, these are the 2 pushes that he knew were there. Does he have an additional interaction for that Cool Tune Synchro?
Well, I feel like if you grab Rekko, you could make RS. And then, while you don't really have any spells and traps to destroy, you do have 1 single negate to try to stop what's going. But instead, we actually go
to Mix. This makes a lot of sense because now, if a Synchro Summon involving Mix with the clip could destroy one of the 2 tuners on the field. But now we see the activation of the Cool Tune Synchro. So this reveals the last card.
I think Logan stopped dead cold. That was definitely a surprise to him.
Well, that is the card that he was unaware of, but you wouldn't be able to tell from his body link. That's, again, one of the things that I think is really clear. His field presence, his table presence is very evident.
If we had instant replay, he was twirling a card in his hand. He stopped for a brief second, but you're right. Other than that, just completely, muted, like a statue. But speaking of statues, let's not be statues as this duel proceeds. So we are going to activate the Cool Tune Synchro on Luca's side of the field, and the card we grab looks like a Q.
Sorry, big think.
Yeah. Looks like we're going back into a big think.
I mean, he's activating Clip, so we do know he has at least some type of tuner in his hand. I'm not 100% sure what the 2 cards in Logan's hand are.
Oh, we're going to synchro 1 + 5. This time it will equal 6.
Yeah.
First time's a charm.
Can I see your graveyard?
Quick check of the graveyard. There is the bell in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, he's doing tuner math. RS gaining all that power per tuner in the graveyard.
Very tense moment. Luca's decision here is probably going to be the deciding factor, and it's not 100% evident what he thinks the most effective play is. It looks like it is in order to go into Loudness War, so it's kind of delaying ultimately what he needs to do to survive, to navigate this turn. What I mean by that is obviously you can lose Loudness Ward later to dump a cool tune from the deck. So it's kind of just pushing and delaying another point of interaction instead of establishing everything on the field right now.
Great name for a cool tune mirror match, by the way. Loudness War. But jokes aside, looks like we have established the clip on the field in defense mode. Now the Loudness War threatening its powerful effects, but
we have to resolve the clip. It's going to be clip, and I think that was mix. And it makes a lot of sense for it to be mix, considering he used that clip when there were 2 tuners on the field. And from his perspective, if he dealt with Rotary or Theseus, then that, in his opinion, would have stopped the turn. Especially if it was the Rotary, right? In his eyes, if he deals with the Rotary, it's going to be really hard unless he drew Cool Tune Synchro, and he drew exactly Cool Tune Synchro. So you can totally understand and make the logical conclusion that Mix is the card in hand that he wanted to synchro with. So now we have Trackmaker.
Certainly anything can happen. But we are being very careful here so nobody causes their own demise.
Sorry, the one on the field, yeah.
2 to search.
3, pop, 4.
Thinking.
So we have the clip that's going to rip a card from the extra deck. We have a target of Loudness War. We have now Loudness War adding to this chain link.
Oh,
and there's a purge.
That's huge to know.
Okay. That's interesting that he elected to keep that in hand and not set it.
Well, we did live in the example of one of our earlier featured matches where, unfortunately, if you're locked out of fire, that is not all of your monsters in your deck, but there goes the Ash Blossoms, the RSs, and the Rekos. And also Dark and Water monsters, too.
But if I'm not mistaken, he elected to keep that in hand as opposed to set it with the Purge that he already had set.
True, I guess he didn't want it to get destroyed by a rival Reko, but now the temptation to activate, it's pretty painful. I guess he was always thinking about that, but let's see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably fine to do the split 1-to-1, but, it's interesting. Now, maybe in his perspective, and this is some high-level Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
what I'm about to say here is if you do the split 1-to-1, it makes it potentially challenging to read it in hand. Because if you deal with the one on the field or you have the one that's on the field activated, in his eyes, it might make it so that that second purge is hard to read. Yeah. And especially at this high level, you could totally see that.
Reads are so important in this particular matchup because there's so few of them. Mostly you're just actually seeing your opponent's hand in full, so trying to guess those little secrets that your opponent's keeping from you, that's the difference between a winner and a loser.
We have the additional normal summon here of Q, granted by the JJ Cool Tune.
I guess they say win or loss. Both these guys are great duelists. Now we're going in.
Looks like he's brought a Rico to the top.
Carefully placing. No, we're not placing that on the field.
Rico.
Now he's going to be able to go into his graveyard or his deck, add a non-level 2.
Eyeballing the Cool Tune Rotary there. It's so interesting. Usually the pace, the tenor of matches with the World Championship on the line are so dramatic, but this is such just like a quiet viewing of 2 intellectuals just working their way through.
And then there's a lot of tension here. So we now are going to go into Trackmaker, and he still has a level 3 tuner on the field. This is a really good spot here for Luca.
Maker, chain 2 will be Rico, target pop.
So yeah, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to JJ Cool Tune. Luca seemingly starting to come back in the Loudness War. Pun intended.
Okay, so he's going to use the level 3 on in his hand, as opposed to the level 3 Q on the field. This is going to summon Zalon. This is now going to allow him to take a top look at the Ash Blossom and the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Ash to top.
Give him the Ash Blossom.
And JJ effect tribute.
Now we have the JJ effect.
Special mix.
I think keeping on the Ash is fine. It's not a starter. You don't have JJ Cool Tune to worry about having an extra tuner, normal summon, and tributing it. So good work from Luca as he continues to synchro summon.
Mix effect, target pop.
Oh, now in the mix gets rid of the Trackmaker.
And this is going to be it.
Phase 2?
Yeah. 2 attacks in and a set. So he's established the very powerful Zalon plus RS.
No, that's going to be
remix. Yeah, sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
22.
So accustomed to remix just in defense mode, but yeah. But remix, and we've seen this before now. You have established the ability for a chain to occur, so you can use your Zalon.
Remix is so strong in and of itself with the mix and the Reco at hand. Oh my goodness. So let's see if Logan can come back.
Yep.
Yeah. Remix is obviously boosted by 1,500.
A lot of tuners, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of tuners. So we know we have Ash Blossom. We know we have Purge, and we know we have Q. So we're going to start here by a chain of the remix, and now the Zalon is going to negate the Q and destroy it.
I think this may be the decisive turn.
I think it is, because we're down to just Ash Blossom and Purge, and neither of those two are going to do it here.
And good stuff. Maybe not even performing a Synchro Summon, just adding something like Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion to the hand, Luca being able to stop really anything further. But let's see what he goes for. Going to be Reco to Fields. And it is the Ghost Bell of the hand, but now we'll Synchro Summon off since we've already used Zalon's effect to bring back the Cool Tune B2B. Just means more interaction.
Logan's going to take a quick look at his graveyard, but fortunately for the fans out there of Logan, I don't think he's going to find anything in there that's going to help him.
There's the handshake!
There it is.
That means today, 2 Canadian representatives from the World Qualifying Point Playoff. Well, if you're from the United States and cheering them on, don't worry. We still have 4 more slots over the course this weekend for the WCQ. But Luca makes it and just made it. And different energy. Very excited getting in. Now he is absolutely going to Japan, but it almost feels humbling if you could just slightly see it on his face.
I mean, he needed that Cool Tune Synchro off the top, as I commented on in the midst of it happening. Logan had full knowledge of everything but the top card. He wasn't able to resolve Q on that turn. He felt as though he had basically checked all of the cards, the Synchro over, the Duelist Genesys rather, and that single copy of Rotary after the tuner had to be used to stop his own plays. So in his perspective, he had 2 checks for the 2 plays that he knew of. It was that 3rd additional play, that Cool Tune Synchro, that put it such that Logan was just unable to mount any type of comeback. So Cool Tune Synchro at absolutely the perfect time for Luca has now secured his spot in the World Championship.
I gotta say, heart of the cards be with him, because I feel like the turning point of that duel absolutely was, I need the best card in this deck. Oh, there it is, cool. And now we have our 2, or at least our first 2 representatives here for the World Championship. And that's gotta be a wild moment when like all the stress just releases from your body. You still got to go to the World. You still got to prepare. You still have to figure out what you're going to do, make sure that passport's renewed. But for a moment, he can rest.
And, you know, not to discredit the prizing that the NAWCQ offers. I mean, you look at Julian last year. He earned his spot in the World Championship and then placed very deep in the actual NAWCQ to bring home basically double prizing. So these these duelists, both of which, you know, Mario and Luca, who are now going to represent North America, really more specifically Canada, at the World Championship, they still have a lot to play for this weekend. There's fantastic prizing in the actual NAWCQ itself, beyond the fact that you get that Worlds invite.
Canada, oh Canada, man. Duelists from there doing very well for themselves this weekend. But it's the North American World Championship qualifier, so of course they're always in contention. But speaking of contention, let's stop chatting here and we'll go to the stage to hear from our latest competitor.
Thank you very much, everybody. Give it up for our second North American representative, Luka Kovac. Congratulations on your feature match win here. It came down to the wire, and that was a tough battle. I know you were dueling against a friend. What was that like?
It sucks, man. I beat my testing partner for this event in top 16. I felt really bad about it, and now I'm playing Logan, a really good friend of mine as well, in top 4, which really sucks. But sometimes you got to get the job done.
Bittersweet, I think, would be the way to put it. Obviously, we're celebrating your victory here. I saw you at a moment where you went over to comfort him as well, so I'm sure that meant a lot. But I want to talk about what's ahead for you, because you're going the Worlds. That's got to feel good. Where's your head at in terms of representing North America?
Yeah, honestly, surreal feeling. It's been something I've been working for, the entire year. Last year at the NAWCQ, I decided for myself that I'd try to go for the Worlds points grind. Really just try to qualify for Worlds, because that's been my one big dream, and here we are. We've achieved it.
Achieving dreams. I love to hear it. Also representing Canada. This is now 2 Canadians that have made it. So what's going on in Canada? Is that the secret? You just got to be Canadian to represent North America?
I don't want to say you want to be Canadian. You have to be Canadian, but it's definitely it's definitely a big boost. You know, you've got Jesse Cotton, Steven Santoli, a bunch of legends, to be honest, in the area. So, honestly, I'm honored to be one of the Canadians going to Worlds this year.
Do you think, what are the odds? 6 Canadians? Think it's going to happen? It could.
I'm liking the chance. I'm not going to lie. We've got a lot of good Canadian players here. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Good start. Well, as somebody from Minnesota, we claim Canadian light. Wouldn't mind that too much either. You dedicated this match to your parents. I want to give you an opportunity to give them a shout out, or anybody else in the audience that you want to give a shout out to that helped you get to where you are today.
These guys up here in the front, I'm definitely, you know, huge support for me. Dylan brought me a water bottle before top 4 started. And then, you know, Matt for testing with me, Kareem for rooming with me, the guys in the back as well for rooming with me as well. All my friends, you know, in the crowd that were cheering me on. Huge shout out to my parents as well for supporting this, you know. Yeah, it's huge. Like, this is a huge moment for me, to be honest, and I'm super proud to be up here on the stage.
Well, hey, they're going to be cheering you on in Japan as well as all of us. Congratulations, Luca. Give it up one more time for our second NA representative. That's it from the stage. Back to the casters.
Whew, promised myself I would not get emotional, but man, that speech about just everything it takes. I know, you know, we all love the anime, but there is a certain truth to the fact that nobody gets up to that stage alone. You know, you have to have a good infrastructure in your life to be supportive of your career as a duelist. And man, Luca's got some good people behind him.
He even commented on, right, I think Steven kind of jokingly asked, do you have to be Canadian? But he spoke to the local area. You know, players like, you know, Jesse Cotton, who, if you're familiar with the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, you've heard of Jesse Cotton's name. But Canada has a very rich dueling history, from Dale and Lazaro Bolito to Matt Peddle. I mean, we could go through the annals going decades back. Canada has some
Terasat Kunsamba? Was he Canadian? There's a lot of good champions.
From California.
Oh, that's right.
Have,
that's right.
Of course. I mean, we're talking about the World Championship, the first Canadian World Champion, Sahabi, obviously representing from Canada. I mean, the Canadian history is very rich, going all the way back decades now. So I think, you know, he's speaking to, in modern day, the players in the local area, but that, you know, that area has had a very rich history over the course of the 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game.
It has. I don't mean to get emotional again, but I remember Billy, you know, when Paulie was the first United States-based champion, world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh! It was a long time coming for somebody from the United States, but Canada had their crown a lot earlier than we did, and they may have it again this year, so we'll have to see. Wow, though, and this is just like the first opening salvo of Yu-Gi-Oh! We have this weekend. Obviously, we're going to check back in with our World Championship competitors soon. But the fact that we still have, you know, the Genesys Championship going on, and there's a couple of tickets to Japan, but we also still have 4 more representatives over all the rounds of Swiss from the NAWCQ. It's interesting. Now, I will say this probably isn't going to be the exact tempo format. We talked about that earlier, but Cool Tune, obviously still a very strong deck this format.
Yeah, I think it's very evident that both of these players elected to bring that here this weekend. And I think we have both of the qualifiers representing Canada on stage right now to receive their prizing and really get that formal invite to the World Championship.
Nice.
Thank you very much. I'm joined on stage by the first 2 North American representatives. Up first, Mario. I got to get your first thoughts here because you are going to be representing North America and Canada at Worlds. And alongside that, you have earned your prize card and invitation to Worlds. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm really excited. And as I wanted to say to you before, that Ryan, a few months ago, he gave me his Worlds token. And he had told me when I go to Worlds this year, I can give him his. So I'm super happy. I'm going to make this come true.
Fantastic. All right, so you owe him one now.
Yes, I do.
All right, well, congratulations, Mario. Now for Luca, here is your prize card and invitation to Worlds. Congratulations once again. Any final words you want to give to any competitors that you're going to face off against at Worlds?
Nothing for the competitors, but I actually have, funny enough, a similar story. You know, me and Ryan talked before this event, and you know, there was a little bit of drama that happened before the event, and so Ryan told me to keep my head down, you know, and just get to work, and that's what I did. And we're going to Worlds now. I'll see Ryan there.
Shout out to both of you. Shout out to Ryan, I suppose, for helping you two get here. But everybody in the venue, give it up one more time for the first 2 North American representatives at Worlds, Mario D'Amico and Luka Kovac.
The points playoff has concluded. 2 duelists going to Tokyo. We'll be catching up with them tomorrow on the pre-show. But if you look behind me, you can see hundreds of duelists there. They are dueling everybody. The first Genesys Championship continues. So do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. We have some more Yu-Gi-Oh fun ahead. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here, and I'm honored to be sitting across from Jesse Cotton, the myth, the man, the legend, the duelist of the year for me. I mean, there's been a lot of incredible players, but we're here at the NAWCQ, we're the best of the best are here, and you just won a YCS. But it's not your first one. So break it down for me, Jesse. Tell me what your Yu-Gi-Oh history, credentials, what have you accomplished in this game so far? I want to know. I stopped keeping track so long ago, it's just hard.
It's long. I've been playing for almost as long as you have, and you're a fossil, so.
Hey, yeah.
I'm also a fossil.
You're getting up there.
No, yeah, this was my 9th YCS win.
Jeez.
Yeah, so.
Jeez. 9th win this year, ninth win total, 2nd for this year, but you also got 2nd place twice in the same season.
These last few months specifically have been really good for me. First started the season, like from last fall, was fine for me. I did okay. I kept finishing just outside of the top 8 cut, so I'd still get prizing. I still get points, which is why you'll see me the points playoff.
You were the number 1. You had the most points out of everyone.
I consistently got like top 16, top 52, which is by no means bad, but it's also not like the top, which many players can do over and over again.
Right.
But then turn of the new year, release of Burst Protocol with the Fallen White and all those Albaz cards, that clicked for me very well. And ever since then, I've kind of had a good run.
Okay, yeah, awesome. And that's like, you have so Fusion Strategies, Draco Tail, 9 YCS wins, UDS champion, UUDS champion, the only UUDS champion out there. There was only one. Yeah, you got the 1 ring to rule them all. Really awesome. So talk to me about throughout the years. First, let's go all the way back. How did you begin? Tell me the Jesse Cotton origin story, because I think there's a lot in how your fundamentals develop from being in like an early age of duels. I think the competition can shape you. Tell me about your origin.
So I grew up playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I started when I was 5. In kindergarten, my friend showed me his cards, including what is it, SKE Blue Eyes by Dragon.
Okay.
So not the first one, but still pretty early. Wow, these are cool.
So Blue Eyes, it was Blue Eyes from the beginning.
Of course it was Blue Eyes.
All right.
And then my first card was Blue Eyes Shining Dragon.
And now
because I got to see the movie and I got the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. And I was like, wow. And then I ended up getting some other cards. And part of what got me into the game was my friend, but also my dad used to travel for work every week. So he'd be home on the weekends and he'd be in Edmonton, another part of Canada, hours flight away for the weekdays. But the weekends come, he'd want to spend as much time as he could with me and my brother.
Okay.
And one thing that he'd do with me, besides various video games, was play Yu-Gi-Oh! And one Saturday ritual that became of us around that time was he'd take me and the same local friend to a card shop every Saturday. We'd grab lunch on the way. There was an RC like card place as well, and then after that it was locals.
Yep.
And that's what I grew up with. But my parents also let me play for another reason, and that is the thought that Yu-Gi-Oh! Would help with basic math skills, which it absolutely did, and reading.
Oh, if there's any like 1800, like I knew every multiple of it. I was like, every lodge-in attack adds up 100%.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, as a 5-year-old, like those are real skills to learn. How to basic addition, subtraction, and
reading
then
too, I'm sure it helped.
Reading helped a lot as well. And I learned to do it upside down because I would just have my cards. Nowadays, obviously, they're all upright, but as a little kid, the cards some upside down, some weren't. I didn't really care. I was just mashing the cards together. And I'd draw a hand on. I learned to read upside down because of that too.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. And then later on in life, ironically, I got to stats in high school. And like, oh, I can use hypergeometric distribution to do math for odds and probability.
Oh, so you got really deep into the math.
And yeah. So around the time I met you, I'd spent, regrettably, my class time writing in a notebook. It's like, not a phone, or not a phone in class, or a computer or anything. I was just writing like math by hand on my entire deck. And that was out of my first YCS win, actually. It was doing the math for the entire Spiral deck.
Really?
For hand traps, for starters, for bricks, for everything. Because I had nothing better to do, and it was practice.
And that's like, I think when Yu-Gi-Oh! Optimization became very important. And
Yes.
you were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, so people were very into optimization for the few years leading into that, and that's when I was coming into my own as a player. So yeah, I had that. 2005 is when I started, but 10 years of me being a little kid, getting in there. My first YCS was the one you won. Toronto, and
oh, nice.
Let you talk. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. I was just saying. So, like, the big like part of the takeaway from the story is it wasn't an overnight success.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, you had to like build up and grow throughout like the years. Like, and you can't just expect success right away. Talk to me about like the determination, the grit that it takes to like. It's obviously when you win, easy to like enjoy those moments, but it's the moments you lose and you have to bounce back. You know. Talk to me about that.
Failure is everything, and it's a very part of the game. How you handle it, how you learn from it, and also how you stay strong through it is important. Every single big achievement I have in the game was preceded by failure. My first YCS top, or I guess WCQ top was my first tier 3 event. Is that what it's called? Tier 3 event top?
Yeah.
Was preceded by losing in the last round to Swiss, or drawing last round, or second last round, 9 events in a row.
9
events in a row.
And each time it's
close.
Like, it feels like harder and harder to keep going, right? Again, like this can't keep happening. Like
my first YCS win, I'd gotten third twice within a short distance of time, and several other like close results, and just couldn't do it.
You just had to keep pushing, right?
My first qualification for Worlds, I'd gotten losing top 16 after having a really strong start, and then getting 7th back when it was top 6 go to Worlds. And that match was a feature match.
That's one of my favorites. We don't have to talk about it.
Probably my most just devastating match of all time for me.
As a spectator live at that match, I enjoyed it thoroughly, but I understand from your perspective.
No, I mean, you embrace it, right? Because if you can't talk about it, it's part of my growth, part of the journey.
Right.
And there's stuff I learned from that match that I lost because of myself. No, there were external factors, but regardless of that, I did make a mistake. There was one clear mistake I made on that, and the odds were still in my favor. I gave myself a 1% chance to lose, and it happened. So you can say I got unlucky, but I made a 1% mistake, and
they punished
it caught
you.
up to me.
Yeah, the Egyptian gods were watching, and they're like, no. Yeah, I've had that similar experience. Yeah, you have to play the best you can, because if there is that 1%, it will happen. It feels like it will happen every single time.
But that's it. And then for World Championships, I qualified for Worlds, and I've qualified every year since then.
Yeah,
but
I think you've probably gone to more World Championships than anybody at this point.
Me and Josh will have been tied at 7 if he does not qualify this year. But he still can.
He has the UWCQ going on right now. Yes. Good luck, Josh.
But he is the only person ahead of me.
Oh, right now? So you would tie him?
We have both qualified every year since 2017.
He qualified, very young.
But he also qualified in 2012.
Yeah.
Ironically, I was close for Dragon Duels, but did not.
I was thinking you did start out as a Dragon Duelist too, and like worked your way. I mean, you said that you were young and playing, but using that Dragon Duels program to like really get your feet wet, and you was it the 100th? The 150th?
100th.
The 100th. You won the Dragon Duels tournament at Long Beach, so you're technically like a historic champion, even on the Dragon Duel level. But that's awesome.
But moving back to like the World Championship thing, right? Because going back to that, having won Worlds, that was my 5th time there. 5th time.
Must be nice.
But the point was, it came with failure. Like my loss to the eventual champion Wang Chiacheng in 2018 was brutal for me. I lost in top 8 after beating him round 5 as Swiss. Being first in Swiss, he snuck in at 8th, repaired in top 8, and after beating him 2-0 in top 8, I lost.
He's coming back.
That one hurt. I know he's coming back. It'll be fun to see him again. And other rough losses, 2023, I lost in the finals to Josh, right? So.
Oh, the Master Duel one, right?
Exactly,
right.
That
was an epic match.
But that's part of it. That's my point is, all these accolades, they've been accompanied by failure first.
Yeah, people don't talk about the losses, but those are where you learn. That's the most important things. And to see that, like hearing that from you, absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's some of the best advice.
Builds character.
It does build character.
You sound like your dad, but they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you don't want to, like, even if other things, even like you said, like there were external factors, but you can't look at those. You have to look at what you can control, and that's it's a winning mentality. And I mean, I don't have to tell you, you happen to be the biggest winner of all time. Like so many W's, like absolutely incredible. So talk to me about this most recent win, your 9th one. Does it feel any different from any of your previous wins before?
It was nothing like my last wins, and I really was not expecting it. I guess cut this part if it's not okay for air, but so my dog had passed that week.
I'm sorry to hear
and
that. That's devastating.
Anytime, so pretty much I still work, so I can't dedicate a ton of time to playing.
Yeah.
Thankfully, my strong fundamentals set me up, but I'd originally planned to have most of the week leading up to Columbus off, so that's when I can grind time, practice, and get familiar with the deck. And she passed like right in the morning on Monday.
Yeah.
So after that, I'm like, I'm just going to take it easy, use Columbus as a vacation, and then play a deck I have fun with, which is Draco Tail.
Yeah, a lot of people wrote off Draco Tail after that last FNL list. Like they were just all on either like pure branded.
And and for what it's worth, it was on my 2-try deck still. Like, it wasn't like I'd completely written off Hotel.
Right, okay.
People expected it to be bad, and I thought it had problems, and I still think it does. But on my to-do list for the week, assuming things had gone normally, was I have a theory for a reason why this deck might not be bad. Let's actually try it and flesh it out and optimize. Never did any of that. I had that rough theory, but it was a deck I enjoyed. I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna play it, and if it works out, it works out. And very fortunately, my theory at a very surface level worked out well for me. And while my deck could have been better, some good luck within matchups, within die rolls, with some hands, and just me being correct panned out well for me. So
it was unexpected, but you were happy to be there. But in that moment when you won, like, did the feeling feel a little more special because you didn't expect the win, but it still found a way to get there?
I don't know if it felt special. It felt different because it was like,
it had to.
Alex was like, how did I get here almost? Like,
do I deserve this? Like, why
I was like, everyone's trying so hard. Like, look at my opponent, George Sacco.
Yeah, Lucas Sacco,
who worked very hard for that, right? And he's training hard. And yeah, he's talked about a lot about training a lot for it. And I feel bad. I robbed him almost. Like, he's going for his first. He's fighting hard for this. He's been going and doing better. Here I'm walking up with no intent of doing well at all, and managed to find my way there. So I'm like, what the hell happened? How did this work out the way it did?
You deserved it.
That'll build character for him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is definitely, I think, the player right now who is right on the outside looking in, close to getting that W, keeps getting closer and closer, hasn't stopped, which is a big important part, as you mentioned. Yeah. So absolutely incredible. One last question. I know we kind of talked about, like, taking your losses into consideration, learning from them is very important. But is there any other advice you would give to a player who maybe wants to be the next Genesys Cotton, or at least start? It would be years probably in the making, but to start on that path to get multiple wins, because it does take a different kind of mentality to just get win after win, and especially sometimes when you win. I want to know if you feel this way, and then you lose afterwards. It feels a little worse to lose because you feel like there's an expectation that you have to live up to.
So, okay, this is, I guess, there's a lot of advice of advice you can give, and it's not one trick you'll have to succeed. Mm-hmm. I'm sure anybody who's good at anything will tell you that. Yeah. But one piece of advice that I haven't really given out enough of, I think, is also still just embrace the game and enjoy it and yourself. Because
you're not having fun, you're not going to win.
You can force yourself to a degree, and once I've done well when I've really forced myself, but for the most part, I've found I've done way better when I enjoy myself. It means I'm more encouraged to do testing, to better mood, I'll do better, I'll think smarter. Think smarter, I don't know if that's the right word to use.
Yeah, it works.
But yeah, like, it's
think
just,
more effectively.
I found it to be better, and in general, just healthier environments to be in. Mm-hmm. And that can even pertain to some things out of the game, right? Like, part of what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the opportunities it affords me to travel. And embracing that and saying, I'm going to the event, but I'm also going to explore outside. Like, Cartagena was not too long ago, and the YCS there, I went to the National Aviary.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's awesome.
Because I love birds.
Yeah.
And that was really cool for me to see the old walled city, did a food walking tour. That makes the trip worth it. And it lowers stress, it makes me more chill, and I got second in that event, so.
There you go. So maybe that's the key, having fun, like enjoying
you balance
yourself.
it all. Like, don't take yourself too seriously, don't try hard too much. Like, obviously, think logically, try to win, and be win-oriented, but don't force yourself in a way that's make yourself not have fun. It's going to ruin the spirit of the game. The spirit of the game is a big one. And I think sometimes be like the character of the show is not bad advice.
I'm glad you said it. I've been saying it for years. You got to be a duelist. Duel like it's time to duel. I throw down a face down. You got to have fun.
Some of the advice you give me is random, and I'm not going to go with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll play against you. You'll do something that makes no sense at all. I'm like, really? Don't trust the heart of the cards that much.
Sometimes you got to lean into it. But yeah, and then so that's awesome advice. Great to hear from you. Yeah, any final thoughts? You want to, like, shout out anybody? Like, shout out any of your...
I mean, shout outs would last
a
long time. Again, 21 years of me playing the game. It's going to be countless friends and family. I guess I'll give biggest shout out will be my family. My mom and dad, biggest supporters. My dad especially, one taking me to events as a kid and played with me, is the reason I am here today.
Yeah, I mean, I've met your dad, not too much, but he's an awesome guy, full of life, so that's great. That's great that he supported you so much. But yeah, thank you so much for sitting here talking to us. Hope you do really well this weekend. I know we'll see you at Worlds for Master Duel again. So excited to see you on a different team this time, though. So
different team SP, I think we're going with.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's going to be Sam, Pack, and you, right? So that'll be exciting to see. Can't wait. So thank you for enjoying this quick interview we had, and back to the NAWCQ.
Hello, hello. It is time for some trivia. Okay, I found 2 duelists, and y'all could win some prize wall tickets. Are you excited about that? Okay, great. Okay, so I'm with Zach here, right? Zach, what do you love about Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's just my favorite thing ever. Like, I get to do it with my friends. I get to go to these great cities. I get to come to these massive tournaments with like 5,000 people. It's the best thing in the world.
Oh my gosh, your vibes are incredible. That just made me smile. Gabe, can you give a better answer than that? What do you love about Yu-Gi-Oh?
I think it's really hard to find community nowadays. It feels like we're so, increasingly splintered off. So like a place where you can find common ground and just see people every single week and like build friendships in those communities. It's so amazing.
The power of friendship. I love that. Okay, but now we're ready to go head to head though, right? Is he going down?
Friendship here.
No friendship here. We kid. Though I do want to see who starts off, and we got to do a little game of rock, paper, scissors. Are we ready for that? Okay, ready. Crowd, can we give a little countdown? A 3, 2, 1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Zach, you are going first, okay? This is going to be a best of 3. I got tons of questions, so don't you worry over here, Gabe. Don't stress. Okay, Zach, are you ready? Yes. All right, your question. Found in Chaos Origins, finish the card name, Inferno of the Sacred Beasts.
Sacred Phantasm?
No.
Sacred Phantasm?
No.
Phantasmal Beast?
No. Gabe, do you know?
Sorry. The first...
I can repeat. You want me to repeat it? Okay. Found in Chaos Origins, finish the card name, Inferno of the Sacred Beast, dash.
Uriah, Lord of the Searing Flames?
That is correct. Nice. Okay, there we go. It's okay, Zach. Don't worry. Okay, second question. I believe I'm starting with you, Gabe, though, because that was your first question. Are you ready to go?
Let's do it.
Okay. What type is the new theme from Chaos Origins? Blitzclick.
Those are thunder monsters.
That is correct. Okay. A little bit of a comeback here for Zach, potentially. We're going to go with you for this one. What attribute is Ivos Divine Spirit of the Law?
Light?
No. Second chance?
Dark?
No. Do you know what it is?
I believe it is a wind monster.
It is wind. Gabe, out of control right now. Okay, 3 for Gabe. Okay, Gabe, we're starting with you for this one. What is the link rating of Xena's Deceiving Doll Maidens?
I believe Xena's Deceiving Doll Maidens is a link 5.
Did you look at my cards? Were you cheating, Gabe? Okay, that was correct. That was correct. Okay, Zach, let's see if we can get you get 1 on the board, okay? Yeah, you got 1. What is the name of the monster on the cover of Chaos Origins?
Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos?
You got it 100%. Okay, you know what? Should I give them both tickets? What do you think, crowd? You all decide. Should I give them both tickets? Okay, the crowd has spoken. Okay, and I want to know, you guys were talking about community and how much Yu-Gi-Oh means to you. When did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh? And when were you like, this is for me?
So initially I started playing with like just my dad over the kitchen table when I was like 5 years old. But as terms of like going to my first locals, that was when I was about like 14 years old. The Pendulum Strike structure deck had just come out, and I was so excited to like build a deck and like play it out. And that was the first time I was like, whoa, wait, all these like older kids are like playing and being part of this, and that was so rocking. So I've been playing for about 12 years since then.
Wow, and so your dad was a Yu-Gi-Oh fan?
Yes, indeed. His ace monster was the Beaver Warrior, and every time he'd play it, he'd go.
Wait, what was that?
It was a.
I can't believe you did that twice.
Like a little beaver sound. Every time he'd play it, it was his ace monster. He loved it.
Do you know how he got into it? Did he watch the anime or what?
Yeah, just like for us as kids, you know, it was like I have 2 older brothers, so we all like saw this on TV one time, and all of us got into it together.
Okay, it's a family affair? It's not just you and your dad?
It was a family affair. Unfortunately, I'm the only one playing competitively nowadays.
Oh my, we gotta talk to your brothers here.
I know. One of them plays Magic. Can you believe it?
Oh no, we will not speak that word on the stream. Gabe, I was such a big fan of you, and you did so well during trivia, and you spoke that which shall not be named. No, I'm kidding. But that was a lovely answer. I'm really glad to hear that you and your dad have such a wonderful relationship. That's so cute. And love Yu-Gi-Oh, no less. Okay, Zach, how did you get into this whole world? What does it mean to you?
I've been playing since I was 9. I did really well at a dentist appointment when I was 9, and my dad got me the Simorg structure deck, and I just haven't stopped since.
Your dad got you into Yu-Gi-Oh too?
Yeah, he knew I liked the show, so I watched the show all the time, and I'd put it on, and he knew. He got me the cards. My brother got a deck too. We played for a while, and here we are.
Okay, so you were a fan of the anime first and like specifically asked for this deck, or did he do some research and figured it out?
No, he just saw a cool one and grabbed me the newest one.
Okay, I love this. So why have you continued to stay so loyal to Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's just the best. Like, the gameplay is unmatched. The people, unmatched. Like, every tournament runs so well. It's just my favorite thing. Nothing will compete with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, you are so sweet and darling. I love that so much. Okay, and to wrap things up, is there anything you want to say to your Yu-Gi-Oh friends out there?
Yeah, shout out to Team Wales! Woo!
Team Wales.
Team Wales.
Okay, what a name for the team there.
When you join the team, the requirement to join is you have to get the maximum rarity of 1 deck. So you whale out on your first deck.
Okay, I love it. Okay, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Hi Jason, hi Eddie, hi Matt Man, hi Chris.
That was quick. You want to say anything else to him?
I love you guys.
Aww, that is so precious. Okay, everybody, we're going to go to a little break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Ken Walker, MVP of the big game. Awesome to have you here at the NAWCQ for Yu-Gi-Oh! Hanging out. You're on the convention center floor. What are your first thoughts walking into the venue?
Yeah, it's my first time at an event like this, so it's been cool. I was, it's authentic. I get to go meet the actual people that's playing, the duelists, they say.
You know, you're MVP of your league, but over here, we got our MVPs up on stage right now. We got the points qualifiers going on today when we're talking here. Do you feel like the competitive energy in the venue? Because every time I walk into one of these events, I just feel like there's competitors here.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely competitive. It's kind of like giving me so I used to wrestle when I was younger. Okay. And then, you know, the people on the intercom and talking about like the different events that's happening. I feel like it give me that vibe. So yeah, definitely competitive in here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was talking about wrestling when you're younger too. We also have like dragon duels here, so kids can come in and compete. But talk to me about you know, your first impression of Yu-Gi-Oh and your collection as well. Do you have a collection yourself?
I've been trying to collect. You know, when I come to these not events, but like be around the guys at Konami. They give me cards to start off with. So. Like I said before, I've been trying to. Yeah, exactly. I'm starting off my collection. I don't know what I'm doing right or wrong, but I guess it's like over time I'll figure it out.
Okay, cool. Anything from here? Anything that maybe we could like let you walk away with? So Time Wizard's big.
I like
Blue Eyes.
the White Dragon. I mean Blue Eyes, White Dragon.
Yeah,
Only because I had watched the episode 1, and that was the dragon that I saw. So I always remember that.
Yeah, you got to get 3 though. So that's the thing about Blue Eyes White Dragon. You can't just take the 1. I mean, you could.
Yeah.
But most people know you need 3 of them because that's the true Kaiba. So I guess we only have 2 here, so we're not even living up to. Oh no, there's the 3rd. There we go.
Okay,
I don't know if the camera can see it, but we got the plushie down there. Well, you're a competitor. We got competitors here, so I want to talk about you as a competitor and kind of how you prepare for big moments, because this is a big moment for all of these duelists in their career, and I feel like maybe we can get some insight from your brain as to like how you prepare for big events and big moments. So yeah, what do you do to get into the right mindset to compete?
Yeah, honestly, I would say it starts with preparation before the time comes. You know, so let's say you got a game on Sunday, pretty much get ready on Monday and like so on and so forth until the game comes. So it's really preparation and making sure you got a clear mind to go do what you do.
Preparation's huge. I talk to a lot of the duelists here when I get a chance to chat with them. They have similar mindsets, but I love getting into the nitty-gritty because I feel like everyone's got their own process to preparation, because preparation kind of a vague term, right? So what kind of mental preparation do you start doing, and when do you start doing it? Is it like a month ahead of time? Is it like before the season starts? Is it an ongoing thing? What's that look like?
I got you. Well, around this time, I would say, since it's off season, it's really just getting in shape, right? So you're working out, you got your days you work out, what days, like you do leg day, whatever, running,
I need to get more of that.
Nah, you all good, brother. So off season, you getting in shape, and then you got camp. You getting in shape, learning the playbook, and the closer you get to the season, then that's when you really start to dial in on what team y'all playing that week and getting to learn that team. And then, you go to practice with each other, really just learn what you want to do throughout that week and prepare for that game. And once you get to the game, you pretty much know what you want to do.
That actually sounds very similar to how our formats change, because every couple of months, new cards come out. You got to learn what all those new cards do. So in a way, like when it comes time for competition, there's a whole month period where these players are out there learning the new cards and learning what the field's going to look like. So it's not really preparing for one team, but you have to prepare for a format that's out there. So it's kind of cool. There's a little bit of overlap there. All right, what about on game day? Like if you're about to go into the arena, about to go into the stadium, what do you do to amp yourself up?
Really, honestly, I try to stay more calm than amped up. Like, yeah, because it's like, we always talked about it. If you get too high, you kind of burn energy. Like, if we out here too hyped up, and then you don't want to be too low either. So it's like you want to be in the middle type stuff. So really, just do what I usually do. Probably listen to some music, go over the plays once, again, right before the game, and then warm up and, just get ready for the game, honestly.
What genre of music?
All types, bro. All types? Except for heavy metal. No offense to heavy metal, but I just don't listen to heavy metal. But I listen to everything. Yeah, exactly. So I listen to everything. Just depends on what I really want to vibe out to that day. But usually YB, Young Boy, NBA Young Boy, if you know who that is. But yeah.
Nice. Well, it's awesome having you in the venue. I got your thoughts on the venue itself, but there's actually a pretty large overlap between people that enjoy card games and people that enjoy sports as well. So a football player, did anyone recognize you coming in?
Oh yeah, I ended up getting noticed. So took a few pictures out here and signed some cards and everything. Yeah, I didn't think people was gonna notice me out here, but they did. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been cool.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully more see you and more get signed. Do you remember any cards, any favorite cards that you got to sign? Because I know you're kind of like absorbing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
Well, my favorite so far is Dark Magician.
That's an iconic one. That one's classic, yeah.
Signed, I think it was a dragon one. It was right out here. I signed it over there. I don't remember which one it was, but.
I know you were live on the show earlier and you had signed some canine cards.
Yeah, the canine one.
You are the canine, of course.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, I know that we're going to be giving out some of those at some point throughout the weekend, so that's awesome. But yeah, happy to have you here, dude. It's great. I want to get your final thoughts, so as a competitor, any words of encouragement or any advice that you have for the duelists here? Because again, we're determining our top 6 that are going to be representing North America at the World Championship right around the corner. So what advice do you have for them?
Really, I just say go out there and do your best. I'm sure you've prepared for this moment, leading up to, what you want to accomplish. So, I know everybody going for this trophy right here. So really just do your best and go out there and, like I said, do your best.
Do your best. Hey, you prepared. They did the preparation. You've done the preparation. Thanks so much, man. That was awesome having you hanging out here. And yeah, have some fun signing more cards out there.
Got you, brother. Appreciate you.
Stand by me. A special swing.
Yep.
Effect.
Sure.
Blood champ.
Yeah.
Activate search monster.
Yep.
Especially the Elden.
Yeah.
The search.
Good.
Activate search MSC.
Sure.
Chainlink 1 Corsair.
Yeah.
Vector search.
Sure.
Special Regala. Totem.
Sure.
So, Tinsley Matrix.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Draw phase out of MSC.
Sure.
No triggers.
Chainlink 1 Magala.
Sure.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas here at the NAWCQ, where we now have the privilege of honoring all of the YCS winners from this past season. So please join me in welcoming Jackie Jing to present their chosen giant cards.
Aditya, come on up. So why did you pick this card?
I picked this because Pyramid of Light was the first Yu-Gi-Oh movie that I watched, and this is probably the most iconic card from it.
And what do you think looking at it?
I mean, he looks shining, for sure.
Does it spur any emotions seeing this, seeing how far you've come?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long journey, and I'm glad that all of the work that I put in has finally paid off with something as amazing as this.
It's a gorgeous card. Enjoy it. Congratulations. Jesse. Ooh, are you excited? What do you think?
I'm thrilled. This is one of my favorite cards, and within competitive play, the favorite for sure. It's the card that got me the World Championship win in Master Duel 2 years ago. So, yeah, very special place in my heart, and I'm excited to hang this up later.
Where are you going to put it?
Hopefully somewhere where I can see in the back of my stream setup, but yeah, not sure.
So you can look at it and admire it. I love it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stanley. Hi, Stanley. What do you think of your card?
It's pretty awesome looking. It's super cool. Yeah, I mean, 5Ds is my favorite series. The Red Dragon Archfiend is my favorite deck, and I won with it, so picking this one seemed like pretty much a no-brainer.
And what do you think looking at it right now?
Oh, this thing's so cool. I can't wait to hang this up on my wall.
Do you know where you're going to put it yet?
It's probably going to go on my wall behind me when I'm on the computer, so that when I'm on a video call or something, everyone can just look at it.
So you'd be like, yeah, I did this.
Yep, it's mine.
Perfect. James. James, what do you think?
I think this looks absolutely amazing. Like I'm a huge fan of the original anime, and then I wanted to choose a super iconic card from it, and I chose this because it's a card that's going to be unique because as of now there's no other printings of it, and I wanted something that wasn't just an OG art.
Dark Magician Girl, we'd love to see it. Triff, what do you think? Ugh, classic, love it.
I absolutely love it. Blue Eyes is the main Yu-Gi-Oh card of all of the anime. It's the main character's Yu-Gi-Oh card. Who's Yugi? It's always been about Kaiba. And it's the absolute #1 greatest Yu-Gi-Oh card to ever exist in the game. That's why I love it. And it's not so bad because it's also bald like myself and Kangas. So that's why I love this card very much. It's my favorite card ever.
Okay, also, since that was such a great answer, we're gonna give you 2. Wow. What do you think?
Awesome.
Just kidding. You already knew this was coming, but what do you think of this one?
You know, this is awesome. It's like a mini Blue Eyes or like a mini Kangas. Big fan of this one as well. It's like a baby version. Blue Eyes is the main one, like the OG, and then this is like the newer version. And I'm gonna win a few more of these next year, so I'm excited.
Where are you gonna put them?
Honestly, I don't think I'll have space because there's gonna be so many. So what I'm planning to do is actually be the first to have a giant card deck, and I'm gonna shuffle them. Konami, we need sleeves next for these, please. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Julian, Exodia, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I picked this card because it was kind of the figurehead for the Worlds that I won, which was also in France, my home country. Shout out France. We're going to win the World Cup. So, you know.
Okay, noted. And also, you got 2 giant cards. Here's the other one.
Yeah, you know, activate, engage, draw some cards. That's, yeah, that's all it is.
And why this one?
Because Ray's overrated, so we went with Rose.
Okay, locking that answer in. Congratulations on your 2 cards.
Thank you.
Kamal. All right. Why did you pick this beautiful card?
I chose a black goat last because it's a representation of myself, to be honest.
Okay, I love that. And you know what? You're so awesome. You get 2 cards. Look behind you here. What do you think of this one?
This one is basically from my childhood when I first started playing competitively. This is like one of the most impactful cards of the game.
I can tell how much this game means to you. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's one thing I always grew up playing with my brother. It made me closer to him. And, made a lot of friends through the game, so.
I can tell. It means so much. Well, congratulations. You got 2 cards. Yay.
And that'll do it for our award ceremony for our giant card winners. Each one of these duelists taking a YCS, if not a couple, this past season. And who knows, maybe one of them will even represent our region at the World Championship right around the corner. But with that being said, it's time to get back to the NAWCQ to see the competitors.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the NAWCQ, but we are celebrating the Genesys tournament, the Genesys Championship. That's championship, and we are going to find out who is going to be the first ever Genesys Championship champion this weekend. But the tournament starts on Friday, right? Mm-hmm. And then they're going to play today. And then the best players will come back on Sunday to finish up the tournament. And then we'll have all advanced on Saturday. Is I believe how it's going to play out?
Yeah, exactly. We're playing day 1 of advanced on Saturday. And those players had the opportunity to play here on Friday for Genesys. They get to pick and choose if they want to play on Sunday for advanced or if they want to play for Genesys. So it really depends on how well they do in the tournament today.
Yeah, and it's cool that they offers it on Friday, so like everyone that comes in to check in to play in the NAWCQ, they can have the opportunity to check out Genesys, see what it's about. And there are a lot of players that are well-known that are doing that are planning on playing the NAWCQ, but if you're going to be here for the weekend, why not try and play in the other giant tournament that's also going on here in the same building?
Yeah, absolutely. Players that generally would prioritize advanced format because they spend so much time on advanced format, they said, okay, I'm going to spend the time to learn Genesys here, understand what to do with the points, and they take the creative opportunities. And there are decks that people generally don't get to play that they really want to, some pet decks, some just creative choices. And I'm excited to see how a lot of these players really do perform here, whether they can, adapt to this different play style or whether their pet decks really can come through.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, you say pet decks. My first Genesys deck I ever made was Ninjas, and like I would never get a chance. Well, I guess Jesse Cotton did play Ninjas in a YCS before, but you would think I would never get a chance to play that in like advanced. So it's nice that there's like a format that's just as viable where I can have something like Ninjas, Sword Soul. But there's obviously other Monarchs, for example. Yeah. Monarchs were dominating Genesys for a while now. A deck that sees almost no play in the advanced format, but has that home here in Genesys.
I mean, it did some damage in advanced format. There were definitely some dedicated Monarch players that did try, and they did relatively well, but eventually they would peter out into those other more powerful strategies, You can't always beat the meta decks, but in Genesys, you have to pick and choose, and it can shine a lot better.
Yep, definitely. Let's go ahead and talk about the format so we can see what the Genesys Championship is all about. That's right. We have day 1. It's Friday's day 8 Swiss rounds. I think we're going into round 4.
Yes.
So we're halfway done. 50-minute rounds, best 2 out of 3. And then the top players will come back day 2 on Sunday for 5 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to a top 8, a top 4, and a finals, all untimed after the top cut. And then we will eventually have a champion of the Genesys Championship.
Yeah. Exactly like you would expect from a YCS. The Genesys YCS, very similar format.
Yeah, it's super similar, and it's going to be awesome. I really don't know. The cool thing is you just don't know what deck is going to win. It could literally be anything. It could be Sacred Beast. It could be Radiant Typhoon. There's so many different options. I have a Phantom Knight deck I'm playing in Genesys right now. I really miss Rusty Bardies, but I'm still trying to find a way to go into the Ark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. But there's just so many different decks you can explore in Genesys.
Absolutely. I was talking to some of the players outside when walking around, and they were talking to me about the Blitzkrieg strategy, one of those ones that are really undervalued in advanced format, but they can really take advantage of the Genesys format. I was talking to them like, okay, don't you think this deck is really awkward when they make you go first? But they said, no, actually, my deck is designed to go first. I can do just enough, and then if I can make it to a second turn, or if I am playing second, obviously every Blitzkrieg card is fantastic going second. They have a lot of utility. They have a lot of ways to destroy other cards, and being able to take advantage of your opponent's cards to be able to have things to destroy is really useful. And once you get to that additional turn, you just get to recycle everything. You just get so much value, and you will just win from just sheer resources.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about Genesys is seeing those strategies we don't get to see in advance shine in this other format. And let's go ahead and talk about the prizes. There are plenty of prizes on the line. First place will be getting so much stuff. The Genesys Championship Trophy, travel and accommodations to Jump Festa, sightseeing amusement park while visiting in Japan, complete set of Rarity Collection 5, complete set of Blazing Dominion, complete set of Battles of Legend Glorious Gallery, in Xbox Ally 16 gig RAM, the Steam code for the Early Days collection. I just downloaded that on Steam a couple weeks ago. I had the physical copy, but I wanted to play on my computer. And, of course, the Genesys Championship game mat. Really cool. Plenty of stuff. So no matter which tournament you play in, Genesys or the NAWCQ, you're going to be winning a trip to Japan.
Absolutely. I've never had the opportunity to go to Jump Festa myself. That's really exciting for a lot of these players to have that opportunity here. And being able to tour Japan, go see all those sites, being taken around to the amusement parks and such. It's an incredible opportunity.
Definitely is, and this is going to be the second place. They're also going to go to Jump Festa as well. It's not just first place. You just have to make the finals, and you will get that trip to Jump Festa. You're going to miss out on that complete set of Rarity Collection, but you're still going to get a lot of that same stuff that you get for first place. So just making the finals will be incredible for any of these duelists here this weekend. But yeah, Jump Festa's incredible. I think that's where they announced the Grandmaster Rares last year, I believe. Like, there's always fun stuff, exciting things. I've never got to go, but I would love for that opportunity. But I'm happy to be here watching these matches with you and seeing what the players are bringing to the table here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. If you had to pick a deck, we've talked about a couple favorites here. You had your Phantom Knights. I talked about Blitzkrieg. I also talked about Sacred Beast earlier. That is my pick. That is the deck I really want to see perform in this tournament. Do you have a pick that you would expect to take it all?
If people figure out the right list, I think Invoked has a really good chance of being one of those strong strategies that might be flying under the radar. Even though I do believe one of the point playoff winners from the EU WCQ was using Invoked in Advanced, so it has to be pretty good in Genesys, I'd imagine. You don't need like Link monsters really for it. I mean, we're way past the days of normal summon Alistair, Link away from Moon Maiden, right?
Yeah.
So not needing the Link monsters. A lot of their new cards just facilitate ways to keep on fusion summoning, keep recycling your cards. Really consistent. You can capitalize on strong synchro monsters as well. Yeah, I would go Invoked.
Yeah, Invoked is one of those strategies that, as you mentioned, is good in advance. But because it's good in advance, I wonder, like, there has to be some amount of pointed cards that, you know, it's hard to get the full value. But it's one of those decks that can definitely perform here as well. But in a similar position, I think Fairy Tail, one of those decks that I think will do very well in advance, one of the sleeper picks, I think is also well positioned in here in Genesys.
Yeah, it definitely is, and you just got to keep everything on your radar. I mean, that's the biggest thing about Genesys is the format's wide open. You could really face anything in a tournament, so you can't, like, build your deck to beat one specific deck, expecting to play that every single round, which is what we see sometimes. And like you're making like the meta reads and stuff, but you can still kind of pay attention to what people are playing and keep it in mind. But cards like Skullmeister, DD Crow, low point value cards that have kind of broad ranging interactions, like it's cool that those cards can really shine and excel. Your favorite card, Enemy Controller, is a card I really like to use in Genesys. Enemy Controller, Forbidden Droplet. I really like the going second power spells because a lot of these decks in Genesys like to summon. No matter what deck they're just summoning a bunch of monsters going first. They're trying to make the best field they can, and you can really capitalize on by like, taking control of it. Kaijus are another big one. Radiant, Doggeran, so having to out like the one boss monster. So I really like the going second tools, because you're not going to have, you can't just fill your deck with 3 Ash Blossoms, 3 Fualos, so you have to find more interesting ways to build your disruptions and capitalize on it.
Absolutely, I think that's what as you mentioned, the non-engine, so to speak, is what you can more likely predict, because I think the deck choice is really hard to predict. It's much less of a defined format, so you just have to focus on what you expect people to play as far as what they're using their points on as that is not their engine, and kind of work around that way.
Yep, it's really cool. It's an awesome format, and we're about to see it in action. Our players are ready, so let's find out who is going to be our feature match here this round at the Genesys Championship. Take it away.
Genesys Championship continues. This is a round 4 duel, and we begin with the blue chair. From Norton, Ohio, we have Zach Lewis. He was top 8 at the last YCS, getting some cheers out here, and he loves Thai food. Now to the red chair from Toronto, Canada, Sam Arunavisari. He is a YCS Cancun champion, and he also loves Thai food. Who will win? Casters, take it away.
All right, these are our duelists. You know him, you love him. It's Team Sam, and he is taking on Zach Oria. So we have, it looks like it's going to be, is that Genesys Voiceless Voice up against Sacred Beast?
Not a combination I'd really expect, but against my pick for the tournament and Sam using those Sacred Beasts, you'd expect this from him, using that anime strategy here, one of the more powerful choices. He could have opted for the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, but I think Sacred Beast is able to shine more here in Genesys, whereas Light and Darkness is more potent in Advanced.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be round 4. We're only halfway through the day here for Genesys. It's so awesome that we have so much to watch, because normally like on the first day of the NAWCQ, we do the points playoff, and then we have to wait till the next day to get more dueling action, but the dueling does not stop. It never stops.
These players, I believe, are both 3-0 here, with sitting at 9 points. Very comfortable position. Obviously, they still want to win this round, go on with a 4-0 record, only halfway through the tournament right now.
Locked in and focused.
It's rare to see Sam with this little energy. He is very locked in here. He has something to prove. But I imagine that will change once the game starts. His opponent, Zach, maybe less comfortable with the feature match position, but already 3-0. We'll see how he performs here on this stage. The players are shuffling up. Looks like they're almost ready to go here.
Yeah, you got to think, like, man, maybe they like entered this tournament like for fun. They're like, I wanted to try Genesys, but now they're 4-0 and realizing they're getting closer and closer to winning that trip to Japan to go to Jump Festa. You get a little serious, a little more locked in. And like I said, it's a little bit different. You can see the game mat looks way different. No extra monster zones, no link monsters, no pendulums.
A much more classic field.
Hey, yep, it is definitely classic.
Sam already qualifying for the Master Duel World Championship, so he is looking for 2 trips to Japan this weekend.
All right, here we go. It's time to duel. Game number 1. Sacred Beast up against Genesys,
right,
Voiceless
Zach,
Voice.
luck,
When was the last time you saw Voiceless Voice? It's so cool that Genesys brings like the life back into some of these cooler strategies that have fallen by the wayside.
7-11. 7-11. Yeah.
Zach gets an 11 here, so he looks like he will be able to take first. Opening our hand here, I saw some powerful cards. All right.
Draw phase, Genesys code. Okay, thinking.
I'm going to be able to summon a Genesys monster from the
In
deck here.
Draw phase, I'll activate my monster effect. Mocharmy Furos.
Mocharmy Furos.
All right, so we have some points invested into Fualos here.
You mentioned earlier when we were talking about where the points usually go as far as cards like Mocharmy Furos, you know, they're a little bit heavier pointed, so people don't usually go for them. I know what Sam's list looks like because I've talked to them outside of the tournament, and they didn't have to use a lot of points in the Sacred Beast engine, so his lineup looks very much like the lineup you'd see in advanced format.
That's really cool. I can't wait to see it. Maybe found the deck to win it, but Genesys Archfiend is going to be summoned by Genesys code, and then he's going to add the next Genesys monster to the hand. Sage.
Yeah, Genesys Sage, the water one.
Normal summon low.
And there's a normal summon of low. Beautiful ultimate rare.
It is beautiful. Been a while since I've seen low. Let's see if he's going to grab Barrier of the Voiceless Voice.
Barrier.
And there it is.
Effect add.
Yep. Barrier's going to now use its effect to get another Voiceless Voice card.
Zafira.
Saphira's going to use its effect. Going to be able to send a spell from the deck to the graveyard.
So cool. I haven't seen these cards in so long, and to be able to see them 4-0 in a tournament with the Japan trip on the line, absolutely phenomenal. Now he's going to get the Skull Guardian to the hand.
These are the classic plays you would expect. Saphira next using its ability in the graveyard to banish and conduct a ritual summon. Going to tribute the low to ritual summon the Skull Guardian here, and trigger both the effect of low in the graveyard to special summon itself back, and Skull Guardian to add another card. So obviously, as added to the hand, low will get to the field, which will allow Skull Guardian to double its attack as well as put its effect online.
Be able to negate anything?
Absolutely.
And the Barrier is going to give them targeting protection. Surveillance is even more protection beyond that. Sage. This is pretty good. Not too bad for turn 1.
And I know it's just
yeah, the Fualos allowed you 1 draw here. Nothing committed from the extra deck. Typically, the only cards you would use from the extra deck are Link monsters, which cannot happen here in Genesys.
Stand by. Main. On the start of my turn, I'll activate the spell card, Card of the Soul.
Card of the Soul.
This card says, look at your deck, and if you do, I can add a monster from my deck to hand whose sum of attack and defense equals to my life points.
Yeah, because his life points are 8,000, he can add a monster
8,000.
that
a
can
god.
add
He can add a god.
The results?
Or a Sacred Beast.
God adjacent.
Sure you don't want to
Not quite so divine.
You could add Obelisk Tormentor. We don't know what he's going to get.
Okay.
We were talking about this card earlier, very popular for the Sacred Beast strategy, but it's easy to mess it up if you just alter your opponent's life points.
Yeah, just like a little bit, like Final Flame.
An Upstart Goblin would ruin them.
Oh, Upstart Goblin, that's even more effective, yeah.
Infinity of the Sacred Beast, Ravio, Lord of Phantasms.
It's Ravio, Lord of Phantasma.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I really like that the new ones all have like the tag on the front, but then they still have that original name, still part of the name. It's really cool. I'm a big fan of Kagamaru.
Now, I am going to activate.
And for my next
Infinity
move
of the Sacred Beast, Ravio, Lord of Phantasms effect.
What's it do?
I can reveal this card in my hand, add a Sacred Beast monster from my deck to my hand, then discard a card.
Sure.
I really do enjoy this part of Genesys because there are so many new cards going for both players. Everyone announces exactly what their cards are doing.
Yeah, we don't have to say it. We can just listen in on the game and let let the players explain. I love it.
Can I resage? It just negates and destroys, right?
Yeah, activation or effect.
Cool. Okay. And it destroys it.
Yep.
Yeah, just confirming what interrupts he has to get through. Don't forget about the Skull Guardian there as well. Very difficult to interact with because of the effect of the barrier.
I am going to add...
Let's see what he wants to get. He's looking at Uriah, it looks like.
Martyr of the Sacred Beast.
Oh, no, Martyr.
Okay, grabbing a copy of Martyr here.
And I am going to discard...
Martyr's the card you want to probably normal summon or special summon, but it gets you more monsters onto the field very easily.
Yep.
And it can just do a Sacred Beast,
normal
spell or
summon
trap,
Martyr
or
of the
field
Sacred
spell.
Beast.
Doesn't do anything on
Discarded a copy of Sacred Beast released.
If this card's normal summon or special summon, I can place one Sacred Beast field spell or one Sacred Beast continuous spell or trap from my deck face up on my side of the field.
Sure. Sacred Beast Release is a very good card, so I imagine he has another copy or something like that, because it adds 3 cards to your hand and then you discard 2.
It has a great effect in the graveyard too.
Oh.
I'll
You can banish it, add a level 10, Pyro Thunder, like any one of the Sacred Beasts that can't be normal summon or set, so just being able to get another name.
Hand or graveyard
So he's
face
gonna
up
get
on your field.
Sacred
then
Beast
you can reveal
Thunderclap.
1 level 10 Sacred Beast in my hand, then place a Fallen Paradise on my side to my side of the field.
Yeah, every Sacred Beast card just gets you to the next one.
Yeah, I'm activating the effect, correct.
We're going to be using the effect of Ghost Ogre.
Ghost Ogre. The first point of interaction has been used now.
Not even one that was face up here.
Okay.
Couldn't be predicted. Looks like there's an unfortunate second copy of Ghost Ogre in Zach's hand as well. That will not be useful this turn.
See how Sam decides to navigate this.
All right, I'll activate Sacred Beast Release.
All right, there was second copy.
Beast
It's a good
monster from my hand
card.
to my hand, then discard 2 cards.
It adds and then discards 2.
It adds 3, then discards 2.
That's broken.
That is broken. You are right.
Yep.
It is a very
You sure you
good
don't wanna do
card.
that?
Not many cards say they can do that. Just adding 3 cards to your hand is usually pretty good.
That's a crazy thing. Are you sure you don't want to negate that? That's pretty funny. So he's going for the creator.
Yep, Summoner of the Sacred
Uriah.
Beasts.
And
a copy of Uriah as well.
I am going to add...
Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames.
Will we get Haman next to close it out?
I mean, Haman.
And there it is. All 3 are now... Well, not... At least all 3 are revealed. Which 2 cards will we discard?
Is the hand. I am going to discard
Looks like he's thinking about Raviel.
Raviel. And I am going to discard my Hammond.
Haman. Do not call him Hammond. It is Haman.
I'll activate
Lord
Summoner.
of Searing Thunder. Dude, this is so cool.
I
Like,
need
this is
Summoner
why I
Sacred
love
Beast
Genesis so much. Like, we
I
get to
can
see
remove
things
this card
we
from
would
my hand,
never
discard
get to
one
see
card,
in
use special
advance.
Sacred Beast monster from your hand.
I think Sacred Beast is definitely playable enough that it could have been in advance, but it's definitely a lot more potent here.
Yeah, but it's hard to pick it when like, you have Cool Tune as like an option.
Yeah. Summoner reveals itself in hand. It'll discard a card and summon itself, or summon a Sacred Beast monster from your hand in defense position.
It lives true to its name. It is a summoner of Sacred Beasts.
Specifically, it can't summon itself because it can't summon a level 8.
So I'll discard Self to the Grave to special summon. Give me 1 second. Thinking here.
Now, on Zachoria's side, he has a couple of interactions still.
Yeah, we know the Sage is available. We know the Skull Guardian is available as well.
I'll summon Uriah.
The Sarvis is
On Uriah,
in
summon
the
up
hand.
priority to destroy. Yeah, I'll show
All
you
right.
that, yeah.
Uriah is able to get rid of the barrier here.
This is the one this is the card that makes me attack only him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even remember it had that effect.
Yeah, while Low is on the field, you have to attack.
It's been a while since I
Yeah.
played with Voiceless Voice, yeah. Smart stuff from Sam
I'll
here.
activate Summoner's Effect in the grave. I
So-
can manage to go from my grave. I special Sacred Beast monster from my grave in defense.
Does it target? No.
Doesn't target.
Does it banish itself as cost? It does.
Yeah. This is how big are you guys? Oh. And this is at 40 what?
41.
40. Okay, okay.
That's my favorite number.
Is Skull Guardian Y?
That's fine.
What?
Skull
No.
Guardian.
Oh yeah, that's definitely Skull Guardian. Yeah. Voiceless of the voiceless.
I do believe it summons it in defense. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Raviel comes back to the field in defense position.
Now,
This deck's all about getting level 10 monsters on the field to continue your
Raviel basically
plays.
says, I contribute 2 monsters, wipe your whole field.
Yep.
But you have a negate up. So you can't do that.
Well, you can do that. You can attempt it for sure.
Okay. Thinking. All right.
Perhaps consider.
Let me first activate Martyr of the Sacred Beast effect. So
All
this
right.
card says, if I control another Sacred Beast monster, I can special summon 2 Martyrs anywhere, except for the Banish, I think.
So not anywhere.
Yeah, summons anywhere, yeah, from anywhere.
Oh, anywhere it is.
I love him having to explain the
sorry,
effects.
sure.
It makes it so much
Yeah.
easier on us. We get to listen. And I love how animated he is when he's doing it. He's excited.
Oh, he's having fun.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Having a good time while you're playing,
this-
you get with your friends.
There you go.
Okay.
2 more Martyrs hit the field here. He's trying to navigate his way through these face-up interactions from Zachariah.
I think it might have been a slight misstep to not negate that Sacred Beast release. I gotta say. But maybe he's holding it for, maybe he knows, maybe he wants to save it for a rank 10 or something that, because right now, like, he knows the Skull Guardian can't be, like, destroyed by anything really, but he can attack over the low first now that the barrier's gone.
Oh,
Attempted to go in the extra monster zone that does not exist.
wrong format, sorry.
There is no extra monster zone.
And there is a Gustav Max.
Oh, man. And then
into
a rail cannon.
Go to Lieb.
It only has a negate if it has.
As long as low is
It's
on the
only
field.
if low is on field.
And
it still gets the boost if it's engraved, though.
It's still not big enough to attack over the Skull Guardian, right? It's 4,000?
Okay.
I believe so.
All right. I will enter battle phase.
All right.
So it can attack +1 up to the material. So he has, I think, 4 attacks.
Okay.
Battle phase.
Sure.
This cannon is rolling through Zachariah's field. 1 down, 2 down, 3
Another
down.
one. And unfortunately can't get over.
No, now it's lower, right?
No, it counts as in the graveyard as well.
It's been a while, yeah, in the
This is
graveyard.
41? Yep. All right.
I mean, that gets rid of the Sage. It's an interaction gone.
He doesn't have
I
the
think
negate
we're gonna
either,
go
or does
to
it
main
also
phase
count
2
the negate
now.
in the graveyard too?
I
It
think
has to
it-
be on the field, I'm pretty sure.
It has been a
I am going to
while.
Activate Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast.
Oh, the brand new version of Fallen Paradise here.
So this card says up to thrice per turn, I can send 3 mans from the monsters, spells or trap. It has to be the same type. To special summon Sacred Beast anywhere.
And, oh, it also lets you draw 2 cards eventually. It didn't finish the rest of the effect.
Yeah, I suppose you can. You really can do that on the same turn. Talk about custom cards.
Very good.
Well, this
One lucky winner will win a full set of these amazing and adorable World Charming plushes. The drawing will take place on Sunday.
Sam trying to navigate a little bit here.
You will need to be in attendance in order to receive your prize. So if you're interested in winning,
So he sends those 3 to the graveyard, all the same type of card. Summon Raviel from the deck.
Raviel hits the
From my
board
deck.
once again. He can now use the effect if he chooses.
now. I will activate Fallen of the Paradise of Sacred Beast effect.
To draw 2 cards.
To draw 2.
If I control a Sacred Beast that's level 10.
This
I
card
can
allows
draw
me
2
to draw 2 cards from my deck.
This deck just never runs out of cards.
That was a good one. The second card he drew, at least.
I couldn't really even see it, so I'll be surprised.
You see it now?
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
They can't see it on the screen, so we will hold the surprise. Yeah. But what is he going to do about this Skull Guardian just sitting on the field? He still has targeting protection with the Cerveus in the hand.
Yeah, like at least it's not innate. Taking a card out of the hand could be really useful here. There's not a lot going on for Zach right now. Not a whole lot of follow-up here when the barrier's gone.
The ritual spell for Voiceless Voice, if ritual
Now-
leaves the field, you can banish it to
summon
proceed.
a ritual, yeah. So he does have
my end
some interactions here going on right now.
Anything for the end phase?
I have no triggers.
We're just going to go to the end phase here. The Regenesis monsters are going to come back.
Yep.
That's how they do it.
Archfiend to add back because it was integrated this room.
Back to the beginning, Regenesis.
Board is not empty here.
Draws for turn, plays back to
That's a pretty good draw.
This guy isn't a quick effect, right?
It's quick effect. It's quick effect to nuke.
Raviel is in fact a quick effect to destroy cards.
Yep. Stand by me.
I think you can stand by.
What is Sam going to activate here in the standby phase?
Activate Raviel's effect. To pop.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, actually, I can't even do that. It has to tribute 2 Secret Beast monsters. That's my fault. That's good. I can't do that. It has to sacrifice 2 Secret Beast monsters.
All right. Misstep from Sam here. Cannot legally activate the Raviel.
No, it can't tribute itself to other, so I can't even do that. That's my fault. You're good.
It happens.
Stand by me.
Yep, you're good.
I think Zachariah is definitely happy that there is like to him there's no interruption now on Sam's side, so he can start doing some Regenesis stuff.
Sage hits the board.
Heal, Saphira, Special Archfiend, Effect the Surge.
So this is going to be turning the duel around.
0.
0? And how about low?
0.
G 0?
Barriers, 15.
I'm just confirming what points have been used here. Looks like the Voiceless Voice cards costs nothing.
That is another aspect of Genesis is kind of cool. If you have a really good grasp of like the points list and what cards have value, as your opponent plays their cards, you can kind of eliminate other cards they could be playing. Like you're kind of like adding up their point value as you go throughout the game. And if you get to a certain point, you know they won't. Maybe they won't have one Ash Blossom or any Ash Blossoms. It's really cool. There's a lot of strategy behind Genesis. It's still early in the format itself, so there's a lot to explore. And I think it's going to just really get better the more people get to experience and play Genesis.
Set Regenesis.
The Genesis Lord hits the field now.
Sets Regenesis.
And he's going to just immediately use it. Regenesis, one of the cards that is most heavily pointed in the strategy. Most players only opt to play the 1.
No.
Yeah, it is accessible through your other Regenesis cards and its special summons to the field.
No, they're
He's just trying to make sure there's no interactions on the side. I mean, he has the Sage anyway.
He's quick effect compulse.
Genesis Warrior.
Activate Saphira.
Saphira.
Sorry.
Sam is in a pretty difficult spot now.
I cannot activate Saphira.
It's all good.
Nope, no Severe. Not able to activate it. Maybe he only plays like the 1 ritual spell. Oh, he has another one in his hand, it looks like.
I know that you
I was
have.
like, there's no way he just plays 1.
Warrior and Saphira.
Yeah, Warrior, Saphira.
Prayers of the Refuge?
Okay.
Prayers of the Voiceless Voice?
Prayers of the Voiceless Voice?
And
Yeah.
this
Prayers of the
switch
Refuge
this.
is a song.
Yeah, that's it.
Catch Your Grave?
Yep.
Good song.
Very musical themed event so far.
Especially in advance, yeah. Cool tune, Elf Note, we're jamming out.
Yep.
Voiceless Voice deck's probably not singing too loud, though.
Oh, they're singing, just you can't hear it.
All right, Prayers of the Voiceless Voice is going to be activated.
We're going to be tributing Skull Guardian here. It looks like we're going to be summoning Sarvis from the hand.
Gravis is going to be able to return a card on the field.
Yep.
Low triggers as well because monsters were summoned. Low is going to be able to now trigger on the field.
Wait, hold up. Is this on summon?
Yep.
You know, I definitely misspoke with the follow-up here. The Regenesis cards adding themselves back. It's something I often overlook.
It's like a solemn warning, right?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, that's why they're so strong, like in Genesis.
And you have to just say another
as long as you can keep the game going, you will have that follow-up.
Zach is in a commanding position here. I think it'll be somewhat difficult to be able to close out the game this turn because there are very large monsters on Sam's field, but you are able to at least get over both of them if you can put the Skull Guardian back on the field here.
That Blessings of the Voiceless Voice? That was an incredible card that when it came out really boosted Voice's Voice just enough to make them like competitive and where they started getting some YCS tops.
When one of them are summoned, one of the rituals are summoned.
Okay.
The Genesis Lord only having 2,500 attack gets 2,500 more in the battle phase, so he's able to attack over one of these monsters.
5k in battle phase.
In battle
and he
phase.
does piercing. Affect target Skull Guardian to add back.
Blessing's going to add back the Skull Guardian here. Can we summon it again?
Yep.
You're good.
Special summon Genesys Warrior.
Another Regenesis
Activate
monster hits the
Blessing
field.
to ritual summon.
And that'll trigger the blessings.
And the Warrior will also help him deal with that Lieb.
But there is a copy of Nibiru. This is going to be immediately met with the effect of Sage, I can only imagine.
Yep.
He's going to give up the Lord here. And there's an Effect Veiler!
Effect Veiler! Nibiru Effect Veiler plus Nibiru, a deadly combination in any Yu-Gi-Oh format.
I told you his lineup looks a lot like Advanced, where you didn't expect to see this in Genesis.
Absolutely incredible. Like, I didn't see the Veiler in Sam's hand, and I was kind of checked out.
Target to come.
So he's going to go and use the Warrior to return. But now his token is just smaller. Right?
Yeah.
He just lost like 4,000 stats on the token.
Effect search.
Sure.
All right, but we are still... Oh, he's going to be able to tribute the token to summon the Skull Guardian here.
Okay, so he can play around it a bit.
The token to summon it.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't care about the... But then you're just putting the cannon back?
This is going to be able to add low back to hand. We can normal summon it to turn on the Skull Guardian here.
So he can attack over. This is really cool stuff. This is back and forth.
Yeah, the game is nowhere near over here.
So I take 1,050.
Just such
So I
a
take
fresh
1,100
breath
because
air with
she's
Genesys.
All right, Skull Guardian now still posing a huge threat here for Sam.
End phase. Triggers.
All right, it looks like Sam is going to do his version of Regenesis here.
Hand back to hand. So during your opponent's end phase, if this card's in your graveyard, I can add this card to my hand.
It's the Thunderclap.
The other ones do it too.
Yeah.
Which one?
Martyr. This man's. I can add him back too.
Thunderclap and Martyr will go back to the hand here.
So
Both of these decks replenishing their resources at the end phase.
That's a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck for you. Sacred Beast hitting the modern era. Infinite resources here.
Martyr.
Skull Guardian. Sure.
And Skull Guardian will use its once per turn negate on the Martyr. Might as well. We'll still have it available on Sam's turn now.
All right. Draw Heart of the Cards. Guide me. What is Sam going to draw?
Main.
Sure.
I mean, the field spell is on the field as well. If he can get a Sacred Beast on the field.
He can draw more cards.
I can
But one of the cards in his hand doesn't do anything because it's Cards of the Soul.
That just
And
lets
his
me
life
reach
points
it.
have now been
Altered.
yeah.
But he does have the Haman in hand.
Oh, he drew Haman. That's a really good draw.
I think that's just been in the hand the whole time since...
No, there was the two spells because he added back the other one at the end phase. He had to draw something.
I'll activate Sacred Beast Release.
Well, actually, oh yeah.
I can banish this card, add one level 10 Pyro, Thunder, or Fiend monster that cannot be normal summoned set from my deck to my hand.
Sure.
Nice. Not only does it add 3 to your hand when you activate on the field, you can use the graveyard effect to still get access to another one.
And the Regenesis monsters can't come back, right? Because
they only come if
back
they're
if
sent
it's
on your turn.
On my turn, correct. And 2 cards in hand.
He's eyeing a different monster here. I'm not quite sure what that is. Billy, can you tell me what that is?
I'll add Yamongna, the Fire Phantom.
It's Yamamna, the Fire Phantom.
Thank you.
The Fire Phantom.
I got you, Solid. Don't worry.
Couldn't have done it without you.
Okay.
That's an interesting one. I don't even think I can pull that one up. I'm sure Team Sam will let us know here soon what that card does exactly.
I will. And sorry, let me read this.
It looks like
you can target one
Yomagna can summon itself by shuffling 3 cards of the same type monster spell trap from the graveyard back into the deck extract. So just being able to recycle to summon itself back onto the field is a 3,300 level 10 body.
Oh, is it a world premiere card on Chaos Origins?
It seems like it, yeah.
Is it, what?
I'll summon.
Yes, I remember this card.
Yamagna.
A lot of the World
shuffling
Premiere cards
back
help out like some of the strategies that are
Uriah.
already in there. So this is definitely
shuffle
there to help
back
out Sacred Beast, and Sam is
Raviel.
showing that it
And
is
I'll
useful.
shuffle back.
And it on the field, it has the effect of Fusion Summon using itself. I imagine that will come up.
Shuffle back.
I really
I'll
hope we get to
back
see the Chaotic Phantasmal Armatile.
I mean, it fits the materials necessary for it. It can't be normal summoner set, and it's level 10.
I just want to see it summoned.
Now.
It's such. I think the art on it is so amazing. I mean, it's the Sacred Beast just like looking like they're coming out of the frame, ready to.
I'm counting on Sam to have the Starlight extended art.
This card
Please.
becomes not tight until the end of this turn.
If he gets to summon it. This is only game one, folks. But it's been a good one. Back and forth, solid. Every player doing the best they can.
Yeah, this is one of those things, though. This has always been the case with Genesys because there is so much back and forth. Players have to really understand when they can no longer win a game and move on to the next one.
I'll declare Spellcaster. Use Yamagna as effect.
What does he do?
During your main phase, you can fuse on one fusion monster reaction like using monster.
doing
from
it,
either
he's
field,
doing it.
including this card. Either field.
Or he's just trying to get the Skull Guardian negate activated.
Well, assuming he has the means. Because currently he does not have 3 level 10 available.
Right. Oh, you can fuse anywhere on the field.
Okay, I overlooked that part.
Nope.
I think Zachariah also may have overlooked it.
Sure.
Yep, since the Skull Guardian was to the graveyard, the prayers of the Voiceless Voice is going to be banished, and he's going to be able to add.
Oh, that's why we made it Spellcaster. We get into our new fusion monster here. That requires a Spellcaster and a Spellcaster.
Another one.
Yep.
Yep.
And it also lets you fusion summon, right?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
Lots of Chaos Origin cards in Sam's deck.
Radiance.
Gets Radiance placed up, and Zachariah looks like he's going to end
Also,
up
there's only
taking this
triggers
game
if a ritual
potentially,
sets it,
unless
right?
Sam can really
If,
find some way to
ritual
turn
leaves
this game around
White
fast.
That was bad.
Looks like it's all going according to plan for Zach. You're being able to put the trap now on the field.
And this is a pop?
Yeah, it's a pops up to the amount of rituals I have and itself. It targets.
Oh, okay, so just one. Right?
Yep. Just one.
The good thing after game one, since you're both like kind of reading
Like
each other's
Calamity,
cards,
Sacred
figuring
Beast
it out, when
one.
you go to games 2 and
Dueling
3, you'll be a
Land,
lot
and
more
Sacred Beast
familiar with
one.
what's going on. So those games kind of play out a little bit faster.
You know where you need to interrupt. You got information out of your opponent's deck. Because there's a lot more combinations of engines as well in events like this. Genesys really focuses on creativity here. We get to add another copy of the Sacred Beast Unleashed.
Release. Adds 3.
Sure.
He's trying to fusion summon. I can see it. I can feel it.
Add the discard. Correct. Sorry.
Is it cost to
Very free
No,
discard
it's reveal
there.
And then add and discard one, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the first time I read that card, I was like, anytime you see like draw 3, add 3, discard 2, your mind always goes instantly like Graceful Charity,
Yeah.
how strong that card is. But like imagine being able to like pick the cards you draw with Graceful Charity. Like I want these 3. Absolutely phenomenal. And you get Uriah, Raviel, and
the Summoner. We're going to be discarding the Uriah and or the Haman and the Raviel.
What's the summoning condition on Uriah?
Uriah.
You send 3 face-ups,
cannot be
continuous
normal
traps to the
summoner set
graveyard.
Unless it was.
He asked about Uriah.
Yeah, he did. Don't think that's quite what he meant.
Reveal itself, special my Sacred Beast from my hand, and discard a card.
Chain Radiance.
So he's going after the new Fallen in Paradise because he doesn't want Sam to draw 2 cards.
I mean, seems pretty fair here. Now, remind me, the Skull Guardian has still not been used, right?
Right. He didn't use it. He let the other one leave the field, and then the prayer summoned this new one.
Now Uriah hits the field, has the option to go ahead and destroy a spell or trap on the field.
Thinking here. Activate Uriah. Pop.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead and hit the blessings here.
That has always been like tried and true against Skull Guardian or against Voiceless Voice is that you want to go after their like continuous spells and traps first because those are the cards that are really empowering their deck a lot of the time, like the targeting protection, the disruption with the trap, the replenishing your resources with blessings. Blessings also lets you ritual summon too, I believe. But you take those out first, and then you can kind of go after the monsters when they're weakened.
Yeah, at this point, we've seen multiple of the continuous cards hit the graveyard here. I don't know if there's many left.
Reborn?
4 low, and Blessings is the one that's able to recycle them from Banished. So there's not a lot of abilities to keep going if you can eventually run out, because the Genesys cards aren't coming back at this time either. Sam just has to hold on. Looks like... Oh, but it doesn't have the means to do so. Sam sees the writing on the wall. Creator, the summoning of the Sacred Beast was interrupted.
That thing? Yeah, I forgot it. Damn.
It was close. He tried to find... Might want to get the rest of his cards to shuffle into his deck that are banished there. He'll see them in a second. Yep, I saw his head go over there. But that was a good game. Really got to see some back and forth. Zachariah really looked kind of like he started off strong, and then it looked like Team Sam was going to find a way to fight back. Made that huge rail cannon to attack, but couldn't deal with the Skull Guardian. The Regenus guards came back to hand. He kept his composure, stayed focused, stayed locked in, and found a way to take it. But it was an incredible game.
Zach seems to really know what he's doing in this position. He was very familiar with the Sacred Beast cards from what I can tell. And it was more so Sam making the misstep there, overlooking the prayers in the graveyard. But he identified that now, will not make the same mistake again.
Are you sure?
Time will tell.
Time will tell, but excellent stuff here. The players are going into their side decks. Side decking Genesys is a little difficult sometimes because the format's so wide open, you really could face anything. You also have to account, like, where do I put my points? Do I put the points in my main deck, or do I want to save some for my side deck, which you won't always have for game one? So it's like you kind of have to do a balancing act.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't see anything.
Welcome. Thank you.
All right, the Duelists are shuffling up. Sam will get to go first this time. He went second in game number 1. Still found a way to do some cool stuff, but I think this deck is a lot more fun to watch going first.
We'll see what he is able to put up.
Good luck.
He had a lot of cards in his deck. We saw the Molcharmies that were going to be easily sided out here, so there could be a lot of potential going first cards coming out of the side deck. While he was shuffling through, that he has access to Eradicator. I don't know how useful that'll be in this matchup.
I know.
Because a lot of the monsters can access the spells, so you kind of have to wait until they get it, and then it might be too late by then.
Yeah,
Saphira also, there's so many ways. It's probably not great.
Yeah, I don't think it's the ideal card here.
You'd have to, like, chain it to the activation of barrier. Like, that would be okay, right? Game number 3, one of these players will be moving on 5-0. Oh, it's game 2. We're going to game number 2 right now. But if Zach wins this, he will be moving on 5-0 after this match. Sam will be 4-1. Not too bad. This is Swiss. I know we just transitioned from the World Qualifying Point Playoff, where it was single elimination, but now we're back to that Swiss-style tournament.
All right, we're going to be starting off with the Martyr here for Sam. Going to be acting the Thunderclap directly to the field here.
Ogre again?
Ogre again.
We're going to Ogre it once more.
You're him. He's him.
Understand, like, Ogre being in his deck has really proven useful here. I believe Ogre is in fact pointed. We are going to go with the Sacred Beast release here. Gonna add 3 more cards, discard 2. Summoner of the Sacred Beast. Oh, looks like there is a copy of Eradicator in his hand.
Or in his deck.
In his hand.
Oh, I just see the one on the bottom of his deck. He has another one?
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
Oh, wow, yeah. Crazy.
Thinking on discards.
So I guess we're going to see how impactful it really is in this matchup. I wonder if he'll save it to chain to a barrier, though.
That would be... I feel like that would make sense.
Yeah. Summoner is going to activate the effect to summon out Sacred Beast.
No, he's still discarding for the effect of release here.
Oh, okay.
Looks like we opt Summoner. And then Summoner effect in the graveyard is going to be able to banish it to summon the Raviel onto the field in defense position.
Wow. So you not only need to add 3 cards, you get to discard 2, and then you just get the value from the cards you discarded anyway.
Yeah, when Graceful Charity gets to pick what it draws, you know, you can make magic happen. And Martyr is now able to use its effect because Sacred Beast, a level 10 Sacred Beast, is on the field, summons the other 2 copies to be able to turn on Raviel's effect on the field.
Activate Hamon.
And now Hamon's able to use its effect. It's going to be able to add a Sacred Beast and discard another card. Going to be able to add the Fallen Paradise. discarding itself at resolution.
Yep. Activate Uriah.
And now Uriah will be using its effect as well.
Adds a trap, right? Yep.
Yep.
It's easy to remember what they add because, like, oh, Haman,
it's on theme. Yeah.
Haman's the spells, Uriah's the traps, Raviel's the monster.
And this is the Abyss of the Sacred Beast here.
What's this one? I'm not as familiar with this one.
It sends 3 face-up Abyss. Wait, that can't be right.
That can't be right.
Activate Fallen Paradise.
Sure.
Interesting.
Draw 2.
I guess we'll find out next time.
Oh, during your main phase, you can place 2 Abyss of Sacred Beasts from your hand, deck, under graveyard face-up on the field, and then you can send 3 face-ups Abyss of the Sacred Beast to target a face-up monster your opponent controls and change it face down.
Ah, okay. Solid card.
Thinking here.
It's even more on theme. Like the fact that they get the spell that gets you, like Thunderclap, right? Gets you 3 spells so you can summon the regular Haman. The trap gets you 3 traps so you can summon the regular Uriah. It's really cool. I really like the design behind the Sacred Beast cards.
All right, Fallen Paradise. We're going to be using the effect to send the Martyrs to summon another level 10 here.
They were truly martyrs.
Yeah, opting to... Well, I mean, you still can use the effect of Raviel as long as you get another monster on the field. That's a Sacred Beast. It looks like we're going to be setting 3 here.
Pass.
Going to be passing turn.
Trophy turn.
All right, I imagine when if you have multiple effects that destroy, I think you might want to just shotgun the Eradicator. You don't want to allow any... You just want to have the information, right? We're going to use the Eradicator immediately.
And you don't know how the side deck. There's also like Genesys code.
You don't want to be... Okay, we're going to be chaining the Genesys code here. Going to be able to special summon a Genesys monster from the deck.
Here, sorry. Give me a second.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a response here from Sam.
Chaining Genesys code.
Yep. Does he have another chain?
Assault.
What's that do?
Revive a Sacred Beast and negate a card.
Sure.
Oh. Yep, this is Combined Assault.
Can I read that?
For those at home, special summon a Sacred Beast monster from your hand or graveyard in defense position. Then if you control 2 or more Sacred Beast monsters whose original levels are 10, you can negate the effects of 1 face-up card your opponent controls, and if you do, destroy it, this time going after the Genesys code here.
Main phase.
Yep.
Royal Archfiend.
Royal Archfiend, a cool card. We'll be able to search for Genesys Archfiend.
I want to point out, though, the Combined Assault in the graveyard has an effect to banish itself,
and
to fusion summon a Phantasm Fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from hand or field. I wonder if that will come up.
Taking here.
I mean, he certainly has at least 2 level 10 Sacred Beasts on the field.
And we see also has the Fleur-de-Lis, the Thunderbolt. Really cool card. One of the reasons why I wanted to play Genesys was because that card has the Genesys stat line, and it's such a cool one.
Activate.
All right, he's going to use the Combined Assault right now. He's going to... We're going to see it. We're going to see it, Billy.
Are
Uriah, the Raviel. And the Roma... Oh, no, okay, we're going to use the entire hand here. Haman, Raviel, leaving the Uriah on the field, and the Romagna, and there it is!
Starlight, extended rare, extended art,
Yeah, 3
the chaotic, phantasmal, sacred beast, and yeah, you're not going to defeat that card. Absolutely phenomenal. We got to see it summoned. Another check
Same
on
time
my
rule
bingo
applies
sheet.
here, right?
I knew I could count on Sam.
Okay.
I mean, I guarantee that's like his goal to summon it too during it. He's a dual tainer a little bit, but he also wants to win. There is a trip to Japan on the line. The top 2 players from the Genesys Championship this weekend will be going to Jump Festa.
Absolutely. Great move by Zach here, conceding in this position because they had to preserve their time. They only had 25-ish minutes going into game number 2, and now they should have maybe a little under 10 minutes going into game number 3.
Really? You think it was that long? I think they I'll say 16.
Between shuffling, I wasn't really sure.
True, yeah. It felt like a quick one, but that's what we were talking about. Sometimes game 1 will last longer than most of the other games, because in game 2 you can quickly concede, and then you have a little bit of time in game number 3. Now both players are definitely going to be aware of the time, so that they're going to be playing a lot faster. It's just you got to kind of familiarize yourself with the cards if you haven't seen them in a while, or if they're brand new. So this is like an old deck versus a brand new deck.
I saw a card in Zach's side deck that I assume I'm incorrect as to what I saw. I thought it was the Eye of Truth, and I do not think that is actually in his deck.
It could be. Is there any big decks that need to reveal cards in Genesys from their hand that you want to stop? Like, is Vanquish Soul viable?
Is
Not
that
really, right?
We do.
Oh, okay.
Do the Sacred Beasts have to reveal themselves first?
Like Tifa, eh?
Oh, they might. We might be talking about the matchup that's actually good against.
Continuous time.
Well, I mean,
this is it. Yeah, they all have to reveal themselves. Yeah. So if he can get the eye, if we watch a match where the chaotic phantasmal Sacred Beast is summoned, and then we also see an Eye of Truth activated, I'm sold on Genesys. Like that's just too cool. I just like seeing things I've never seen before, interactions I've never witnessed, and it's so much fun. And this is game number 3. Round 4 of the Genesys Championship.
All right, yeah, you're right. Yeah. We have a little under 13 minutes here. Zachariah will be taking the lead, and there it is in his hand.
Let's go, and he starts with Regenesis.
These are points, right?
This is 10 points.
10?
Regenesis is down to only 10 points?
Yeah, the points I think got more distributed throughout multiple of the monsters.
Reveal Dragon, special, effect search.
Playing fast, he has a good hand. He has the card. What do you do about the Eye of Truth if you're Sam? Like,
special sage.
How do you beat it?
Special Dragon.
Which is a weird sentence I never thought I would say.
All right, we are just committing to just a Regenesis board here. The Nibiru in Sam's hand, not proving useful, and there is the Eye of Truth.
The Eye of Truth. Really? One of the oldest cards in the game.
No, because I remember having these in my boxes as a child. It was in the worst condition possible. This card is as old as I am.
What? What?
He has to reveal your hand, Sam.
I can't reveal
it. You're going to have to reveal it all and keep it revealed.
What? You're trolling.
Like Pegasus, you get to look at your opponent's hand here.
Sam is reeling right now.
Trying to look at me.
Reeling right now. This is so cool.
2 copies of Fallen Paradise, Martyrs, Abyss, Raviel, and Nibiru.
You can add all the Sacred Beasts to your hand that you want, and you just can't use them.
It's Blitz, bro, I swear.
Wait, how about you? Just me?
Just you, I'm pretty sure.
Just me?
I don't think it's respect play, and it's just, yeah.
That's wild. All right. I wonder what I want to do next.
Zachariah coming prepared into this tournament.
Yeah, he was clearly ready for this matchup. Now you do have access to Sage at any point.
Who needs Cool Tune Rotary when you have the Eye of Truth here at the Genesys Championship?
Your hand is never safe.
He's still laughing.
He's cracking up here. He was not prepared for the Eye of Truth.
This is crazy. All right. Okay.
So what he needs to do is try and find a way to fusion summon without having to reveal any cards in his hand.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
Thunderclap hits the field here.
All right.
Does Dragon destroy spell and traps? Or do he use Sage? He just used Sage to negate it?
Yeah. Then we can use Effect to Fallen Paradise.
Activate. It's not a cost.
Can I read this?
Yeah, it's a Pokemon.
That's this. Okay, can I read that card in your hand? Is one of the funniest things. This is such like. Let me read the cards in your hand before I decide if I want to respond to anything. It's so funny because I have the Eye of Truth.
And it's Mystical Space Typhoon.
Sam
he said I forgot how he was him. That's what he said. Chat, you hear that? You guys hear that? He said he was him.
Sam is out of plays and out of luck, and he is going to concede this game. The Eye of Truth seals the deal, and Zachariah is moving on undefeated here in the first ever Genesys Championship. 5-0. 3 more wins today will put him in great shape to come back Sunday for 5 more rounds before we cut to a top 8 and find out which 2 players from the Genesys Championship will be attending Jump Festa going to Japan this year. But absolutely phenomenal match.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach really shows why he's doing so well in this tournament so far. He was clearly very ready for the Sacred Beast strategy, which I do think is one of the more talked about decks in Genesys here. It was one of the decks from Chaos Origins, so it was going to be popular. Obviously a fan favorite, but Zach was prepared. He had the Eye of Truth in his side deck, so clearly ready for this matchup. And now he's 4-0, moving on into the second half of the tournament here.
Oh yeah, 4-0. It feels like it was 5 rounds, but it's only 4 rounds. We're only halfway done with the championship. So if you're enjoying all this Yu-Gi-Oh action, we still have so much more to come. We're going to be awesome seeing how these players elevate their Genesys decks here at the championship, because this tournament has a lot on the line. A trip to Japan, multiple complete sets. The pricing is absolutely phenomenal. And I just can't wait to see what our players have picked up, like the Eye of Truth, other side deck cards, other decks that you may not expect. It could be anything. It's Genesys.
Yeah, literally any deck is viable here. You just have to have the creativity. We've seen versions of heroes that I've never seen playing in advance. We saw Cosmo Neos hit the field, and it was enough to win the game instantly. So anything can happen here in the Genesys tournament.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite part is that we're just be able to hear and watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, the more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, the better. And there have been more ways recently than for a lot of portions of time. We have Master Duel, Duel Links, Genesys, TCG, the early days collection, if you want to go back to the old video games. There's so many different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But Genesys might be my favorite. Let's go ahead and hear from our winner and hear what he has to say about the Eye of Truth. Take it away.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about that Eye of Truth for sure. Zach, how do you feel, though, right now? Undefeated, 4 rounds of Swiss under your belt. Are you feeling pretty good?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
I saw your friends in the front row cheering for you. How does that feel? Aw, hi.
It feels great.
Is there anything you want to say to them?
Shout out the Eye of Truth. That's my goat.
Yeah, we got to talk about that deeper. What was your reaction when you saw that?
I was so happy. Sam put that right on top of my deck for me. He's
Okay.
my goat for real.
Oh. You're thanking Sam for that. How dare you? Oh, that is so funny. But really, when you saw it, were you automatically feeling confident or?
Omni Negate plus Eye of Truth into that deck is wraps.
Okay, and I want to talk about Voiceless Voice a little bit. Tell me why that deck.
It just beats Blitzclick because you can't target any of them.
Is there any other strategy behind it that you really enjoy?
I just really like the regen cards. I just wanted to play a regen deck, so I just put Voiceless cards in for fun.
Okay. So what is your mindset moving forward now? How are you gearing up for the future?
I just won't lose.
You won't lose? Okay, love. And how cool is it that you could potentially be the first ever Genesys champion? That's pretty cool, right?
We will be, surely.
Oh, you heard it here first, Zach. I love the confidence. I'm going to send it back to our casters. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Great to hear from him. Man of confidence. It looks like
unshakable confidence.
Unshakable. No, he is well prepared. Like, strong confidence there. I think the Voiceless Voice cards, like, it makes sense, the barrier thing once he explains that. You expect Blitzclick and Sacred Beast to be the top deck. So if you're kind of listening to the Genesys forums and discussions and all of those kind of things, and he built his deck to beat those decks, which kind of like puts my foot in my mouth, because before I was saying, like, you really can't prepare your deck to counter the meta, but Zach has done that here. Like, with his deck, with the Eye of Truth, with the targeting protection against Blitzclick, he did make a meta read, and now he is undefeated, and a third of the way, I guess, to making it to Japan.
Yeah, at least halfway through the day, we still have 5 more rounds on Sunday to play here, but he has a long tournament still to play out, but he's doing quite well. We saw his strategy for this. He likes Regenesis. He wanted to play Regenesis, so he found something that went along with it that tackled what he thought was going to be the main problems of the format, and he figured out a way to do well so far.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I know there's probably some other Sacred Beast Genesys players out there that are watching this feature match a little scared because that Eye of Truth, that's lying in wait. And if it's in his deck, it could be in other players' side deck too. But yeah, so maybe if you're struggling with Sacred Beast, go start looking or ask your friend and see if they have the Eye of Truth. And maybe that's the next big card for the side decks. I remember like some people were talking about it with like Vanquish Soul and stuff, just anything to stop them from revealing their effects. But
like,
so
literally
cool
respect
to see
play.
Yeah, so cool to see it in action. But I was mentioning we had so many different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now more than ever before. Duel Links is one of those ways. And I want to talk to you about something awesome that is going on in Duel Links Rush Duel, specifically the new mini box Destructor of Explosion. Rush Duel is a really cool way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Different rule set, similar like how Genesys has different rules, but this one's a completely different game. You're drawing until you have 5 cards in your hand every turn. You can normal summon as many times as you want, and it has gotten so awesome in Duel Links. If you haven't checked it out yet, you should, and you did check it out, but it's been a while. Go ahead and download Duel Links and jump back in. Plenty of stuff that you get when you log in. Go ahead and download Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links today. But it's been an incredible weekend so far. We started with the world's qualifying point playoff. 2 Canadians made it, right? Luca, Mario. They're going to Japan, but now we have to find out who from the Genesys tournament is going to Japan at a different date. But
it'll be a while.
It will, Jump Fest is like towards the end of the year, I believe, yeah. But absolutely incredible weekend.
Yeah, I've never been myself, but I'm looking forward to see who gets the opportunity here.
And we will find out shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more dueling action. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video and a brand new box opening of Chaos Origins. Now, this one here is quite special because apparently it comes with the Starlight 2.0s, which are still Starlights, but I believe the borders are a bit more rainbow. I think the text is easier to read. I haven't seen any personally, so I'm excited to jump in, see if we can pull it. But I'm also gonna let you know that you can pick this up on July 1st at your local OTS. You can get July 3rd at General Retail. And with that, again, let's jump in, let's have some fun. All right, pack number one, we have Superconductive Plasma Blast, our first of many Blitz clicks. Melfi Godmommy, followed by Invoke Support, Sacred Spirit, and Skull Arching into Chaos. That is a great first pull. It's really integral in the Chaos Ritual strategy. It gets you to the ritual monsters, lets you get your spells in rotation. Just a fantastic card with, of course, some really cool artwork. We do need more of this, but we also have our first of the chess archetype. Pretty neat. Thunder Crash Snare Crow, followed by Primite Support. That's what I always like to call these. And more Primite Support. That's kind of cool. Brings you back to being a little one. All right, so pack number two, starting off with Sacred Beast Combine Assault, featuring nice little elemental hero, and I believe this is actually just a negate against a monster, spell, or trap, really any card. That's quite good. We have Light and Darkness Ritual. There we go, continuing to put together the deck. That, of course, goes with the Skull Archfiend to Chaos. It's common, so easy to get the second. We also have Sorcerer of the Swamp, nice little play off King of the Swamp. Prohibited Power Patron Purview. This, I believe, creates some additional insulation. This deck is great. It's really hard to play, but it's great. We also have Infinity of the Sacred Beasts. There is a lot of new Sacred Beast support. As you can see, this one right here is a great consistency card, adds additional Sacred Beast cards, also just looks fantastic. We love to see it. We have another Blitz Click. This time it's Return Stroke, and this one I believe is a Spell Negate. There's also one that adds another monster. This is Phantom Knight support, and that right there is the one that adds another monster. And I think you can actually add any Thunder, so in theory you could add Thunder King Ryo. But yeah, that's a good pack. All right, pack number three. Will we get our first Ultra, our first Secret, maybe one of the new Starlights? Let's find out. Summer with some kanji on the side, Blitzclick Return. I believe I mentioned that this is a spell negate, but in addition, it makes it so your Blitzclick monsters can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which is pretty nice. We have another Phantom Knight, super conductive, and that is a Celtic Mystic, the first, but the third of our Light and Darkness ritual deck support. So that's great. This lets you draw 3, discard 2. The discard can be advantageous, but in addition to that, the whole theory around this is, you activate this, you go through the majority of your line, you thin your deck of your main engine, then you summon this and you draw into cards like that of Forbidden Crown, or maybe the Fallen of the Virtuous, all of the great non-engine that you play in your deck. So happy to see that. We also have more generic beast support. This is attribute modification and the ability to fuse on your opponent's turn. I'm sure this will see play somewhere. We also have more, again, Primite support and Invoke support. Now, 3 packs in, 3 pieces of Chaos Ritual support. We love to see it. Let's see if we can get the 4th. All right, we have our second, the Light and Darkness Ritual. That's perfect. We needed 2 Abyss of the Sacred Beasts. I believe this is like a Book of Moon. This right here does quite a lot. You can non-targeting banish card your opponent controls. Also, if you have just enough of the various types of monsters, you can banish 1 random card from your opponent's hand. So very strong. We also have Clown Crew Finale, another trap. This one, I believe lets you do a lot with the cards that you have in your hand that you draw, because this deck just draws infinite cards. Discard any number of cards and target that many face-up cards on the field, destroy them. We have the Phantom Knights of Malevolent Scythe, our first foil Phantom Knight, and this deck I think looks really, really strong. You do have to be careful of the level modulation in Cool Tune, but again, the deck itself, very good. We have S-Force World Sorting, another Invoked piece, Garden of Talstones, and again, shout out to Primite. Now, on to pack number 5. All right, we've got yet another Summer, Melfi Footsteps, Melfi God Mommy, it's a Melfi pack. Invoked, this one takes either a light or an earth, so it's flexible. We also have a Garifo. That is yet another 1-card starter. This one, of course, lets you get to that mind shuffle. And this deck, we already have like 5 cards for it. We're on pack number 5. And again, I am gonna play this deck, so you'll see a lot of this very soon. But we do need 2 more Garifo, and yeah, I'm gonna show you the rest of the pack, because you know there are more Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We have the Blitzclick, we have another Malfi, that's the 3rd one in the pack, another chess piece, and that is also, I believe, for Alistair. Invoked Oceanus, and Invoked Oceanus isn't just another Invoked fusion. This right here is Masked Hero Darklaw. Check this out. While this card is in your extra monster zone, any monster sent to your opponent's graveyard is banished instead. That's right, it doesn't do spells and traps like Darklaw, but it's still incredible. We also have Sacred Beast Command Assault, Grey Lair, Prohibited Power Patron Purview, and yet another Sacred Beast. It seems like all of these are going to come in super rare. And this one, I believe, lets you add the trap or a trap from deck to hand. That's pretty good. The deck does play a lot of traps. This right here is a bit of a tongue twister to say, but it is Phantom Knight support. It does work with the traps that are getting banished, and it's just a really good card for the deck. We also have Beast support and yet another Clown Crew. All right, we are back with more Invoke support. We have Abyss of the Sacred Beasts, Chaos Mystic Box. That is the 7th card for our new archetype, our new deck. We love to see it. It's also a common. S-Force Origin, Mind Shuffle. That is integral. That is really what the whole deck revolves around. You can use this to add cards like your Skull Archfiend of Chaos, discard it, you get advantage there. In addition, this lets you tag your rituals on field for the ones in hand to dodge targeting cards. And this is really this is gonna be so much fun. I am so excited. We need 2 of it, so I do need to pull another, but I am very happy to pull the first. This is the card that lets you modulate attributes. That is admittedly a card I do not know, the Final Phantom. We're going to do a quick little reading phase here, and it looks like this lets you change its type and fuse with it and an opponent's monster. So you could use this and an opponent's monster. You can make this a spellcaster. You could turn it into this, and then this lets you continue to play and fuse. It's very convenient that we opened these back to back because they, I think, do have synergy, but that's pretty cool. We also have another Thunder Crash and a Power Patron Shade of the Final Hour. That was a great pack. That was a really good pack. We are 8 cards deep on our deck. We got a lot of packs to open. Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beasts. That's nice to see. Another Blitzclick, S-Force, Grey Lair. We have a Link 5. Do you see that right there? That is a Link 5. That is a Xena's Deceiving Doll Maidens. I was really hoping to pull this. It is an incredible card. Lets you send any monster from your deck to the graveyard. You can also link summon using a card in your hand, but in addition to that, if you don't, you can actually send a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. So this is one of those cards that'll probably be used in a wide variety, a litany of combos, if you will. And I'm very happy to pull it. So that's a great one. We also have new cards for our chess-esque strategy. Another one, actually. These are great because they're quite recursive. They work with adjacent zones, and nice to see a lot of it in common. All right, great start. Excited to see what comes next. We got a Chaos Mystic Box, another Master Darklaw, we love to see it. Malfi Godmommy, Superconductive Plasma Blast, and a Black Chaos. Okay, our first secret, an incredible secret. It is yet another starter for the deck we want to play. It is a beautiful card. Also just really cool because, like, you remember Invasion of Chaos, cards like Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, coming in secret rare. This kind of has a similar feel to it, but this card also lets you banish 2 cards on your opponent's field, non-targeting, by the way. So incredible. We do want 3 of this. I'm very happy to have it in the collection and very soon to be in the deck, but it's our lucky day. That's fantastic. We are going to sleeve that up. But as for the rest of the pack, we have another brand new Malfi, a Playtime Surprise, Beast Support, and the Attribute Modification. Let's get a sleeve for this guy right here. Now, I've got to be honest, we are like not even halfway through the box, and this is fantastic. Now, I'm also going to take this time to sleeve up the Link 5, the Garifo, and count how many packs we've opened. It looks like we've opened 9, which means we have 15 left. Now, I know we have another secret. Hopefully, we get another card for the deck, but already I'm over the moon about this box. This is exactly what I wanted. I've been really excited about this deck, and I know I say that about a lot of decks, but I feel like this is the deck that I've been most looking forward to since probably the Blue Eye Structure deck. We put a lot of time in with that. I definitely intend to put a lot of time in with this. Sorcerer of the Swamp, Malfi Joyful Surprise. I believe this one allows you to return a bunch of your opponent's cards to their hand. It does.
My hand. It was
right.
my
Oh,
hand.
You want to play Malfi now?
Yeah, it's cute.
How about Phantom Knights?
No.
That one's for me. Okay. We have Summer. We have Verachem, which is Alistair / Invoke support. Lets you set an invocation or another card that mentions it. Also, it's installation for your fusions. That's pretty cool. Okay, that's the field spell for the new chess archetype. That, again, lets you add Thunder King Ryo. We have more chess cards. And we have yet another pack. All right, we've got another Prohibitive Power Patron Purview, fun to say. Gray Lair, Sacred Beast Thunderclap. I think that's the first we've pulled, but this one essentially lets you get your Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast, the field spell from your deck, so good consistency. We have S-Force and a Blitzclick Breakaway. This one lets you get to your continuous traps, so also consistency, we love that. And it's a pretty good going second card because it allows you to destroy cards on the field and bounce your Thunder monsters. Now we also have more chess, and more chess with Angelici. That's pretty fun. But we are ending on Alistair. And there we have our playset, I believe. Another Malfi Godmommy, Fallen Paradise, Sorcerer, and Martyr of the Sacred Beast. This card is normal or special summon. You can place 1 Sacred Beast field spell or 1 Sacred Beast continuous spell or trap from the deck face up on the field. And if you control another Sacred Beast monster, you can special summon 2 Martyr of the Sacred Beasts from your hand, deck, or graveyard. This card is crazy. Wow. Okay, well, maybe we try this too. I have a friend who I think is going to put that deck together, so we'll talk to him about it, but that's really good. It's really good. All right, halfway down the box. Let's see what we get next. Guys, I don't want to be too dramatic here, but I can see something special on the side. It's very shiny. I think we pulled one of the brand new Starlights. Can you see that right there? Now, apparently, they are easier to read. Apparently, the edges are more of a rainbow sheen. And again, we can take a little peek. Yeah, that's a Starlight. Okay, we're gonna go through card by card until we reveal the brand new Starlights. We have Fallen Paradise, S-Force, Prohibited Power Patron, Purview, and here we go. We get to see it for the first time together. Chaos Magical Hats, it's for the deck. for the deck. It's a one of in the deck, which is perfect, but man, that is bright. It's actually incredible how much of a sheen this has in comparison to the other Starlights. And I wasn't sure what they meant when they said that the text would be sharper, that the image as a whole would be sharper, but it really is much more legible. And again, this is a one of in the deck, so it is now a max rarity one of. Love to see it. And they really outdid themselves at this. It's crazy. When you look at the side, you can see the rainbow that they were talking about. There's just such an array of hues and colors, which, you know, you read about it, but then you see it in person, you're like, wow, they really did it. That's awesome. Oh man, okay, we gotta sleeve this immediately. Number one task, sleeving the Chaos Magical hats. Now the pack did have other cards. We have a Lane Restriction, Foolish Trap Hole, Malfi Playtime Surprise, and again, Phantom Knight support. Though I will say, with the Foolish Trap Hole, it has the word adjacent. See that right there? Adjacent. I am somebody who uses the word adjacent. However, I've definitely used the word adjacent more today reading these cards than I have in probably the last 10 years of my life. That's going to be a very important word moving forward in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Start thinking about it. All right, so admittedly, I took a little dinner break. It got a little dark, but we are back. And I think we still have 2 ultras to pull, 1 secret. So we're going to continue to do so. This pack I pre-opened before it got dark. And we're going to take a look together right now. S-Force Signify, Blizz Click, Invoked Bay Baron, Malfi God Mommy, another Yuria to search yet another trap from the deck, as well as our attribute Manipulation, Imposter Shift. I think that's the first time we pulled this, and we are ending on Bastion. Again, good new archetype. We love to see it. Prohibited Power Patron Purview, Light and Darkness Ritual, Blizz Click, Chaos Mystic Box, Sacred Beast Release. If you want to play this deck, there really is a lot of support in here. It's seemingly, for the most part, super rares, which is great, really easy access, and we appreciate when our cards are shiny in general. Malfi, Playtime, Surprise. Twilight Spectre, Ray Rage, Masked Hero, Dark Law, Melfi's Joyful Surprise, Sacred Beast Thunderclap, and Invoked Serath. That's a new one. An Alistair monster, a Fire Whirlwind, and it can special summon a level 6 or lower monster in either graveyard. It's a quick effect, so it can be a disruption. Does negate the effects, but it also has the effect to essentially be a Miracle Fusion by using itself when it's in the grave. That's really neat. Okay, you know what? Good pull. We have a Lane Restriction, a Clown Crew Finale, Bastion, and a new Phantom Knight Trap. We should have another secret, 2 more ultras. Let's see if it's inside here. So it seems we're seeing a lot of Invoked support, a lot of Sacred Beast support, Power Patron, Light and Darkness. Ah, there we go, our second Mind Shuffle. I did want 2 for the deck. That's fantastic. We'll put that in the pile. Again, Primite cards, and if you want to play chess while playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, that's an option too. Like that. Let's see what's next. Now, I do hope to pull more of that Chaos Ritual support like that. We have a Skull Archfiend to Chaos. We love to see it. That is our second copy. And we'll definitely be playing 2. So, very good. Spiritual Power Recovery Potion. We have a Twilight Spectre Ray Rage, Clown Crew Finale, Prohibited Power Patron Purview, a lot of tongue twisters, and Malfi Rabbies. Wow, look at them. They're just having fun. Adorable little ones. I'm sure Athena's going to steal this from me later. She will. She admits to it. We pulled this in the last pack, and I think it's actually a snatch deal. Take control of all your opponent's monsters in this card's column. It is. Okay, that's actually kind of neat. That said, again, we have ultras and a secret to pull. So let's do that. yes, more invoked support, Melfi God Mommy, Melfi's a Joyful Surprise, Dark Law, and we have a new Ultra. It is a Counter Trap, Annihilate. If this set card in its owner's control is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can set one trap from your deck. One trap. Whoa, any trap? That's cool. Okay, you know what? We'll sleeve that up. But we also have a Foolish Trap Hole and S-Force support. All right, let's get a sleeve for that. Got a Twilight Spectre, Ray Rage, Invoked Oceanus, Melfi's Joyful Surprise, S-Force, and our first Summoner of Sacred Beasts. Yet again, continuing the trend of them being super rares, and I think this was actually based off the original creator from the early 2000s. Very cool. Now, we only have a couple packs left. All right, so we have a grand total of 3 packs left. Still have yet to pull our final secret. I'm excited. All right, really coming down to the wire here, and we have a great secret, Pot of Sloth. This is really good for your side deck against decks like Cool Tune because you draw cards equal to the number of cards your opponent controls. Then if you draw 2 or more cards, place cards from your hand on the bottom of the deck in any order equal to the number you drew -1. For the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you cannot activate Pot of Sloth. But essentially, this lets you fix your hand, get a new hand, so the hand that Cool Tune saw is no longer the hand that you have. So this is actually really relevant. I do plan on trying to side deck this. I do plan on trying to get 2 more, but we're very, very happy with that as our secret rare. We are also looking at Elf Notes. Is that our first time pulling that? I think it is. New Elf Note Trap. And again, for all y'all chess enjoyers, let's sleeve this up. We have Invoked Support, Spiritual Power Recovery Potion, Prohibited Power Patron Purview, S-Force Origin. Is that an Exceed? It is an Exceed. 3,000 attack, 2,100 defense. What is it? Oh, it is Morlux Herover, 2 level 8s. This gets a myriad of effects based off of the number of equipped materials, but essentially, with 2 of them, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Pretty good. With 3 of them, your opponent cannot target cards in the graveyard with card effects. That's crazy. And number 4, it is essentially removal. So it only does everything. Pretty neat. We are down to our final pack of the box. Last pack, Magic. Heading off with a Phantom Knights, Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beasts, Abyss of the Sacred Beasts, Grey Lair, and the Clown Crew Dristy as our final foil of a fantastic box. All right, so we were able to pull the brand new Starlight. So cool, such a great box, and I'm really excited about putting this deck together. I think we have a good base of cards. We definitely still need more, but again, for what we opened, this is awesome. I would like to remind you that you can pick this setup on July 1st at your local OTS, July 3rd at General Retail. Big shout out to Konami for sponsoring the channel, sending this out. This was great. And as always, of course, thank you for being here, and peace and love.
Welcome back to the NAWCQ weekend. We are moments away from our round 5 feature match of the Genesys Championship. We've already seen a Genesys match in our previous round, seemingly won by none other than the Eye of Truth.
The Eye of Truth. So it's one of these things that, duelists have talked about, like, okay, I'll run, like, Ceremonial Bell, Eye of Truth, Respect Play, because it'll stop Vanquishal. Vanquishal was very popular in Genesys, but I feel like this week in Duelists, I'm online, I know what we're talking about, the Sacred Beast deck just kind of came out of nowhere. Community Fan Tournament really put it on the map. Card of the Soul, just really hotly desired card. And so our last duelist, Zachariah, just being like, could this work? Could I just make him not able to reveal? And I love Sam being like, oh, yeah, I can't do nothing. You got it. That's so cool.
while we were watching that previous round, you and I had a conversation what was more popular this weekend in the Genesys Championship, Vanquish Soul or Sacred Beast. We actually ran the numbers. You were correct. There are more Sacred Beast duelists than Vanquish Soul. So I think, honestly, if you're going to include a card like Eye of Truth, it may have been specifically for Sacred Beast space strategies as opposed to maybe what we saw months prior when it was a popular counter to the Vanquish Soul strategy.
Genesys is such an interesting format because you're always searching for what doesn't cost points and what will do something impactful, and I just think that it's so funny. There's just not a better word for it in terms of the interaction, and obviously it takes a very smart duelist, so there's no shade on that, but it's just really fun to see these cards that have been out of rotation for 20 plus years, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Respect Play except for those hypotheticals on Vanquish Soul.
I think those cards have only really seen play because of Vanquish Soul in the more recent history. But obviously now Vanquish Soul is still a strategy in the Genesys format. Obviously Sacred Beast a strategy. And if either of those strategies become popular again in Advanced Constructed, not to say we couldn't see them in Advanced Constructed, I think Sacred Beast actually is a sleeper pick heading into this weekend. I don't know if it's going to be super popular, but it's really impressive, especially when you actually get to access the extra monster zone and use link monsters, something that you don't have access to in Genesys. So if we do see Sacred Beast or Vanquish Soul circle back into the Advanced Constructed format and make up a large percentage of the field, you could conceivably see those counters in the side deck find their way back into Advanced Constructed as well. But clearly we saw it here this weekend in the Genesys format.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. And there's a lot of different decks out there. You know, Genesys has a weird tempo to it. I think this particular Genesys format is a little bit more gas, obviously, with like the Satellar Knight deck out there. That's obviously very powerful. So you do have to run things like Mulcharmies, but those eat up into your point cost too. The Genesys deck I'm currently on is a sort of hybrid of the Shining Sarcophagus engine because it's 0 points and has a little bit of Dark Magician synergy. But, well, I guess we'll see if any of those duels show up too, because I guess it's time for us to go to the stage. Why don't we throw it now? See what we got.
Round 5 of Genesys. Our duelists are ready to go. Let's start with the blue chair from San Diego, California, Walter Jewell. He won a YCS in 2023 and also went to Worlds in 2018. Now to the red chair from Riverdale, Georgia, Jordan Schultz. It is his first time on stage, and he just started playing a few years ago. Both undefeated so far, but who wins this duel? Casters, take it away.
All right, so it's going to be a good matchup. Speaking of Satellar Knights, we are going to get to see all these new cards, but they are going to go against what the last Genesys YCS Championship deck was, the first Genesys Championship. Red Dragon Archfiend, I know you know a lot about that, having to cast that great finals.
Yeah, these are two of the decks that heading into this weekend, looking at the Genesys format, we assumed would be amongst the most popular. That, and honestly, I think Blitzclick, and looking at some of the top tables, there is a ton of Blitzclick up there. But here in this round, of course, as you just mentioned, we're going to see Satellar Knights versus the Red Dragon Archfiend deck. Now, these are two strategies that saw recent changes on the Genesys point list. So the most recent revision saw a handful of the Tellar Knights, Castor, Syngeon, and Constellar Delteros, receive some point increases coming brand new out of Battles of Legend. And then, of course, prior to that revision, going before that, we did see the Red Dragon Archfiend strategy see some point increases as well as Crimson Blade Dragon, Power Vice Dragon. So there have been some modifications in point totals for these two strategies within the last two revisions. But nevertheless, these are still two strategies, 4-0 here this weekend. And I think heading into the weekend, like I already mentioned, we're anticipated to still be top contenders. The question is, are those point increases going to mitigate some of the non-engine spaces that you have? So it'll be interesting to see exactly how these two duelists have compensated for some of those recent point changes and what exactly they're going to bring to the table here.
Well, it is cool to see some very legendary advanced format duels. Obviously, Walter, a master duelist in and of himself, but competing against Jordan, who I'm not familiar with, but obviously going into round 5 undefeated, not a bad duelist. And playing one of the most powerful decks that we have seen. There's just something that's so unique about Genesys. Last format, I felt like I could say everything resolves, but this particular Genesys format has a lot more interruptions because a lot of people do feel like Satellar Knight is one of the most powerful decks in the room, besides Red Dragon Archfiend, and you just need to have something to stop it, or not just be staring it in the face as it piles card after card of the field.
Yeah, I think it's becoming evident as Genesys has evolved that it is important to allocate space for things like the Mulcharmies. Now, if you look at the history of the Genesys events that we've had thus far, you know, the decks that have been able to really establish strong opening plays. I'm thinking about the Elemental Hero deck that we saw in the most recent event. I think just Red Dragon Archfiend inherently itself have really illustrated that you can still have some really strong combo-centric strategies even without accessing Link or Pendulum monsters. And as a result, I think it's becoming more evident to players that really the fine line is allocate some space for your own engine, of course, right? You need to have some type of inherent game plan, but allocating 9 points apiece for Perulia, or 8 points apiece for Fualos, or maybe allocating some space for Nibiru. These are concessions that you really do, in fact, need to make. You can't head into this week and to really any Genesis tournament without having a pretty reasonable amount of resistance for when ultimately you do have to go second, because I think that's really one of the things that can shift the table is if you have an inherent strategy going second, both within the engine that you elect to play, but also in those non-engine points that you've allocated. I think that's been one of the kind of deck building evolutions is without good inherent going second tools, I think some decks have really taken advantage of if they happen to win the die roll and get to go first. So it's interesting to see that change as we get further and further into the history of Genesis. But it does look like our players are ready. Both of these decks really do honestly want to elect to win the die roll, of course. We have Teller Knight and Red Dragon Archfiend, which really emphasize the ceiling that you have here in this format in terms of what these decks can accomplish. But looks like Jordan's rolled, I think that was a 5, and now Walter.
I saw 1.
I'll choose to go first.
Oh, okay. He's choosing to go first, so it must have landed on the table and was big enough. So Walter with the Teller Knights. Teller Knights, you know, not an unheard of deck. The same way that Red Dragon Archfiend did have some success here and out through Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Teller Knight was a terror about 10 years ago.
Yeah, back then it was more of a control-based strategy. Here, I think it's morphed its way very much so into more of a combo-centric strategy. Here's a copy of 7th Tachyon, one of the inherent consistency pieces, one of the which is at 0 points.
Well, you know, when you think about why it's at 0 points, it does, you know, make you put a card back so the balance on it's a great card effect, but some cards are allowed to just be good in Genesis at 0 points. We'll see how powerful 7th Tachyon is, though, as does let you get kind of anything you need from the toolbox.
And here's Caster. So if Constellar Caster goes uninterrupted, Walter can do a whole myriad of things. Now, I'm not sure if he's playing the turn skip variation of this deck. You know, maybe some of the point totals necessitate going in a different direction. But if this goes uninterrupted, that card that was put back with Tachyon is no problem at all. So Caster's going to allow him to summon from deck. It also looks like he opened a hard copy of Teller Knight Lyran. Now what Lyran allows you to do
in the next chain, I will go
is special summon itself out if a Teller Knight has been normal summoned. And then that will allow you to search a Teller Knight spell. So now it looks like he's established all of these newer ones. We have Saijin, we have Lyran, and then we have Castor.
I will activate.
Saijin, when it is summoned, allows you to search a Teller Knight or Constellar from your deck. He's playing awfully fast here, so for those of you who aren't familiar, I'm trying to allow you to keep up with some of these effects. But now we have Caduceus hitting the field. If you control a Constellar-like monster, you can summon it. That then allows you to search your deck for a Constellar, spell, or trap. It looks like he searched a copy of Binding. Or sorry, Constellar Teller Knights. And now he's going to make his first Exceed summon. Now, one of the important parts of Saijin is that even though there's only 2 level 4 monsters on the field that can actually count in and of itself as 2 material for the for the Exceed summon of a rank 4 that requires 3 or more. So one of the
saying that too many times.
I know, right? So one of the difficult aspects of Teller Knights historically has been some of your best cards do require 3 level 4s, and that can sometimes be difficult to do.
Is certainly neat to be able to skip a few materials. Obviously, Zodiac doing the same, one of the most popular decks and powerful decks in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, also making a comeback in recent World Championship qualifiers there. But speaking of Exceed shenanigans.
So again, the Teller Knight Constellar del Teleros, again, requires 3 materials. He's able to use 2. Saijin also can level modulate if you did happen to need level 5s.
Sometimes you do, actually. But we're going to go ahead and detach.
Detach and banish
from my deck.
So this one, the Teller Knight Constellar Caduceus allows you to basically utilize a second Constellar Knight effect. So he banished the Castor from his deck, and now he's allowed to special summon from his deck, circumventing the once per turn effect. We've seen things like this historically. And now we'll go into a classic Constellar Knight. This is Sombre.
certainly shades of championships before. I mean, Teller Knights was a terror when it was all called the Haunted and Triver, but it's also really wild to see the power of this deck, and then seeing Eclipse Twins on top of that is just so powerful, being able to recycle stuff like this. And Eclipse Twins, I do not believe has any points on it, does it?
No, it does not. So we have seen here thus far a sequencing that may suggest that Walter's not going for the detached 7 to skip Jordan's turn.
Yeah.
He's going into a direction that's incorporating Eclipse Twins. Oh, now here we see one of the hand interactions, a DD Crow, the single-pointed DD Crow. And that's going to banish from the graveyard Teller Knight Caduceus.
Then I will...
Walter considering his options here. DD Crow definitely helps, and DD Crow was a talking point in many duelists saying, hey, you really need at least 1 point of interaction. And speaking of 1 point, DD Crow is pretty affordable at 1 point apiece. And I think it is definitely a Genesis mainstay.
Of Sombra? Yeah.
So passing over the Sombra here. Definitely the Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge final exam to sit over Genesis because so many cards from the Wayback Machine getting to be used.
No, I have the tendency, especially when there's a new strategy, to really try to commentate exactly what's happening with every individual effect just because players might be unfamiliar. Walter is playing this at a blistering speed. It's almost difficult to keep up with just navigating exactly what's happening. But he clearly understands the nuances of his strategy. It looks like both players are just kind of checking over the effect of Constellar Sombre. It is a newer card. Sorry, it is an older card. Sorry, I meant to say the complete opposite. It's one of the classic Constellar Knight cards.
Walter takes a moment to think here.
You can banish a Constellar in your graveyard, target a Constellar in your graveyard, add that to your hand, then you gain the effect of being able to normal summon from your hand a Constellar. And I think they were just checking if the target is DD Crowed, if you still inherently gain that effect. But now we're going to go into a natural exceed of a link of a 4 that requires actually using all 3 of the monsters, and this is the classic Deltaros.
Or you actually can't. You can't respond to someone.
Yeah, so here you can't respond because Deltaros is on the field. Some of the combos that you'll see here is to actually destroy your own Deltaros. It lets you navigate through and search out.
I did, or I thought I did, but yeah.
A differing Teller Knight from your hand or deck, because if it is sent to the from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon a Teller Knight from your hand or deck.
I'm going to use the effect target itself.
And now, yeah, like I mentioned, he's going to target himself. So this is a way that you can search out the specific Teller Knight that you need to continue comboing. So now we're going to go into another classic here. It's the Teller Knight Altair. Now, if you played 10 years ago, you might be familiar with Altair summoning out a Deneb from the graveyard. Deneb might be in the deck. Sometimes you see a single copy, but instead he's going to summon back the Constellar Castor. Now, Castor has another effect. We've yet to really see exactly what Walter's end field is going to be. But Castor, when it is a material, allows once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell card, to detach 2 from an Exceed monster in which Castor is serving as an Exceed material. So it has great utility because not only does it serve as your absolute best starter, but it also allows you to put up an interruption.
Well, left uninhibited, this deck can easily put up 4 Xyz monsters on the field here, and while we do have just level 4 monsters, those are plenty of great materials. And speaking of materials, then we use the effect of Eclipse Twins to stack those 2 back on the field there. Deltaros is back in action.
Yeah, so interesting about Teller Knight Constellar Deltaros, it has an interesting wording where if it's sent to the graveyard except from the field, you can special summon a Teller Knight or Constellar from your hand or banished. So one of the ways of doing that, you might think about cards like, you know, a dumb punishment or something, a dogmatic punishment. No, you actually exceed over the Teller Knight Constellar Deltaros, and then when it is detached or it is sent to the graveyard as a form of exceed summoning, that does classify as being sent to the graveyard except from the field. That's one of the ways that you can trigger that effect, which we saw there that allowed him to special summon out from his banish pile. And I think he's got an Altair from his, an Altarian from his banish pile.
Both effects again.
And it is important to note these are not once per turn. Some of these Constellar Knight effects, the specific ones from the extra deck monster. So he's able to utilize Deltaros every single time it's sent to the graveyard from the field. He's also able to utilize that with Constellar Deltaros every time that it is serving as being an Exceed material being sent to the graveyard and not going from the field itself.
Almost makes you wonder if Nibiru would be worth the points in this format, but at the same time, this deck can keep on going one way or the other. So if this turns out to be like one of the decks you just have to expect, will be interesting to see how people continue to modulate their decks. Obviously, the DD Crow is helpful, but as you see, one DD Crow alone did not stop that much.
Yeah, now we have the Constellar Teller Knights. We knew that this was searched earlier in the turn. It allows you to special summon a Teller or Constellar from the hand or graveyard. Then, going forward from that point forward, you can target a Teller or Constellar XYZ and summon from the extra deck a Teller or Constellar with a different rank using that as XYZ material.
Gotcha. Everything good here?
Yep, everything's good so far. Looks like we're going to do another rank 4, this time naturally with 3 materials, and the choice is...
Genesys.
Genesys.
Target 2 cards. I'll target...
Are we going to recycle the Eclipse Twins? We was eyeballing it for a second, but it doesn't seem what the call
target
is.
these 2 to add back
So
to my hand.
what Caduceus lets you do is, during your main phase, you can add a Constellar, Spell, or Trap permadeck to your hand. Oh, sorry, that.
Then I'll overlay.
This is the Exceed one.
They do all have relatively similar names.
Yeah, this one allows you to target a Teller Knight and a Constellar card in your graveyard and add them to your hand.
And using that to recycle one of the Exceeds monsters is super smart because it gives you just more and more extension. Again, the Chronomaly Vimana is also such a powerful card that we've seen in K9 decks of yore. And I mean, being able to attach Exceeds materials to cards, power up monsters, etc. This is a strong field.
He's also established Dark Teller Knight, which makes all face-up monsters on the field become dark. And then you can detach one, discard a card to special summon a light Teller Knight Exceed monster, using it as material. However, in addition to that, this becomes a quick effect if you have 7 or more Teller Knights with different names in your graveyard.
Set 1 and end phase.
Yep.
I will go effect to attach another material.
Just like we were talking about. So we're going to go ahead and put the Eclipse Twins back there. Oh, that's sinister.
And, yeah, your turn.
All right, draw for turn.
Yep.
Yeah, so he ultimately ends with 2 X-Teller Knight, Constellar, Platomi. You're going to have to help me with the symbol on that one.
I want to say that's an Omega 7.
Omega 7,
Omega
yeah, I had to
7,
imagine.
yeah. But this is interesting because actually Red Dragon Archfiend is just all gas, no brakes. So there is a whole possibility that Jordan just keeps Synchro summoning. And we see Synchros versus Exceeds like never before.
Same one.
Yeah, they're 2 of the same copy.
So these are not hard once per turns, as it's often referred to. Each of these individual copies can utilize the effect where you can detach any number of materials, then target that many monsters the opponent controls and shuffle them into the deck. So he has 5 or 6 materials on one. Plus, he also, in addition to all of this, has the Chronomaly, which is a negation as well.
Yeah.
And then both of the Constellar Platomes are unaffected by your opponent's activated effects.
That seems like an activated effect right there.
Let me think here.
So can't respond with any monster effects, but could use a spell or trap and then chain onto that spell or trap something.
So as I mentioned earlier, it looks like Walter has gone in the opposite direction of using what is often referred to as the turn skip with Teller Knight Platomius, and instead is elected to establish a board of the Chronomaly negation and then the multiple shuffles back unaffected, because I can almost assuredly assume that there's 7 names. Yeah, there's definitely 7 Teller Knights.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, there's only 6 there. Okay, it's his banished 2 though. It's his banished 2.
Okay. Well,
I have to assume that he's done the math to know. So now we have Skybridge. This is basically going to allow him to
I'll chain the Chronomaly.
tag out. Might not be the technical word because we often use that with Gladiator Beast, but essentially what he's going to do is he's going to target a Teller Knight monster, summon a Teller Knight from his deck with a different name, and then shuffle the first one into the deck.
That would get a lot more names in the graveyard.
Yeah, that will get a whole plethora of names in the graveyard. I have to imagine then he's going to have plenty of names to have the unaffected effect alive and well.
Interesting that Walter had the opening so well pre-programmed in his brain, but he really had to think about this Dark Ruler no more. But I think he did make the right call here as we start to pick out our targets.
Again, I'd have to look at the actual banish pile in the graveyard, but maybe what he's trying to do is, through the resolution of Skybridge, actually get the 7th plus name into the graveyard. Because if there are not 7 names and this resolves, it would negate both of those. So by doing the Skybridge sequencing here, it might actually put enough names into the graveyard.
Shuffle this back. So then
Taking a second to think. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're going to have resolve that.
These three negated.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's clear that the Constellar Tome Mega 7 is not negated. Just clarifying that. It does look like Jordan has a copy of Skullmeister in his hand, which isn't great, but this deck, as we are well aware of, has a ton of starters. So it looks like the first starter that we're going to see is that Soul Resonator. Looks like it might be.
Yep, we are going to go ahead and start with Soul Resonator. Allows you to add a level 4 or lower Fiend monster from the deck to the hand. Lots of different choices, including some really great Genesys cards, right? Skullmeister, obviously a level 4 lower Fiend, but that's not what we're going for. I think I see we're eyeballing Crimson. Oh no, Flame Crime, my bad. Flame Crime can tack on a little bit of effect damage. Definitely gives you another body on the field there, and I believe is a non-tuner monster, so we're pretty close to getting the 6 online. Being able to bring out any number of cards, but I would imagine that it's going to be Red Rising Dragon that we're working towards. But before we do, we'll use Bone Archfiend.
Skullmeister Frost.
Oh, there's the Skullmeister. Wow, already had it. And so it is going to lock him into Dark Synchros there, but I mean, it is so worth it. Now you've got options for 7s, 8s technically, maybe a 6, depending on how you want to modulate that map.
Yeah, Archfiend is a great starter. I've actually seen some variations of this deck incorporate Archfiend's Usurpation and Archfiend's Playtime, cards that you would actually more often see in the ritual-based Archfiend strategy, just because Bone Archfiend happens to have the name Archfiend in it, and it increases your starter count.
Certainly a fun deck, but we won't see as many of those powerful new Archfiend cards, since many of them be some of the newer ones are Pendulums after all, and that's, I'll see any Pendulum Sends on this field.
But we saw a shuffle back of 2, as I commented on before. Stellar Knight, Constellar Tome, Mega 7 as the double shuffle back by detaching the 2.
So let's read along with Walter here. Darkness Resonator, you're going to reveal Red Dragon Archfiend to special summon it. When it is summoned, you get to go ahead and activate an effect to get an additional normal summon of a Resonator. And you can also change select Resonators of your choice to level 1. So a lot of modulation, a really cool card. Push the deck, I think, in a very positive direction. And
to get an extra normal summon this turn.
Be easily level 1 here, which would be very helpful.
So we still have the ability to do a negation with the
I'll use the effect to negate.
Anomaly. Yep, so here's the negate. And now he just detach Eclipse Twins, which is now going to allow him to recycle an Exceed monster from his graveyard. So now we're starting to see exactly the end field that Walter intends, and just the layers here that we see.
No, my guy's negated.
Yeah.
Then no.
Effect on something.
Okay, so
to get an extra normal summon.
So it's a negated because of the Dark Ruler.
Oh, okay. So that's your Chainlink 1?
Yes.
And then my triggers will be
So
Chainlink 1 Eclipse.
Still smart, yeah.
The purpose here was to detach the Eclipse Twins, to make it clear. You know, that's why you would activate an effect that is inherently negated.
Yeah, I'm targeting.
Still got to pay the cost, and the cost is plussing for some reason. But Eclipse Twins has done a lot of work over the course of the year since its release, and I believe Supreme Darkness.
And again, what's important about just the layers of this is, as you're well aware, Eclipse Twins is going to put one on the field, but underneath that, he's going to be able to put, as we commented on in the previous turn, a copy of Constellar Delteros. And then when that is sent to the graveyard, except from the field, he's going to be able to summon another Teller or Constellar from his hand or banishment. So we're starting to see just how much we have going on.
To summon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you were absolutely right about just like the vibe of the new format here with specifically Stellar Knights. It's so much more commanding than just putting a few bodies together trying to do a little trap trick. Not to be confused with the actual card trap trick. But doing a good job ranking up here. We'll see if he's able to prevent the Synchro summon. Obviously staring at Red Rising Dragon. But even if it was Red Rising Dragon, the most you're kind of set up to do would be either Crimson Blade Dragon or Hot Red Dragon Archery Abyss. And I don't know if that's even a threat to that whole field.
Yeah, so we just saw the Dark Teller Knight hit the board, and as I mentioned, if there are 7 or more Teller Knights in your name, and I said this on the previous turn, it didn't really matter that it was a quick effect then. It matters now, obviously, because it's Jordan's turn. But he was able to discard that DD Crow from hand, which is how another X-Teller Knight, Constellar Platome, Omega 07 hit the field. And as I mentioned before, it's not a once per turn. It's not a hard once per turn, it's a once per turn per copy. So over the course of this turn, Walter actually accessed 3 different copies. One that was ultimately negated by Dark Ruler No More, or one that was threatened to be negated, prompted the Sky Bridge. One, though, remained unaffected because there was 7 names. Now he was able to access another one through the Eclipse Twins, bringing back the Dark Teller Knight, or the Dark Teller Knight, which then allowed him to use the quick effect because of the 7 names to go into a 3rd copy of Constella Platome. So very, very layered field there. Clear it's Walter is elected to approach the format from this direction with this Constella Knight deck. Maybe this opens up more space in the extra deck and not go into sort of the turn skip variation, because clearly there were so many forms of interaction established with that one caster.
Well, unfortunately for Red Dragon Archfiend fans, we were not able to close it out in this particular game because Walter's your winner. But it'll be interesting to see what an unmitigated synchro combo looks like from Jordan. And again, there's a lot of engine in Walter's deck. When you think about it, you know, Teller Knights need to continue to draw. It's not all engine. There's certainly some cards he can use to fight back, but if he doesn't happen to draw them, I mean, you really could just play and play and play from Jordan's perspective. So this will be an interesting battle of the side deck cards. And from Jordan's perspective, when you're going first, you know, you kind of still need it to be very engine heavy. There's a temptation to add in some of the side deck cards, but if you end up just drawing side deck cards and not enough engine, you're not going to be the master of faster, as it were.
Yeah, you know, one of the downsides of the Red Dragon Archfiend strategy is you'd really love to have Red Rain, Red Zone, and King's Resonance all in the deck. That there inherently is the possibility of drawing all 3 of them without other pieces of your engine.
Yeah, but we'll see. It's one of those decks where I almost feel like the best hand for Red Dragon Archfiend is just 5 unique starters that can all do it, because Jack Atlas is a combo fiend. And so the sense is, you know, you just want to be able to get to something here, but you can't just be all gas, no brakes, because in the same way, all Jordan had was a single DD Crow, and Walter was just able to keep on pushing.
And again, Walter, I think, has gone into this weekend, and looking at his deck list, he has some good resistance. I don't want to spoil any of the point allocations that he's made, but he has some pretty powerful non-engine. We saw one thing to kind of comment on a moment ago that you commented on in the previous game was just the Power 7th Tachyon and the fact that it's 0 points. The fact that it goes -1 inherently through card economy doesn't matter when you get a card like Castor to Resolve.
Would you play a card that was like discard 1 card to get anything you need?
Well, I mean, it's certainly that's
feels
ultimately
like
what Walter's elected to do. You saw what one Castor could do uninterrupted, as I said. And it doesn't matter whether we're looking at Genesys or looking at the advanced constructed format. If Castor resolves uninterrupted, you can basically do whatever you want, whether it's skip your opponent's turn or establish multiple layers of interaction through the Eclipse Twins and the Platome, which is precisely what we saw in that previous game.
Main phase.
All right, stand by main phase. Let's see what Jordan has.
Go normal summon Soul Resonator, effect search.
Yeah, it's probably the best single starter.
Bone Archfiend.
Bone Archfiend, just such a great card too, and something that doesn't just get used 1 turn, it's also follow-up in and of itself. We're going to use that now to discard another Soul Resonator, which is additional protection in the graveyard. You can banish it if you have a Synchro Monster that is or mentions Red Dragon Archfiend to protect destruction. And I think all your other cards too. But we're going to go ahead and reach into the deck with the Bone Archfiend and modulate a level by sending a Resonator to the graveyard. Looks like Vision Resonator.
It'll increase its level by 1.
So we're going to
Vision
8.
Resonator effect.
Okay. This lets him search out a Red Dragon Archfiend, spell or trap. Or
usually Crimson Guy.
Yeah, of course, Crimson Guy if you don't have a copy. Getting access to that is important.
Just a wild card that also lets you continue to get resources. It's an interesting deck. Like, it just feels like you're just playing stuff, but I think what's so wild is this is all follow-up for the next turn. All of your food, as it were, to create the synchros is just making your next turn even better. But we do get the Crimson King out. It's going to allow you to search just another card that mentions Red Dragon Archfiend. Not a spell, not a trap, not a monster, just a card. And that's a great card right there, Power Vice Dragon.
Yeah, the Crimson King is a card that we could very easily see in the advanced constructed format this weekend. It's one of the cards that we often refer to as a bridge. If you're able to access a level 8 Synchro, you're able to get access to the Light and Darkness ritual-based strategy. So we might see the Crimson King not just here in Genesys in its more dedicated strategy, of course the Red Dragon Archfiend deck, but it is a card that we will potentially see in the advanced constructed tournament as well.
Speaking of powering on through Power Vice Dragon, obviously special summon if you control no monsters or just a Dark Dragon Synchro monster. Just Dark Dragon Synchro monster plural. Allows you to grab a Resonator. It looks like we grabbed Synchron Resonator, who can be special summoned if you have a Synchro monster. And so The materials are a 1 and a 5. Now it feels like Red Rising Dragon.
It is funny to read through so many of the Red Dragon Archfiend themed cards. They have that phrasing on them. If you control dark or only dark synchro or no monsters, it's almost like every time you read that and you're like, okay, so always. That is always applicable.
Yeah, always, always. It's like, boo-hoo, I'm locked into Dark Dragon Synchros? Oh no. It can be tricky in like certain things if you wanted to play a 60-card pile, as it were, but we're not doing that now, so we are going to use the Synchron Resonator, who is not once per turn. We're going to be able to bring back another card. Here comes Crimson Blade Dragon.
Synchron Resonator, target Soul Resonator.
Synchron's going to bring out Soul. We're getting pretty close to a 10 here. But Crimson Blade Dragon allows you to add a card from your deck to your hand that cannot be normal summoned. I love the innovation here that we saw at the last event at YCS Columbus. Chaos Dragon Levianeer is an incredible dragon to pick out for this. You already have all the darks, so you just get to shuffle away a card from your opponent's hand.
I mean, it is essentially the release weekend for Chaos Origins in terms of this level of event. So Chaos Dragon Levianeer, not that it was part of Chaos Origins, but he probably feels a little bit left out. All this talking about Chaos monsters.
Light and darkness intertwining. I hear it's pretty good.
We will banish 3.
There's the darks.
Chaos Dragon Levianeer. And we will Levianeer effect on summon.
Walter already knew, picks up his hand. Very familiar with the card here.
Dice roll.
So I think we'll do 1 through 5 and 6 as a reroll.
Yep. I mean, he did go to Worlds in 2018. I don't think Levianeer was out in 2018.
Yeah, shuffle.
I don't think it was. It's hard to remember that far back to when Chaos Dragon Levianeer was popular on, let's say, those Thunder Dragon strategies and the danger strategies.
I feel like it was right about there, though.
Yeah.
So if it's not 2018, it's definitely 2019, but I'll check Neurona. We'll keep casting.
So yeah, a lot of familiarity with Chaos Dragon Levianeer. We now have Vision Resonator coming down.
Vision Resonator is such an incredible card. My first real experience with the Resonator monsters being such great advantage-generating engines was actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, because all you needed was just one Vision Resonator and one Crimson Gaia, and maybe even like some other card that happened to mention that. But it was just like this non-stop loop in Chimera, actually, and it just does such numbers here in Genesys, the same tempo of the format. But now we're seeing Bestial Dissipator hit the field. We do have single tuner monster there. You could use that to make a Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss with the Crimson King.
Synchron.
One of the things I really like when looking at Red Dragon Archfiend decks is you're looking at the main deck and the side deck, and you're like, wow, I mean, there are deck cards that are point totaled, but there's a lot left over. Then you look at the extra deck, and you're like, oh, that's a big number.
Most of the power is going in the extra deck, and as you know from the anime, Jack Atlas loves fighting with absolute power force.
I mean, we see Dispouter here, that's 10 points. You have to imagine he's playing Archfiend Abyss. That would be another 20 points. Crimson Blade Dragon, which you already saw 10, so you're looking at some hefty numbers in the extra deck.
It is, but this deck gets away with it in a way that other decks that have heavy point costs across their decks may not. I'm still, labbing out different lists with the new Chaos Origin cards you were mentioning, but man, with 40 points or on Mind Shuffle, I think we're seeing more decks like this that just can have a nice balance of points, but still fit in some nice stuff on the side too.
Yeah, Crimson King's 10 points as well, so that's 50 just right there. Half your points just allocated in the extra deck.
But it's a great deck, so...
Oh, I don't think it's stymied the deck whatsoever. It's easily one of the top contenders. We can clearly see that if it has the opportunity to go first, especially unimpeded, and unfortunately thus far for Walter, it doesn't seem like he's had anything to counteract what we've seen from Jordan.
We'll go Darkness Effect, reveal Red Dragon Archfiend, summon us up. We'll go Effect to get an extra normal summon this turn. We will.
Always nice to see the Scar Red Dragon Archfiend.
Go Effect of Flame Crime.
So we're back into doing Flame Crimes.
Effect to deal 400 damage.
And there is a Fire Monster, yeah, so we are doing 400 damage on top of everything else. So it looks like we're maybe getting towards the end. Technically, you could still do a lot with the level modulation of the Vision Resonator, but it looks like we're not going to modulate. We're just going to go into another 6. This feels like a Red Rising Dragon again.
Freeze play, Genesys Duelists. Freeze play, Genesys Duelists. That is time.
Go Rising Effect, target.
Maybe another Synchron Resonator. Feels like Level Eater levels of recycling the same card.
It really helps not all, but several of these cards are not once per turn. Red Rising Dragon being one of them.
And it was meant to, do the synchro climb over and over and over again, but as more cards come out, I wouldn't say that it feels overwhelming to play against, but you're right that when it has this opening, like it does since Walter hasn't been able to respond, it's pretty good. Very solid.
It looks pretty overwhelming.
Well, we'll see. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. This is our first time getting to see Satellar Knights on this stage playing into an established field of Red Dragon Archfiend, so it is kind of historic.
Effect here.
But man, that's going to be the negate there. Of course, if you lose the Scarred Dragon Archfiend, in certain circumstances, you can go ahead and clear your opponent's field. You've got the red zone now. You have a banished monster, so of course you can use that with Bestial Dissipator.
I think that's Red Rain, correct?
I think that was red zone.
It looks like it has the falling, like volcanic, I don't even know how to describe it, fireballs.
Yeah, I think you might be right. As I turn that sideways, yeah, maybe that is a red rain.
And an Eradicator epidemic virus.
That's incredible. I'm still such a huge fan of the virus cards, and yes, there's formats where you can't use them.
We saw Sam use that in the previous feature match,
We'll
actually.
go Eradicator.
Yep.
Tribute and call spells.
Yeah, you got.
And that's it. Walter concedes. He got to see the combo video, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to pause and restart this.
Yeah, so now we have both of these games, both players that went first, went basically unimpeded, and we saw what both of these decks are trying to accomplish. So hopefully for Jordan's sake, he'll be able to draw some resistance because he'll be going second here in our third and deciding game. And maybe we'll find to see whether or not this match can devolve into something that gets a little bit more kind of mid-range, right? I really love when two combo decks throw a lot of interactions at each other, and then it's kind of curious to see who can navigate turns 2, 3, 4, and 5 when they're not kind of going to the ceiling. So I think that's really what's the make or break with combo-centric decks. It's what does your deck do when things are a little bit off track. Some combo-centric decks, I think, really struggle to navigate those games where both players throw resources at each other and it kind of gets whittled down. Some combo deck strategies, though, can still persevere through that, so I'm curious to see what exactly we'll see in terms of our third and deciding game here in our round 5 feature match.
Well, I know Red Dragon Archfiend is a lot of starters can get through it, but we saw that Walter was able to just put up so much in that game 1, so I really don't know who was going to make it out of this duel alive. There's versions of this where maybe Jordan has the secret game plan to get through it. Obviously, the Dark Ruler No More was good, but it wasn't enough. So I'm just curious, just as like a fan of this game, to see what happens.
And I have to imagine Walter will approach us trying to establish an end field that's very reminiscent of what we saw. One of the tells is just how fast he played through that turn. It's almost like he has sat in solitaire, as it's often called. Okay, if I open Castor, what do I do? Uninterrupted, and largely he went uninterrupted until that DD Crow. So the speed, I couldn't even announce the cards' names as fast as he was playing them. It doesn't help that the Constellar Knight cards sometimes have, or the Teller Knight cards sometimes have 5 different words within it. But he was playing at a blistering speed.
Shows you he's here to try to win the very first Genesys Championship.
Curious if you would elect to play this in the Advanced Constructed.
It's still good. Still good. I mean, he might be here tomorrow to do the same.
It's a bit more of a sleeper pick, I think, in that format. But I think, all things considered, if your objective is to play on the more combo side of things, and maybe you want to stray away from the more mid-rangey decks like Cool Tunes, I think it's a great pick. I think you could potentially take advantage of some of those strategies that have been compensating in cutting hand interactions and go with that more combo-centric strategy.
I think it also has a little bit of advantage in the advanced format because while the Genesys Duelists really knew it was coming, I don't know that the advanced format Duelists have an eye on this.
It's had some success at some of the WCQs around the world, so I don't think it should be completely off people's radar. You should definitely at least familiarize yourself with, I think, the card that we're about to see right here. Here it is.
It's Caster.
Sure.
Jordan is letting it resolve.
All right, Walter has thrown it over to the Caster and is going to go ahead and grab.
So this is a little bit different than what we saw in the previous game because he had hard opened the Lyran in the previous game. So we're going to see a little bit more traditionally if you open Castor, presumably with no other Teller Knight and Constellar Knight card. Oh, here we have a copy of Ghost Mourner. So Saijin, if it's summoned, you get to add a Teller Knight or Constellar monster from your deck to your hand. it also is the one that lets you potentially modulate levels if you need, and then it can count as 2 materials. I'm curious to see how Walter, though, navigates this now that that's been stopped by the Ghost Mourner.
Now, I will say that the Ghost Mourner is not as strong here as it might be against other decks, because it is unlikely that that monster will go to the graveyard at natural causes, right? It usually would be an Xyz material and therefore not on the field. But looks like we got our third level 4 after all.
Yep.
I'll activate the effect or anything on someone.
You mind if I read?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good.
So, sure.
Sure.
I think that's Caduceus. Super rare. If you control a Constellar Knight monster, you can summon it. Then you can, during your main phase, add a Constellar spell or trap. So this is what we saw in the previous game that allowed him to get access to his Constellar Teller Knights.
Overlay with this, can this be a 2-material card if it's negated? I'm going to attempt to.
It's a great question.
He's going to attempt to do it, so I guess that... Can I do this? That's a good way of...
Could be one of those unclassified effects we were talking about in the previous tournament, like Cool Tune.
Yeah, it might be one of those that's a condition and not something that is negated. Yeah. We'll allow the judge staff to make that determination.
It's definitely a very important question, because that is going to come up multiple times this weekend. And for anybody playing this deck, they will want to know officially.
Right, if you were here and watched the first game, you're well aware that one of Walter's game plans really is to utilize the Stellar Knight Delteros and Stellar Knight Constellar Delteros over and over again in order to utilize the effect in the case of Stellar Knight Delteros when it's destroyed and sent to the graveyard to search for a Stellar Knight and special summon it from your hand or deck by destroying itself, or by utilizing Stellar Knight Constellar Delteros as an Exceed material to detach it and then trigger its effect when it's sent to the graveyard except from the field in order to also special summon. So it's really integral to be able to get into these rank 4 monsters that actually require that third material. So we'll see what the judges determine here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you really want to know that going forward, because that really determines the power ceiling of the deck, and it almost informs your opponents, like, is this even an interaction I want to use or burn up on that card? But it's nice to see the deck for sure, and I just want to get back in the gameplay. But we'll have to wait till our judges decide how it works after all.
Yeah, so again, Stellar Knight is a relatively newer strategy, at least this incarnation of the deck. So if you haven't seen it, I think it's been quite impressive thus far. It does look like the judges are kind of finalizing.
Maybe we're about to see what's going on. We'll see soon. But how do you feel about like the pace of this match going back and forth so far?
It's just blistering speed. I mean, these are two very high ceiling combo-centric strategies, and I think by and large, both players have played unimpeded, and we've definitely seen what that means. But it does look like the judges have made their determination.
So it looks like we could switch back into the gameplay soon.
Yeah, I think they've...
I know, it looks like there's still pause. My bad.
We
Sorry,
have
friends.
We have a side view of the table at all times. And
Yeah,
Walter's
you see me looking this way, that's all. The duelists weren't ready, but now they are.
Oh, Walter was ready. Walter had already made a play, and they rewound it just a second so that we can actually see it. So we'll see Walter exceed summon here.
Overlay for the guy that I can legally make.
So he says, for the guy that I can legally make. So it looks like they ruled that it could not be used as 2. So he has to go into Stellar Knight Constellar. Caduceus, when this one's Exceed summoned, you can target a Stellar Knight and a Constellar in your graveyard and add them to your hand. And then the other effect is that you can banish a Teller or Constellar Knight from your hand or deck, detach from this, and then its effect becomes that. So this is a way, again, of getting that second caster effect. Additionally, it does look like he elected not to utilize that first effect, so that later on in this turn, when he actually fuels his graveyard, this is a way of recurring an effect. Because you can use each effect once per turn, so you might notice that he did not use that first effect. He might use that later on. But he's able to summon the Vega. This one's another throwback if you're familiar with the original Satellar Knights. This one allows you to special summon from your hand a Satellar Knight, and he used another throwback. This is the one that allows him to essentially Foolish Burial a Constellar or a Satellar Knight.
I summoned this one. I summoned this one. My bad. No. I just realized. No. It's a Teller Knight. Yeah.
So maybe all the practice that Walter did, we got a little too tied up there, maybe from just the break in the gameplay. And that happens sometimes to even professional athletes, right? Break up that rhythm and things don't quite go according to plan, but we're just straightening things out.
The problem here is Constellar Castor only allows you to special summon a Constellar from your deck.
No.
You can't get into a Satellar Knight Vega. Now, one of the things is a lot of the more recent Teller Knight archetype cards have the decks this card serves as its inverse, right? So a Constellar serves as a Constellar. That's not the case with the originals.
Which one went to grave?
So he's not able to actually summon Satellar Knight Vega from his deck.
Yeah, but it's supposed to go to grave, right? For the effect of this?
Yeah, this one's in the grave.
Oh, this is the... You sent one to grave and banished one, right?
So to replay
So
it,
just
I'm
to
going,
clarify what's going on
effect.
there, he's detaching,
Banish this.
banishing the
And
caster.
the
Now
one
he still
coming
needs to
from deck
resolve caster.
is this one.
But it can only summon Constellar monsters. This is, though, a way that he can actually still put a Sagian on the field, and now he'll be able to not get the effect to search, but he will be able to have the potential material of 3 monsters,
so
because
this
this
is
one
good,
is not negated by Ghost Mourner.
Wait.
So an important clarification there as we're getting familiar
Is
with
this
these
one
new Teller Knight cards.
Yeah, this one is counted.
It is important to
half of
understand
them
that the
count as
older Teller
everything.
Knight cards, the ones that were initially released
ones don't.
a decade ago, do function a little bit differently inherently.
Nice to get the old decks a new coat of paint, but it is true that not every part
It's the same thing,
the deck works
it's gonna be the
together
same thing.
exactly.
Yeah, not
as you
everything
hope it
works
would,
every way you want it to.
Exactly.
But now, ultimately, at the end of all of
I'm gonna
this,
end up
we
searching
are able to go into a rank 4 that has 3 materials.
Vega,
It is, in
and then
fact, the
almost
Teller
all
Knight
Vega.
Constellar Delteros.
And then the
This
Vega's
is the
gonna
one that will
summon
allow
them
him
anyways.
to add a Teller Knight
And then that would-
or Constellar, and then conduct an additional normal. That's how he can then get the Vega on the field, which then gets from his hand the one that Foolish Burials,
Mind
the
if I read this?
Una Kalehi, from his hand, which then allows him to send from his deck to the graveyard.
And just to give you an update at home, when the Caduceus copied the caster and it wasn't correct, just like we were talking about, Walter did receive a procedural error minor. Just a warning, no big deal, but certainly a reminder he cannot or should not do that again in this tournament, so mistake learned.
And now he has Alterion in the graveyard, and this one allows himself to special summon it back from the graveyard if a Teller or Constellar Knight is special summoned, which, of course, that's definitely going to happen.
Ready for twins?
Okay.
And now we have Eclipse Twins, so if you were watching the first game, you saw just how powerful Eclipse Twins is in the strategy in terms of establishing multiple copies of Teller Knight, Constellar, X-Stellar Knight, Constellar, Tome, Omega, 7.
Sure.
Special summon. This?
Looks like we got to our next name here again, so building the overlay network.
Yep, so this
Three
is
level 4s.
the Constellar Teller Knights. Basically just lets him special summon from his graveyard.
Delteros.
Hand or graveyard
Summon
technically,
will
but
trigger this too.
we'll
Summon.
now also be able to
we
see
will crow
from
out.
the graveyard Alterion.
You can't respond because Delteros.
And you cannot respond because of, yes,
Got
this one's a throwback. That effect definitely came up 10 years ago when these cards first came out, but it's really interesting to see here that Satellar Knight Delteros, not only does it have the ability to destroy a card on the field, it actually makes it so that while it has material, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when you normal or special summon monsters. Well, it just special summoned itself. That's a continuous effect. So now the Teller Knight Alterion from the graveyard can special summon itself out, no problem, and any of these additional effects that are going to trigger can now all resolve without any interruption from Jordan.
And Walter got some information he would not have otherwise had, knowing at least that one of the cards in his opponent's hand is DD Crow, which means that is one less starter for a Red Dragon Archfiend combo.
We'll target Delteros.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and target Delteros in the graveyard.
So that is going to banish it.
Summon this one off Delteros.
Okay.
So no Xyz material. Still a giant of a monster there, but looks like we're going to detach for the Delteros.
Okay.
Effect summon from deck.
Sure.
Destroys itself. And now we get to grab out of the deck here a Satellar Knight Altair, one of the classics.
Yep, one of the classics, absolutely.
I'll tell you, when this deck first came out, it was a trip just watching them go from level 4 to level 4 to level 4. And that's basically still the story here.
Yeah, just kept recycling Deneb, getting into future Altairs, and then go. It was a rank 4 toolbox deck, basically.
One of the best to ever do it.
I remember one of my friends lent me a giant hand back when it was a prize card, and it incentivized me to play this strategy because that card was basically the best rank 4 you could go into, but it was relatively hard to find.
Got nice friends.
Yeah, so I played this at a YCS way back.
Oh, for which part? For right now?
I think I was on Hero around this format, but there are still some heroes left in Genesys as well. It's just nice to see all the old stuff come back, you know? Yesterday's cards.
All right, so now the Altair is summoning, again, from the graveyard. Altair requires you to summon a Teller Knight, except itself. So now he has access to a myriad of differing plays. We already know that he has the Eclipse Twins.
This one.
Use this turn.
So it looks like we did have a slow play minor warning for Walter, which means there'll be a 3-minute time extension. Typically the way that we do this on the live stream is that when the clock hits 0, we will add 3 minutes. So if this does go down to a photo finish, don't worry, that's not 10 minutes left on the clock. That should really be 13 minutes.
So now, again, we saw this in the previous game. Here's our Dark Teller Knight. Our Dark Teller Knight, again,
I'll go this.
becomes a quick
Target this,
effect
rank
if
up.
there are 7 or more Teller Knights with different names. This one is only in the graveyard. It's not counting the banish pile. But this is potentially going to be one of the
to rank
ways that we'll be able to see him rank up on the opponent's turn. Because, you know, what he wants to do, as we saw in the previous game, is establish these Platome Omega 7s, but also have the ability to threaten special summon and on at another point in the turn.
Quick effect, shuffle away is still one of the strongest card effects in this game. You can think of all like the big boss monsters throughout competitive history, and a lot of them really did just have detach,
and
quick
face?
effect, get rid of it.
Nothing. Go ahead. Your turn.
Okay, pass turn. Let's see.
All right, so we'll have Jordan down to
Wait,
4
did I
cards.
discard for my? I forgot to discard for my guy.
Oh.
It was this one. My bad.
All right, so we got it done. It's okay.
You mind if I read
Yeah, go ahead.
the materials on it?
Yeah, that's an important clarification. The Dark Teller Knight, in order to basically rank up, does require that you discard a card. So, very easily caught there. And I mean, it was a relevant discard. It was a DD
yeah. So good on Walter. Nice, honest duelist. You learned that from a Hard Days competition.
Now, the Constellar Platome Omega 7 does count 7 Teller Knight names,
We'll
but it does
stand by
count them in
face.
the graveyard and the banishment.
Yep.
So, again, it might be one of those where we have to sit down and actually look at each individual card, but he might have the 7.
Oh, but there's the Kaiju.
He'll probably definitely have 7 now. Kaiju's very common this weekend. It's one of the ways that you can get around these unaffected, you know, sometimes we call them tower monsters.
Oh, because of the Apocrypha, right?
I was just looking at my material.
But no problems here as the Humongous dropping down, sort of crushing Xyz's monster underfoot.
Looks like he has a Chalice and another Kaiju, so he's going to need something that's energy, or sorry, something that's engine in order to combine with this. Oh, all right, this works too.
You could just Synchro Summon if you're lucky enough to have a level 1 tuner. That is a level 1 tuner. I know it says 3, but give it a second to activate its effect.
Effect to get an extra normal from him?
Are you the trigger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, trigger's good.
All right.
Do we make it 10? Do we reduce its level? Because Humongous is level 7, so you could go right into Crimson Blade.
What? No.
Or it could be the Crimson King.
Okay, sure.
I think Walter's just clarifying how that normal summon works. Is it something that needs to happen immediately, or is it sort of a lingering additional normal?
It is a lingering additional normal, something that Teller is actually familiar with itself, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of tricky because you got to pick a path here, right? Are you trying to go for a 10? Are you trying to go for an 8?
Darkness effect modulated level to 1.
So we are going to do some level modulation
Turn it
here.
into a level 1?
Yes.
I'll activate Skybridge. Target this.
Okay, so now the Skybridge basically is going to let him trade out the Altair for another from his deck, and then he's going to have to shuffle that one back into his deck. This is going to summon a Teller Knight.
Shuffle this one. And then on summon, I'm going to go...
Looks like a copy of Lyran.
Fanning out the whole graveyard
Channing
here.
wants to summon itself from the grave. Channing 2 to search.
Sure.
So yeah, so now the Altarians is going to summon back from the graveyard because a Teller Knight was summoned.
This.
That adds
And then I'll summon...
to his hand.
Duplicative copy there.
Yep, but that's great, right? The Constellar
And then I'll
Teller
summon, I'll
Knights
do the effect of
only
pop
gets a special
on
summon
mine.
from the graveyard or hand when it's activated, so you do want additional copies for follow-up.
It's not like you're really using that many of your spell and trap zones, but here comes the Forbidden Chalice.
And then on
So
rest,
Altarian has an additional effect that's relevant to know that when it's summoned, you can target cards on the field up to the number of Light and Dark Seed monsters you control and destroy them. So that's one point of interaction.
Remember,
Then
I was
obviously you
trying
still
to
have the
time too.
Platome Omega 7. So he's held that off as long as possible. Now the combination of both of those interactions checks what Jordan had available. And we will see, say, Teller Knights moving on undefeated with a 5-0 record.
Incredible stuff there. I think that was a nice class of what the deck is really poised to do in this format, and showed you that while certainly having the very natural outs to it in terms of the Kaiju and the DD Crow, that isn't quite enough to stop it. So I wonder what matchup just magically lines up perfectly to stop the Stellar Knights, because I thought maybe Red Dragon Archfiend would be a good pick for it because you just kind of keep playing into it. But maybe the mix of some of the breaks, cut off the additional combo lines. But, well, I guess we'll see. But Jordan, no slouch there, 4-1 in our Genesys Championship here, still could make it towards the top. So maybe we'll see both these duels in the finals.
And I must give Walter a lot of credit. I think a lot of players, when they are familiarizing themselves with the Teller Knights, just think about Platomius. The detached 7, skip your opponent's next turn. We didn't see that at all. It was completely unnecessary. Walter went in a totally different direction in terms of navigating in constructing his deck.
Well, as we watch the judges pack up shop, Walter still looks pretty much in the zone. One of those duelists who has had major victories before and I believe competed on the World Championship stage here, and yet he is just having another day here, just packing it up and just getting ready to play. But it's still so cool to see how many diverse decks are in this format. Even if it's a deck that people kind of expect to see, it is a different look. I mean, it's possible. We could see Red Dragon Archfiend versus Console in advanced format, but I wouldn't put any stake in that for sure.
I think it's less likely. I think both of those decks are, again, as we mentioned, that maybe Blitzclick, the decks that you would anticipate seeing here in the Genesys Championship. So it's great now that we're 5 rounds into it to see some of those decks floating to the top as you would anticipate. Walter, very well-known player, very recognized player. He's been to the World Championship, YCS champion, and we'll actually hear from him now on stage and perhaps get a little bit of insight into his decision to play Teller Knights this weekend.
Cool stuff.
Walter. 5 straight wins, no losses. Describe your emotion for me right now.
I feel pretty good. It feels pretty nice to be undefeated. I was scrambling a little bit at the end because the time was running out.
You stayed focused though and went to game 3. What was your mindset in that duel?
I was a little unfocused because I made a little mistake somewhere there we had to fix. But yeah, I went to game 3. That game 2 was the first game I've lost today in the tournament. But I couldn't really do much about it, so I don't feel bad about it.
Some little hiccups. How did you recalibrate?
Just focus and remember the practice. Just remember my plays and focus on the important things I wanted to have on my board. Because he did stop me. He did stop me with a couple cards. I think he had DD Crow and Warner. So it wasn't exactly like the cookie cutter combo, but I was able to get there at the end.
You overcame for sure. And Teller Knight, okay, talk to me. Why this deck?
It doesn't cost a lot of points. It costs about 40 something points. So I get to play a lot of pointed non-engine. So a lot of pointed cards like Swallows or cards like Effect Veterans, things like that can stop my opponent from going first. So I like that I'm able to fit those cards, and also the engine is so strong. I get to just do so much going first. Even going second, I can do a lot. I didn't get to go second in this match, but I can do a lot going second.
Okay, and the first ever Genesys Championship, not so far.
It's great. It's exciting. It feels like these events, like the NAWCQ, is like a true 3-day event, because we're gonna be playing all day today. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing. Even if a lot of people came mostly for the WCQ, they're like, why not? Let's just join the Genesys side event, and I mean everybody gets to have fun.
Why would you tell people to play Genesys?
It's fun. it's just another way to play Yu-Gi-Oh. It's for me, it's at least a nice addition to the standard format.
All the Yu-Gi-Oh, right? We love it. And is there anything you want to say to the fans?
What's up? I'll make a deck profile later.
Okay, what's up from Walter? We'd love to see it. Congratulations again. Get us send it back to our casters.
What's up? I'll make a deck profile later. Okay, that's good. That's good. And I mean, potentially, he actually is going to make it up to the top, so he may cash the check he just wrote.
And again, going into Genesys, Platomius cost literally the full 100, so you're not turn skipping in Genesys. We saw him, though, able to navigate utilizing the fact that the rest of the engine is relatively low pointed in the grand scheme of things, and he even commented on why would you play Teller Knights without that turn skip ability that you see so much in the advanced variation of Teller Knights. Well, it's because of the non-engine that he was able to run as well.
Yeah, and that really outpaced the competition there. Of course, obviously the Red Dragon Archfiend strategy was such a great strategy to play out of Blazing Dominion. But unfortunately, it sounds like it is the end of Dominion. So, whoops, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We might be talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links here, actually. The end of Dominion being the new set here from Speed Duels. And your eyes do not deceive me. If you haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links in a while, yeah, that's Piraeus map. Yeah, those are Link 5 monsters. Yeah, that's Borderland Dragon. That's Rite of Aramasir. There's so much stuff that's been added to the game. And this particularly is a mini box. If you're unfamiliar with how Duel Links works, you have a guaranteed amount of cards in the box, and so you can always reset the box to go ahead and get the stuff that you need a little faster. But given that it's a mini box, it's really easy to jump into these particular decks. So much really cool stuff in there. Are you a fan of the Adventure Engine?
I remember the Adventure Engine and those synchro-based strategies with the Rose Dragons and the Punk cards. That, I think, in my opinion, was probably the time where the Adventure strategy was at its peak. It did really well at a WCQ probably about 4 years ago, 5 years ago maybe at this point. Time absolutely flies when you play Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, the Adventure package is one that I always have thought has had a lot of potential, even though we haven't seen it as commonly in the advanced format. It's just always one of those that if a deck doesn't necessarily need to utilize a normal summon effect is one that you could very easily see come back into the format. And also any deck that utilizes level 7s well, or utilizes potentially that token in other variations as well. It's always one of those engines that you need to put in the back of your mind. Anything that has a hard negation like Griffin has potential.
So speaking of the token, I'll have to show you behind the scenes, but the token of the Adventure Engine in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is like a little chibi Yugi and like armor, just because he's like in an RPG, kind of like the vibe of it. So good stuff. So again, check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links if you haven't already, and there are some fun adventures to be had. Man, Varus' card's so good. I can't imagine like Borderland Dragon just being in it, but there's a lot of crazy stuff in Duel Links.
Yeah, Duel Links has evolved quite a bit. I remember playing Duel Links when it first was released, and it is seemingly night and day relative to what the experience is like.
So would have that been like Relinquished Birdface Turbo?
I feel like the deck that I played the longest in Duel Links was a Hydrogeddon deck that utilized anti-spell arrows.
Yeah, no, that's actually a legit card. It's a legit card.
It was, yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff in there, and there's also digital formats too. You know, earlier we were talking about how what we're doing this weekend is one road to Worlds, but we've already figured out the Duel Links qualifiers. We've already figured out the Master Duel qualifiers. You heard the people who got, you know, Canada's 2 representatives were like, hey, Ryan, we'll see you there. He's already going on Master Duel. So it's funny because we're kind of completing the puzzle here, right? We're finding out who our TCG representatives are, but there's still so many people who are like already playtesting and figuring out what they're going to do for the World Championship, and they just dropped a new pack in Master Duel yesterday.
Yeah, so they'll have to jump right into that as fast as possible. You know, it can take about a month or so to really master a format. Maybe if you're forced to master it in less time than that, then you just have to make do. But it is something that, you know, the World Championship's right around the corner.
It's going to be a good World Championship to watch. When you think about the card pool, the stuff that's likely to show up there, I'm just excited to see the duels, let alone watch all the narratives of the stories, the people who are working their duelists off just to get over to the World Championship. And when we're in Genesys, it's a little bit less stress, right? Obviously, Walter sold up the fun. The prizes at the end of this are also a trip to Japan to jump Festa.
I know, and I mean, the trophy looks basically identical to the one we're going to be giving out to the NAWCQ Champion this weekend. So, you know, the Genesys Championship, an additional opportunity. Walter was commenting on that. Now it really does feel like truly for basically all the players that have traveled out to Minnesota this weekend, a 3-day event. And that's something that I think from, you know, a player perspective is a great addition to these weekends.
It's one thing if we say that, it's another thing for a duelist who just, you know, showed up, play tested all night, did everything they could to be up on that stage. They're like, yeah, I'm having fun. What's up? I'll make a video later.
And as we get deeper and deeper into day 1 of the Genesys Championship, some of these players are going to have to start to consider if they do, in fact, make it into the Sunday iteration of the Genesys Championship. Now they're going to have to measure up, how did I do at the Genesys Championship? What if they have a really good day tomorrow as well? And then ultimately, what tournament do they want to continue in on Sunday?
Well, it's enough out of us. Thank you for joining us. But don't worry, there's more Genesys action coming up. So we'll be back after this break.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Ken Walker, MVP of the big game. Awesome to have you here at the NAWCQ for Yu-Gi-Oh! Hanging out. You're on the convention center floor. What are your first thoughts walking into the venue?
Yeah, it's my first time at an event like this, so it's been cool. I was, it's authentic. I get to go meet the actual people that's playing, the duelists, they say.
You know, you're MVP of your league, but over here, we got our MVPs up on stage right now. We got the points qualifiers going on today when we're talking here. Do you feel like the competitive energy in the venue? Because every time I walk into one of these events, I just feel like there's competitors here.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely competitive. It's kind of like giving me so I used to wrestle when I was younger. Okay. And then, the people on the intercom and talking about like the different events that's happening. I feel like it give me that vibe. So yeah, definitely competitive in here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was talking about wrestling when you're younger too. We also have like dragon duels here, so kids can come in and compete. But talk to me about your first impression of Yu-Gi-Oh! And your collection as well. Do you have a collection yourself?
I've been trying to collect. When I come to these not events, but like be around the guys at Konami. They give me cards to start off with. So. Like I said before, I've been trying to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. I'm starting off my collection. I don't know what I'm doing right or wrong, but I guess it's like over time I'll figure it out.
Okay, cool. Anything from here? Anything that maybe we could like let you walk away with? So Time Wizard's big.
I like the White Dragon. I mean, Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah.
Only because I had watched the episode 1, and that was the dragon that I saw. So I always remember that.
Yeah, you got to get 3 though. So that's the thing about Blue Eyes White Dragon. You can't just take the 1. I mean, you could.
Yeah.
But most people know you need 3 of them because that's the true Kaiba. So I guess we only have 2 here, so we're not even living up to. Oh no, there's the 3rd. There we go. I don't know if the camera can see it, but we got the plushie down there. Well, you're a competitor. We got competitors here, so I want to talk about you as a competitor and kind of how you prepare for big moments, because this is a big moment for all of these duelists in their career, and I feel like maybe we can get some insight from your brain as to like how you prepare for big events and big moments. So yeah, what do you do to get into the right mindset to compete?
Yeah, honestly, I would say it starts with preparation before the time comes. So let's say you got a game on Sunday, pretty much get ready on Monday and like so on and so forth until the game comes. So it's really preparation and making sure you got a clear mind to go do what you do.
Preparation's huge. I talk to a lot of the duelists here when I get a chance to chat with them. They have similar mindsets, but I love getting into the nitty-gritty because I feel like everyone's got their own process to preparation. Because preparation, kind of a vague term, right? So what kind of mental preparation do you start doing, and when do you start doing it? Is it like a month ahead of time? Is it like before the season starts? Is it an ongoing thing? What's that look like?
I got you. Well, around this time, I would say, since it's off season, it's really just getting in shape, right? So you're working out, you got your days you work out, what days, like you do leg day, whatever, running,
I need to get more of
that. Nah, you all good, brother. So off season, you getting in shape, and then you got camp, you getting in shape, learning the playbook, and the closer you get to the season, then that's when you really start to dial in on what team y'all playing that week and getting to learn that team, and then you go to practice with each other, really just learn what you want to do throughout that week and prepare for that game. And once you get to the game, you pretty much know what you want to do.
That actually sounds very similar to how our formats change, because every couple of months, new cards come out. You got to learn what all those new cards do. So in a way, like when it comes time for competition, there's a whole month period where these players are out there learning the new cards and learning what the field's going to look like. So it's not really preparing for one team, but you have to prepare for a format that's out there. So it's kind of cool. There's a little bit of overlap there. All right, what about on game day? Like if you're about to go into the arena, about to go into the stadium, what do you do to amp yourself up?
Honestly, I try to stay more calm than amped up. Like, yeah, because it's like, we always talked about it. If you get too high, you kind of burn energy. Like, if we out here too hyped up, and then you don't want to be too low either. So it's like you want to be in the middle type stuff. So really, just do what I usually do. Probably listen to some music, go over the plays once, again, right before the game, and then warm up and, just get ready for the game, honestly.
What genre of music?
All types, bro. All types? Except for heavy metal. No offense to heavy metal, but I just don't listen to heavy metal. But I listen to everything. Yeah, exactly. So I listen to everything. Just depends on what I really want to vibe out to that day. But usually YB. Youngboy, NBA Youngboy, if you know who that is. But yeah.
Nice. Well, it's awesome having you in the venue. I got your thoughts on the venue itself, but there's actually a pretty large overlap between people that enjoy card games and people that enjoy sports as well. So a football player, did anyone recognize you coming in?
Oh, yeah. I ended up getting noticed, so took a few pictures out here and signed some cards and everything. Yeah, I didn't think people was going to notice me out here, but they did, so. That's awesome. Yeah. It's been cool.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully more see you and more get signed. Do you remember any cards, any favorite cards that you got to sign? Because I know you're kind of like absorbing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
Well, my favorite so far is Dark Magician.
That's an iconic one. That one's classic, yeah.
Signed, I think it was a dragon one. It was right out here. I signed it over there. I don't remember which one it was, but.
I know you were live on the show earlier and you had signed some canine cards.
Yeah, the canine one.
You are the canine, of course.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, I know that we're going to be giving out some of those at some point throughout the weekend, so that's awesome. But yeah, happy to have you here, dude. It's great. I want to get your final thoughts, though, as a competitor. Any words of encouragement or any advice that you have for the duelists here? Because, again, we're determining our top 6 that are going to be representing North America at the World Championship right around the corner. So what advice do you have for them?
Really, I just say go out there and do your best. I'm sure you've prepared for this moment, leading up to, what you want to accomplish. So, I know everybody going for this trophy right here. So really just do your best and go out there and, like I said, do your best.
Do your best. Hey, you prepared. They did the preparation. You've done the preparation. Thanks so much, man. That was awesome having you hanging out here. And yeah, have some fun signing more cards out there.
Got you, brother. Appreciate you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, here to NAWCQ Weekend. This is Genesys Championship Friday, though. We had the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. 2 people are going to Japan to represent North America, but now we are in the middle of the first ever Genesys Championship happening here this weekend. And it's been some fun and exciting duels with some crazy decks you wouldn't expect, and we're going to keep that trend going as we finish out this first day of the NAWCQ.
Absolutely. We are in round number 6 now of the Genesys Championship here. There has been a lot of decks, a lot of different strategies, a lot of ones we kind of expected, some like Red Dragon Archfiend from like previous events like Columbus. But we saw the new Heller Knight cards from Glorious Gallery. We saw how they can be bolstered here.
Walter Jewell did a masterclass on that deck just last round. We were watching that feature match. It was so crazy what that deck can do with the cards from Glorious Gallery.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many decks that are just viable in Genesys. That's one of the main reasons people are so excited to play Genesys. There's so many different opportunities to play decks that don't really get enough attention. But now that we've seen 5 rounds, do you have a new favorite, or do you still think it's just anyone's game?
Yeah, I really don't think I can call which deck's going to win. Like, you going into this, you would think it would be Sacred Beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really strong deck. We saw Team Sam with it earlier doing wonders, but then got hit by the Eye of Truth. So the players are prepared for the deck that was expected to be the best.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is going to come down to who prepared the most, who played the most, who made the right call. Sometimes you can prepare a lot, but your call might be off a little bit. You don't know what meta you're going to face, or maybe you just don't face the deck that you expected. But whoever had that idea and built their deck correctly, used their points to most effectively have the desired cards, I think they'll come out on top. It could be Voiceless Voice, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Voiceless Voice deck seemed very strong there. I don't know how much potential it had going second. It did lose pretty quick there. But going first, it can do quite a lot.
Well, we're going to find out who's going to win this round. It's round number 6, and it's time to meet our players. So we're going to go ahead and toss it to the stage to see who is going to be playing in our round 6 feature match. Take it away.
Up first in the blue chair from Alliance, Ohio, wants to shout out the guy who made the emotional support relinquished. It's Justin Bean. And his opponent today in the red chair from San Francisco, California. Shout out to the Game Parlor and all of his friends supporting him, Jacob Lefkowitz. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. That's right, we have Justin taking on Jacob, and this is going to be a Dogmatica Blitzclick deck taking on Predaplant Dracotail.
Yeah, one strategy that we've seen popping up in this tournament so far, Blitzclick, the new strategy from Chaos Origins, finding a lot of popularity here in Genesys versus Dracotail. one of the mainstays of the entire format this season, has seen so much Dracotail falling out of favor in advance, but still finding a place here in Genesys.
Yep, really cool to see it. Blitzclick is a really cool deck. So there are a bunch of Thunder effect monsters, right, that you can special summon from your hand, usually having to destroy a card on the field to be able to do that. But it does restrict you from only special summoning effect monsters from your hand for the rest of the turn. So you really got to rely on your cards and not your extra deck as much as some other decks will. But there's also plenty of interesting Thunder monsters you can summon, because you reveal them, you can summon any Thunder monster. You also have like Crackle, Blitzclick, which you can use during your opponent's turn. So anytime you have those quick effects that you can use during your opponent's turn to destroy a card on the field, that could be quite impactful, especially when you don't have you have so much rooms because the points aren't very high on this strategy.
Yeah, one of those strategies that can really take advantage of going second, has so many effects that take advantage of your opponent having cards on the field, being able to destroy them to trigger your own effects. So it has that utility going second, but also still has a powerful ability to go first. That's where you want to be when you have a deck.
Yep, I really like Blitzclick. It's a really cool one, and I'm glad it can shine here in Genesys. But let's go and talk about Justin here. Dracotail strategy, a lot of the players know, tried and true. It's not going to be, they're heavily pointed, so you're not going to see some of the mainstay Dracotail monsters. It's going to be a very smaller version. In fact, it looks like he's really only using like the big Dracotails for the most part. So you're not going to see the Lucius. We're not going to see...
no spellcasters, just the dragons.
No spellcasters, yeah, it's just the dragons. I mean, only 1 5 mana, 1 Malulu. Very light Dracotail, but the Predaplants are also really good at fusion summoning. So I'm excited to see how these two strategies will work together.
Yeah, it makes sense. Your Predaplants are really capable at finding fusion spells. That is really the name of the game here. And they're able to fuse from the deck. They're going to be able to access those Dracotail monsters, get value, be able to get rid of their opponent's cards while also getting more pushes with their Dracotail spells and traps.
Definitely. And Predaplants just got a bunch of new cards in Blazing Dominion, I believe, and they're fantastic. So to see them in action here at the Genesys Championship, absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to see which one of these duelists is going to walk away as the winner. It's so cool. Genesys just really gives us such more variety, more chances to see players with their pet strategies, as you mentioned, and put them on display here on the championship with a chance to go to Japan. Both these players are undefeated with decks you probably won't see in the advanced format. Really cool stuff.
Absolutely. With the pointed system here as well, you might not always get the same lines that you'd expect. So we'll have to see in game number 1 here if these players have new combo lines that we've never seen before.
All right, so here comes the die roll. It's going to be a 6 from Jacob. Justin's going to roll a 7, and he will be going first with his Dracotail Predaplant strategy.
This could be ideal for both players here. Jacob gets to take advantage of going second with the Blitzkrieg strategy. It looks like he has a Molcharmy in his hand as well.
Standby.
We'll see how Jacob starts this game. It's going to be immediately a Perulia from Jacob.
That's 9 points for each Perulia that's in his deck, so we at least know that 9 points are now out there.
We've seen the Molcharmies made their way into these decks in multiple feature matches here. Clearly worth the points.
It can search a polymerization spell or a fusion spell.
Yep. All right, so he's going to search
for a fusion or a polymerization here.
You said that's good.
Yep.
We're going to send Biblis to the graveyard.
Yeah, this card's insane. Not only does it basically a double search, right? Because you get to send the Bislip, and then you also get to add the fusion spell, but then the Bislip will get you to search for another Predaplant. So essentially you're getting 2 cards for 1.
Absolutely. The Predaplants were so strong, even earlier branded strategies being able to facilitate getting to the branded fusions while putting monsters on the field.
Yep, all good.
Now we're trying to do the same thing here with Dracotail. Polymerization in the hand. Biblis now triggers in the graveyard to go ahead and add another card.
Lizard.
He's going to add Predaplant Lizard.
Anything on resolution here?
Nope, all good. Okay.
Still no cards given to Jacob here. We'll see if Justin even commits any cards from the hand, if we're just going to be summoning from the extract here. No Fuwalla's Polymerization is going to be able to resolve.
So let's see if we're going to be using any Dracotail monsters. It's just going to be Predaplants. It looks like it is going to be Dracotail Pan plus the Lizard.
All right, this is going to be summoning a copy of Dracotail Althalion here. Going to be able to add back 2 cards from the graveyard.
Targeting
the Pan is going to be able to set a Dracotail spell or trap.
Yep.
And remind me, does the Lizard have an effect when sent to the graveyard as well?
Let me check. I feel like it does. Most Predaplants do, right?
I mean, if you're going to add it to your hand and immediately fuse with it, I imagine it's going to trigger something.
It does something if it's spelled from the graveyard.
All right, well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you'll get to, if it's summoned from the graveyard, you get to draw a card.
And while you're doing that, I'll just
Remnants of... What's the
Hyperia?
Destiny Hero card I'm forgetting about? Discommander.
Oh, Discommander. I was saying Hyperia because Sprite, summon back, draw a card.
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, so let's see if he's going to grab... Oh, he's going for Rahu. Okay.
Makes sense here. Just keep the engine going. If you look at his trap lineup, that's quite a lot of them.
Rahu Dracotail is 20 points, so a heavy investment just to play that one copy of Rahu Dracotail.
Rahu is fine.
Rahu's going to be able to resolve here.
One from hand, one from the deck.
From the deck, we will be using a copy.
Imagine Urgula? Maybe find Mina?
I mean, it's a little weird now because Urgula doesn't have anything to add back currently. At least putting 5 mana in grave makes the pan live.
Oh, he does have a Lucius in his deck.
I mean, even better to make that pan effect in the graveyard more viable. Lucius is going to be able to go to the graveyard here, be able to trigger on the following chain. And we're likely going to be summoning a copy of Gulamel.
Deciding what monster use from hand. It's going to be the lizard that he added back with the Arth Lion.
Lucius the set.
Yep.
And Lucius is going to be able to set another Dracotail Speller Trap.
Spellcaster.
Oh, the Predator.
Oh, I am, yeah.
Oh, is he locked by the... Let me pull up the Predaplant spell. Yeah, Primitive. Also, you cannot spell summon for this to turn out this card resolves except for plant and dragon monsters. So he's going to have to go for a different Dracotail fusion, but it is a dragon.
We're going to get Chalice on the field. Lucas is going to be able to resolve its effect and set a copy of Dracotail Flame.
Good catch there by our judges.
One interruption removed from the field there because of the loss of Gulamel, but still Chalice on the field. Getting the flame is really where you need to be. We're going to set another Speller Trap. And there are 2 more, actually.
Throws down a couple of face downs in the turn.
All right.
So he has a flame
draw for turn.
Plus the other 2 set Speller Trap cards. But see, this is where Blitzclick shines. It likes to go second. It wants to pick apart the field while it special summons Thunder monsters from the hand.
We'll see how Jacob navigates this board here. Not a whole lot of threats, but it really depends on what Justin's other sets are. Could also be some interruptions from the hand as well.
I'll activate Surge.
We're going to start off with Surge, Blitzkrieg.
So he's going to target the Arth Lion.
Can I read Surge, please?
Sure.
You can reveal it in hand, target a monster on the field, destroy it, and if you do, summon a Thunder from your hand, locking yourself into effect monsters from the hand as well.
Yep, and you're going to want to get Surge on the field, and then the next time you destroy a card, you'll be able to use Surge to search for another card. So yep, the Surge will be the Thunder monster that is summoned.
I'll attempt to Pair Bear Scare.
I'm sorry, what?
Pair Bear Scare.
Sure.
This is a new card.
It looks like a Frightfur card.
No response.
Is it a Frightfur card?
Okay.
It has Frightfur artwork.
Chalice.
It's a fusion card.
And then
I guess that makes sense.
For a Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, because a card was destroyed, I can search.
I'll pull up the text here very shortly. So it says it's a quick play spell. Your opponent can reveal 1 Pair Bear Scare in their hand or deck, and if they do, each player gains 2,000 life points. If they do not, you destroy 1 monster your opponent controls. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, add this card to your opponent's hand. You can only use the effect of Pair Bear Scare once per duel. It's a really funny card, and it works really well in Blitzkrieg. And he's going to take out that Forbidden Chalice.
Hide out in the sky, boom. Go for it.
All right, now he's going to activate the field spell for Blitzkrieg. It's not a Blitzkrieg card, but it might as well be the Hideout in the Sky column.
Activation is fine.
Was this Chalice used on Surge, or was it destroyed with the Scare?
Oh, it was used on... sorry, I was reading the card text. It was probably used on the Surge, and then you destroyed the fusion with the Scare. That's what happened.
And the Cosmic Cyclone is used on the field spell here. We still have a copy of Flame set too.
All right, not too bad. Not too bad.
Interesting that 2 spells were allowed to resolve while Flame remains. I guess he doesn't know what to have to use it with. Like, lost a free draw there, having to use the Cosmic Cyclone and the Chalice instead.
Oh, like if you flamed the field spell, you could Cosmic the...
Or if you were just going to Flame the Scare, get the value, draw a card, you still have your Chalice, you still have The cosmic.
Yeah, he doesn't seem super familiar with Blitzclick, so
yeah,
maybe
you're trying to preserve the flame as like being able to negate any spell.
He
one of the
doesn't
more
know.
valuable interruptions.
Indeed, the case. So he draws for his turn.
Normal summon, credit plant, one
Going to be normal summoning.
That's fine.
Which Predaplant is this?
It's the spider. It is Longfelia.
All right, it looks like its effect is able to resolve on summon here.
Gets to add any Predap card from his deck to the hand.
It's going to be another copy of, what is that, Predator Primitive?
Something like that. Predap.
Primitive.
Yep, primitive.
Now he's going to have to be aware. He's going to lock him into plants and dragons, but that usually isn't a concern.
Does this do anything when it's destroyed?
When it's destroyed, no.
But it does something when another card is destroyed. So, I mean, it's not the right question to ask, but it does do something. I'm assuming if he chalices it, he knows that it does. That he does the search of another card is destroyed. Yeah.
Well, Predator Primitive is activated. We're going to be sending another copy of
Longfelia.
The Longfelia in to the graveyard. We're going to be adding a copy of, what is that?
Double Fusion. It's Double Fusion. That's such a cool card. Hold on, I want to read you the exact text.
I imagine it fusion summons and then fusion summons again immediately.
I think you're pretty. You're right. It's very intuitive. But we'll pull up the exact text here on this card. Pay 500 life points, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. Then you can fusion summon one more fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field.
Optional?
Yep.
Interesting.
So it is a double fusion out of Doom of Dimensions. Wait, I didn't mean to say the card name. I just wanted to admit, like, it is. I mean, literally, probably the most direct card based on the name. To understand.
Took a lot of the guesswork out, yeah.
It's pretty cool stuff. That's why I love Genesys so much, because we get to see cool cards like this, like, being played, and both these players are undefeated at 5-0. Like, fantastic stuff.
Justin doesn't necessarily have to navigate too much on the field, but there's still plenty of unknowns in Jacob's hand. We're going to be activating the double fusion now.
Let's see. So you have 3 cards.
We didn't end up adding back any Draco Tails in the previous turn, right? So we don't know if there's a potential threat coming from a Pan.
Let's see if there's a response here from Jacob. Looks like he's going to
Dogmatic Punishment.
Dogmatic Punishment. Going to hope he's not going to be able to resolve this double fusion if he takes off the Predaplant from the field. Let's see what he is going to send.
A copy of Valen. It's going to be able to go after the set as well, but we're going to be using, oh my god, Shadal Beast as well as Pan. There's going to be a lot of effects here.
And that's going to summon Secretarion Dragon.
I mean, I'm imagining we're not opting for the second fusion summon here.
Beast, Chainlink 2.
Yeah,
Pan,
it looks like fusion has resolved. We're now activating the effect of Pan as well as
2,
Beast.
Chalice, Chainlink 3, Arthalion.
And all these fusions are going to come back to the field, and the graveyard is going to be picked up by Jacob to check what he has.
5 Surge.
Since the card is destroyed, the Surge will add. And Valon's going to try and take
up. Destroys
the Sullen Trap.
Yep, that's going to be able to go after that flame here. Unfortunate that we never got the value out of it, but it'll just hit the graveyard now.
Justin doesn't have many monsters on the field right now, but in mere moments he will have many monsters.
Sure.
Emmy Blitzkrieg is now added to Jacob's hand. It'll be able to trigger, because it was added to the hand, it can reveal itself, target a card on the field, and then destroy it. This will all happen in a following chain here.
Targets one other card.
So when it gets added to hand,
several chains from now, there might be several monsters on the field for both these players.
Destroy it and then summon a Thunder.
So cool watching dragons fighting against Thunder. Like,
I miss Thunder Dragon.
I don't.
Destroy your Surge.
So Ketu is going to be set here.
Sure.
Surge is going to hit the graveyard by resolving Pan. And now we have to draw a card. Well, not yet, actually. These monsters should be hitting the field first. Chalice hits the field.
And then I'll draw one off.
Arthalion hits the field. Yep. Now we get to draw a card for the effect of Beast.
And then thinking if I'm triggering here, grave.
And then, yeah, Jacob has the option to use the effect of Emmy Blitzkrieg because it was added to the hand except by drawing it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll go Emmy effect target.
Yeah, Emmy's going to try to destroy the Secretarion on summon itself. This prevents him from summoning that Lucius in the graveyard as well.
Checking to see if Pan is going to...
He already used one effect of Pan. You can only use one effect per turn.
Yep, that's where I was going with it. Emmy is special summon, Secretarion's destroyed.
No, that's a new Chainlink Pan.
Yeah.
He has to
can't
summon
himself,
another Thunder
What's
Monster from
itself,
hand.
and then it summons a different
Or
one.
You might be right.
oh no, I can summon himself.
Yep, bottom, and then summon one not infusion Draco Tail.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Summon Lucius. Lucius effect on summon.
Yep.
We definitely did use Pen on. Well, yeah, because he set a card off of. He set the Ketu, so you definitely already used the effect of Pan.
You can use each effect. Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. So he's good here. Yep.
Summon for the turn.
Lucius is coming now, and he's going to add. Looking at Femina. It's so cool, like, so you think like, oh, Draco Tail's a strong deck, this is Genesys, but it's such a small Draco Tail engine. Then it's like a heavier Predaplan engine. And then there's like that Shadal Beast, right? So we have 3 fusion strategies all working together here. And like with double fusion and cool cards like that, it's fantastic to see this deck. And just is probably why Justin is undefeated so far in this championship.
I don't know how I confused myself with Pan. I know Urgula can use both of its effects, so yeah.
Yeah. Pan is one heck of a card. These Draco Tail cards are pretty good from what
Sometimes you forget how good these cards are.
Exactly, yeah, super strong stuff. But I really like seeing the synergies with the Predaplants as well. Pretty cool.
Wait, hold up. It said you can't special summon for the rest of the turn.
It's from the extra deck or no? For Predator Primitive?
It's extra deck, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's from the extra deck.
Can I discard from also you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn as this card results except plant or dragon monsters.
Oh, maybe it's not from the extra deck. Okay.
So the Lucius wouldn't be able to summon.
So maybe the synergies aren't as strong as they may have once appeared.
Wait, when he summoned the Secretarion as well after the Predator Primitive, right?
It's a dragon, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Secretarion is a dragon. The other one is the spellcaster, right?
Yeah. No Gulamel.
No Mysterion. I was like thinking between the two.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then. Yeah.
So in the end, you were right. Pan will not summon anything. Unless he has like a different target that's a dragon.
Did he put the Pan
on the bottom? Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure Pan's effect is to just, you know, it hasn't been that long since I played Draco Tail. Oh well.
Right. It looks like they're trying to figure out how just to best fix the situation.
There's not that much that they have to fix.
Yeah, even if it just ends up being like a PE minor warning, which just sounds like what Justin is getting right now, just for illegal activation. So the panel go back.
Has to be cautious because we have made the same mistake a couple times now. The Pan will be able to go back to the graveyard because you were not able to activate it.
It was just Pans, and I don't think Pan can summon Pan.
No.
All right, well, he has Ketu set now, but without the Lucius, is the Ketu useful? I guess he isn't, he did normal summon a Predaplant, right? Yeah. I don't know, this has been a long turn.
I wonder how many more legal fusions he has in his extra deck. Thalion is a lot of points.
I will attempt to activate Chalice.
What is the blue card in his hand?
The card for the pair.
Oh yeah, the pair bear scare. I was trying to rack my mind. I was like, did they activate exchange? And I wasn't looking.
Kind of.
Yeah, basically pair bear scare.
Chalice is able to use its effect, put the Emmy back.
You have Emmy in, or no, Emmy got shuffled back.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, decks are shuffled. Make sure to shuffle the deck right before Justin. I imagine he's going to activate this Ketu Draco Tail, but we'll see if he wants to hold it maybe for next turn. Like, he doesn't have any other Draco Tail monsters, so I don't know what he can really get with it. I guess find Mina just to have.
Time to go battle.
Yeah, he's not even going to activate the Ketu that he said.
Really unfortunate because you imagine you would have just chosen to get one of the traps instead.
Oh yeah.
Clearly had a line in mind with that Secretarion. Caught himself in a misstep there.
I'll proceed in phase 2.
We're just going to have to move forward.
Yep, keep on going. Now, main phase 2 looks like he is going to activate the Ketu.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Just going to get something for later here. Adding a copy of Malulu to the hand. We've already committed our normal summon here.
Malulu is 7 points, so you have to have a decent investment for that. Fimina's 30 points, so including just one of that is like almost a third of your points gone in one card. I mean, Rahu and Femina together is 50 points, so half of his points are dedicated to 2 cards in his deck.
Lately, what I've been seeing from all these Genesis strategies is you pick an engine or like a main strategy that almost costs 0 points, and then you just really dedicate the rest of your points to just a small support.
Yep, I think that seems to be a winning strategy. So polymerization, kind of funny. It's Predaplant, Dragostapelia. We see him show up in a lot of fusion strategies, but on theme here for Justin actually playing the Predaplant deck.
And we're going to get setting another copy of Flame here, the one that we returned to the deck from the effect of Chalice. Perhaps all part of the plan here. I wonder if that is the one you really are aiming to take advantage of. You still think it's the best card, even though you didn't get value from it in the previous turn?
I'll activate Fleur-de-Lis the Thunderbolt.
Oh, there's the Fleur-de-Lis.
Sure.
Yep. Instant special from the hand and grab a Dogmatica trap.
I wonder if you're going to...
Then, yeah, no
is it effect on the field to add, or is it all one effect from the hand?
Sure.
I'll pull it up.
Chalice.
It looks like nothing was even activated here. We're just going to go straight into battle phase, attack the Chalice. It's going to get banished because it was summoned from the graveyard.
64.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like there's going to be anything else that Jacob can do here.
Go ahead.
We're going to be passing right back. Another turn where Flame can't be activated.
It is on summon. Not that it happened, but...
I mean, it might have been activated, but Stapelia would have just been used.
True, true.
No, don't know for sure. But looks like we drew a copy of Pan here. Can start the same... We can start this turn the same way we've been starting every turn here. Maybe we activate another copy of Private Primitive. How much attack does Fleur-de-Lis have?
25.
Okay.
It's a good Regenesis card.
I guess that does check out. We can go straight to battle phase, or we could try to find the remaining damage here that we need. Just one more monster is all it takes that could at least get over the Fleur-de-Lis.
Yeah, I mean, just has to find a way to fusion summon. He needs to be careful not to make a mistake at this point in the game. With already a couple warnings, you got to be careful not to do the same thing twice. It looks like he's looking for answers in his extra deck, checking the... You can tell by the speed of which he's doing it, he's just checking the fusion material requirements. Like, what can I summon?
Time to go battle phase.
I guess the answer is nothing.
200.
Yep.
Attacks over the Fleur-de-Lis for 200 points of damage. Still has the Dracotail Flame set. Dragostapelia represents a monster effect negation. Still not in bad shape.
I'll attempt faster.
Yeah, just passing back. Opponent had 2 cards in hand. The other card wasn't useful before.
2 spells now, so he can maybe be able to play through the flame. But one of them
is 7 Tachyon, so unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to happen to need another card for one of them.
7th Tachyon.
I mean, you're just going to take the opportunity to use it here now, right? Are you going to take the bait?
I would. Well, what is he going to add? What do you think? I guess. Sure. Because if he's adding a monster that you can just Dragostapelia.
I mean, this could be the opening that he needs.
Oh, no, but if he adds a Blitzclick monster that can take out the Dragostapelia, it could be devastating. So, yeah, I definitely want to flame it here.
Get the value where you can. And now we can resolve a spell card here, depending on what was drawn for Justin.
It will be something that will help him access a Blitzclick. It is the field spell, Hideout in the Sky Column. So it can summon a token to your opponent's side of the field, and then you get to add...
Summon a token to your field, and I can add a Blitzclick monster.
He got there, yeah.
Yep. Couldn't said it better myself, Jacob. Not a bad draw. The whole reason it gives your opponent a token is so when you go first, you can have a card to destroy, so you can start summoning your Blitzclick monsters. Pretty cool.
When I talked to some of the players outside, they said that was extremely relevant to protect yourself from the effects of something along the lines of infinite impermanence.
True, that's also some bonuses you get from putting a monster on your opponent's side of the field. But yeah, the Blitzclick cards line up really well into Dragostapelia. You just get to destroy it on the way.
Currently getting a 500 boost from the field
but
spell.
Just a surge on the field at 2,300 thanks to the field spell, but nothing else.
So we're just going to be able to attack over the token and then pass turn here. Effectively representing nothing at the moment.
But what does Justin have? He simply attacked with the Dragostapelia last turn, and then that was it.
He's gotten 2 new cards since then.
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean,
that'll probably do it.
I'm just going to read this real quick, just to make sure there's no like hidden effects.
Yep.
I do love looking for hidden effects.
I think
always got to be cautious.
The only other effect I think that he hasn't encountered yet is it returning from the graveyard to the hand.
Or you're fine.
Yeah, okay. I'll attempt to activate the set polymerization.
All right, we're going to be using the effect in the graveyard to reset that polymerization.
I'll attempt to activate polymerization.
And then activating that polymerization now. Going to be using
Yeah,
Pan and Lucius here, and that is enough for Jacob. We're going to go on into game number 2, making sure to return the pair bear there.
Yeah, make sure you give your opponent the card back. That's so funny you have to hold it in your hand like that whole time, but absolutely fantastic game number 1. Justin taking it down in the end, really showing the power of Predaplants along with the Dracotail cards, because you just have so many layers of fusion summoning. They do have some conflicting synergies, as we saw with the Preda Primitive, locking you into Plants and Dragons. It does cut off half of your Dracotail cards, but the important ones like Arthaline and stuff are still online, so that's probably why he's seen so much success here.
Just has to be careful moving forward. He's made that mistake a few times now, but he is not allowed to make it again at this point. But he should be very aware.
Oh yeah, for sure. He shouldn't have an issue, but I really like to see the Blitzclick deck in action and how it lines up in Genesys. Because so Genesys, a lot of times what I've seen from the way people build decks is they're putting a lot of monsters on the field no matter what deck they're playing. They're making huge turn 1s or impressive turn 1s to have something you have to deal with. That's why we see Kaijus evenly matched, all sorts of disruptions. But the Blitzclick cards just naturally destroy monsters on the field. So they line up really well in going second, I think, against a lot of decks you might face in Genesys. So it's definitely one of the decks I want to build so I can play in Genesys tournaments at my local OTS.
Absolutely. Now, even with all that being said, I think you'd still assume Jacob would try to go first, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's kind of tough. Blitzclick doesn't do terribly a lot going first. I'm trying to look at his deck list here and see if I can convince myself. He does play the small Dogmatica package, right? So he does have tools to when he goes first. Maybe he can look to try and get out whatever Thunder monster he's playing. Because sometimes there's a lot of good generic Thunder monsters you can summon with Blitzclick cards, like Thunder King Ryo, which has a lot of points in Genesys, so we probably won't see it. Zap Mustang is one of my favorite ones. It's a cool one. And Thunderclap Monk is another one that we've seen a lot of popularity. It's very similar to Quackimira Guardian, kind of like the Thunder version of it. But you don't have to reveal Iron Core or Quackimira at your end phase to keep it alive.
I guess that's enough to merit a good card.
It's solid. It's solid. Not too bad. But there's just so many different things you can splash with Blitzclick. As long as you're just summoning from the hand. It's a pretty restrictive effect, but that's why the cards are so strong themselves.
I couldn't particularly tell, based on that game number 1, if Justin is well informed about the Blitzclick strategy. He was picking up the cards and reading them a bunch, so I don't know if he would assume that he's going first or second in this following game, but if he did assume that he was going second, and Jacob makes him go first, this could end badly.
It could, but we're going to find out who is going first in game number 2 here in our 6th round of the first ever Genesys Championship at the NAWCQ.
All right, I still don't know what he said.
I think Jacob motioned towards himself to go first. Yep, looks that way. He does have... He drew the Dogmatic Punishment again, which is the one trap he has to search with the Fleur-de-Lis Thunderbolt, so unfortunate draw.
He can put it back with 7 tachdowns.
There you go, there you go.
Giant Hand.
Revealing Giant Hand here.
So, Rock, Earth.
Level 4.
Level 4. Surge. There you go, level 4 Earth.
We're going to grab a Surge here.
And then I will put that.
And there goes the punishment back to the deck from which it came.
Looks like we're going to be normal summoning Surge here.
Normal summoning Surge is fine.
I'll activate Step Leader.
Can I read that?
Sure.
We're activating Blitzclick Step Ladder here. Giving a good read.
I'll go Step Leader effect to summon.
All right, so during the main phase, we can summon a Thunder monster from hand and then destroy itself, which will then be able to trigger the Surge here. We're going to summon Crackle from hand.
Yep.
Okay. I will set Alternator, and I will add...
Both of these effects will be able to trigger here. Crackle was able to send a trap from a spell trap from the deck to the graveyard, opting to send the trap there, and then Surge is going to be adding a copy of... Is that Emir or is it Grain? I couldn't really tell.
I wasn't able to see either.
The trap in the graveyard is now banished. For its effect here.
Column.
Gonna add this hideout in the sky. Column. We'll take a chance. What did he? Was it alternator he was looking at? Return stroke? There's a couple traps that Blitzclick have.
I assume it's alternator.
Go Column effect or activate Column effect.
All right, so Column's going to
token back.
Summon the token. Be able to add a Blitzclick monster.
I will add Emmy.
There's Emmy.
And I'll go Emmy effect targeting the Column.
So since it's special summon, you can special summon and then
I'll
destroys the
activate Step Leader and
Column.
Grave to add back.
Step Leader returns to the hand.
Then.
And as you mentioned earlier, the field spell has an effect to come back to the hand. Whisker is now revealed because the card was destroyed.
We haven't seen Whisker yet. Whisker's kind of like the boss monster of the deck.
And then I'll activate Grain Chainlink 1, Emmy Chainlink 2.
Okay, so Blitzclick can do some stuff going first.
And Breakaway.
We're getting to the rest of our cards here. We get Breakaway as well as the other trap card.
Yep.
This looks to be Return Stroke.
Yep, Return Stroke is their continuous trap. Protects your Blitzclick monsters from being destroyed by card effects. And when your opponent activates a spell or effect, you can return a Blitzclick monster you control the hand and negate that effect. And then if you do, destroy that card.
Which pairs really well with the Crackle. Putting the Crackle back in the hand, able to use its effect in the hand.
I'll activate Step Leader. And
Step Leader putting itself back on the field here. On the field, if a card is destroyed by a Blitzkrieg card effect, you can target a Thunder in your graveyard, add it back to your hand.
All of them, when they see destruction, they can do something or other. Like they search cards or send cards. And this guy can negate a monster effect, not in the hand, by returning a Blitzclick to hand.
Okay. And he just wants return?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky to deal with these cards here.
Stand by.
So definitely plenty of interruptions, but how will they line up into the fusion strategy that Justin is bringing here? That is the question.
At the very least, Pan and Urgla are not getting maximum value here because they will be triggering
all
the
those
effects.
Yeah. Preda Primitive is going to be activated, sending
a result.
Biblis goes to the graveyard. Going to be adding a fusion here. And then Biblis will be able to add a monster.
Yeah, I really love this card.
Any card that gives you an immediate +1 is pretty good, I would assume.
Yeah,
but
like pre-pep kind of levels.
But we are going to be locked out of spellcasters here. Polymerization going to hand. Biblis triggers on the following chain. We see
a sphere mode on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, would have been useful.
That's fine.
Honestly, there's too many probably.
Gonna add Predaplant, Longophalia.
We still have several interruptions to get through.
I'll attempt activate.
We're going to be activating that polymerization now.
That's fine.
All right, what is he going to fusion summon? Looks like he has a couple copies of the Spider and a Lucius.
Yeah, opting not to normal summon the Lucius because it just plays right into the Whisker there.
So it looks like he's going to try and break through this board with an Arthalion potentially. Yep.
We're going to use 2 monsters from the hand, the Lucius as well as the Spider, as you mentioned. New chain here. We're going to be able to target the Lucius in grave. And what else?
What's this one do if this is...
This one, when a card is destroyed, I can search a Blitzclick monster.
All right, just confirming what...
This adds a...
This one adds a trap, this one adds a spell, this one foolishes.
The ones that generate value aren't too much of a concern here if you're just trying to close out the game, so you might want to be going after Whisker, which is a monster negate, or the Surge here.
I think that's pretty ambitious to try and close out this game. He's going to need some strong cards in his hand.
I don't think he wants it to go much further.
I mean, yeah, that's why he's in a tough spot. Yeah, this is a pickle. Going to set Ketsu Draco Tail.
Sorry?
Ketsu.
Ketsu.
Both the monsters going back to the hand here, not trying to interrupt. any of those. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to navigate the Whisker now.
Turn Emmy targeting the Ketu.
There's the breakaway.
Yep, and that's going to return one of the Thunder Monsters to his hand.
And then destroy the Ketu, yeah.
And then
solid stuff.
That'll trigger everything, if he so chooses.
I'll go Surge, Chainlink 1, Drain, Chainlink 2, Gloom, Chainlink 3, and then I'll go Emmy, Chainlink 4. I will target the Arthalion.
Emmy is going to be able to summon self-destroy the Arthalion.
Sure.
Justin does have Forbidden Chalice in his hand, and he's probably going to save that for Whisker. So I'd imagine he's not going to stop any of these cards being added. Like you said, like if there becomes a next turn, he's not probably winning this game, so he needs to focus on trying to win right now.
Going to be tricky. The Stepladder does protect his monsters from being destroyed here.
Looks like yet another copy of Whisker and Stepladder.
Oh, it's a normal summon.
Normal summons the Longophilia.
I will Chain Whisker, Bouncing Crackle to negate Destroy.
Chain Chalice targeting the Whisker, so the Crackle's back in hand, like you said.
And there's a return stroke.
Return stroke. I will return Whisker to hand to negate the spell trap, or the spell.
It's going to return the Whisker back to the hand to, as you mentioned, just go ahead and negate the Chalice.
Negates the Chalice, destroys the monster. He's just picking apart every card that Justin tries to put on the field. The Blitzkrieg deck is just tearing him apart.
We have perhaps an ideal start here, being able to set up his entire engine.
Maybe this deck is good going first. See, I'm learning. This is so cool to see in action, and Genesys gives us that platform to be able to watch decks like this.
Banish to place a Predator Plant counter on any monster on the field.
Okay, looks like we're putting a Predator Plant counter on a monster here. They're going to be able to...
A counter on Surge.
Sure.
Remind me
level 1 now.
If the Predator Plant counter itself already reduces the monster's level to 1?
I think it's...
Just naturally?
I think it's the Drago Stapelia, or like the...
Well, Stapelia makes it negated.
Anything here?
No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's always like every time you place a Predator Plant counter. But let me read.
Use the effect Surge. Yep. Okay.
No, it does. It has the same effect. Any of those monsters that are level 2 or higher become level 1 as long as they have a Predator counter.
All right, there's double fusion. We're going to try again here. Biblis on the field here.
That resolves.
At worst, it's a polymerization. At best, it's 2 polymerizations.
At the cost of 500 life points. Biblis is going to be banished because it was summoned from the graveyard.
Are we going to finally see some Predator Plant fusions besides Drago Stapelia?
And there's the Predator Plant Whale.
Do you not have to second fuse?
Emblem Millis.
You can.
You can. Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. I didn't want to try it. The Predator Plant cards have some pretty interesting names, that is for sure.
That is a real animal.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like calling them by the animal, like this is Spider,
It will affect
Dragonfly. All right, so no double summon, just going to use the effect to add a Predator Plant monster or Predator Spell Trap from your deck graveyard or face up extra deck to your hand.
But now this will trigger Crackle here. When he is activating a monster effect, it can reveal itself in the hand, destroy that monster, and use Summon a Thunder from your hand.
And that's it. Every card that Justin tried to put on the field was just immediately destroyed, sent to the graveyard, every which way, really showing off the power of Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg really just takes advantage of your opponent's cards, destroying them on the way to generate more advantage for yourself.
Just absolutely incredible. Like
it reminds me a little bit of True Draco, just in a more advanced state.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to where you don't have to rely on your extra deck, but you're still like trading 1-for-1 with your opponent's cards. I can see that. It's a cool deck. Do you think the Blitzkrieg might be the deck to walk away with the Genesys Championship first place this weekend?
Every round I watch, I'm getting more and more uncertain.
There's a lot of good decks in Genesys, and then not only do you have to find the deck you like, you have to utilize the point system the best you can to be able to incorporate the most important cards. And you still need defensive options. That's the hardest part. You got to balance the main cards for your theme that have points with the cards that you, like generic cards you'll use to stop your opponent, like Ash Blossoms, Effect Veilers. We talked about like DD Crow, Skullmeister. They're really good 1-point cards that you can add in that are solid against other decks.
Yeah, I think that's why decks like Sacred Beast and Blitzkrieg have been running away with it. Because they are so lightly pointed themselves, they get to focus so many of their points into ways to stop your opponent from playing. A deck like the Predaplant Dracotail strategy is kind of the reverse. It's so heavily pointed for a lot of its engine here. The Dracotail cards cost a lot, but the Predaplant cards don't. So we're just taking advantage of what Dracotail effects we can get instead of focusing more on interruptions such as the Molcharmies here. Molcharmies wouldn't be particularly good.
Yeah, if we want to compare their points like selections, so Jacob has 42 points in Charmies, which is 2 Perilia, 3 Fualos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Justin has 50, 65, 68. Is that all of them? 75. Justin has 75 points of his deck dedicated to Dracotail cards. So that doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room for those any generic interactions, right?
Yeah.
So he has, in terms of defense, we're not looking at a lot here on this deck list, which is kind of the balancing act you have to make. But let's find out how it's going to play out here in game number 3. Justin versus Jacob, round 6, Genesys Championship.
Sometimes you just have to rely on your main strategy. It knows that you can power through on its own, and we get to go first here, where you want to be. Justin going to be able to start game number 3 here.
Attempt to activate Ketu.
Going to be leading with Ketu Dracotail. Not going to be able to use the fusion effect because Jacob has no monsters here, unless something happens in the middle of this chain.
Gonna add Lucius.
Yep, just going to be a simple Lucius add to hand. We'll see if it's immediately normal summoned. It is. Going to be able to use its effect. That will be grabbing. Eyeing the Urgula here, which means usually you have other ways to fuse. But it looks like it's actually going to be the 5 mana.
Maybe he realized he didn't. He needs to have something to go for a fusion summon to at least get some Dracotails going, get those spells and traps on the field. King of the Swamp!
That is definitely a way to fuse.
Activates the effect, discard to add polymerization. Haven't seen that card since like Tearlament days.
I've seen a lot of the new version from Chaos Origins, but I haven't seen actual King of the Swamp. Yeah.
Sorcerer of the Swamp. It's a cool card too. But 3 monsters, 3 Dracotail monsters being used here for the fusion summon of Arthalion. So he's going to be able to set 3 Dracotail spells and traps from the deck to the field.
I mean, I've seen this play win many events before.
2, chain of 3.
Like I said, his deck does not have much in terms of defense, so I think Justin's very happy he got to go first here in game number 3.
Not locked into anything at this moment. We are free to use all our effects here. We're going to set a copy of Rahu Dracotail.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of the Predaplants yet this game. Just Dracotails. Flame.
And we'll see if he prioritizes Horn or Sting here. It looks like it's going to be Horn.
I guess that makes sense.
And now going back to the hand.
Only 2.
Yeah, it's only be 2. One was on the field here.
Also, you only add back 2, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, no.
Yeah, he's a little nervous. Just need to take a breath, stay calm. You got this.
Leaving the Frixel in the graveyard. Opting to activate the Rahu Dracotail now. See what he uses.
Now this is where he goes for the Urgula, I'd imagine.
I'd have to assume, just get the value where you can.
Yeah, Urgula 5 mana, this classic Dracotail stuff. Then you just add back the 5 mana with the Urgula.
There's going to be Gulamel this time, finally.
He's allowed to summon it now.
Yeah, one last effect here. 5 mana already used, but we get to use the effect of Urgula. It's going to be for another copy of Rahu, really indicating that he has an effect in his hand. Or rather, not effect, but he has a copy of one of the traps, namely Sting.
I will attempt to activate.
So he has follow-up on the next turn with the Rahu already set. He's going to be able to use the Urgula to add back the 5 mana here. And we'll see how many more cards are going to be set from the hand. It's at least 1, and it looks like it's going to be 2. 5 set Speller Traps here to pair with the monsters on the field.
Drop return.
Oh, all right. We're going to have a game. Let's see how this plays out.
Stand by man, okay?
Lots of spell cards in the hand here from Jacob.
I do also see a Lava Golem, which, you know, into Dracotel monster is not really much of a threat. But, I mean, he does get rid of the Gulamel. We're going to start with Emmy going after, it looks like, the Flame.
Sure.
Going to be able to resolve.
Then.
All right, step one.
Here.
Can he find a way to get out of this sticky situation?
How did he summon the Emmy? Like, what triggered it here? Because it specifically works except by drawing it. So I assume he didn't draw it for turn.
I'll activate Twin Twisters. I will discard.
I'm not certain. Is it Emmy or Grain?
Was that Grain?
I will target.
Oh, it might just be Grain. Yeah, okay.
Grain, yeah.
That makes sense.
It destroys spells or traps.
Oh, it is level 2, yes. Okay. And now we're going to be activating Twin Twisters here, discarding the 7 Tachyon.
Going after the other Dracotail trap plus a card he doesn't know.
Going to be using Horn on his own Arthalion here.
He doesn't know how good that is for him because now the Lava Golem is going to be useless. And you're right, he does have the Sting.
Just going to get multiple draws here.
And he has Find Mana in hand as well, so he will be able to try and still have a Dracotail card to trigger the effect of Gulamel.
Not to mention, putting the Arthalion back in the extra deck is actually extremely valuable. It's a very heavily pointed card. Likely only has 1 copy. Putting it back in the extra deck gives him a lot more options.
Oh yeah, I forgot to count the Oh, so sorry, he has 95 points in his Dracotail.
Yep.
That's
all of them.
That's a lot. He has enough points left over for some Forbidden Chalices and Cosmic Cyclones. Yeah. I forgot all about the Arthalion. I was only looking at the points for the main deck. Yeah. 95 points dedicated to pure Dracotail cards. Absolutely insane.
All right. It looks like we're using Chalice on the secondary effect of Grain here. We'll see how we're able to keep going. Breakaway is now activated.
Continuous.
So he's going to try and...
He's just going to place a continuous trap from the deck to the field.
Sure. Yep. It has 2 effects, but that is the one he wants to go to. He wants to get access to Step Leader. Or, oh, it can get a trap too, so he's going for Alternator.
I believe it has to get a trap.
Oh, I thought it could get a spell.
If only, if only. Now,
continuous trap. You're right.
Alternator on the field makes his opponent's monsters lose 300 attack and defense for each Thunder he controls. He can also shuffle a Blitzkrieg card from his hand or face-up field into the deck to add a Thunder monster with a different name from his deck to his hand, so it'll allow him to keep going with his engine. And he does have the field spell as well.
Hideout in the sky. Alternator's kind of like a Mind Shuffle.
Yeah.
Blitzkrieg Mind Shuffle.
I guess we're opting to see if we ever want to use his Gulamel here. A little awkward now that the Alternator is on the field.
Oh, I really like Lava Golem and Blitzkrieg. You get to take out 2 monsters with Lava Golem, then you get to destroy the Lava Golem with your Blitzkrieg monsters. That's some cool stuff, yeah. The more I watch it, the more I like this deck.
Or adds 1.
Or adds 1.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Token. And I will add...
Yeah, I do think it's correct. You have to really conserve your Gulamel right now. Or at least find a way to make the trap not usable so that Gulamel can actually trigger. Because otherwise you can always interrupt the chain.
Adds a copy of Whisker Blitzkrieg.
Alternator effect.
Okay, now we are actually using the Alternator here. This seems like a great time to use the effect of Gulamel.
Sure.
Considering there's not many cards in Jacob's hand, this seems like a great time. Yep, Vimena is activated. Oh, but Whisker is in fact a quick effect? Oh yeah, during the turn, any card was destroyed.
Yep.
You can just chain to summon itself.
And then does Vimena resolve? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, see, I would probably try to take out the Alternator or the Column. One of the two.
You could always be able to chain one of them.
Oh, that's true. Because the Alternator came out before, yeah.
Yeah.
And I will add...
This at least puts Pan on the field. Or not Pan on the field, Pan on the chain.
For triggers, I'll go Breakaway, Chainlink 1, Emmy, Chainlink 2. I will target the Arthalion.
Chainlink 3. Arthalion.
Emmy is going after Arthalion, trying to destroy it. The Breakaway is going back to his hand.
Target Whisker.
The Pan is going to be destroying the Whisker and setting a Dracotail spell trap. 5 mana is doing nothing.
That way.
Yeah.
Whisker and 5 mana.
All right, we are going to...
Yeah.
Or sorry.
Arthalion is trying to add back the 5 mana and the Whisker?
And Chainlink 2, 5 mana, Chainlink 3.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. He said he targeted my Whisker. Is he allowed to take that back? So originally he targeted Whisker and 5 mana, and then he wants to change it to a different card.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
5 mana, Whisker, Chainlink 2, Pan, Chainlink 3 mana.
Sure.
Just to clarify, you can't activate that 5 mana. It was used to discard to activate the effective fusion summon. But he can use Lucas, so it's all the same thing.
Yeah.
Would you like to pop the Whisker?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Whisker goes to the graveyard.
I'll summon Emmy, pop the Whisker comes back, Emmy, pop Arthalion.
Cards are flying
Any
all over the
triggers?
place.
No triggers.
There might.
Okay.
So what did he? There should be one less Dracotail spell trap, right?
I'll set
No, if he just like uses the Lucas
I'll
instead,
attempt to leave main
it's all the same.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, it's all the same.
I'll draw for turn. Stand by.
Yep.
All right, Justin survived the turn, plays back to him. He's going to flip up that Rahu Dracotail. You can use one from hand, one from deck. He won't be summoning Arthalion. He only has one of those.
Yeah, we'll see. It's likely going to be that Chalice now. We're going to be using the Urgla from the deck as well as Malulu from the hand. Summon Chalice here in a new chain. We'll see how many targets he even has in his deck to activate this. I'm pretty sure he has enough. All the traps are back in there, right?
I think so, yeah.
Chainlink 2.
And then Flame is chained as well.
Oh, so he can put back one of the traps. That's kind of funny.
I'll go Chainlink 3, Emmy. I will target the...
That can't feel good. To use the flame just to put back a trap and then have a spell chain that you would love to use the flame on?
3/4.
Those would have to be
Oh, yeah,
before.
yeah.
Before your flame.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so the Breakaway is going to add back the
Chalice.
Emmy to destroy the Chalice. Flame is going to resolve, negating the column, putting one back, drawing a card, and now the other effects are allowed to resolve.
And Urgla. Yeah, I'll pop.
Urgla is going to destroy the trap card here.
All right, so he has cleared off the field, but it looks like Jacob is eager to use one of these Blitzclick cards in his hand.
And then on new chain, I'll go Emmy effect, and I'll target that one.
He did add Emmy. It's going to special summon to destroy the face down
And
that
then
he just
I'll go
set.
Breakaway effect.
Sure.
Breakaway able to trigger in the graveyard to add itself back as well.
Yep.
And there's
Jinx, yes. That's a powerful spell to activate after you cleared all your opponent's field. We've seen this card activated every game. That it's basically a double search. You get a polymerization, you get to send the Predaplant that gets you the Predaplant monster.
There's only one unknown card. We know it's the Lava Golem hand, but now we're just playing quickly. We're going to activate the polymerization, just hoping.
They're down to, if the timer's right, they're down to 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'll just scoop here.
Oh, he's going to
Yeah,
concede.
I'm just going to scoop, so.
He concedes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jacob is
you got it.
conceding. He knows his
Good.
game is over. There's nothing left for him to do. Justin is able to play his entire Predaplant engine.
Yeah.
Well played there from Jacob. Writing was on the wall. He knew he lost the game, and instead of them both, taking a draw with they both lose, he knows it's better for his tiebreakers if he concedes the match that he was going to lose.
Yeah.
So really heads up play there from Jacob. And Justin just playing fantastic there. It's a little confusing. You can tell he didn't know the Blitzclick cards very well, which is kind of the benefit of using something new, a new strategy in a tournament like this, but he was able to somehow maintain focus and really relied on the Dracotail cards there in game number 3.
I mean, yeah, we've seen how powerful the Dracotail cards are throughout the entire season leading up to this tournament. maybe not so popular in advanced anymore, but clearly still powerful enough for the format, even as restricted as it is. Almost, as you mentioned, 95 points dedicated in just Draco Tail cards, but clearly they're strong enough.
I mean, yeah, that might be the key. For me, I can't do all my points into the theme. I need some of those generic cards. I mean, if you just look on the other side, all the Mulcharmies, like you could play 5 Mulcharmies, and that's not even like half your points, right? So it's kind of hard to argue like the investment value. But
what if you just want to play Draco Tail?
That's what I was about to say. But when you have cards as strong as Draco Tail and you find a way to fit them all into one deck, maybe that's good enough. And it seemed to work out here well for Justin, but he's going to need to lock in because there's 2 more rounds today of the Genesys Championship before 5 more on Sunday before we cut to a top 8. So he's going to need to make sure he doesn't make any more mistakes going further, and I would love to see Predaplant Draco Tail make it to the top 8.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where familiarity really might shine through. He clearly likes the Draco Tail cards if he's willing to put 95 points into them, so he's at least familiar enough with his Draco Tail cards. Maybe not so familiar with the Predaplant engine because he did slip up a little bit with his own restrictions there, but now he's aware. He's gotten those penalties, so he has to be aware for the remainder of the tournament. Those will follow him. So making cleaner plays throughout the tournament, you're going to be able to resolve the powerful Predaplant effects. We saw how good Preda Primitive is.
Such a good card.
Yeah, anytime a card gives you 2 cards, as soon as you activate it, you're off to the races, and then every single card activation there just generates more and more value. And if they do end up leading to Draco Tail cards, world's your oyster.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And the fact that you can push with the powerful spell first and like kind of bait out the interactions and then you hit them with the Draco Tail part afterwards, like I really like how these cards line up and work well together. And the fact that there's like a Shadal Beast in the deck too, right? That's so cool. Like a triple threat attack of like powerful fusion decks of all time working together here in Genesys. It's such a cool format to watch because you really don't know what you're going to get. Like, I know I'm not going to see Cool Toon Rico being normal summoned. I know Rotary's not going to probably be looking at my hand in Genesys. So it's really cool to be able to, if you're struggling against a certain deck like Advanced, take some time, build a Genesys deck, see how it's going, try your hand at that, see if you can build something with the points. Do you want to put your points in the Mulcharmies, or are you going to go all in on your theme like Justin here? They're both doing so successful in this tournament. 5-0 is really hard to do in any tournament, and this was going to be their first loss here for Jacob, but the wide open format of Genesys just makes it so appealing to me. And there's just not only the theme, but how you're going to build your deck is so important.
Yeah, I think all these players that are playing the tournament are learning on their way as well. There's going to be decks that you're not familiar with because it's so open. There are so many decks available. They're just going to have to learn. And with only 1 loss, there's still so much tournament left. It's not anywhere close to being over.
It is definitely not, but our host is standing by with our winner here from this round. So go ahead and take it away so we can hear from Justin.
Thank you very much, Billy. I have Justin here after your feature match victory. Congratulations on picking up the win. A very close match, though. Went to Game 3. Talk to me about kind of your perspective playing.
Game 1, I played really bad. I definitely could have played way better on that one. Game 2, he set a full combo, and then Game 3 was just very grindy on both ends. So really respect my opponent there. He was awesome.
It was a great match to watch. But talking about that Game 1, why do you think it didn't go super well? What was going on?
I forgot a lot of grave effects. A lot of stuff Blippus could summon back. I could have made Predaplant Stapelia earlier. I was misplaying really bad. So, we'll move forward. We'll learn from that from this point forward.
I like that mentality, the growth mentality. Predaplants is an interesting deck. Not everyone's on it. I haven't seen many out there. What made you want to play it?
I just got bored of the format, honestly, and I was like, you know what, these guys look cool, and I was like, what can I splash in here? What can I do? So, yeah, that's how I ended up on that one.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you had a bit of a crowd watching, cheering you on, and especially one that I believe you gave a shout out to earlier because you mentioned the guy who made the emotional support relinquished. So tell me the story there.
Oh, yeah. So I topped a couple regionals last month, got top 8s on those, and I just threw relinquish in my deck. And then Jesse Cotton made a video about it, so shout out him. And then just shout out everyone at home, and shout out my friends in the front row. Shout out my buddy Tyler for helping me build this deck today and helping me go 6-0. So.
Any relinquished in this deck?
Unfortunately not. Couldn't fit it in.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Congratulations on the feature match win and remaining undefeated. Back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, King. It's great to hear from him there. He can assess, even though he won that Game 1, he knew he didn't play it super clean. He knows he can improve and learn from it, and that's how you get better. And 6-0s, couldn't ask for a better start to the Genesys Championship. But as per usual, we have something special we want to talk to you about that you need to know coming up in the future. You're really not going to want to miss out on this, and that is going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship 2026 celebration event that's taking place between August 29th and September 13th. We're going to be celebrating this. It's going to be a one-day event that will be held between one of these dates. You'll duel for your chance to win 2 exclusive promo cards awarded to the first place duelist. Depending on the participating OTS, you may also have the opportunity to duel using the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship Forbidden Limited list, like the players competing in Japan. And the entry into the event is through Limited Pack World Championship 2026, which is a special booster that's celebrating this past year of tournament play, showcasing some of the key cards from themes that have made an impact across all events that have paved the road to the WCS 2026. Something new this year, though, that's really cool. You can kind of see it there on the artwork. In honor of the 2026 World Championship host nation Japan, the limited pack includes several variant art versions of popular cards, and it is beautiful, inspired by
Ukiyo.
There you go, Asala. The iconic Japanese woodblock art style of the Edo period, the 1600s through the 1800s, making these cards a unique addition to any Duelist collection. You're not going to want to miss the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship 2026 celebration event. I know that's a lot, but it's a really important event that you're going to want to be a part of. You're going to only be able to get those cards at these events, so make sure you check out your local participating OTS stores and be part of the celebration of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship this year.
I'm so excited to get my hands on that Blue Eyes Ultimate.
It looks so good. Yeah, and the pack, the limited pack for the World Championship 2026 also has some of those art styles. There's a lot of cool ones. I think the Murakumo is my favorite one, the Mitsurugi Yame no Murakumo. It looks so cool. It just looks like it was meant to be in that art style.
Yeah. Classic Japanese artwork there.
Exactly. Kind of like lines up perfectly, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be a big one, and you're not going to want to miss that. But yeah, so it's been an incredible event. Genesys is going on today. It's Friday. We started with the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. We figured out the first 2 people who qualified to go to the World Championship in Japan. But we will find out who the other 4 will join them tomorrow. But first, we have to finish the next 2 rounds of the Genesys tournament. But before we come back with Genesys, we do have a bonus stream for you guys. You can check out Attack of the Giant card. We have public events at all our big tournaments. You can come here, and it's your one place you can find a way to win a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, but it's giant. So let's go ahead and check out that match. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas here at the NAWCQ, where we now have the privilege of honoring all of the YCS winners from this past season. So please join me in welcoming Jackie Jing to present their chosen giant cards.
Aditya, come on up. So why did you pick this card?
I picked this because Pyramid of Light was the first Yu-Gi-Oh! movie that I watched, and this is probably the most iconic card from it.
And what do you think looking at it?
I mean, he looks shining, for sure.
Does it spur any emotions seeing this, seeing how far you've come?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long journey, and I'm glad that all of the work that I put in has finally paid off with something as amazing as this.
It's a gorgeous card. Enjoy it. Congratulations. Jesse. Ooh, are you excited? What do you think?
I'm thrilled. This is one of my favorite cards, and within competitive play, the favorite for sure. It's the card that got me the World Championship win in Master Duel 2 years ago. So, yeah, very special place in my heart, and I'm excited to hang this up later.
Where are you going to put it?
Hopefully somewhere where I can see in the back of my stream setup, but yeah, not sure.
So you can look at it and admire it. I love it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stanley. Hi, Stanley. What do you think of your card?
It's pretty awesome looking. It's super cool. Yeah, I mean, 5Ds is my favorite series. The Red Dragon Archfiend is my favorite deck, and I won with it, so picking this one seemed like pretty much a no-brainer.
And what do you think looking at it right now?
Oh, this thing's so cool. I can't wait to hang this up on my wall.
Do you know where you're going to put it yet?
It's probably going to go on my wall behind me when I'm on the computer, so that when I'm on a video call or something, everyone can just look at it.
So you'd be like, yeah, I did this.
Yep, it's mine.
Perfect. James, what do you think?
I think this looks absolutely amazing. Like I'm a huge fan of the original anime, and then I wanted to choose a super iconic card from it, and I chose this because it's a card that's going to be unique because as of now, there's no other printings of it, and I wanted something that wasn't just an OG art.
Dark Magician Girl, we'd love to see it. Triff, what do you think? Ugh, classic, love it.
I absolutely love it. Blue Eyes is the main Yu-Gi-Oh card of all the anime. It's the main character's Yu-Gi-Oh card. Who's Yugi? It's always been about Kaiba. And it's the absolute #1 greatest Yu-Gi-Oh card to ever exist in the game. That's why I love it. And it's not so bad because it's also bald like myself and Kangas. So that's why I love this card very much. It's my favorite card ever.
Okay, also, since that was such a great answer, we're gonna give you 2. Wow. What do you think?
Awesome.
Just kidding, you already knew this was coming, but what do you think of this one?
You know, this is awesome. It's like a mini Blue Eyes or like a mini Kangas. Big fan of this one as well. It's like a baby version. Blue Eyes is the main one, like the OG, and then this is like the newer version. And I'm gonna win a few more of these next year, so I'm excited.
Where are you gonna put them?
Honestly, I don't think I'll have space because there's gonna be so many. So what I'm planning to do is actually be the first to have a giant card deck, and I'm gonna shuffle them. Konami, we need sleeves next for these, please. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Julian, Exodia, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I picked this card because it was kind of the figurehead for the Worlds that I won, which was also in France, my home country. Shout out France. We're going to win the World Cup. So, you know.
Okay, noted. And also, you got 2 giant cards. Here's the other one.
Yeah, you know, activate, engage, draw some cards. That's, yeah, that's all it is.
And why this one?
Because Ray's overrated, so we went with Rose.
Okay, locking that answer in. Congratulations on your 2 cards.
Thank you.
Kamal. All right. Why did you pick this beautiful card?
I chose a black goat last because it's a representation of myself, to be honest.
Okay, I love that. And you know what? You're so awesome. You get 2 cards. Look behind you here. What do you think of this one?
This one is basically from my childhood when I first started playing competitively. This is like one of the most impactful cards of the game.
I can tell how much this game means to you. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's one thing I always grew up playing with my brother. It made me closer to him. Made a lot of friends through the game, so.
I can tell. It means so much. Well, congratulations. You got 2 cards. Yay.
And that'll do it for our award ceremony for our giant card winners. Each one of these duelists taking a YCS, if not a couple, this past season. And who knows, maybe one of them will even represent our region at the World Championship right around the corner. But with that being said, it's time to get back to the NAWCQ to see the competitors.
And welcome back to our North American World Championship Qualifiers weekend here. We're back with the Genesys Championship going to round 7 here at the very first time we've ever held this event.
Yeah, so we've seen 7 rounds play out. We've had a few here in the feature match area. We've seen some new strategies like Teller Knights really be impressive, combat things like the Red Dragon Archfiend. Last round we got to see Draco Tail. I really love to see the way in which you have to circumvent some of those point totals with Draco Tail, a deck that really adapts well. We of course saw Blitzkrieg the previous round. I know the Blitzkrieg player unfortunately wasn't able to win, but looking at the top tables, there are Blitzkrieg everywhere in the top tables right now.
A whole click of Blitzkrieg, right?
Yeah, basically.
It's also interesting, too, on that last round, we did see a concession, if I caught that right, as it was getting down to 0. I want to explain something kind of silly. You may not think about this. If you and your opponent are about to hit that double loss, if it gets a double loss, you cannot change the result based on the tournament policy guidelines. But if it's at 1 second, you can concede. And you may think, why would I concede? Well, it actually makes your tiebreakers better if your opponents who you lost to are doing better. So keep that in mind. And speaking of keeping things in mind, you ready to go to the stage?
Absolutely ready to do so.
Time to duel.
For our next round feature match in the blue chair from Fremont, California, a Genesys supporter since day one playing at YCS Anaheim, it's Albert Zoe! And his opponent today in the red chair from Edgewater, Maryland, Genesys' biggest cheerleader. Shout out his wife Jillian for finishing her dissertation. It's MBT Joseph Rothschild. Duelists are already on stage, so let's send it back to the casters for game number 1.
Two very prominent Genesys supporters actually playing a prominent Genesys deck. Look at that. It is both Necro's Fairy Tale.
Yeah, Fairy Tale, absolutely a strategy you will anticipate seeing in the advanced constructed format. I think it's a deck that Andres Torres actually piloted to a Worlds slot this past weekend. So you absolutely, if you're playing in the advanced constructed format, should know what the Fairy Tale cards do. Here in Genesys, though, those cards are still really quite potent. You might not be able to fit Fairy Tale Snow into your deck, right, based on point totals, but the rest of the engine is cheap, if not at zero, if you kind of take into consideration the totality of the deck. Now, you don't have some of the access points in the extra deck, some of the Magistus cards you would typically see, or Cortland and Bloom, for instance, but the actual Fairy Tale cards themselves are quite potent. And as you said, you know, these are two duelists that are huge advocates of the Genesys format, so it's great to see them this far into the tournament doing really well. I know, Joseph is a name you're probably familiar with. I think he's had some deep runs in YCSs. I think there was the 3v3 in Las Vegas from back in 2023. He partnered with Gage and Alex Simo, got pretty deep into day 2. So not just Genesys, he's a player that's been successful at YCS events as well.
I remember that one. It was first chance getting really to spend time with Simo. So if you're out there somewhere, thanks for watching over us. But showing up to the duel here again, Joseph is a huge supporter of Genesys, and his opponent is just the same. But welcome to the Fairy Tale Ball. And speaking of which, late last night, you always wander around, you see people in the hotel basically playtesting to wee hours of the night. There was a lot of advanced format duelists actually playtesting through the various Fairy Tale lines. So this may actually be a deck that we see a lot. So if you haven't been introduced to the Fairy Tale cards, this is a good primer because it is Genesys. So it's going to be a little bit of a slower pace here, but it'll give you some time to really gestate on these cards. And given that both duelists are running this deck, I mean, what a great way to just showcase these cards if you haven't seen them. They did do some numbers at YCS Columbus, but just hasn't shown up this far into a tournament when you think about the proportionality. I think it was good, did well, but not quite like this. But excited to see it again. Spellcasters are doing well. There's various ways to play it, but you're absolutely right about those point counts when you think about it. This is not advanced format, so you can't just slip in, all of these high point cards like the Fairy Tale Snow, and of course no Link monsters means no Charmer, Quartet, and Bloom. So this is going to be a very different pace for our Fairy Tale Ball.
Yeah, so as a result of that, you're going to cut down on some of the Fairy Tale names. Obviously, both of these players are probably going to bring the 3 copies of Luna to the table. Mechigiru, you might not be able to allocate all 3 slots, but that's another one of the Fairy Tales that we've seen recently. Obviously, Genia of the Ring doesn't have Fairy Tale in the name, but for all intents and purposes serves as a Fairy Tale. Then in terms of the spells, I think regardless of whether or not you're looking at Genesys or Advanced Constructed, you're going to see Fairy Tale Ball. It's one of the most powerful field spells, honestly, available to players in either format. Tales of the Fairy Tale and Once Upon a Fairy Tale, other popular inclusions as well. So even though the lines ultimately are probably going to differ quite considerably because we don't have access to Link monsters, we might not be able to get access to Fairy Tale Snow based on point totals, you'll see some very similar cards. Additionally, these decks will also be able to incorporate Emperor of Endymion and Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, a new package offered to this strategy as well.
Well, it is time to jump on in.
What if I had opened something crazy?
Big numbers there from
you're fine.
Albert, but again, seeing the Molcharmi, the Effect Filler in hand, not a lot of starters, but we do have our Luna.
That is okay.
Well, that's probably the best starter. A lot of starters is not the same as no starters, and the single starter of Luna is the best possible. This uninterrupted in Advanced Construct, I know exactly where that ends up. I'm not as familiar with exactly what path Albert's elected to go through, just because the point totals in every deck can differ, so it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do in regards to navigating with Luna as his uninterrupted opening play. Now here's Genia of the Ring, because he has an 1850 on the field. Now he can access the extra deck. He could potentially go into a powerful monster like Wiccat. This is a card that if you're unfamiliar with, really quite startling when you first read it. Anytime you see a card that basically lets you send 2 from the deck of your choice. Now, obviously, that combines really well with Fairy Tale Snow. I'm not sure that he's allocating the points for Snow here. So instead, we're going to see him send down Once Upon a Fairy Tale. And it looks like he's potentially going for, yeah, absolutely, Tales of the Fairy Tale.
Once Upon a Fairy?
Yeah.
So looks like we're going to activate the effects of Once Upon a Fairy Tale now.
Yeah, so what Once Upon a Fairy Tale is going to be able to do is reset itself.
He's got the Fairy Tale monster, so you can activate that. And I love that he's using the Witchcrafter sleeves there. Certainly a Spellcaster fan. Interesting. I did see a Nibiru the Primal Being in Joseph's hand.
So now we see the additional normal summon that's granted. Interesting thing about that is when we are utilizing the additional normal summon, obviously that is something that is once per turn. The fusion effect, though, is not. Sometimes that comes up and you naturally draw. Tales of the Fairy Tale, you can actually conduct a fusion summon, have it be sent to the graveyard, bring it back, do an extra normal summon, and you actually get to conduct 2 fusion summons. Here we see, though, the Fairy Tale Magikiru. Special summon that out. Throws those 1850 monsters. Now he will search out a copy of Fairy Tale Ball. So this is a fascinating field spell. Obviously, many field spells have similar effects where you get to search your deck upon activation, but in addition to that, you also have the ability to attack directly and have some form of interaction on your opponent's turn by changing one of the monsters to Prince of Fairies and also offer monster negation. I will say, though, that Joseph did something that I really love. He read that card.
It did. It is important. Reading and retaining is a big part of this game. And speaking of retaining information, remember that Fairy Tale Witcat is protecting all original light attribute Fairy Tale monsters from being affected by your opponent's activated effects. And Nibiru the Primal Being would be just that. So while the Nibiru is good and certainly got Joseph this far, I don't know that it's going to be a lot of help here, but it looks like we're going to go and activate it now just to get rid of the Witcat.
But think about it. Joseph's playing Fairy Tale.
He is playing
If you ask to read a card in your deck.
Oh, I see. Wow,
it's
what a
really,
fate.
yeah, if you're also playing a somewhat less well-known deck, it's a great strategy. All you have to do is 1, but then it hides if Albert doesn't know that Joseph's playing Fairy Tale. It's actually an interesting way of kind of hiding the fact that you're also playing that strategy.
Well, when you're a high-profile duelist, sometimes you have a target on your back, but both of these are Genesys enthusiasts, so I think this is going to be a fair and honest duel. Think for a second.
Effect on the Nibiru.
I think he's using Luna's effect where he's going to try to bounce.
I'll pass here.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Okay.
So he's just passing turn here. Okay.
All right, let's see what the 5th card is in the hands. Oh, a DD Crow.
Main phase.
So the reason that mattered is the Tales of the Fairy Tale was attached to the Witcat, so now he can't conduct the fusion summon because although those 2 monsters survive post Nibiru because of Witcat's effect, the ability to fusion summon doesn't resolve.
So we were talking about the Regulus, the Prince of Endymion before. We had to go ahead and reveal to get it out. Now we're using its effect on the field.
Not thrilled about it. Sure. So I have 2 Princes of Fairies.
So now the Fairy Tale Ball just changed the name of Regulus.
I will grab.
Discarding the Necrozabrianak there. Certainly a powerful searching card, but at 0 points feels like a bargain.
Now we have Necroz of Castor.
Oh yeah, I'm at 62 here. Or 68.
68, yeah. Because he took 1,200 from...
Amelia effect.
Sure.
Both duelists know, the cat's not quite out of the bag yet, so we haven't seen any Fairy Tale monsters, but I think pretty soon the surprise will get spoiled.
So because he has a Warrior Necroz in his graveyard, he can special summon Amelia, Dance Princess of the Necroz, and this will allow him to search another Ritual monster, which will allow him to search out another copy of Necroz of Ryanak.
How many cards in hand? 4?
We're doing anything yet. 4 cards in hand for Joseph. Albert making sure that he doesn't miss an opportunity to jump into this game.
So the Necroz side of the Fairy Tale strategy is probably not something you're going to see in Advanced Constructed. but it just illustrates the beauty of Genesys, where you can still inherently play, let's say, a fairy tale strategy, but you have to get creative in how you're going to actually navigate through the point reductions and the inability to use link monsters.
Sorry, this is a big thinker.
All right, big think. Trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle here, but materials are 2 level 4s, so looks like we got our own Fairy Tale Woodcat now.
Yep, Woodcat effect.
I will activate Patch 2, and that's going to be met by Effect Veiler.
Effect Veiler is a little bit of a surprise there.
Not ideal.
8 points a pop, but worth it here.
It's really not ideal.
Joseph doesn't seem pleased by that.
He is wearing his Heart of the Cards on his sleeve. But vocalizing his discontent. Looks like we're going to go and accept that. The card is negated, so we check the graveyard, seeing what's next. May seem like an expensive effect negation there, but it could be certainly worth the points, right? Sometimes you want a Mulcharmy, sometimes you want an Effect Failure, both the same cost, but clearly one helps over the other.
Sure.
Go ahead and search in the deck again here. Take a little bit of a preview.
Yeah.
Interesting choices. Albert will look through the graveyard, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and grab even more Necros cards there. Certainly the engine is pushing this duel further than if he just kind of, had Wicat negate the end.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen him be able to get stuff because just Albert didn't have like a million pieces of interaction, but just enough to keep Joseph on his toes.
Yeah, this Advance allowed him to special summon another Amelia from his deck. So now he's got all different level 4 monsters that we've seen thus far.
Oh.
And you can start to see, if you're not familiar with the Genesys variation of Fairy Tale, why we're seeing a Necros package within the deck. When you're able to access really powerful cards like Fairy Tale Wicat, you want to have as many level 4s in your deck as possible.
It is rough.
Shuffles his hand, admits that it's a little rough. We take a look at the extra deck here.
I'm going to send...
We'll send away...
Wicat and Amelia for Choroso.
So going into the smallest Magistus package, right? The tiniest Magistus monster.
Yeah, but we're not able to access Artemis, I believe is the link one, so it'll be interesting to see.
Choroso is a tuner, though.
I mean, it is a tuner, absolutely. I'm curious to see exactly what this, what this alternates to relative to what we would see in the advanced constructed variation of Fairy Tale.
Battle.
Battle phase it is.
All right, so we're going to go to battle phase.
Sure. At the start of battle.
Yep.
Albert jumping finally in.
Activate Luna's effect, targeting the Choroso.
So we're going to use
I don't know
Luna.
my response to that.
Which is
Luna's going to bounce that.
No, I'm
He's back to the extra deck.
losing it here. How big is that token? 1,000 defense?
Yeah, I think he just tributed it with cats, so it's 18, 15, 1,000.
Double checking the match, just 1,000 defense there.
I'll go Nibiru over the match Giru here.
Ooh. Are we about to do something here? Albert,
activate
thinking about it.
Once Upon here to summon.
All right. We're going to use Once Upon to Summon.
This is going to allow him to special summon from his hand and graveyard, and presumably banished, but he doesn't have anything banished right now. So it's only going to be from the graveyard and from his hand, or in this case, only from his hand.
All right, redeclare. Yep, we'll walk over the Luna.
I'll use Luna's effect here, targeting.
So Luna's searching ability is only when it's normal summon, so he didn't special summon that, and he was not able to search. Obviously, that's just not how Luna works.
It's going to shock you. I'm not playing 2 events.
But we are going to see the bounce effect, and as you would anticipate, Joseph's only playing 1 copy of Avance. As a result, he can't stop that Luna effect.
Yeah.
So finally got some damage. Just going to leave that Nibiru token.
850? Yep, that sound right. Main 2. I'll pass.
Play passes back over to Albert. Didn't suffer too much, but did lose pretty much every piece of the field he established. The only monster he has is the one Joseph gave him, Nibiru the Primal Being token.
My turn now, bro.
Yep, go for it.
It is certainly a credit to the pace of Genesys. Not every deck plays like this, right? If it was Red Dragon Archfiend, maybe it was able to pile on through.
I'm going to normal
But
summon
this is kind of a grindy, like just back and forth, using the same effects over and over and over, although we do see a little bit of derivation here. Super polymerizations, I did not peep when Joseph was sorting through his deck. Unless they were just all at the bottom, but I missed it.
I do think he has them, so that is definitely a breaking, like a very much clear break point in the mirror match between these two strategies, given that there are Fairy Tale specific fusion monsters. We have here Luna and then Machikiru coming back from the graveyard. Now we are searching out an additional copy of Fairy Tale Ball.
Imagine whose Fairy Tale Prince will fuse with whose Fairy Tale monster.
That's still. I was like, I don't think it actually. Yeah.
I can't actually do anything.
So the Super Polymerization Wars continue. But we haven't seen hide nor hair of the cards. Albert getting ready to activate another card from the graveyard.
Tails from the graveyard. Putting to Luna.
DD Crow.
Now we have a copy of DD Crow to stop the Tales of the Fairy Tale, and that's pretty pivotal. It's going to slow down some of the long-term grind game if this game lasts longer than the turn that we see here. But there is the possibility that Albert's able to establish enough that it's a moot point. We know in Joseph's hand that he has Bryanak and Cataster. Bryanak's primary function in this deck is obviously to search out additional Necros.
That's fine. 56-50.
Getting into a copy of something like Amelia, but I don't think a single copy of Amelia, or Avance rather, is enough right now. So I don't see enough on Joseph's side, even with that DD Crow, especially given the complexion of Albert's field right now. And then here we have the Empire of Endymion. It's going to allow him now to search out another copy of Regulus.
Doing just a great job utilizing the spellcaster cards he has, dropping down a Fairy Tale Luna there. Decent sized numbers, 6,800. We already see 1850, 1850. Still have to get rid of the Nibiru, the Primal Being. Looking at the grave, we've got 5 cards.
That's fine.
Joseph's fine with it. Not going to do anything just yet.
Luna attacks directly.
Yep.
So we are at the Fairy Tale Ball here.
49.50.
Yep. Machikiru attacks directly.
3,100.
Yep. Almost shades of Lyrilusk, you know, just seeing a big threat like that and being like, I'll just go underneath it or over it. I'm not worried.
Yep.
Regular stacks.
Yeah, you got it.
So Luna just used the quick effect to bounce the Nibiru back to hand. It's kind of interesting that given the way that that turn played out, it kind of revealed that Joseph's not playing additional copies of Nibiru, or at least elected not to send the additional copy of Nibiru.
Yep, Albert is the winner of this duel, and...
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. That card's name is Prince of Fairies, not Nibiru.
That's right.
You can't send a Prince of Fairies. Yeah, that's obviously how the whole archetype
That's why he said, like, this may shock you, but I'm not running Prince of Fairies in my deck. Yeah,
obviously. Yeah, it took a second to kind of compute that. That's obviously the great interaction of Luna, is when you ask your opponent, yeah, you can stop my Luna bounce if you have a Prince of Fairies in your deck, ... card that doesn't exist.
Imagine if they ever printed like a normal monster the greatest side deck tech. Just be like, I was ready just for this.
Sorry about that.
But
when I board into question, you are cooked.
Hey, you never know in Genesys, a lot of interesting cards work.
Yeah, I think they didn't. It has like 75, right? Something ridiculous.
I think it's like
They're talking about how many points Question has right now.
And there are some Genesys aficionados. Great place to find new friends.
Casters, can you answer that question? How much is question?
Oh yeah, sure, I could look that up. Hey, no, yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. He can't hear us. But...
No, he definitely cannot hear us. So I just want to make sure the players at home might be questioning. Wait a minute, you have direct lines of communication with the players? Can they hear you as we're commentating their hands? No, they cannot hear what we're saying.
He made a prayer to the Egyptian god
plenty far
cards.
away.
We're going to
can hear them. They absolutely cannot hear us. Joseph will have to hear us answer that question when he's back in his hotel later this evening. And watching back over this feature match.
The answer to Joseph's question is, as I scroll through the full
I actually think it's a point value greater than strict superior options like Monster Reborn.
It's 11.
Yeah, but I think Monster Reborn is less to make it such that from a strategic perspective, there's no benefit in playing Question over Monster Reborn.
Monster Reborn is 3, Question is 11. You could run 3 Monster Reborns, or you could just have that one question just to mess with people. And in some decks, that can be beneficial. If you have a deck where you either want to revive or banish, you mentioned there's a Malice monster at the bottom.
Then it doesn't matter if we've heard them.
Yeah, we can get far from.
Yeah, Giddy Sala off the desk. Start getting YouTubers up there. All right, good luck to you. I'm going to go first. Yeah.
All right, well, some friendly banter. And some shout-outs to certain members of an unnamed Xyz monster that I shall not say. You in the chat know exactly which wonky monster I'm talking about. But let's get a game 2. Put our dueling action right on the table as the players are picking up their hands just now. And let's see what Joseph does as he has an opportunity to go first.
He does have a copy of Super Polymerization, so he's got some nice counterplay. Does look like Albert has a Molcharmi in hand.
Weird opener. I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
Weird opener, you say? What do you got?
Looks like he's got a copy of Luna and a copy of Crowley.
That's fine.
And then on the opposing side, Albert, I swear I saw Molcharmi in the opening hand. It's Wallow, so we haven't done much. Probably when we get 2 level 4s, I imagine that's the activation timing.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So as he clutches his cards carefully, thought we were going to go ahead and get the Genie there, but maybe digging a little deeper into the deck list.
It's Genia.
It's Genia.
I want it to be Luna, but it's Genia.
Well, you should have saved your points for that after all. But Genia is still really good. Easy way to get an additional body onto the field fast.
It looks like he naturally drew the Machigiru.
That is fine.
On field.
Sure.
So now this will allow him to look through his deck, and that will add the Fairy Tale Ball. I think this is going to prompt the Fuwalos.
Just on time.
So now Joseph has to make a decision. Does he think
I'll give
the
you some
DD
draws.
Crow Super Poly? Okay, that answers that question. I was just about to say, do you think he'll allow him to draw? The answer to that is going to be yes. Now, from the perspective of Joseph, even just 1 Exceed Summon of Wiccat sends 2 down from the deck. Now, unfortunately for him, there is a effect failure in Albert's hand.
That's fine.
Wiccat.
Here's the effect failure.
Killing me.
You do your detach across though.
Yeah, you're right.
He was going to detach 2 anyway. Yep. Super Polymerization, discard.
Oh, okay, so he's chaining
This
Super
is
Polymerization.
Weaver.
Smart.
I want the negate.
Okay, so now he's going to put up...
I mean, the Weaver could be mini gates.
Or it could give you 9 draws.
9 draws, says Joseph. I don't know if he's going to be able to go to 9 draws.
Here, right? Yeah.
He is going to give him an extra draw, though, off the Super Poly.
But I think that's worth it to get the Wiccat off the field so the effect failure resolves without its actual effect resolving.
No, absolutely.
So many draws, so little time.
So chorizo.
All right. Took him a few decision points there, but he ended up going to Weaver of Fairy Tales.
How many decision points are you allowed to have at Genesys?
I don't know.
All right, but as we continue to go through, it's like we'll go ahead and send our spells to the grave, setting up.
Once Upon a Fairy Tale. Yep. The question here is he going to use Weaver to special summon from his deck and give another draw? He doesn't have anything in the banished pile. You know, without Fairy Tale Snow, getting cards into the banished pile, a little bit more difficult. I mean, he did say 9 draws, so let's put Joseph to the test.
Tails effect.
2 so far, right?
Good.
Yep. All right, so now he's using Tails to reset.
Luna.
Getting an additional normal granted by the effect of Tails, and now we have a Fairy Tale Luna. And again, Fairy Tale Luna is not once per turn. So he is able now, because he is special summoning it for a second time this turn, able to search his deck. And he will get another copy of Fairy Tale Luna.
Worked out for his opponent.
So now he's reset from the
How many you got in hand
graveyard.
right now? 5.
So he won't be able to do that again, but he does have the Fusion Summon if he wants to
6.
give Albert
go to
9
6.
draws. It's totally on the table.
If I go...
Go change his mind.
Tails, that sounds so bad. What'd I say? Oh, I said the A word. My bad.
You also said 6-7.
Yeah.
Might be a small issue there. Just watch
Both
yourself.
unconscionable, I'll be honest.
Unconscionable, by the way. There's your word of the day.
Oh, fine. Weaver effect. That's fine.
Okay, summoning from deck. We're working our way up to 9 summons.
Tails effect.
And we're going to go again into the extra deck.
Okay.
This at least is going to put a negate on the field in Teller.
Teller
Fairy
Fairy Tales. in getting a good master class of what each of these cards do. So maybe when
ahead.
it comes in advanced format, you already know. It looks like pass turn there. Want to put something up. Let's see if Joe can strategically use his placement, or if this is going to be a comeback of Albert's persuasion. So he's sitting there trying to figure out what he wants to use.
So to summarize, we have Weaver, that if a non-Earth Fairy Tale summoned in your monster zone, you can target effect monster, negate it, change its name to Prince of Fairy Tales. That's more difficult to do without Snow, but it is conceivable. Then, of course, we have Teller. Teller is one that when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can banish a Fairy Tale from your hand to graveyard. That does negate and destroy.
I'm going to activate Necros of Leonak here.
Oh, so we're going for a very...
Also on the cross stuff. Have you liked it this weekend?
Yeah.
I love this.
The banter is great. When you get two masterclass duelists like Albert and Joseph, and they've been in this format, and they're playing the same deck, it's like, are you enjoying that? Yeah, I guess, all right.
Oh, you liking those Necrons? I see we're both here 5-1. Pretty decent records thus far this weekend.
Activate melee effect.
Very few undefeated duelists left in the tournament, by the way. I think there was only just a handful.
Yeah.
So these are two real duelists in contention. I know we're only in round 7. Of course, we're playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, is my understanding.
So Necroz of Rhynac searches out a copy. Oh, actually, sorry, it was Amelia, and then that searches out a copy of Necroz of Cataster.
Certainly gets you a lot of value there. Free 4 never felt bad, especially in a rank 4 deck. Joseph takes a quick peek at one card, look at the face down, but the thumbs up, so it resolves.
Effect search, right? Yep.
Gonna have to find out if maybe there was just too many cards given by Joseph to Albert, or if the field actually is going to be able to hold together here. But he certainly has a heap and helping of cards. I mean, that is 7 in the hand.
Yeah. And again, we see the synergy between the Necroz cards. Just by discarding Bryanek, it fulfills the ability of Amelia to be special summoned, purchases out a copy of Cataster. Now, we're calling this Necroz. We're not really going to see actual ritual summoning. It's really just for the sake of putting bodies on the field. And then Cataster has an effect that might come up, right? If a Necroz monster battles an opponent's monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, you can destroy it.
Forbidden Chalice on Teller.
Ooh, a Forbidden Chalice. We're seeing quite a bit of it.
Sorry,
forced my hand.
Cataster's effect is you can discard it to target a Necroz in graveyard and special summon it. I was trying to say that the special summoning effects, as if they were actual ritual monsters, are not going to functionally come up, but they have these secondary effects that are discarded. They happen to function well with the Necroz normal summon monsters.
Yeah.
All right, take a look at the grave here. We've got our Luna, our Machigiru, Witcat, a couple of other names in there as well.
I'm going to attempt to use
Didn't see the bottom, so I don't know if we've got question.
DD Pro on Witcat.
This kind of forces a conversation here. Joe lets up a heavy sigh, takes a look at his hand. What's it going to be? Is it the face down?
What's your angle here? You're trying to get down to like a profitable Psychon? That seems unlikely.
Love that we can hear the inner Yami Yugi of Joe. Working out the thought process out loud, but...
I'll chain Witcat, target Luna.
Gonna chain the Witcat.
Yeah, so Witcat now will send Luna to the graveyard.
What am I doing?
This is a way to trigger the Weaver, right? Typically, Fairy Tale Snow would be the most common, but Witcat is a
1,
dark.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's 6.
And then, okay, yes, of course, Tails goes to the graveyard because it was equipped. If you're curious why is Joseph counting, he's trying to evaluate if Excite Knight is a threat.
Does he need to consolidate his cards in order to make sure that his opponent is the one with more cards? He hasn't done it yet. It's a decent field, right? A lot of protection from the Witcat for all of those light Fairy Tale monsters. And still has the Teller of Fairy Tales as well. Looks like we're going to go ahead and... A lot of decisions here. I mean, it's kind of a decision tree and a half.
Now I'm going to activate Luna effect on Weaver.
Okay, so this is a way that's going to force the Weaver.
You got me.
So that's going to go and bounce back. less and less cards to Joseph's name.
Genie effect on Taylor.
Now Genie is going to come down. Another level 4.
I think we're about to build the overlay network here. Seems like Albert tempted to put his hand down.
Activate.
Maybe not.
The Magic Hand Summon.
Not much Kiru. And more level 4s on the field. Being able to search.
Okay. Take Magic face on field.
Magic Air effect activates. Let's see.
Without the Weaver, this is kind of tough. So if you can just overlay here.
Almost feel like we have a third duelist at the desk.
Sounds are great. I will ball here, target Magic.
So now ball, because a monster is summoned, allows you to negate, change the name to Prince of Fairies.
Well, now we're going to go ahead and build the overlay network.
Yeah,
into Wiccat.
Yeah.
This may be the breakthrough point. I feel like this might be where Albert may be able to punch through. Of course, only a few cards left to Joseph's name. 8,000 life points feels like a lot, but when your opponent is able to attack directly if they establish their own field spell, that could be difficult.
Well, that's very interesting.
Activate Tails here.
So now the DD Crow is going to hit the tail, so it can't reset itself. Well, establish itself on field to grant an additional normal summon.
I'm going to activate Once Upon.
So this is the one that will allow him to special summon from his hand, graveyard, and banished if possible. In this case, there are no banished Fairy Tale, so we'll be able to summon a Luna from hand. And then he'll be able to summon... Looks like he's thinking about Mechigiru. In fact, the one that he'll summon.
Always love the art of these cards, too.
Yep. Now that's a special summon again, so Luna will not be activating.
Feel like we are getting towards the final pages of this chapter of the fairy tale. Not that I'm sharing for any particular duelist, but Joseph admittedly is in a difficult position.
Yeah, both of these duelists came to this tournament with the same narrative, but it does look like Albert is the one who's being able to push forward a little bit more effectively this match, even though both of these players are playing very similar strategies.
Well, 3 Material Xyz. What do we have here?
Looks like we're going to go into Alchemaic Magician. This will allow him basically to search his deck out for a copy of Super Polymerization, which could presumably be a real back-breaking card in the mirror match. Now we have Once Upon a Fairy Tale. That's going to put a Mechigiru on field and a Luna.
All of a sudden, Joseph swing into action here.
Luna effect. Luna effect target alchemic.
This makes sense. There's definitely not copies of that. And
there's the concession, I think. No, is it?
I think it is.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So Joseph back on the board here. Maybe surprised that he made it, but he did a great job there holding out.
Is so weird in this matchup.
Yeah. Before the Alchemaic hit the field, I thought
saying the A word?
Albert was in a pretty strong position.
That is not great.
It's important to read your tournament policy guidelines. There's plenty of rules that you need to follow.
I know it. I saw the Sam video.
But Joseph was able to win that game, even though he contemplated something like 9 draws through Flawless. I think he ultimately gave him about 4 or 5, though.
This card might be funny.
But it shows you that he made the right call, right? He did try to give his opponent 9 draws. He didn't give his opponent the full 9, but he was still able to climb out of the hole there. Now we're getting to game 3. I think everybody kind of knows what's going on at this point. Both players have had a chance to show things off, but Joseph musing to himself, this is an interesting side deck card. I wonder if this will be fun. Throws it in.
I love the commentary.
It is nice when you get people who are comfortable on the featured match stage, whether they're winning or losing, they still put on that great duel-tainment that we know and love.
Man, I could watch Sam play in the feature match area all day.
Well, maybe he'll be back here. Although, man, Eye of Truth. If you didn't catch Sam's duel, you'll definitely want to scroll back. I want to say maybe it was round 4.
So this is round 7.
It's in there. You'll recognize it. Just scroll back.
It might be round... Yeah, it might be round 4. I'm trying to think because we did not commentate that round. We did round 5, which was Tellarknights versus Red Dragon Archfiend, so it has to be around 4.
Well, it's a
work
real
backwards,
treat.
but yeah, absolutely.
It's a real treat. Now, don't go away. First, I guess you could scroll back then and then scroll back here once they're done side decking.
Oh yeah, definitely watch that after you watch round 7 and 8.
But Joseph locked in, and Albert already ready to present his deck. Hang in there.
Sorry.
Certainly some dry air here.
Make sure to have the right before presenting.
Oh, he's got some Eyes of Truth too.
Oh, wow, yeah. Certainly a really cool, popular card, and you gotta love to see it. When a crazy side deck tech shows up that nobody has seen for a long time and it completely gets the job done, that is what this game is about.
What are you thinking? Yeah.
I love the way Joseph's. Hey, what are you thinking? First or second?
Today. These are fun. Good luck to you.
Feels like a lot of people.
They're standing by.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are on it.
Yeah. I was on it for a couple of weeks, but it's an extender when you already have a guy landed, so.
Yeah, no, so it does feel like it. Yeah, end up playing a non-engine and like wasting the point.
Great listening to these duelists.
Oh, yeah, I was
some of the intricacies of their fairy. Yeah, if we ever go quiet, just because we're listening too.
Yes. We want you guys to be able to hear them too, so it's not like we're taking a nap.
Ooh, love me some Metamorphosis.
Oh my goodness.
Not so fast.
Wait.
Ooh, a Perulia.
Yeah. That could be pretty good.
Yeah.
So it looks like Albert has Bryanak. Quite a bit of non-engine in his hand, actually.
I definitely think the Metamorphosis is worth it when you think about the fact that the Fairy Tale Fusions, I mean, it's
all level
perfect.
4s.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And it's relatively low pointage here, being only at 3 points a pop.
People consider playing it in Advanced Constructed.
Oh, I definitely do. Anything like a level 7 deck where there's Kashtira, Heck of Hands. You ever heard of this card called the Last Warrior from Another Planet?
Yep, I'm familiar.
100 points in Genesis, so not nice.
So here we have Advanced. This is the one that lets you special summon level 4 from the deck, which is going to allow him to summon Amelia. And then Amelia.
Castor?
Yes.
Searches out Cataster, which allows him to discard and revive back from the graveyard. So you can see, again, why we're playing the Necros package within Fairy Tale. It's really the Fairy Tale cards that end on the field in terms of interaction points and allow you to really actually attack for game. But the Necros stuff kind of works behind the scenes in terms of at least setting up.
Well, we've sized up our materials here, but obviously that Perulia is a little bit of a threat. So many cards do drop from the hands.
Right, the additional normal summons,
Oh,
for
there it
instance.
is.
You're playing meta!
Even Joseph's excited.
Have you liked this?
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Small investment.
Small
yeah,
3-point investment.
Yeah, 3 points feels pretty good to just
Do you mind?
sheet out a rank 4. Or should be
Just
level
gotta
4.
double
This is the
check
old
this
one. Offer
Pharaonic
one
Guardian flashback.
What am I going to do?
But Metamorphosis allows him to summon Weaver. Now Weaver will allow him to special summon from the deck. This is totally circumventing the fact that if he summons from hand, Joseph gets to draw due to the Perulia.
And he just happened to draw it. Sometimes strong duelists just draw strong cards. No search necessary.
So here's Machigiru. Okay. Now that's going to allow him to search out a spell.
Taking a second to think about that, but it looks like we have made our decision. And not doing too bad, really dodging each of those charming Perulia draws. Yep.
So this is
no problem.
Going to... Okay, so it looks like he's choosing to use it in order to conduct a fusion summon. I have to imagine the fact that it stayed on the field that maybe he did it on Amelia. Nope, okay, he didn't. I'll send it to the graveyard now.
Yeah.
This puts the Teller on the field, and now this gets to reset itself.
It has to be on Teller, yeah.
Yep, has to be on Teller. It's the only Fairy Tale. If it does matter, he can still fusion summon again. It's the resetting from the graveyard, the reactivating from the graveyard, replacing, however you want to word it. That's once per turn.
We got some
But the fusion summon, multiple times.
Not,
yeah.
Giru's fine.
So Machigiru back on the field.
And then...
Got 2 level 4s. Oh, we don't even need to worry about that. It's Castor time, or Catastor. Now we have 3 level 4s, and we're going to use all of them here. Build the overlay network to exceed summon. Thinking about that Witcat for a second. that it's going to be the Alchemic Magician.
Proceed to end phase.
I got nothing.
End phase, alchemic effect.
So we're going to detach here and discard. And there's the Super Polymerization set to the field. Now that's Alchemy.
Yep. We saw that threatening game 2 here. It actually gets to resolve, much more likely, obviously, to resolve going first. Then you get DD Crow and Ghost Ogre in terms of hand interaction follow-up. So this is a lot.
Stand by main.
Yep.
Joseph feeling like his work is cut out for him, but he does have a decent starter and Cosmic Cyclone at the ready there, knowing that it's Super Polymerization.
How on earth do I beat Super Poly?
Well,
I've been here so many times.
Well, he has the teller.
I haven't figured it out yet.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
Regulus, reveal, match Giro.
That is fine.
Slowly but surely here.
68.
So you can reveal a spellcaster in order to special summon Regulus. So between the Regulus and Necrouse cards, there's just a lot of ways of establishing level 4 spellcasters on the field. To combine with the Fairy Tales, this is going to allow him to search out a copy of Empire of Endymion. There's also a protection effect with Regulus, but for the majority of time, you're going to see it really utilized just as a way of putting bodies on the field.
This deck does that very efficiently. I can see why everybody was staying up all night to playtest this for the advanced format.
You should see some of the stuff it can do in advanced.
Oh, yeah. Save that for tomorrow.
Machigiro effect to search.
Sure.
So Machigiro searches unhindered. Adding to his repertoire a new level 4 monster. Let's see what we grab.
Well, this is going to search a spell.
I will grab once.
Yeah, he's going to search out the Once Upon a Fairy Tale.
Anything here?
I don't know if Joseph did this on purpose, but his hand actually includes some of the other targets. At least I think it does.
Sure.
I can't tell if he has ball in hand, but sometimes that's a way of making it such that it's not evident that your hand is chock full of engine if you make it seem like it's a decision when it's actually just not a decision.
Yeah.
And you're not going to spend 45 seconds to really milk it, but it actually looks like he has ball and tails already in his hand.
Target match Giro.
So it's just a way of kind of hiding some of the cards in your hand. So Joseph's made some good, very subtle, I wouldn't quite call them mind games, but just really subtle pauses here or there to hide some of the cards that he has access to.
A very intelligent guy making very intelligent decisions. Sometimes cloaked in his aloofness, but now he's really under the hood. He's in there.
So Tails boosts by 1,000. So we see that.
Like the subtitles would just say horse noises.
I think you're all right.
Love the friendly banter again. This has been a real treat to watch. Decisions. Eyeballing the Teller Fairy Tales, and that's what's going out in the field.
Teller effect.
That's the Super Poly.
No response.
So the materials are... Thinking about it. Lots of different options in there, Albert. You know, obviously, both these duels could still very well be in contention. Going X2 into the next day of an 8-round tournament, it's not too bad.
You're right. To my opponent's 8,000. Y'all are keeping me honest here.
I'll send these two for... Actually,
Yeah, so that it's an interesting trade. Joseph changed the name to Prince of Fairies so that he could utilize it as fusion material, but then ultimately knowing that there's a super polymerization. So it's a kind of an interesting trade-off here. It really simplifies everything down.
Yep.
And now we have Bryanak that's going to be able to search out.
Can I see your grave? Can you fan it out real quick?
Yeah. Oh, I'm still in here.
Nothing to worry about here.
Nope.
So it's one way of saying it.
We'll just grab Advance.
Yep, Advance. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So the Necro shenanigans continue here. Easy summon, obviously.
Advance effect.
For sure.
So now we're going to be able to special summon Amelia from the deck.
Amelia effect.
And Amelia effect is going to search out Catastor.
I think, well, the card play is so fascinating back and forth. One of my favorite parts of this duel is the banter.
Oh yeah, they've had some great banter back and forth, just discussing card choices, experiences over the course of the weekend. Love for Genesys in general.
Ball effect. Yep. Red blue now.
Yeah, Joseph's feeling really good now, though. You can definitely tell by base of play. I think he was able to navigate through that field. He said he had no way of playing around Super Poly, or that he hasn't discovered a common way of doing it. Well, he did it with actually keeping Cosmic Cyclone in hand the whole time.
Just making Wickhat.
You go to Wickhat. That's now going to detach 2, send 2 down from the deck.
Tails.
Okay,
You know,
so
you mentioned he was
Tails first.
mentioned he was feeling better. I think another tell is that the self-deprecating humor is evaporated. Now it's just card effects.
Yep, additional normal summon on Luna.
There's the Genya.
You're at 8 here.
Just a quick check, yep.
Match
all
gear
full.
effect.
Magic gear from the graveyard.
Genia, target Wickhat. Battle.
This is an 1850, and yeah, that's enough for game.
There's the handshake. Joseph Rothschild manages to climb out at a great match. Great match indeed.
Yeah, he really navigated the turn with the Super Poly really well, taking advantage of the chains of Prince of Fairies.
So Mr. Rothschild moves forward at X and 1 in round 7.
Just giving us a taste of some of these powerful Fairy Tale cards. And again, this is not even close to what this deck can do in Advanced Constructed. So if you're a fan of the Fairy Tale cards, clearly here, moving on X1 deep into our first day of the Genesys Championship. It's one of the top contenders. And then if you stay tuned for the weekend, you can see it played kind of in its full potential.
Oh, absolutely.
Once you start to incorporate cards like Snow and some really actually powerful Link monsters that put the opening play of this deck up there with some of the top ones this weekend.
And as I scan my memory banks, actually, I think at YCS Columbus, we did have a top 8 Fairy Tale Duelist. I just wasn't casting it match, so that's why it's not engraved upon my brain. But it shows you this deck really, I don't know that it surprised Duelists, but it just kind of crept up on people. All these various spellcasters being added to the equation, and then just the huge sort of chef's kiss that is Genia, and obviously all the other cards we get in the advanced format. This deck is something to look out for.
I think obviously it goes without saying, but Fairy Tale Snow coming off the Forbidden list, I mean, it's a Fairy Tale deck, but the deck works so much better when you have access to Fairy Tale Snow with Wickhat, and then the ability of Wickhat after you special summon Snow from the graveyard to put Snow back into the graveyard to summon it a second time. It's almost like Wickhat was designed with the idea of Snow. So the fact that Snow was moved from the Forbidden list, limited now to 1, it's one of the things that really opened up that strategy to maybe going into some of the recent releases of Fairy Tale. When Snow was on the Forbidden list, maybe it made it such that Fairy Tale seemed like it was just a off-to-the-side deck. Once we had Snow, though, I think over the course of the last month or so, we've seen Fairy Tale. It's actually one of my sleeper picks this weekend.
I think it's not a sleeper pick at this point. I think a lot of people have caught on late enough in the game. Now, I think it's a very sudden sort of sea change into our format where it's being included, but it did have real results at a real event recently, and honestly, I think it's here to stay.
I definitely think that that's true. I don't think it's as much of a sleeper as maybe, let's say, the Power Patron combo-oriented strategies were in Columbus. I think that deck, if you knew about it, you knew it was powerful, but I think it could have taken a lot of players by surprise. I do agree. I think Fairy Tale's been doing well enough now that most duelists are probably at least somewhat familiar with what the deck is trying to accomplish. And if you're not, really could be heading for a rude awakening this weekend, because I have to imagine that if you're into the deep rounds, round 11 and 12 this weekend, you probably will face at least 1 or 2 Fairy Tales at some point. It's a deck that I think a lot of players are electing to bring this weekend.
It's just cool. You know, we haven't had too many decks throughout the game that change the name of your opponent's monster. You know, there's the heraldic monsters here and there, but that turns out to be a really powerful effect. You know, think about just using it in a chain to something like Fallen of Elbaz or something. You're like, hey, time to fuse. Oh, wait, I don't remember my name anymore. So some really, really good stuff, though. But speaking of good stuff, why don't we throw it to the stage to hear from our winner himself, Mr. Joseph Rothschild.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Joseph. Congratulations on your feature match victory. A mirror match. Were you expecting that at all going into it?
Yes.
Have you played a lot of the mirror match?
Haven't played any of the mirror today. This was my first mirror, but Fairy Tale is absolutely everywhere. The deck is really, really strong in Genesys, a format where the power level is just a little lower than Advanced. That's something that a deck like this can really take advantage of, and it certainly helps that they got a new card in Chaos Origin in Mixo. Really fantastic card.
Did you feel like you were prepared for the mirror match and you're surprised you haven't made it, or was this something you kind of had to figure out as you played the match?
It was something I was prepared for. This mirror match in particular gets a little crusty just because all of your cards have the capacity to fuse with your opponent's monsters that are called Prince of Fairies, and all the monsters just end up being named Prince of Fairies because both players are naming monsters Prince of Fairies. So it's a fun mirror, not at all like the Blitzclick mirror.
It seems very fun. It seemed like you had a lot of fun. You've been having fun with Genesys. You said, in fact, you are Genesys' biggest cheerleader. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. You can take your camera right there. Can you give an ad for why people should try Genesys?
No. I'm kidding. Of course I can. Listen, if you have felt as if you want the opportunity to play some of your favorite cards and favorite decks, but aren't able to because of the high power of the cards in Advanced, Genesys is the perfect place for you. Almost any strategy can do well. I can't tell you how many different decks I have played in today's Swiss rounds, and the number one thing you can do to help improve the lives of those who want to play more Genesys, twofold. Firstly, ask your locals about hosting Genesys events, and secondly, use the hashtag YGOGenesys when you post your lists on socials. So important for a format in its infancy for people to be able to have data, understand what decks are good, and I think we're going to get a lot of really cool stuff out of this tournament as well.
I'm so excited for this tournament. A lot of competitors here. You also gave a shout out to your wife, Jillian, for finishing her dissertation. Do you want to give another shout out to your wife now?
Yeah, congratulations. You did it. It has been a labor of love. She has said 1,000 times that it's harder than having a child was. And I agree, having seen her do both. Shouts out to my family.
Shout out to the family. Also, one final thing for you. Somebody out in the audience said that you bopped the lucky duck earlier. Will you bop the lucky duck again? I don't know if the mic's picking that up. It is literally quacking right there. Thank you so much, Joseph. Congratulations on the win. Back to the casters.
That is one lucky duck. And yeah, we did hear it. We did hear it. By the way, remember, it's 11 for question. But jokes aside, really great showcase. I could have said that better myself. You know, Genesys allows you to play a huge range of different cards and such, but I think we're really starting to see people actually try this for the first time because, again, they got to buy one plane ticket and play 2 main events. Some really cool stuff. By the way, speaking of events, Joe, or should I say Joey, that is a certainly gorgeous game, Matt, isn't it?
I know. This is for the upcoming Beyond the Brave premiere event that'll be taking place in the beginning of October. October 2nd through the 4th at participating OTS locations in North and Latin America. And of course, in doing so, you get to compete for that absolutely beautiful mat.
Featuring Red Eyes, Black Dragon, Exceed. And there's a lot of really cool monsters, but you'll notice that the Dark Time Wizard spell card appears to be the secret rare promo card that you can get at your premiere events. So make sure to mark your calendars for October 2nd through 4th. I live at my shop whenever the premiere events happen. It's a good time, a chance to play new decks, meet new friends, and, well, maybe that could be yours. I love you just staring at it.
Yeah, Joey was always my favorite for obvious reasons when it comes to, a little partial there, but slightly biased.
You mean an East Coast tough guy named Joey? That's your favorite character in the show?
Might have been. Yeah, absolutely beautiful artwork.
It really is. It really is. So again, October 2nd through 4th. But man, just what an event we've had so far. Again, we are playing 8 rounds of Genesys today, so we should only have, I think, 1 more after this, and then we will find out who advances. And it's a lot of great competitors. We had plenty of people show up here, and it's really exciting again. It's the ground floor, right? I remember, it's been a minute, let me just date myself. Sorry, Grandpa's getting old. But the first SJC didn't even have as many people as we have now in this one. I want to say it was around the 300s. We had about 500 plus players. Many people registered. Obviously, maybe they couldn't make it, but please don't let that happen to you in the next one. We want to see you here. There's some great duels to be had.
A little trivia about the first one. In the top 8 of that event was a player, Hugo Adem, that went on to have many tops, but he was actually playing Skilled Dark Magician and the actual original Dark Magician to combine with the Skilled Dark Magician in his deck.
He is the chosen one.
Fun piece of trivia. Dark Magician was in the top 8 of the very first YCS SJC equivalent.
That is just mind-blowing when you think about it. Again, there's so many different ways to do it. Some people think maybe my deck can't compete. It's not in the format. It's not selected for. Any deck can do it as long as you put the research and development time in. And it takes playtesting, and it's not easy. This is a very difficult game sometimes because your opponent is working just as hard as you are. Just like the last match we saw, 2 smart guys who are great Genesys boarders playing the same deck. So just keep putting the work in. Maybe it'll be you.
Yeah, I mean, so far, we've only featured basically half our Genesys Championship this weekend. But we've seen, obviously, Blitzkrieg in the feature match area. Now, of course, Fairy Tales. Can't discredit the fact that we saw Teller Knights absolutely go off in the feature match area. But combat against Red Dragon Archfiend, which we've seen recently in the feature match area. I know over on the Genesys streams exclusive to that, there was Radiant Typhoon earlier this day. So it's really interesting to see the wide variety of decks so far finding some degree of success in our Genesys Championship.
We do have a dedicated separate Genesys stream, so I'll be happy to go back to the room. I want to go watch all those matches that we didn't get to see today. Be cool.
Give us good preparation for ultimately what will happen on Sunday, because we need to remember that tomorrow we will be streaming exclusively the NAWCQ Advanced Constructed. Genesys then will return on Sunday.
Yeah, and the advanced format, I know there's a lot of fans of the advanced format. It is a crazy format right now. There's so many different decks, and I'm so excited to see it, but it's going to be tomorrow, so we just have to get through one last Genesys match to find out who is going to advance, I guess, to Sunday, because we should be finding that out today, too, right, with standings?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the players that make it to day 2 will be determined. Really, one of the appeals is that you get to play all of Friday, accumulate your prizes. I'm not sure if they're actually physically handing you the prizes or if they're going to do that later, but you actually get your prizes for making day 2. You know, the effect veiler, the printed cards, etc. Then you get to play Saturday, and then you get to look at where the dust is settled on your Genesys performance and your NAWCQ performance and decide what route you're going to take on Sunday.
It's a strange thing to say, but I think Walter really phrased it best, that like it's a full 3D event finally. And remember that in the future, YCSs will have a Genesys main event on Friday. So again, it's like you're getting more value. You were going to be here anyway, right? And if you're not, start booking those plane tickets now, because again, it's going to be 2 events off of 1 ticket. That's exciting. That's really cool to be able to play 2 different events at once.
Yeah, so, I mean, sometimes you unfortunately have a pretty poor couple of rounds, and then, you know, it's early Saturday, all things, it's noon on Saturday, and it feels like your whole weekend is over. But now you really have 2 opportunities.
Speaking of opportunities, we've got an opportunity right here for you duelists at home. We're going to cut to the Attack of the Giant card finals, so you can find out who's winning some of the great public events prizes we have here, and then we'll go ahead and see some more Genesys in the future.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Genesys Championship at the North American World Championship Qualifier. We apologize for interrupting your Attack of the Giant card final in Game 3, but don't worry, we'll let you know who the winner is in due time. If you're wondering what's going on right now, well, there's been a substitution late in the game here. I'm Jerome McHale. I'm subbing in for Billy here for this final round here with Asala as we take on the final Swiss round of the first Genesys Championship. And it's been a heck of a weekend so far, huh?
Absolutely. It's been a lot of fantastic decks, a lot of decks I didn't expect to do well, but the one thing I have noticed is Blitzkrieg is extremely strong.
Yeah, we were looking for kind of like a gadget-like deck, and this is sort of Gadget 3.0, where we're combining the Smashing Grounds and the MSTs and the gadgets all into the same cards. Even the Vandalgions, like Whisker Blitzkrieg is kind of like Vandalgion,
right,
just all the ones if you use the counter trap.
Yeah, exactly. I've never really compared it to that. I guess that's maybe I don't know how design works, but I guess if that's what you're looking for, it's a very interesting take on it.
Yeah, one thing we're always looking for is kind of like comparisons between decks in order to kind of get the old school flavor of the game back in. Like, so Radiant Typhoon, for example, is kind of like Insectors. Blitzkrieg is kind of like gadgets. But we got one more Swiss round today, so let's see which, if any of those decks, show up in this final match. Kangas, who we got today?
Well, Jerome, it's actually me, Jackie, but really excited to see you casting right now. We are moving into round 8 of Genesys. Our duelists are ready to duel. Let's begin with the blue chair. From Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, Billy Tarudis. He started playing in 2008. His first time on stage was earlier today. This is his second time on stage. Now to the red chair from Kirkland, Washington, Andrew Powelson. He started playing in 2016. It's his first time on stage. Are you ready for our last duel of the day? Let's send it over to our casters. Let's go.
All right, I guess we got the double switch in here for the last one. Got to keep everybody on their toes, even us. This is going to be a very fascinating matchup. So you see we got Radiant Typhoon there, which you just discussed briefly. But there's also another deck here that was really big at the start of Genesys, and it's just been kind of creeping in the shadows all throughout the admittedly short life of the format, and that is Super Quant. It's a deck about building the biggest combining mecha you possibly can and making sure your opponent can't do anything about it.
Interesting, because that is one of the strategies that I had no idea going into this tournament. I did not expect anything from it, but here clearly it is doing very well with an X1 record, very strong, wants to win this round obviously to move on forward into Sunday with 5 more rounds left with an X1 record. But how do you think about this matchup?
So one of the key things for this is that Super Quantum is a deck that has a lot of natural fairy type monsters in it. So it wants to spend some points on the Heralds. And having Heralds is really big, especially in this matchup, now that there's a lot more points on Radiant Typhoon. Maybe you're having to cut down on your Crozias, for instance, now that they've got points on them. You're more reliant on the Noble Knight's Shield Bearer and like to get to your stuff. So a really well-timed Herald can shut this down quickly. But that doesn't mean that Radiant Typhoon doesn't have a really good shot at this. Like, the cards are incredibly powerful. As I mentioned, they play kind of a little more like an Insector type thing. Instead of Hornet blasting everything, you're MSTing things and then negating them with Mandate as well. So even though you don't have the Link monster, because there's no Link monsters, you still have pretty good access to Mandate and all of your Radiant Mystical Space Typhoons.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, being able to negate the Crusea with something like Herald the Orange Light would prove very powerful against the Radiant Typhoon deck, but Radiant Typhoon is so strong at protecting the Crusea, being able to manipulate your chain links to protect your important effects there. And I think that's something that we can actually see in this matchup, especially if the Radiant Typhoon player is aware that you have to play against the Herald strategy, or not the Herald strategy, but Super Quantals with all those fairies. But it looks like the players are ready to start game number 1 here of our last round for today of Genesys Championship.
And William on Radiant Typhoon has a 9. 6. And you got a 5 and a 1 is a 6.
All right, good luck.
All right, so William's going first. That's a good sign. He's not going to have to face down the great Magnus quite so quickly.
Do you think if Magnus was able to hit the field that Billy has a chance at breaking it naturally with Engine? Or does he have to rely on a side deck?
I think his best bet is to try to stop it from happening there. But generally, I think you're going to need a Kaiju for something like that. It's very difficult to get rid of, unless you can get them to remove materials on their own.
Well, luckily, both players do have copies of Kaijus in their side deck. Been very popular in this tournament so far, I think for very good reason. They're often very low points or no points at all.
Ooh, and we got Perulia here at the start. That's pretty tough, especially for Radiant Typhoon. A lot of stuff's coming out of the hand.
Make all 2 summon for that.
Right, we're at least able to resolve the effect of the Radiant Typhoon to add a card, and then we're going to be able to use Crusea on the following chain. Going to be able to add the Varun.
All right, gets one more draw of Corellia here. Goes Chain Link, one Crusea, and we will see. Oh,
there's the orange light you mentioned.
Orange light with white layer.
It will not be destroyed.
Oh, okay.
It is
new
protected,
chain, any triggers?
No.
White layer to search a fairy alpha.
I'll chain Skullmeister.
Sure.
Crusea, because he has no spells and traps, cannot be destroyed, so will remain on the field even though the effect is negated.
And now we have the white layer that would have gotten another card, being blocked by Skullmeister. Skullmeister, still 0 points, unlike DD Crow, which is up to 1 here.
So, monster negate?
If there's one Mystical Space Typhoon, it's a monster negate. If there's 2, it also destroys.
Okay.
If you have no spell or traps, this cannot be destroyed by card effects. New chain, if an MST or a Radiant spell is activated, can summon one from deck with a different name than ones I control.
Okay. Stand by main phase.
Love when players explain everything on the field.
Minimalian, banishing Fairy Zatan for cost of summoning.
All right. So we got the Minimalian.
Anything
That's
on
going to come out.
Yeah, go for it.
It's going to take a quick look at the Minimalian, which is a very good idea. It's not a card that you see really ever outside of this strategy.
This can banish itself?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can banish another card in your hand, summon it from the hand, and then you can banish a face-up level 4 lower monster you control to special summon a monster from your deck with the same original type and attribute that the banished monster had on the field, but either 1 or 2 levels lower than its original level.
Ooh, and he's got Final Bringer of the End Times. He's going to target his own Crocea, which can't be destroyed.
So this can't be destroyed if I don't have any spell traps.
Correct.
What about this one?
It has no protection.
But it can revive itself with a quick spell.
It's specifically Mystical Space Typhoon can summon itself from the graveyard.
Okay. I will chain my own Final
Oh. And this removes the Crusea's effect as well.
Yeah, it stops protection. All right, so these are destroyed.
Destroyed because you control the spell trap.
And then that's destroyed, and now the field is clear again on
Potentially a
Andrew's
very
side of the
favorable
field. Still 2
Normal
cards
summon
left.
Fairy Zatan.
Normal summons Fairy Zatan.
It can tribute itself and send a card from deck to summon a non-dark Super Quant.
No spells.
A lot of Lone Fire Blossoms in this strategy.
It is. This is one of the things where there's a couple of them. There's the Beast one as well that's currently free. But original Lone Fire Blossom. Alfan is here, but yeah, Alfan, Zatan. Keep thinking there's one more, but I might just be getting mixed up with Minimalian.
And then I will summon.
It looks like we will be going into a copy of White Layer.
Ooh.
He's considering his options here.
I can send a Super Quant. Oh, except a Dark Monster. It just can't summon a Dark as well. Sure. Sure. No.
So you're checking the send right there.
Then I will go ahead and
Send a Super Quant from your deck to your graveyard, except another
red
Dark
layer.
Monster. So he's got to send the
And I will
fire
go
here.
ahead and summon.
These are the classic ones. Red is going to the graveyard and blue is hitting the field here.
Add Chainlink to red layer, target white layer to summon.
No response.
All right, so here comes White Layer.
In the following chain here, White Layer will be able to send another Super Quant monster from deck to the grave and then change its attribute and level.
White layer?
This is off blue layer.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything here?
No.
We'll go blue layer, or white layer, send blue layer to summon itself.
Sure.
All right.
New chain will go white layer to dump a Super Quant and copy its attribute and level.
Sure.
We'll send black layer. And then we'll go black layer effect to add a spell.
Sure.
Everything's going pretty well here for Andrew.
Again, no more responses here, clearly because there's only one set left for Billy.
A layer 19.
I was wondering what that is. Is that another Mystical Space Typhoon? Is it the Mandate? Is it another Final Bringer, which couldn't be used in that case?
Around the room, you will see a QR code. This QR code will take you to a survey.
It could be one of the other Radiant Typhoon spells as well. Like maybe he had a set of vision.
I wonder, like, what it needs to be at this point for him to get back into this game.
A book type effect might help.
If there's
one
any
of these?
opportunity for a Mystical Space Typhoon for the Rune to come back,
Yeah.
but, I mean, not that that would really matter without any Mystical Space Typhoons left, but
Yeah.
All right. It's going to overlay the 2 level 7s
Because it has a
for white layer.
Super Quantal.
The Luster X. Luster X. I believe
And
it
then
is.
can this one be destroyed?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go battle.
Sure.
Attack. Sure. Main 2.
Are we going to spend some points for Zeus here?
I will pass the turn.
Interesting.
So he's got the quick effect monster negate. With only 1 card down there, I feel like that's a little more valuable than Zeusing 1 card.
Negate. Got it. Okay. I'll draw for check.
I mean, that is not a whole lot that Billy has to deal with, but given he only has 2 cards, could prove to be enough.
I'm thinking an end phase.
Keeping in mind that the white layer does have effects when it hits the graveyard.
Detach, target itself.
It's going to negate its own effect
White layer
to get that
bad.
white layer effect.
Yep, this is, I believe, in the end phase here, so just trying to generate some value. When white layer is
Alphen.
sent to the graveyard, you can add a copy of Alphen to your hand.
Am I good to drop?
Yes.
Draw for turn.
All right, turn passes over here.
Stand by,
We
make
drew a copy of the field spell.
Let's go.
Can he do it without
Normal
playing the
summon
field
green
spell?
layer,
Because you
green
don't
layer
want
effect
to
to summon 1 from
give him any opportunity to spring an MST on you.
Anything here.
No.
Very Alphen effect.
What does it do?
It's going. It tributes itself for cost. I'm going to show you 3 super quants with different names, and you randomly choose 1 to summon. The other 2 go to grave.
Sure.
I do love when they explain the card so thoroughly. Alpha is going to reveal 3 super quants here.
We've still got plenty of them in the deck.
Show you red, blue, and black.
This is, I mean, you're kind of forced. You really want to hope that the red layer goes to hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sure.
We'll see. Oh, it's the blue.
So new chain. Chain link 1
That
blue
was
layer to
potentially
add,
best
chain
case
link
scenario?
Black layer to add a spell. Chain link 3 red layer. Add special this blue layer.
The red layer specials?
Yes. But it cannot use its effects.
No response.
All right, so blue layer is here.
A spell.
The black layer gets to add a spell because it was sent to the graveyard.
Yep.
And then blue layer will be adding the level 1 here.
Let's go ahead.
You're going to be overlaying the 2 blue layers.
Yep, this will get that last card out of the way.
Pulse effect, target
Grand
set,
Pulse,
destroy.
ethically sourced with its actual theme. And it was,
and it
Mystical
was
Space.
the MST. It was last MST, but there hasn't been anything to use it on.
Activate layer 19 to summon 1 from deck with a different attribute than ones that I currently control.
Sure.
So it has to be not water, wind, or light.
Summon black layer effect on summon to go into an Xyz monster, then attach 1 from grave.
Chain link 2 will activate the same hand.
Ooh.
That is fine.
We still have the effect of the white layer, or not the white layer, but the Xyz monster, right?
Summon
The Lustrix, because it has
out
material?
Lustrix, it hasn't been used this
red
turn.
layer.
It was used on the end phase of the previous turn.
I have no trigger effects.
Trigger Christie effect.
Yep, and now you can chain.
Lustrix to negate.
I will concede.
That is enough. Fantastically played by Andrew here, showing the power of the Super Quantum strategy, getting maximum value from a lot of those effects and really limiting the value that the Radiant Typhoon deck could do. And obviously the Perulia was really detrimental to his plays there.
The Perulia was rough, and he had the Herald of the Orange Light for that key monster effect from the Crows. He had to keep the 2 cards out of his hand.
I mean, it stayed on the field, but it doesn't really matter if you're not able to add 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
This is the scary part now. If you're the Radiant Typhoon duelist, you didn't even see the big robot. He didn't even do that. He was just doing the regular Super Quantum stuff, just playing regular Xyz monsters.
I mean, a lot of the individual pieces that go into the Magnus are actually strong monsters on their own.
They are. Like Blue Layer, for instance, it's basically Tornado Dragon 1 rank lower, as long as you have the Blue Layer beneath it.
Absolutely. I believe the Wind one is similar to a Book of Moon.
It's like a Book of Moon, yeah, as long as you have... And he had the green one on the field at the same time there. Made that too.
A lot of strong power, like really just small interactions, but paired together can be quite strong, so you don't even need to rely on getting to the Magnus.
It's a lot of really powerful cards in this theme, and it just never really had its time in advanced format. So it's nice to see it getting some time to shine here.
Yeah, not even counting the extra deck monsters, just talking about the individual monsters from the main deck. You see how they easily generate so much value because they all pair so well with each other. Red layer being able to summon from the grave, all of them triggering when they're sent to the graveyard, and just being able to access each individual copy because there are multiple Lone Fire Blossom type effects from there, being able to tribute it to go into the next one.
Looks like they're just about making their final decisions here. Yep, looks like we're...
Oddly enough, it seems like the Radiant Typhoon has been more equipped, or rather, is more confident in side choices. Already shuffling deck. It looks like the side deck is done. But I suppose when you know you're going first, you don't have as much you need to do.
Very true. Radiant Typhoon also one of the very first competitive decks from Genesys, because it started at just about the time Doom Dimensions released. So there's also a good chance he's just played Radiant Typhoon the entire time. I was really experienced with it.
Yeah, Radiant Typhoon definitely having both time in Genesys as well as in Advanced, been a strong deck throughout many formats here. Obviously, the points have differed also within that range.
And as they change from event to event, sometimes the deck breakdowns or the deck makeups will look different as well.
It looks like the players are ready to go here, just waiting for the go-ahead to start game number 2. Billy will likely take the lead once more, try to go first again. And it looks like that's going to happen. Game number 2 ready to go here on our final round of day 1 of the Genesys Championship here.
All right, good luck. Good luck. I'll take first.
All right, William's going to go first again, as expected.
Hands are drawn.
Let's see what he's got.
We have copy of Shared Ride in hand. And we're going to start with the Shield Bearer here.
Sure.
Shared Ride has a bit of cost associated with it, but it's not too pricey.
Resolution.
And usually, if that effect is able to resolve in a matchup where it matters, it's generating enough value that it's absolutely worth its cost.
Monster or mystical space type.
I will chain Black Layer. It'll let me summon itself by pitching one from hand.
Does it do anything else?
On summon, it can do the rank up thing and then attach one from grave.
Okay, it can just use itself to do that.
Yeah.
All right. So Black Layer is going to be able to hit the field, sending a copy of White Layer.
Black and White Layer together, that's pretty good.
I love Crusade.
New chain, Black Layer 1, White Layer 2 to add a Fairy Elephant.
So it goes to hand off the effect.
We'll change Shared Ride
of the Radiant Typhoon, and then Shared Ride on your own turn.
Interesting.
That is fine.
I mean, it's generating you a lot of value right now. You'll be able to use those cards immediately, but if you find another copy of Shared Ride, you might already have another copy of Shared Ride, getting maximum value, and you draw Mandate off your first draw.
This can do the
nice not having to search that out.
It just did it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we're resolving.
Okay. Got it. And that's the quick effect negate.
Yeah. All right, so he actually only gets one card out of it.
Open game state. I will activate
and
send
sets
missile, search
up.
mystical space typhoon.
I mean, it's a pretty clear indicator that you have a second copy.
Yeah.
You're going to be using a copy of, is that Ascendant or is it Manifestation? I think it's Ascendant.
Sure.
And then Crusade is able to use this effect on the following chain. We're going to attempt to negate it with the effect of the rank 7.
Sure.
It looks like that is going to resolve.
Goes through.
Sure.
Magala hits the field here. And we're setting 3.
Oh, wow. So he only gets one draw off of the Shared Ride, which could just be the first Shared Ride. He may have another.
Well, the main face.
Right.
And it looks like Andrew got to play one of his best monsters without even getting a turn.
Things are looking up for Andrew right now, but there are still 3 sets for Willem to take advantage of.
So Crocia is still invulnerable right now.
So Shared Ride just for your turn, is it for my turn as well?
It's just for the one turn.
Okay. We'll go Luster X, target Crusade.
All right, just choosing to negate Crusade right now.
No response.
Just to put the Black Layer in the graveyard to grab a spell. And we're going to chain another copy of Shared Ride. Oh, we have a Slumber in hand.
That is fine.
Okay.
I will go ahead and add...
So how far do you want to go here?
I mean, if you're able to just do 8,000 points of damage, surely you just do it.
Yeah. Like, how many cards can he reasonably play after he draws some of the Shared Ride this turn? It's not a whole lot.
I mean, it could be that he draws a copy of Varun or Phonix that become live because of the sets that are available.
I'll go ahead and activate Layer 19. This will let me summon one with a different attribute.
So anything that's not a light from the deck.
I'll summon blue layer, and then I'll go blue layer effect to add.
That's going to give Billy another draw here. If it's allowed to resolve.
Chainlink 2 Mystical Space Typhoon. I'll target.
Oh, you're going to use Mystical Space Typhoon here?
Thinking. So this can summon out one.
In a new chain, yes.
It was really interesting that we opted to use the negate on the
I'll
Crusade
chain
and not
Final
that.
Bringer, go target.
Okay, but we have the Final Bringer here.
He's going to try to get rid of it before the next
I'll
chain.
chain Mandate, choosing to target to shuffle. Draw one. I'll target these.
Sure.
We're just going to try to draw an additional card by putting back the Shared Rides as well as the Radiant Typhoon card.
Just revealing the mandate there, too.
Interesting choice. I mean, he was planning to use Mystical Space Typhoon on Ani anyway, so Magala goes to graveyard.
And then blue layer searches.
Yes.
I'll grab the Fairy Zaytan.
I'll draw one from Shared
Fairy Zaytan added to hand, draw one for the effect of Shared Ride. In a following chain, the mandate will be able to trigger to set itself.
Mandate effect to reset.
Yes.
There it is.
I'll go ahead and activate Fairy Zaytan effect to summon.
Sure.
But he's kept the monster off the
Fairy
field.
Zaytan effect, send for cost from deck.
He's very methodical about this.
I mean, not allowing to actually generate any value here. One card in the hand doesn't really matter if there's nothing on the field right now.
Yeah, it feels like one of the least impactful double Shared Ride openings I've seen in a while.
And then, is that good?
I mean, this Shared Ride's still active.
It is still active.
Oh, and just this is word in from the Attack of the Giant card that we were watching earlier. Steve Gleason was in fact victorious. He was able to win with his branded strategy. Congratulations to him.
And the Giant cards are pretty nice this time around. They were very coveted. When I saw how many rounds they had in Giant card this time around, I was shocked.
Yeah, Steve had to go 8-0, and you know he's been chasing. He's been playing the main event of several tournaments up to this point, and reaching top 4 at a YCS previously. I'm glad he got something already.
Red layer, target white layer to
It's a good start to the weekend.
Chainlink 3 Skullmeister to negate the
All right, there's a Skullmeister.
Oh, so he's drawn into Skullmeister. Very good.
That is a useful one.
Shared Ride is very useful.
We're just going to get the black layer back to hand here. That is going to draw another card.
I have a normal, correct?
Don't believe so.
Yeah, I started.
You started with the rank, or rank 7.
Yeah. Normal Fairy Alpha.
Sure.
Fairy Alpha effect.
Sure.
We're going to reveal 3 more here.
This one? Sure.
Let's see, what else are we looking to draw in? Do we have any points for Nibiru the Primal Being in this deck?
I don't think so. You got to spend a lot on, so like Vision, for instance, is 10 each. Prozia is 7 each. Like a lot of these are, you have to spend a lot of points on your engine cards here. Shared Ride is one of those ones that, since it's usually a side deck card, not a lot of people play it. It's only crept up slowly. Started at 0, now it's up to 3.
Yeah. New chain will go green layer effect to summon one from hand.
Sure.
Black layer effect to rank up.
Sure.
We're just climbing through the effects here.
Yeah, this is getting a little scary if you start crunching the numbers on this.
I mean, from this point, you don't really even need to give any more draws. You just play with the cards you have. You've generated enough advantage as is. You just want to limit the resources that your opponent has if you're not able to do the damage. I believe the Crusade still has its effect negated from the original rank 7 XC, so it is going to be destructible.
And then we'll go ahead and activate the field spell.
Sure.
We will go field spell effect, target.
Now, which ones is going to
blue layer pitching spike for cost to rank it up.
To the blue.
To the Grand Pulse, yeah.
Like Grand Pulse here.
Grand Pulse, well, you have a quick effect because it has Quick Console under it, but maybe just choosing to get rid of Mandate now.
Magna Carrier effect.
Yeah, because it can only reset itself once per turn. So if you get rid of it now, it should be gone.
Rank it up. Sure.
And we're going to be discarding the Slumber here.
The Slumber. For Magaliger.
I mean, we talked about this earlier. Just having them individually, you don't even need to go into the big one.
Battle. Sure. We'll go Luster X feed over Crusade. We'll go green layer over Eldem.
300?
Yep.
incremental damage here. Just setting yourself up for later.
Sure.
Remind me again, which one? What does the red one do?
Red one, I think, is monsters.
Does it destroy a monster?
I think it's destroy a
We'll
monster.
go Grand Pulse, attach green layer.
Sure.
Using the effect to gain a material here.
And yes, it is attach material, target a monster, and it becomes a quick effect
Grand Pulse,
threat
target
layer.
the set to destroy.
Now the other thing is they can absorb
blue
materials
layer
from the
target.
graveyard as well. They can target super quantum monsters and attach
Black layer, blue
from the
layer,
hand or
and red
graveyard.
layer to special,
Sorry, hand or field.
Shuffle back in the deck.
Sure.
So we're shuffling these 3 back into the deck here for the effect of field spell.
And then I will use the field spell effect, sending itself for cost, targeting all 3 to rank up into the big guy.
Sure.
And it's any 3 super quantum Xyz monsters with different names you control. They can all combine to form Great Magnus.
We will summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus.
It'll keep the materials from the other seasons as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go
It
1,
has
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
materials currently.
And you only need 6.
So you cannot add cards from deck to hand. It's unaffected by card effects except super quant effects. And once per turn during the main phase, I can detach 1 to non-target spin a card to deck.
That's quick effect?
Yes, during the main phase.
And
I think that is a powerful card.
Yes.
It's very good.
Outside of draw for turn.
Yeah,
But all it takes is 1 kaiju.
Yeah, now if he drew enough cards to get to a kaiju.
Time to pass.
I wasn't sure if he was going to opt to make this to give him the opponent that out.
Stand by me.
But it doesn't look like there is one yet. And we can't
Yeah,
add
this
any
is tough.
cards.
This is a tough situation. It's 33 points well spent on Great Magus.
I want that manifestation to send a Radiant Typhoon monster from deck to grave.
Sure.
Now it's time to get creative if
Yes.
you're William.
Manifestation is allowed to resolve here. We're going to go ahead and look like we're eyeing a copy of Varun to send to the graveyard.
Send for room.
Sure.
For what purpose? We'll find out.
Yeah, so he's got to use an MST to get it back.
New chain, I will go chain with 1 Crusade.
Sure.
Just to summon itself?
No effects.
Yeah, it can't activate the effects. It can't add.
We're just going to set 2. Doesn't
Wall
really
up.
matter here.
End of.
Would it matter anyway?
We'll go Magnus effect, detaching black layer to non-target spin 1.
Yep, that's going to likely go after the Crusade here, right? Because it is currently indestructible. Oh no, we're going to go after a set. We'll be putting it back in the deck.
Yeah, so if you go after the set here, there's
any
nothing to
triggers?
hit with Mystical Space
black layer
Typhoon.
to add?
So it's safe to just take out the Crusade next.
Fair enough.
Add
The
layer
black layer is
19.
going to add, I believe that is the layer 19. So again, going to be able to summon a non-light from the deck
I
here.
have nothing else.
Pass turn.
All right. Draw for turn.
You just got to be careful
Stand by
about.
me.
Oh, that's a pretty good draw as well.
We'll start with normal Alphen.
Sure.
Alphen effect.
That's the reveal 3.
Yeah.
Remind me, is there a way to get access to the field spell again? Not that you really need it, but just to be able to...
I imagine you can. I don't think he wants to here, though.
Black, blue.
All right, we're going to be revealing blue, black, and will it be red again? There it is.
Oh. Yeah, so Williams only got 5,100 left. So he just needs one of these big guys and to take out
It's going to be
Procyon.
black.
We'll go chain 1 black layer, chain 2 red layer, targeting white layer. Chain link 3 blue layer, target Magna Carrier.
Yeah, so Magna Carrier could go back into the deck.
Luster X and Zaytan.
I have no response.
Yep, just going through the motions at this point. The writing is on the wall here for William.
He's going to make sure that you don't make a crucial error here at this late stage of the game. It's getting late. We know the duelists are both had a lot of really strenuous matches.
It would take
a lot of
meteor
these games
to stop
are
this Magnus
really
right
hard.
now.
I don't think a meteor would help. It's unaffected by meteors. Did you know?
Yes, the super quantum meteor is the only thing that could take it down.
Mm-hmm.
It can be destroyed at battle.
Battle and card effects as long as you have no spell or traps.
Battle and card effects.
I mean, he could take it out with the effect of the rank 7 like he did previously. We're going to be using the effective rank up into the Magna Liger here.
And
here's the one thing, is if he plays this spell...
Effect to summon one from deck.
With a different attribute?
Yeah, different attribute.
Yeah.
Chain, Magna Liger, detaching target to destroy.
Yeah, I'll concede.
Yep, and that's going to do it. Great Magnus. Andrew forms the Great Magnus and is able to shut William T out of the duel 2 games in a row in the final round of the first Genesys Championship at the North American World Championship qualifier. Like Super Quantum, it's been there. It's been there from the beginning, and this is why.
This was absolutely a fantastic showcase of the Super Quantal strategy. Andrew showed why it's able to be in this position going forward with an X1 record here, 7-1, moving forward into day number 2 on Sunday. But William is not out with 2 losses. He can still play on here.
Yep, so we got 4 more rounds tomorrow that he's going to have to work through. There's a very good chance he has to win them all, though. 3 could get you there, 2 should.
He's just going to have to keep trying his best. He's won the majority of his rounds so far. The Radiant Typhoon deck is, a tried and true one. It's clearly one of the top contenders here. But Super Quantal, one that's definitely been a dark horse for me. I did not expect it to be doing this well, but it's here for a reason.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's just one of those kind of, it's like one of those things that you walk by the Genesys tables and you see, it's like, oh man, Super Quantum? Oh, that's cool. I miss Super Quantum. It's always fun walking through the Genesys tables and just seeing what everybody's brought. And I always smile when I see giant robots. Yeah, so Super Quantum's, I'm a fan.
When was the original release of the Super Quantal strategy? Was it something like 2014? Maybe maybe beginning of 2015 or so?
It's pretty old.
Yeah, so we're talking 11 years later, this deck is still doing something. And it's, given the support was incredibly strong, we see how powerful White Layer, Black Layer can be, including the new spells as well. But Great Magnus has been there the entire time, and they just have a lot of powerful effects to take advantage of and be able to push their strategy forward.
I think it was back in Wing Raiders, right? Was it in the same pack as Phantom Knights?
Yes, yes.
I think that's the case. That's a fantastic set. Phantom Knights and Super Quantum in the same set. It's really good stuff.
Phantom Knight also got support recently as well. Phantom Knight's received a lot more support than Super Quantal in history, but clearly both decks...
just here in Chaos Origin, there's a whole bunch of new Phantom Knights as well.
Yeah, exactly. But Super Quantal is the one that takes its case here today.
Yep, and its pilot, Andrew, is one step closer to a wonderful trip to Japan for the Jump Festa, which is... I've been on that trip before. It's so much fun. The top 2 players are going to have a great time, and we'll find out who they are tomorrow. For now, though, let's have a chat with our winner. Jackie, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Andrew, you're going into Sunday 7-1. It's to feel amazing. What's going through your head right now?
I'm glad I get to play the Super Quants. I love the deck. It's been good forever, but now it's great. Genesys, yesterday's gameplay, tomorrow.
Aw, so highly of Genesys. What do you love about Genesys?
I like that I get to play decks that I can't really play in the advanced format. Like, I can't play Super Quantal in the modern TCG, so getting to play something that I can't normally play is really fun.
How does it feel being in the first Genesys Champion?
I'm really enjoying it. It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day getting to play. I played against a different deck every single round, so just getting to see the diversity of the format is really interesting.
And are you playing tomorrow in the NAWCQ?
Yes, I am. I will be playing tomorrow as well.
Okay, so what is your mindset looking ahead to this entire weekend? Any strategy? What are you telling yourself?
I'm just trying to stay confident. I'm trying to make sure that I can keep myself in the game and play as best as I can throughout the entire weekend.
All right, Andrew, go to your friends. I see them screaming for you. We always love to see that. Congratulations again. Aw, it's been so much fun today. Don't want it to be over, but don't you worry. We will be back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. ET. Can't wait to see y'all. Some more Yu-Gi-Oh fun ahead. See you soon. Bye.